Chapter 521. The flapping wings of the dead stone statue flew across the desert at high speed, and the air waves caused the desert to raise large areas of yellow sand. Dust all the way. In the land of quicksand, Richard watched the army file in through the space gate opened by the void sandworm, and felt a long-lost excitement in his heart. Every time he led troops to fight, he had a special feeling. The battlefield and the smoke of gunpowder may be the romance that belongs only to men. This time he brought a total of 150 teams of dead stone statues, 100 teams of sandstorm controllers, 90 teams of mummy guards, 68 teams of the King of the Crown guards, and 27 teams of the King of the Brilliant Moon level guards, plus 15 teams of skeleton blood dragons. The total force is 550 teams. This is a full-member Crown level army. In addition, the 23rd level Blood Clan Grand Duke Lorena, the 19th level Dark Soul Eater Kratos, the 18th level Mummy Hero Gaunt, and the 16th level Dragon Hero Alvis all joined the battle. It is no exaggeration to say that this army is a top-notch backbone force even among the powerful indigenous forces. Lorena stood beside Richard and watched the army with him. Her silver eyes were particularly attractive. After a moment, she said slowly, "Master, do you need the Blood Clan army to go with you?" The gentle tone was a bit lazy. Richard turned his head to look at the plump Blood Clan Grand Duke, pointed to the space door leading to the Blood Clan castle, and felt the evil breath coming from it, and said slowly, "How long will it take for that plane to merge into the main plane?" "Not sure. I thought it was going to come a week ago, but it seems to be blocked by something," Lorena said with a bit of lightness in her tone. "Now all the vampires have reached level 17. If they continue like this, maybe it won't be long before the vampires will usher in the second wave of promotion. I really hope it can continue like this." The evil plane that is about to be integrated into the vampire castle continuously emits energy that can purify the blood of the vampires. The feeling of becoming stronger while lying down makes her very intoxicated. If she continues like this, maybe it won't be long before she can reach level 24. One step up will be the magnificent level of legend. All this is right in front of her and within reach. No one can resist this temptation. Richard is in a good mood too. Every time his subordinate's strength improves by 1 point, he will have more confidence. The vampire army will continue to stay inside to promote. If the situation on the battlefield changes, let them come to support. When that evil plane comes, there will not be such a good environment. If it weren't for the strong threat brought by the angry Blood Duke, he would not even be willing to dispatch Lorena. But at present, the benefits of conquering the L plane will definitely not be lower than hiding in the vampire castle and passively upgrading. After a simple reminder, as if thinking of something, he continued, "Is there any new movement from Rebecca recently? The eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke is looking for the Blood Clan's treasure, the Blood Scepter, in order to open an ancient ruin. He came to the vampire castle some time ago and had a brief encounter with the other party." Lorena shook her head. "Ms. Rebecca seemed to have something important to do 2 days ago and left in a hurry. She asked me to tell you that the gift she wanted to give you will be brought with you next time we meet. If you are going to the Ice and Snow Empire, be sure to tell her." "Left?" Richard frowned. "Any news about the Blood Scepter?" Lorena shook her head. "No, Miss Rebecca did not find any trace of the Blood Scepter. It seems that she has found other ways to open the ruins." Richard understood. The other party is not like him. Rebecca has a rich family to rely on, and the Frostwolf Grand Duke is a legendary existence. He also felt a little sad. He has always wanted to go to the Ice and Snow Empire, but he really couldn't spare the time in this troubled time. During the 2-day conversation, the last batch of troops also passed through the space gate. Richard looked at the ancient tree of the evil god. "Treebeard, you wait here and be prepared. There will be a big battle in the L plane. Once the battle is fierce, I will summon you. When the time comes, you must go immediately. This boss who can stand and shoot without a bottom, the effect he plays on the battlefield is definitely not worse than the extraordinary." The evil old tree responded in a muffled voice. "As you wish, master." Richard nodded, no longer hesitating. He turned over and sat on Alvis, driving the Super A-level undead dragon into the space gate. Lorena spread her bat wings and followed closely. Dark Soul Eater Kratos stepped in surrounded by dark servants. The moment he passed through the space gate, Richard felt his body immediately cool. There was even a slight chill. January is winter, the coldest season. After leaving the desert, he immediately had to face normal weather. The yellow sand power surged in Richard's body, immediately dispelling the chill, and at the same time, the yellow sand robe made of the fur of the flame dragon rabbit on his body also exuded warmth. Only then did he have time to look around. There was a sparse forest in front of him, and the crisp green trees and grass leaves on the ground were covered with a thin layer of frost and snow, with green and white complementing each other. Suddenly stepping into this environment from the dead and yellow desert, people felt happy. However, the gloomy clouds in the sky dissipated the good mood a little. This was not the first time Richard stepped into the El Plain. The last time was when he was killed in the Tomb of the Gods, and was summoned by the two princesses. The army of the City of Dusk was already on guard in the sky, and the sound of flapping wings made people feel safe. At this moment, Richard's heart moved, and he subconsciously looked into the distance. On the land of frost and snow, a strange army appeared. The flag embroidered with falcons fluttered between the gallops, and the knights in full armor drove the tall war horses quickly. After reaching 100 meters, the leading knight waved his hand fiercely, and the next second, the cavalry behind suddenly pulled the reins to stop the warhorse. Then, the leading knight straightened his back, and drove the horse to walk closer. After arriving below Elvis, he called out softly and stopped the warhorse. At this moment, only the other party was facing the pressure of Long Way, but the eyes exposed from the helmet still showed calmness. The warhorse snorted and sprayed out two white mists. The knight took a deep breath, reached out, and took off his helmet. Brush, the long hair scattered in the wind, and a delicate face appeared in sight. The knight put his right hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Dear Sir Richard, Rettel sends you the most respectful greetings. Thank you for your support. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome you." Richard looked down at the eldest princess of the El royal family. His eyes moved slightly. "Rydell, no need to be polite. What is the situation now?" Talking about business, Rydell's tone was a bit angry. "The traitor is dispatching all the troops loyal to him to encircle Lion City. The first batch of enemy troops will arrive in 3 days at most. Lord Richard, we don't have much time left." After purging the El royal family, the bloodthirsty Duke had already gained absolute advantage. If it weren't for Richard's full support for her, even if he had confidence, he would have faced despair at this time. The savior of the El Kingdom is this great existence in front of him. Thinking of this, Rydell held his chest and bowed his head again. Richard looked at the princess of a country in such a posture, and his emotions were a little subtle. Power is the best coat for men. This sentence is never false. Glorious era may be hell for most players, but for him. Let's talk about it in detail when we return to Lion City. Yes. Rettel immediately drove the warhorse to lead the way. The army she brought immediately surrounded her, after she returned and guarded her in the center. Because of the magic interference in Lion City, the void sandworms could not directly open the space gate to the city. This is also a necessary defense method for many large cities. Without magic that interferes with space, some spellcasters, who control space spells, can easily send troops into the city. The city wall will become a decoration. The more powerful the city, the greater the defense against magic. The spellcaster has the ability to change the situation on the battlefield, and no one dares to underestimate it. After passing through the sparse woods and walking for more than 10 kilometers, a majestic city like an ancient behemoth was reflected in Richard's pupils on the distant land. The city wall is more than 40 meters high, standing on the horizon like a ravine. On the city wall, there are densely packed heavy city defense weapons, catapults, and giant crossbows, countless. And every few meters, there are arrow towers on the city wall that are 10 meters higher than the city wall. There are more ferocious heavy crossbows on it. Soldiers holding weapons and wearing heavy armor patrol back and forth on the city wall. As long as they encounter an enemy, they can burst out the most fierce attack at the first time. Lion City, here we are. In the central square of Lion City. All the senior officials are in line at this moment. Everyone is excited and anxiously waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. After Lion City was occupied, they all knew that Her Royal Highness the Princess had found reinforcements from other planes in the summoning array passed down by the ancestors of El. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at the centaur warrior standing in front of everyone, exuding an imposing aura. His eyes were burning. Extraordinary. This is their reinforcement, an extremely powerful existence. It was this centaur who, at the critical moment when the Lion Duke was about to surround and kill the two princesses, killed the Lion Duke with his own strength. Then he took control of the city with absolute power. He became the most powerful backer of the two princesses. And now, a group of reinforcements from another dimension are about to arrive. I wonder how many troops Her Majesty of Merida summoned this time. With Her Majesty of Merida, the betrayer, the wrathful Blood Duke, will definitely be killed by us. Blessings from the gods. The princess did not reveal too much information to them, but just said that there would be a large number of reinforcements this time. Subconsciously, they regarded the reinforcements as the subordinates of this extraordinary person. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, the 7 or 8 figures standing on the edge also became curious at this moment. The leader was a soldier in his early 30s, who was looking forward to it at this moment. Do you think there will be extraordinary people in the army coming to support this time? This made the small group quiet down, and then they all shook their heads. President, I think it is unlikely. What is an extraordinary person? How can it be so easy to appear? This extraordinary centaur is already strong enough. It is unlikely that there will be a second master, right? That's right. This plane is not a powerful plane. The angry Blood Duke is an extraordinary person. Now he has attracted an extraordinary reinforcement as an opponent. I think this mission is almost done. Hearing this, the leading soldier lowered his voice a little. No matter how strong the reinforcements are, I give you a few words of advice. Our guild can't compare to those big guilds. This mission is extremely difficult, so you must be careful. If it's impossible, it's better to preserve your strength. Besides, there are more players in this plane than just us. Grand Duke Wrath of Blood has a top guild on his side. At this point, the faces of the people around changed a little. A female player said with some hesitation, "The president is right. The Blazing Guild has always acted in a domineering manner. We'd better be cautious." The leading warrior looked at the atmosphere and relaxed his face. "That's right, but we don't have to be too cautious. Fortune and wealth come in danger. We are at a disadvantage, but we also have advantages, and they are greater than the Blazing Guild." This immediately aroused great interest among the people around. "President, what are our advantages?" "It is easier to get in touch with the top leaders, especially the extraordinary centaur," the leading warrior said with a firm tone, and his eyes were a little hot. "We don't even have the qualifications to contact big figures of the extraordinary level. Now we can get close to them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Flame Guild is powerful, but the Rage Blood Duke is the king who rules a kingdom. It is absolutely impossible for him to get in touch with the top figures as easily as we can. And it can be imagined that this extraordinary centaur must have a huge force in his own plane. Even if this mission fails, as long as we can get in touch with this extraordinary centaur, it will be of great help to our guild." After saying this, the others immediately became energetic and were very interested. "Extraordinary? What level of existence is that? A big man who destroyed a city by himself. If you really have a good impression of them, just supporting 1 or 2 of them will make them eat a lot of oil. But President, the biggest problem now is that we can't contact the extraordinary crown. How can we solve this problem?" The warrior player showed confidence. "Since we can receive the commission tasks from Princess Redel, we can naturally receive the tasks issued by the extraordinary. The other party can't never deal with us, and I have already thought of a way to get close to the other party." This made everyone's eyes light up. "President, what method?" "Keep it secret for now. I will tell you in detail after the reinforcements arrive." This statement stirred up everyone's emotions. Thinking of other players on the forum who were frantically showing off their exploration of the sleepless nights, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Things change over time, and this time it might not be their turn. If they could get the attention of this extraordinary centaur, wouldn't it be a wave of success? At this moment, trample, tramp, the crisp sound of horse hooves stepping on the floor sounded from far to near. Hundreds of cavalrymen, led by a heroic and beautiful figure, entered the square. The next moment, the light in the sky gradually dimmed. Those players looked up with everyone else, and saw a group of troops exuding a terrifying atmosphere, coming across the sky. The extraordinary centaur's subordinates are here. With a low cry from a player, everyone perked up and looked at this reinforcement from another dimension with burning eyes. In the endless sandstorm, gargoyles with a rocky sheen and undead dragons burning with crimson flames loomed. Without checking the attributes, one could sense the strength of this army. The next moment, the sandstorm in the sky whirred and blew towards the ground. Just as they subconsciously covered their eyes to block the sandstorm condensed directly on the ground into mummy soldiers. The flying stone statue soldiers in the sky also fell at the same moment, bang bang bang, like stone statues standing on the ground. Solid and fierce. A large number of mummy soldiers rolled down from their backs. These mummy soldiers carried long spears and revealed their indifference to life while walking. The unique temperament of the undead was unforgettable at first sight. After the army had landed, the only undead dragon left in the sky with a wingspan of more than 40 meters swooped down. It stopped on the ground with an absolutely domineering attitude. It exuded dragon power and gushed out unscrupulously. The opponent just stood on the ground without any attacking movements, which made people feel almost suffocated. At this moment, a figure covered by yellow sand turned over from the back of the dragon. Everyone on the field focused their attention on that figure. They inexplicably felt that this was the ruler of this army. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his striking temperament made people inexplicably tremble. Some people are born leaders, the protagonists in the center of the stage, and no one can hide their edge. Isn't the army of that extraordinary centaur too powerful? All of them are crown troops? I can feel the pressure from the dragon hero from hundreds of meters away. I'm a little flustered. Now, I don't think we will lose to the Flame Guild. The players in the inconspicuous position of the crowd were full of excitement. They didn't expect that the extraordinary centaur would dispatch such a powerful army. Suddenly, a player seemed to have discovered something, pointing at the sound covered by yellow sand, and exclaimed in a low voice, "How is it possible that guy is a player?" Huh? This news immediately aroused the curiosity of several people around, and they quickly opened the attribute panel. There was no attribute at all, and the level name was unknown. But the color of the panel that belonged to the player was so eye-catching at this moment. After confirming the identity of the other party, several people showed extremely envious eyes. Awesome. This player can lead so many armies in the indigenous forces. It's simply amazing. If I were the commander of this army, I would be a shitty lord. Not all players are lords. Many players are not suitable for managing territories. They gave up their territories early, and went to live in the indigenous cities. A considerable number of them joined the indigenous forces, and after more than half a year, they got to a high position. Players often show off on the forum. Several people subconsciously regarded the figure coming down from the dragon's back as a player who defected to the indigenous forces. At this moment, Princess Rettle turned over from the warhorse and came to the crowd. The royal lady first saluted the centaur solemnly, and then faced the army in front. The players were very excited when they saw the scene. Next, it should be that player who led the army to salute the extraordinary centaur. Every time they saw the scene, they would be excited. In their hearts, they have imagined more than once that one day they would be able to lead an extremely powerful army and have everyone salute them. Tat, tat, the leather boots stomped on the ground, making waves of sound, and the figure surrounded by yellow sand walked straight to all the high-level people in Lion City. Just as the players were eagerly waiting for the player to lead the army to salute the extraordinary centaur. In their eyes, the domineering extraordinary centaur bowed solemnly at this moment, facing the player who turned over from the back of the dragon, holding his chest and bowing. "Master, Amirida, welcome to your arrival." The moment the voice fell, Princess Rettle held her chest at the same time. "Lord Richard, Rettle, welcome to your arrival." The senior officials of Lion City immediately followed their princess and held their chests. "Welcome to your arrival." This sudden scene made several players, who were waiting for the other party to salute, dumbfounded. The huge contrast almost made them burst. This player is not a subordinate of the extraordinary centaur, and the army he brought is not for the extraordinary centaur. But the other party is the master of the extraordinary centaur? The real support of the El royal family? Several people looked at each other and felt unbelievable and absurd. How is it possible? What a joke. How can you, a player, be the master of the extraordinary? How can you be the backer of a princess who controls nearly 100,000 troops? The upright people were particularly eye-catching in the crowd, who all bent down at this moment. Richard saw them at a glance. The corners of his mouth hung with a playful arc. Players? The light words made several players' hearts tremble. The first to come to their senses was their president, the warrior in his early 30s. He responded immediately, "Yes, big brother. We are players. This is our first meeting. Please take care of us." Without any hesitation, he bowed directly. His posture was more humble than the natives next to him. The other players also came to their senses, and they held their chests excitedly. "Dear sir, please take care of us. This is the top boss who has Chaofan as his subordinate. Fuck, if I can hug his thigh, it would be 10,000 times better than hugging Chaofan's thigh." Richard smiled, and said nothing more to the others. He waved his hand to let Princess Rettle, who had not yet stood up, excuse herself. After a few words of whispered conversation, he turned around and walked towards the hall in front of the square, surrounded by the crowd. As he passed by several players, Richard nodded slightly to them. "You can come find me after the dinner." Then, he walked away. Rettle, who was following him, glanced at the players, and after getting away from them, she asked curiously, "Sir Richard, do you know those Lords of Divine Grace?" Richard shook his head. "No, I don't know them." "Then why are they so excited?" Rettle was puzzled. Richard smiled. "Of course, it's because of Amirida." Rettle nodded thoughtfully, and then seemed to think of something and said with interest, "Sir Richard, I heard that the Lords of Divine Grace can communicate with each other thousands of miles apart in the mysterious realm built by the gods. Is this true? Mysterious realm forum? Richard laughed dumbly. Yes, it's true. Rydell became more interested. I heard that the mysterious realm can trade freely, can instantly transmit items thousands of miles away, and everyone can have a new identity. Do you have one too? Richard looked at the curious baby with a smile. Of course. What's your name? Richard shrugged. Chinchio. Chinchio? Rydell looked puzzled. Seeing that Richard didn't say much, she didn't ask any more. The senior officials of Lion City, who heard the conversation between the two, remembered the name at this moment, and decided to ask the Lords of Divine Grace if they had heard of it. Several players felt like they had won 5 million, and were full of excitement. I didn't expect that we would meet such a big man in such a place. President, what should we do? Several people looked at the president, who was in his early 30s, and the warrior's hands were shaking at the moment. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. Don't be nervous, this big man is definitely not an ordinary person, and it's not that easy to get close to him. As soon as the voice fell, the female player next to him said immediately, President, the other party is so powerful, why don't we tell him the location of the obelisk? That is a top map with extraordinary people stationed, and we have no chance at all. If we can use this information to exchange for the other party's support for us in this plane, the benefits will definitely be considerable. This made the warrior player a little tempted. But the information we got is that there is a super-level soldier nest in that obelisk. This made the female player sneer. Even if it is a super-level troop nest, is it like this? Do we have the strength to do so? If we really develop to the point where we can attack the spire below, it will be useless. It is better to trade it. The warrior player let out a long breath. I will think about it first and talk about it after I contact the other party. As he said, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the figure that had disappeared from his sight. As a player who had just joined the El Royal family, he was not of high status, and was not qualified to attend such a grand dinner. Who knows the name of that big guy? Several people shook their heads in unison. How could they know? They didn't have time to ask just now. At this moment, a soldier walked towards them quickly. After approaching, the soldier asked directly, Do you know that there is a person named Chinchio among the Lords of God's Grace? This made several people a little confused. Chinchio? Of course I know. He is the strongest among our Lords of God's Grace. He is respected as the first among tens of billions of people. Why are you asking these questions? At this time, the soldier's face changed drastically, with a strong sense of shock on his face. He said in a trembling voice, Just now, Lord Kess asked me to ask you, because Lord Richard said that his name on your forum is Chinchio. These words, boom, exploded in the minds of several people like thunder. Looking at each other, they saw the extremely shocked emotions on each other's faces. Chinchio? The boss who made Chao Fan surrender is Chinchio? The heart was shocked. After the warrior player's heart beat wildly several times, he roared in a hoarse voice. Immediately, tell the location of the obelisk to Boss Chinchio. Now, quickly! This is his mother's pure gold thigh. Chapter 522. The Meeting Hall of Lion City. A giant map with a width of 5 meters, and a length of more than 10 meters was laid flat on the long table in the center. Richard looked carefully at the military map that mapped the entire El Plain. He ignored the welcoming banquet, and let everyone get to the point directly. A small lion statue was placed at the location of Lion City. From the map, Lion City belongs to the southeast corner of the El Plain, and is also the last province in the south. All the enemy's attacks came from the north and west. However, Lion City is located in the center of the province, and the troops of the surrounding small cities have been withdrawn. In front, there is no city to stop the enemy. Lion City will face a battle that will end as soon as it starts. Whoever wins this war will dominate the El Plain. If the bloodthirsty Grand Duke wins, Richard must evacuate the El Plain no matter how powerful he is. He may come back in the future, but that is a matter for the future. If the bloodthirsty Grand Duke is defeated, those nobles and armies who are still watching and don't like him will shake his rule in an instant. At that time, the appeal of the El Royal family will be increased tenfold. Princess Rettel thought for a moment, and stretched out her hand to mark a bloody rift at the northernmost part of the map. Her tone was filled with suppressed anger. In order to prevent demon invasion, the main army of the El Kingdom used to be stationed in the Abyss Rift. This army has 10 main legions, and 1 elite legion. The average level of the elite legion is 15, and the main legion is 13 and 14. But this despicable bastard, Grand Duke of Wrathblood, is not only a shameful betrayer, but also has an unclear collusion with the evil god. This army has been transferred away from the Abyss Rift by him, and is heading towards Lion City. The general who leads this army is a lackey trained by Grand Duke of Wrathblood himself. The other party will not surrender to us. According to our intelligence, even now this army has been eroded by the Abyss, and corrupted after Grand Duke of Wrathblood rebelled. After saying this, he took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart, and tried to point to another mountain mark with the most rational attitude. Here is the territory of Grand Duke of Black Mountain. The other party has always been an admirer of Grand Duke of Wrathblood, and has 5 main legions. Here, Grand Duke Deke, 7 main legions. Every time Rettel's finger slid on the map, the atmosphere in the room became more solemn. Looking around, there were not many allies worth showing off on the entire map. And the opponents were stronger than one another. The whole country is an enemy. After a round of statistics, Richard clearly calculated the number of enemies they will face next, 40 legions. And Lion City, only 8 legions. Even if the reinforcements from Dusk City and Lion City's reserve forces are added, it can only reach 9 legions. The number is very different. In terms of quality, the Grand Duke of Wrathblood can produce 15 elite legions above level 15. Lion City, not counting the reinforcements from Dusk City, they only have 2 elite legions. In this war, perhaps the only advantage is that they have a Murida at level 20 and Lorena at level 23. If we add the Summoned Fire Elemental Lord, there will be 3 Transcendents. The Raging Blood Duke has only 1 Transcendent. It is rare for the City of Dusk to have a high-level force that can crush the other side in such a large-scale war. But even if he has 3 Transcendents, it is difficult to play a decisive role in a war involving hundreds of thousands of people. There are too many uncertain factors. The Abyss Rift, the Hidden Transcendent, the connection between the Raging Blood Duke and the Abyss Evil God. These may affect the direction of the war. When Richard was thinking in the room, it was extremely quiet, and even the breathing sounded a little harsh. Everyone was nervously looking at the figure staring at the map. The other party was the only decision maker in this war. An order, or even a thought, could reverse the situation. After a long time, Richard retracted his scattered thoughts and stared at Rettel. Your Highness, we will be the final winners of this war. No matter how many armies, how strong the strength, or how many followers the Rage Blood Grand Duke has. He did not explain the reason, but after he finished speaking, the uneasy atmosphere in the room quietly dissipated. Most people in Lion City saw Richard for the first time, but at this moment, they all inexplicably developed a strong trust in him. Perhaps, this is because Chaufet also has to call him the Master. Strength is the only pass. Rydell let out a long breath, and then looked at him firmly. Sir Richard, from now on, all the troops in Lion City will obey your orders. I am no exception. The princess handed over the command directly. A force can only have one voice. It is true that she is the princess of the Kingdom of El, but Richard is the real master. Richard was not polite, and took the power directly. Okay, next, I will tell you about the arrangement. In the current situation, if possible, he would rather find the Grand Duke of Wrath, and kill this extraordinary person directly. But unfortunately, the El Plain is not his home. Before the Grand Duke of Wrath shows up, it is completely unrealistic to hunt down an extraordinary person who controls hundreds of thousands of troops. Even in this war, if the Lion City cannot withstand the siege of the opponent's army, the Grand Duke of Wrath may not show up. The trump card in the hands of the opponent is much stronger than the Lion City on the surface. This meeting that determines the direction of the El Plain lasted for 2 hours under the chairmanship of Richard. When the players waiting outside were so tired that their legs were a little weak, they finally saw the heroes of the Lion City walking out of the meeting hall. They noticed that the anxiety and uneasiness on the faces of these heroes had disappeared, and they were excited instead. It seemed that they had enough confidence to deal with the upcoming war. When they were hesitating whether to go directly into the hall to meet the big player, a soldier came quickly, stopped and said loudly, "The master calls you to go in and see him." Several players, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately became energetic. Yes. After answering, they hurriedly followed the soldiers, who had turned around. Passing through the giant gate with a height of more than 10 meters carved with lion reliefs, the group entered the extremely empty meeting hall at this moment. The figure that excited them was sitting at the long table in the center area at this moment, staring at the flat map. It seems that he is still thinking about countermeasures for the next war. Seeing this scene, several people sighed and looked at him. As soon as the other party arrived, they directly took over the command of the Lion City with tens of thousands of troops, but they didn't even have the qualifications to come in and listen. They are all players, and this gap is too despairing. After calming down their excitement and anxiety, several players bowed with their hands on their chests. Big Brother Chinchio. Respectful posture. Richard was awakened by the voice and looked up at several people. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. Waved his hand. Don't do these empty things. Okay. After seeing several people restore the active atmosphere unique to players, he continued. How did you come to this plane? The leading warrior player responded first. Big Brother Chinchio, we appeared near the territory because of the space rift. Richard nodded. The first chapter of the new expansion pack, Plane Explorer, has become the mainstream of player exploration at this stage. The cracks that open in the plane do not necessarily appear in only one area. Did you find anything in the L plane? When the topic was mentioned, the warrior player immediately became excited. We were not near the Lion City before, but we heard that the princess of the L Kingdom raised the banner of resistance against the Grand Duke of Blood Rage, so we came here, he said with an excited tone. On the way, we accidentally discovered a very interesting mysterious space. Boss Chinchio, you will definitely be interested. Richard looked at the expressions of several people and said with interest, What did you find? The warrior player stared at his face. Obelisk. Richard's eyes lit up. In the chapter of Plane Explorer, the system specifically reminded that medium-sized and above planes may have special buildings, obelisks. As long as you can capture the obelisk, you can get extremely generous rewards. The obelisk can be singled out by the system for a special reminder, so it is obviously not a simple thing. When he was in the Naga plane, he asked the god of fraud and lies, and the Dark Soul Eater Kratos to pay attention to whether there are obelisks in the plains where bloody battles were fought in the Corruption Swamp. But in the past half-month, the news received was that there was no such thing. Many players on the forum have found traces of obelisks, but so far, no one has taken the initiative to say what they can get by capturing the obelisk. Instead, I often see posts where players complain about the exaggerated guard power of the obelisk. Do you know where the obelisk in the L plane is? The warrior player said in a deep voice. We accidentally entered that area and were discovered by the subordinates of the angry Blood Duke. If we hadn't used the random teleportation scroll, we would have stayed there forever. This is also one of the reasons why they joined Princess L's camp. They, the little guys, knew such a precious map of the obelisk. In the best case, they might be recruited to join the development, but if they were unlucky, they would be killed. Based on the situation at that time, the latter was more likely, and they didn't dare to bet on the attitude of the angry Blood Duke. Richard nodded. Can you tell me the specific situation of the obelisk? Since the other party took the initiative to bring it up, he must have some ideas. The warrior player looked at the others and nodded. We came here for this matter, he said hesitantly. However, we also want to ask Chinchio boss for something. Richard sneered. Speak. This time entering the L plane, our guild took a big risk. I hope Chinchio boss can give us some advice, so that we can survive safely. Richard nodded. This condition was not out of the ordinary. I will arrange for you to guard a safe area. If Lion City cannot be defended, you can retreat to the meeting hall, and I will send you back. After receiving Richard's personal guarantee, several people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a game. War will kill people. Now Lion City is in an absolute disadvantageous state. Who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? After calming down, the warrior player said softly. Boss Chinchio, that obelisk is hidden in a dimensional plane. You need to enter that area from the front to see it. Otherwise, even if you fly over it, you can't find it. The guards of that obelisk are very powerful, and there is a super-level hero in the open. As for how strong it is, we haven't met that hero, and we got the hint from the system. The soldiers guarding the obelisk are half-dragons with dragon blood. They are terrifyingly powerful, all at level 19, and have potential as high as Hui with 3 stars. There are at least 1 legion. At that time, we had 5,000 troops, but if we started a conflict with the other side, a squadron of half-dragons could even destroy us. At this point, his tone became hot. Such a strong guard, the treasures hidden inside are also very coveted. According to the information we have explored, there are at least 3 super-level soldier nests, and the rest of the treasures are unknown. As soon as the words fell, Richard's eyes lit up immediately. 3 extraordinary level troop nests? He was moved. This is definitely an exaggerated fortune. The performance of the king of the Imperial Guards at the Huiwa level on the battlefield can already be described as domineering. As for the extraordinary level, he has nothing but the non-combat troop, the evil spreader, which is used for preaching. This aroused his great interest. Although he has the black gold system in his hand, to upgrade an extraordinary level troop, he needs 10 million troop nests, which is 20 million units of rare resources. With the current industry of Dusk City, it cannot support this level of consumption. Unless you sell everything you have, you will not be able to survive if you don't recruit troops. Where is the location of the obelisk? The warrior player stepped forward a few steps. I share it with you. Richard was not polite. After sharing the map, a new location appeared on the system map, marked with a dark tower icon. This place is only a few hundred kilometers away from the capital of El. It is unlikely that the angry Blood Duke would be able to get it without making a sound when he knows about it. Do you have any additional information? The warrior player said in a deep voice. We also found out that the angry Blood Duke has the support of a top guild, and the other party has also set their sights on the obelisk. Richard said with a playful tone. Top guild? Yes, if you browse the forum, you should often hear this name, the Flame Guild. The warrior player's tone was a bit cautious. All members of this guild believe in the Sun God sect, and have a strong group of priests and spellcasters. There are more than 5,000 formal members, and almost every member is a lord player with a strong force. And they also participated in the last battle between players and the Orc native forces. If the other party mobilizes their allies again, the enemy we face may not be as simple as the angry Blood Duke. At this point, the tone became more serious. Boss Qingqiu, in addition to the Grand Duke of Wrath, this time we may have to fight a head-on war with this top guild. I hope you can be prepared. War with players? Richard looked at the other party's serious eyes, and was stunned at first, and then a subtle emotion rose in his heart. Since the last time the players won the war with the natives, he noticed that the atmosphere was changing. Will the conquest between players officially begin with this Plain Explorer mission? It's really exciting. I wonder if those players are ready to challenge the City of Dusk. Chapter 523. Looking at the backs of several players leaving, Richard's eyes were full of interest. Guilds are really interesting as opponents. With a base of tens of billions of players, a guild with only 5,000 people seems insignificant. In a game with only 3 to 5 million players on Blue Star, it is possible to create a guild with more than 100,000 people. And guilds with 3 to 5,000 people are even more numerous, and any popular game can create a large number of them. But this is Glorious Era, a plane so vast that it is difficult for people to explore the end in their lifetime. Although there are many players, they are too scattered. Moreover, teleportation magic is only available in a very small number of large indigenous cities, and the use value is expensive, which leads to the fact that the traffic between players is not smooth. With this as the background, forces dispersed by region, city-state, tribe, and faith have been formed. In addition, a large number of players have joined the indigenous people. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to organize a large-scale guild. After more than half a year of trials and tribulations, a guild that can still gather thousands of lord players is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. As for those guilds with more players, most of whom are players who have lost their territories, although there are many, their strength is vulnerable. Players with territories and individual players who have lost their territories are no longer on the same level. The battle between the players and the natives has also explained everything. I hope you can bring me some surprises. After taking a deep breath, Richard withdrew his thoughts and looked back at the map on the desktop. His sight was focused on a certain inconspicuous area. Obelisk. Knowing the whereabouts of this mysterious building highlighted by the system, his determination to occupy the El Plane has increased a bit. As long as he helps Princess El to recapture the Kingdom of El, he can directly use the power of the Kingdom of El to attack the obelisk. Borrowing a knife to slaughter a cow, and borrowing a chicken to lay eggs will undoubtedly minimize his own efforts. But before that, he needs to use all means to win this war. After such a long time in Glorious Era, it is the first time for him to command such a huge war. He now has nearly 9 legions in his hands, and the number of enemy troops exceeds 40 legions. If the Flame Guild is included, the number may be even more exaggerated. The larger the war, the higher the ability requirements for the commander. Similarly, in this level of war, it is already very difficult for extraordinary power to influence the trend of the battlefield. And the opponent will inevitably have corresponding countermeasures. It is unrealistic to want to win with a few heroes, unless he has 3 demigods or legends in his hands. On the evening of January 25th, Richard arrived at Lion City for the 5th hour. The soldiers guarding the city suddenly found that at the end of their sight, a huge hole suddenly opened in the sky. As they watched in amazement, the hole was like a waterfall, with countless yellow sands rushing down and hitting the ground fiercely. It covered all the vegetation frozen by frost and snow. In less than half an hour, a giant sand dune tens of meters high was piled up. After the yellow sands condensed to a certain limit, they suddenly began to move. Like the waves after the tide, they rushed towards Lion City violently. Wherever it passed, All the vegetation in the pits was swallowed up, which looked quite impactful. The defending army immediately became riotous, and only after the warlord in the rear shouted and scolded loudly did they calm down. Then, under their nervous gaze, rolling yellow sand surged in wave after wave. It directly hit the bottom of the Lion City wall. Then the gravel spread out, surrounding the Lion City like a lake, and the grass was submerged and buried. This action lasted until noon on January 26th. When the crack in the sky gradually healed, the yellow sand waterfall disappeared without a trace. At this moment, what was reflected in the eyes of the soldiers defending the city was the endless yellow sand outside the Lion City. It seemed that overnight, the Lion City became a desert city. Then, they saw a very shocking scene. The yellow sand began to float up out of thin air, and it rose to a height of 7 or 8 meters. It seemed that someone used pillars to forcibly support the yellow sand underground. Fortunately, the gravel within 100 meters of the city wall did not change like this. Otherwise, the 40-meter-high city wall would have become only 20 to 30 meters. After all this was done, a sound that resounded through the heavens and earth exploded. The soldiers on the city wall subconsciously turned their heads and saw a space gate open to the north of Lion City. A thick, bloody smell emanated from it, and the choking smell made people feel like they were in the abyss of purgatory. Outsiders wanted to see what was in the space crack, but the scarlet mist blurred their vision, adding endless mystery to all this. And the roars and shouts of killing faintly coming from the mist were particularly creepy. It seemed that behind the space crack, there was a very evil place hidden. Or it was the way to the abyss. After taking over Lion City, Richard began to gradually arrange a new defense system according to his rhythm. Just as he was preparing for battle, a sudden reminder interrupted his thoughts. Ding, Lord Saint of Light, led the army to capture the first obelisk, small, and all the benefits obtained *2, an additional reward of a rare item. In order to record the wonderful moments, when exploring the other plane, all lords can enter the live broadcast room to start live broadcast. Someone captured the obelisk? Richard frowned slightly as he looked at the system prompt. This is not the point. The point is that the system will actually give extra rewards to players who capture the obelisk. It was really unexpected. He didn't feel much about live broadcasting. This thing was just for the sake of novelty. He valued the obelisk more. Judging from the system prompt, the obelisk seemed to be more important than he expected. El King's capital. The main hall of the palace. The angry Blood Duke, wearing a blood-red cloak and a red crown on his head, was sitting high on the throne inlaid with various gems. He held a heavy long sword in his right hand, and wiped it gently with a white rag in his left hand. The blade was not sharp, and there were large and small gaps on it. It did not seem to be a precious sword, but from a distance, it gave people a fierce and violent aura. It seemed as if it had just been pulled out of a corpse. The majestic square face of the Rage Blood Grand Duke showed indescribable seriousness, as if he was worshipping his own holy object. Every time he wiped it, the long sword became brighter, and the deep coldness deepened. In front of the throne, more than a dozen figures, with the same fierce aura, silently watched each other's actions. In the air, there was only the slight friction sound of the rag rubbing against the sword. After a moment, the angry Blood Duke gently raised the white rag in his hand, and the maid on the side immediately stepped forward to take it with both hands, stepped back and bowed to leave. The angry Blood Duke held the long sword in front of his eyes, and looked at it slowly. The white sword body vaguely reflected his face. Do you know the news just said by the spy of Lion City? The heroes below shook their heads. The angry Blood Duke slowly put the long sword on the ground, leaned his wrist on the hilt, and stared at the crowd with sharp eyes. Lion City has the support of the main plane forces. And the one who supports the remnants of the El royal family is a Lord of Divine Grace. After these words came out, the atmosphere in the room immediately became a little subtle. Lord of Divine Grace, do you have the courage to go against them? During this period, they have learned a lot of news about Lord of Divine Grace from the Flame Guild. Although they don't know much about the outside world, they are no longer closed. A white-haired hero stood up and said loudly, Your Majesty, the power of the Lord of Divine Grace is not worth worrying about. If you are worried, please let me go to command. The tone was eager to try. It would be a great achievement to wipe out the last remnants of the El royal family. The angry Blood Duke frowned slightly. What I am worried about is not just a few Lords of Divine Grace, but whether there is a more powerful force behind them. It is known that Lion City already has a super-level centaur as reinforcement. And the Lord of Divine Grace used some means to cover the area around Lion City with yellow sand, and a strong army has also moved in. This is not the power that the Lord of Divine Grace that we know can possess. This made everyone's face look a little more solemn. Supernormal? That remnant of the royal family has a supernormal backer? The white-haired hero said slowly. Your Majesty, why don't you ask the Lords of Divine Grace of the Flame Guild directly? The Raging Blood Grand Duke nodded. I have called them here. Before the words fell, a soldier hurried into the hall. Your Majesty, the Flame Guild wants to see you. Announce. After the order was issued, the other party immediately turned around and left. A moment later, a noisy sound of footsteps sounded. More than a dozen figures with different clothes and temperaments that were obviously different from the heroes in the hall stepped in. Your Majesty, the members of the Flame Guild greet you. The Raging Blood Grand Duke waved his hand, and after they stood up, he looked at them and said casually, You should know the importance of this war to the Kingdom of El. I want to know how many troops the Flame Guild is going to send to the war this time. The leader of the Flame Guild is a middle-aged man in his early 40s, wearing a fiery red priest robe. There is a hot breath surging on the other person. The mark of a cluster of flames on the forehead seems alive, which is the unique symbol of the priest of the god of fire. Reporting to your Majesty, although the Flame Guild cannot serve as the main force on the battlefield, in order to do its part, we have prepared 10 legions. If you need, we can also transfer 20 more legions. The Flame Guild implements a highly unified policy, and the President can mobilize all the members' armies with a word. The management of the territory is also uniformly implemented by the Guild. This allows power to be highly centralized, and the Flame Guild can gather a large number of troops when it is still weak. This policy is also the main reason why the Blaze Guild has developed into a top guild in a short period of time. This made the Rage Blood Duke look at him more. The weak are not qualified to negotiate in front of him. And this guild organization that has gathered many God's Grace Lords is barely qualified to speak in front of him. Very good, let your army gather in the capital. When the army is gathered, I will directly open the space gate and transport them to the outside of Lion City. Those rebels will taste the taste of despair. The middle-aged priest player smiled and nodded. Your Majesty, this is a wise decision. The Rage Blood Duke raised the heavy sword in his hand again and looked at the gap on it carefully. There is one more thing. Please tell me. My spy in Lion City told me that the remnants of the El Royal family and the God's Grace Lords in the main plane have intersected, and they have also received strong support from each other. He blew gently on the blade. Buzz, a harsh sound like hollow steel pipes rubbing against each other suddenly exploded. Everyone frowned and felt a little panicked. I need to know what kind of power is behind that player. Can you find out clearly? The middle-aged priest player suppressed the discomfort and said solemnly. Since the other party is confident to go against you, it must have a certain background. The Flame Guild has a certain influence among the top guilds of the Lord of God's Grace. You only need to tell me the name of the other party, or the corresponding characteristics of the power, and we can find out. The tone was full of strong confidence. The angry Blood Duke raised his eyebrows, looked away from the sword blade, and looked at the other party calmly. You are really confident. After a pause, he continued. According to the news from the spy, the power in the main plane sent a super-level centaur to help the remnants of the royal family. And the interesting thing is that the one who controls this power is not the super centaur, but the Lord of Divine Grace. The spy said that he saw with his own eyes that the superhuman called him master in front of everyone. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. More than a dozen people from the Flame Guild below suddenly opened their eyes wide and looked at the Raging Blood Duke in disbelief. Superhuman, calling the player master? Is this a joke? How is it possible? Your Majesty, is this news true? The middle-aged priest player felt something was wrong after asking the question, and immediately added a sentence. We are not doubting you, but this news is too shocking. The general level of the Lord of Divine Grace is around level 10 to 13, and only the most elite top figures have barely crossed the threshold of level 15. It is almost impossible to subjugate the extraordinary as a subordinate. What level of existence is the extraordinary? How can it be a subordinate of a player? No, it is even more ridiculous to call him a master, a slave. The face of the Rage Blood Duke showed no joy or sadness, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In order to pass on this news, the spy sacrificed himself. This is the last spy I arranged in Lion City. If it is not confirmed news, he will not expose himself and pass it on at the cost of his life. The tone suddenly became cold. I naturally know that it is impossible for a Lord of Divine Grace to enslave the extraordinary, so I infer that there must be a powerful force behind the other party. Only by joining a certain force can you command powerful subordinates when you are weak. The royal family is a typical example. That extraordinary person is obviously a domestic slave. That God's Grace Lord must have a certain status in his force to be called his master. Now, you just need to tell me where the other party's force is in the main plane, and how much power it has hidden." After saying this, the people of the Flame Guild were relieved. So that's how it is. They said that it was too outrageous for a player to be called a master by an extraordinary person. The middle-aged priest player calmed down and said softly, "Your Majesty, can you tell me more detailed information about the God's Grace Lord? The name of the guild, or his own name?" The Rage Blood Duke said slowly. When the other party arrived at Lion City, the remnants of the El royal family saluted him and called him Richard. Richard. After thinking hard, several people looked at each other and saw that each other had a confused look on his face. There is no such name among the top players. Is this a new upstart? There are too many players. Under the large base, it is often seen that some people who have never been heard of suddenly become top players. It is not surprising that you have never heard of it. It is quite difficult to find information about such people. It seems that it will take more time. Your Majesty, we have never heard of this name. Please give us some time to find out. The Rage Blood Archduke nodded. When they were about to leave, he seemed to remember something and interrupted them. The remnants of the El royal family seem to have asked the Lord of Divine Grace about the name of your mysterious item that can be traded. Well, the other party seems to be called Qingqiu. After the voice fell, the few people who were about to leave trembled all over, looked up suddenly, and looked at the Rage Blood Duke with an unbelievable shock. Qingqiu? The priest player said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, are you sure? The other party is really called Qingqiu? Hearing this, the Rage Blood Duke also noticed something wrong, and his eyes froze slightly. Yes, it's Qingqiu, what's wrong? The priest player showed an extremely strange expression, and said in a hoarse voice. If the other party is Qingqiu, that extraordinary person may really be the other party's servant. Chapter 524. Most players were quite interested in the system prompt that someone had captured the obelisk. But unfortunately, no one could contact the player with the ID name of the Saint of Light. No one knew what the other party had obtained from the obelisk. The discussion on this aspect lasted for a short while, and they were attracted by the live broadcast function. The last time they could broadcast live was in the death arena of the last large-scale dungeon. At that time, everyone witnessed how Qingqiu was crowned, but they didn't expect that the system would be turned on again this time. After some testing, players got more information about the live broadcast. Currently, it can only be turned on when exploring other planes. The main plane cannot be used. The other functions are normal. Although this has caused many casual players who cannot explore the plane to complain, it still makes most people happy. Although they can interact on the forum, the way of conveying information through text is completely different from that through images. The two are not the same thing. Not long after the live broadcast function was turned on, tens of millions of people started live broadcasting. However, due to the excessive number of live broadcasts, players were divided, and not many live broadcast rooms could attract a large number of viewers. Some guild forces were keenly aware of the opportunity, and immediately began to organize some large actions to attract attention, in order to enhance their influence. Because it was a collective action, the scene was grand and looked quite exciting, much more interesting than a single Lord player, and many guilds did it. It attracted many players to come and join. Other guilds followed suit and started to broadcast live one by one to expand their popularity. All of a sudden, all the players were excited. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. January 28th. This is the end of the first month of the glorious era 7601. It is also the time when the first wave of the Blood Rage Grand Duke arrived. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was dark. The towering walls of Lion City were filled with densely packed troops. All human soldiers. They wore heavy armor, carried standard long knives or long swords, and had firm eyes. To capture the city wall, you must first step over the bodies of these soldiers. In the arrow towers arranged in a staggered manner behind the city wall, countless arrows stretched out from the shooting holes. As long as the order is issued, a rain of arrows covering the sky, and the earth can be rained down. The catapults loaded with huge stones were placed in the gaps between the arrow towers. The winch was fully pulled. As long as the buckle was released, the rocks that could crush elephants would roar out, cross the city wall, and smash into the enemy outside. The spellcasting troops began to cast buff magic for the soldiers guarding the city wall, increase their strength or strengthen their defense. The whole city was spinning at high speed, like a gyroscope. All this was because of the endless black spots at the end of the sight. The army of the bloodthirsty Duke had arrived. To the east, Richard was on the most important wall above the city gate, looking far away. Princess Rettel stood beside her, with a serious face. Amirita paced back and forth, with her battle axe in her hand. The countless enemy troops seemed to make her return to the paradise of flowers blooming in spring, and she was quite excited. Dark Soul Eater Kratos was the background board in the back. This top hero with a height of more than 6 meters was only one step away from entering the extraordinary. And this war is the stepping stone for him to climb to another level. The opponent will take on the main output task in hunting the Raging Blood Duke. This level 19 boss will usher in a transformation. The Blood Clan Duke, level 23 Lorena, is now nowhere to be found. This Dark Apostle has the ability to hide in the Shadow Plane. As long as she wants, not many people of the same level can discover her existence. Sir Richard, this is the first wave of rebels of the Bloodthirsty Duke, with 8 legions. Led by the Mountain Duke. The Mountain Duke has some mountain giant blood, level 19, and his skin is like rock, which can withstand the shooting of siege crossbows. The other party also leads a large group of 18th level soldiers, Mountain Warlocks, who are famous for controlling magic. In addition, this rebel army has 2 elite legions, all of which are mountain warriors above level 15, and they are very powerful. Rettel's tone was unspeakably solemn. The defenders always have a huge advantage, but the problem is that this is only the first wave of the enemy's attack. If there is no extraordinary person in charge, the other party even has the strength to capture the Lion City. Richard sensed the girl's tense emotions, and comforted her softly. Don't worry, all the defenses of Lion City are ready. Now, all you need to do is trust me. Rettel, I will pave the way for the future of the El Royal family for you. No one can change this fact. The strong self-confidence and determined eyes immediately gave support to the princess. After taking a deep look at him, he nodded solemnly. Lord Richard, after eliminating the rebels, the oath of the El Royal family to co-rule the kingdom with you will never change forever. Looking at the other party's serious eyes, Richard reached out and patted the other party's shoulder, and said nothing more. It's not time to enjoy the spoils yet. On the side, several players who defected to the Lion City saw this scene, and their eyes were red with envy. Listen, what promise did Qingqiu get? Co-rule the kingdom. This is a plane with a huge population. Even if the space of the other plane is far less rich than the main plane, it is still a medium-sized plane with a population of tens of millions. The minerals alone are an astronomical figure. It's a pity that this level of income is destined to have nothing to do with them. This kind of feast can only be grasped by Qingqiu. Richard watched the black spot in his sight become the size of a thumb, and gradually began to step on the yellow sand land surrounding the Lion City, and turned his head to look behind him. Kratos, you must conserve your strength after the war begins. This war is your chance to be promoted. After realizing how powerful the extraordinary is, his desire for this top power becomes stronger. If he had 10 extraordinary people, he wouldn't even have to fight this war. The only pity is that it is too difficult to train an extraordinary person. Thinking of this, the figures of Cena and the Dark Valkyrie appeared in his mind again. It has been a long time since the two of them left the City of Dusk. If they had been with him all the time, they would have to prepare to be promoted to extraordinary after a few wars. After this war, they must be found. Master, war will not weaken my strength, but will only make me stronger. Kratos' muffled voice sounded. As a soul-devouring demon born from the stone statue of the heroic spirit of the Tower clan, he can gain strength continuously as long as his legs stand on the ground. It is indeed not a simple killing that can drain his physical strength. Not long after the simple conversation, everyone's eyes became serious. The enemy army is approaching. Looking at the enemy surging like a tide, the breathing of several players on the city wall became a little heavy. The impact of thousands of troops pressing on the city, even veterans who have fought hundreds of battles have to be nervous, let alone those who have never seen such a big scene. President, do you think we can hold on? The warrior player in his early 30s heard his companion's question and looked at the gradually approaching army and breathed a sigh of relief. No one can judge the situation, but this is the force chosen by the boss of Qingqiu after all. As the number 1 player, he dares to make such a gamble. What are we afraid of? This made the others subconsciously look at the figure standing in front of the battlement, not far away, calmly watching the enemy. Yes, even Qingqiu chose Lion City. What reason do they have to retreat? Instantly cheered up. In a highly tense mood, the army in front finally arrived 200 meters away from Lion City. Swish! A military flag embroidered with mountains waved violently. The next second, the army in the rear slowly stopped. The armies of both sides looked at each other in the air. The atmosphere suddenly became 10 times more oppressive. When several players saw this scene, their hearts beat wildly. The densely packed heads, and the dense forest of weapons, like weed below, were particularly oppressive. This kind of war involving hundreds of thousands of people is too damn scary. My legs are a little weak. What should we do? Should we evacuate back to the West Wall first? Our troops are still deployed here. I'm afraid without the protection of the army. The female player saw that both sides were silent for the time being, and her heart moved. She looked at the president of her own guild with burning eyes. President, how about we also start a live broadcast? This is a good opportunity to get famous. Being able to stand on the same wall with Qingqiu and resist the enemy together. If this is released, it will surely cause countless people to marvel. This is Qingqiu. The warrior player was quite tempted, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. No, although private messages cannot be used in the dungeon, it is inevitable that outsiders can use some means to notify each other. If the Flame Guild leaks our defense arrangements to the Rage Blood Duke, it will be stupid. There is no need to pass it on. As long as the Flame Guild members are watching our live broadcast, they can know the general defense. After saying this, several people were a little disappointed, but they didn't say much. At this time, the female player said with a strange look on her face, President, turn on the forum live broadcast, and see that we have been broadcast by the Flame Guild. Huh? This made several people stunned, and then immediately opened the live broadcast area that had just been opened in the forum. After entering, I immediately saw the room named Flame Guild vs. Qingqiu at the first place in the first row. The introduction below. The Flame Guild has become hostile to Qingqiu in a special plane. We are about to launch an attack on the forces assisted by Qingqiu. And prepare to hunt Qingqiu. There was no exaggerated title introduction, but just this sentence immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. What is the Flame Guild? This is a top guild, named for its unified administrative orders and powerful player forces. In the last battle between players and indigenous peoples, it showed up once. The other party's reputation was established after one large-scale war after another. But now this guild is going to face a more legendary figure, Qingqiu. This is Qingqiu. No extra description of the record is needed, just saying the name of the other party is enough. The two words Qingqiu are synonymous with power. Countless people became famous, and then fell, and countless guilds rose, and then disappeared. But Qingqiu is still the strongest recognized by everyone until now. No one else. Now, one is a top guild and the other is the strongest player, and they are going to face each other in the same plane. Just thinking about it can feel the passion of Mars. The warrior player took a look at the number of people watching the live broadcast, which was 3.2 billion. He swallowed his saliva immediately. The live broadcast has been open for a few days. Because of the large number of live broadcasters, there are not many live broadcast rooms with more than 100 million viewers. Now, with the word Qingqiu, more than 10 billion players, 1/3 of them have come. From this data, he once again felt what it means to be the number one player. This kind of influence is unmatched. The Flame Guild was subconsciously ignored by them. It's not that the big guild stronger than the Flame Guild didn't watch the live broadcast, but as for the number of people, being able to exceed 100 million is considered outstanding. Enter the live broadcast room. The screen shows that there is a towering wall opposite, and the densely packed soldiers and countless heavy equipment make people scalp numb. At this moment, a player was chattering about the war. Did you see this? This is Lion City. Qingqiu is the biggest supporter of Lion City. Now, our army of the Bloodthirsty Duke is about to launch an attack to clear out the remnants of the previous dynasty in Lion City, and at the same time, hunt Qingqiu. I saw someone ask me how Qingqiu could be a supporter of such a magnificent city. Such a city needs the support of players? I can only say, brother, there are still many things you don't know. If I were not a core player of the Flame Guild, I might not believe that Qingqiu would have such terrifying strength. As for how strong the other side is, I will tell you after you see it with your own eyes after the war starts. However, no matter how strong Qingqiu is, we are the only winners of this war. Because we are the Flame Guild, the top guild. While the other side was bragging, a large number of players were constantly commenting with barrages. Hurry up, why hasn't the war started yet? My mate is still waiting for me to give birth to my second child. Are there really Qingqiu troops in this city? Don't bluff me. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. There are 8 legions here. We can push them down in one wave. I want to see Qingqiu. Don't come out and pollute the screen, you ugly guy. While the players were discussing, a long horn suddenly sounded, and the whole sky was buzzing. That special sound made people's blood boil. Fuck, I feel goosebumps watching the live broadcast. I want to ride my husky to the battlefield. Kill Qingqiu, grab food, money and women. So excited after the horn sounded, the camera quickly zoomed up. Then all the audience clearly saw that the mountain army, which was densely packed like a forest and gave people a strong sense of oppression, began to advance towards the city ahead. Step by step, like a huge wave sweeping everything, no one could stop its pace. At this moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room instantly became dense. On the city wall, the warrior player watching the live broadcast had a pounding heart. After looking up at the situation, he immediately focused on the live broadcast to see if there were any flaws. The audience in the live broadcast room soon found something wrong. After the army pressed in, there was no attack on the city wall. The army advanced steadily, and the city with dense fortifications seemed to have given up resistance. What's going on? Why don't you shoot arrows? Where are the siege crossbows? Where are the catapults? Actors, right? Can you play me? Amidst the heated discussion, the army advanced to within dozens of meters of the city wall. At this moment, the army defending the city still did not move. The player of the Flame Guild also felt a little confused when he saw the scene. Could it be that Qingqiu was really bribed to play them? Just as everyone watched the army rush to the city wall and start to build ladders to attack the city. Boom! A loud explosion exploded. Where the attacking army passed, the ground suddenly collapsed. The rolling yellow sand burst up, and the gravel splashed dozens of meters high. The densely staffed army fell down like rice being cut, and then was submerged in the endless yellow sand. Even if they struggled hard, it was useless. Under the violent yellow sand, the soldiers were like small sampans in a sandstorm, and were directly swallowed up. In the live broadcast room, more than 3 billion viewers stared at this devastating scene. The army that was so arrogant just now could not even see a well-organized formation at this moment. This collapse, the casualties could not be counted. The barrage on the screen disappeared, and it was not until a long time later that it broke out again, and then submerged the screen for half an hour. Fuck, this is too much. Qingqiu hasn't even shown up yet, and more than half of the army is going to be killed. What level of trap is this? Can it hollow out the earth? This is a foul. No wonder he didn't attack, Qingqiu, you are so stupid. This method is worthy of Qingqiu, right? I remember that he killed millions of people in the first copy. It's really this perverted style. Billions of viewers turned from confusion to shock, and this transformation took less than a minute. The player of the Flame Guild watched as most of the army in front of him was directly cleared out, leaving only a part of the army in front of the city wall, setting up siege ladders, and already looking confused. His face was extremely wonderful. I was just praising Qingqiu to make him more powerful. When the Flame Guild defeats him, they will gain greater fame. I didn't really think you were that powerful. This wave destroyed this army. What the hell, Qingqiu, this pervert. Chapter 525. Free shooting. On the towering walls of Lion City, the morale was immediately high as tens of thousands of enemy troops were killed in one wave. Under the command of the officers, they immediately began to hunt down the troops that rushed to the bottom of the city wall to prepare for the siege. The ground behind them had turned upside down. Without the support of their teammates, the troops under the city wall were living targets. After several rounds of volleys, there was no one left standing below. Princess Rettle looked at the battlefield covered with smoke and dust, and took a few deep breaths, but could not calm the surging emotions in her heart. Subconsciously, she turned her head to look at the heroic figure beside her. She was trembling with breath. Although she knew that Richard had made some arrangements, she did not expect that this method would be so tough and directly destroy the enemy. The uneasiness and worry in her heart instantly dissipated in front of this exaggerated record. She thought of the instructions just now, and the other party had paved the way for her in the future. After a long breath, his eyes gradually became firm. Sir Richard, it is the honor of the El royal family to meet you. I will never let you down. The dust gradually settled, and the Lord of the Mountain, who led this army, looked at the scene in front of him with a sullen face. He felt his heart twitching. This was the army he had spent countless energy and efforts to forge, and it was gone just like that? The rough skin on his body suddenly darkened, as if it was made of rock, full of hardness and immortality. He suddenly raised the giant sword that was more than 3 meters long and as heavy as a door panel. His tone was filled with endless madness and anger. I am the vanguard. The ancient language with awe-inspiring fighting spirit resounded throughout the battlefield, and all the remaining troops of the Lord of the Mountain roared at the same time. The momentum soared to the extreme at this moment. Kill! The roar sounded instantly. This 4-meter-tall hero unit with the blood of mountain giants, holding a heavy sword thicker than a door panel, led the charge. At this moment, the army behind them followed their master and surged out. When they were about to step on the overturned earth, in the back, those 18th-level spellcasting soldiers, mountain warlocks, who had not taken action, suddenly raised their scepters. Endless magic surged out. The rolling yellow sand in front immediately solidified, and countless gravels turned into rocks and flew up, paving a road directly to the bottom of the city wall. The Duke of the Mountain led the last two elite legions and rushed up. At this moment, the originally low morale climbed to the highest peak. The players in the live broadcast room thought that Qingqiu would win this battle without bloodshed, and they immediately became excited when they saw the scene. The anchor of the Flame Guild was even more screaming. Did you see it? That's the Duke of the Mountain. A hero with the blood of the mountain giant. This Duke has not only reached level 19. His potential is as high as A level. Even the siege crossbow can't penetrate the opponent's defense. And I heard that the opponent has the heart of the mountain, and can be resurrected in the territory even after death, so every time he fights, he will lead the charge on the front line. The live broadcast camera immediately zoomed in, shooting the Duke of the Mountain, who led the charge from the sky. The strong physique, the huge sword in his hand, and the countless troops behind him immediately made him feel oppressive. The barrage of comments instantly became dense. Fuck, a level 19 hero? I'm afraid he can directly smash the city gate. Fuck, if I could recruit such a hero, how cool it would be. Looking at the players' heated discussions. The anchor of the Flame Guild smiled and immediately turned up the volume. Do you think that Qingqiu would take a mere 19th level hero seriously? The players watching the live broadcast cursed at the guy's appearance. Which side are you on? After seeing the controversy, he spoke again. Qingqiu is not as simple as you think. Otherwise, how could it be qualified to be the opponent of my Flame Guild? The task given to him by the president is to promote the Flame Guild in this war. And the best way to promote is to step on the legends among the players. The stronger Qingqiu performs, the higher their reputation will be after being trampled by the Flame Guild. Therefore, it is very important to flatter the opponent. And even if he doesn't flatter, that pervert will show a power that shocks everyone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel itchy. Damn, the other party has a superhuman as a slave. That's superhuman. This sentence made the barrage explode immediately. I give this one 999 for being pretentious. I am dying of laughter. Are you telling a cold joke? I am not into awkward things now. Do you think you are funny? While the players in the live broadcast room were discussing, the scene became more active. The Grand Duke of Mountain, who led the charge, rushed 100 meters away. The real battle is about to begin. This time, Lion City did not wait quietly for the enemy to attack. Shoot! The moment the officer's order was issued, dense bows and arrows formed a black tide. Swish, 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 the Grand Duke of Mountain, who was a particularly obvious target, became the target of concentrated fire. The Grand Duke of Mountain was directly submerged in the arrows. Dingling, clang, after being shot, this level 19 hero did not have the imagined situation of piercing the heart. Instead, the sharp arrows were directly bounced away. This hero with the blood of the mountain giant has natural armor on his skin. The rain of arrows did not do anything to the opponent. The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed in amazement, and their eyes widened involuntarily. This hero is so strong. At this moment, the siege crossbow on the city wall, which had been silent all the time, pulled the capstan that had been fully pulled. Buzz, the bowstring kept trembling after it was ejected, making a harsh sound. The huge force made the arrow as thick as a baby's arm suddenly tear the sky and shoot at the Grand Duke of the Mountain with an absolutely domineering attitude. The players in the live broadcast room subconsciously exclaimed when they saw the scene. But before they had time to think about it, the siege crossbow arrow hit the 19th level Grand Duke of the Mountain. Crack, the crossbow arrow that could penetrate the boulder was directly smashed, and some of them seemed to hit the steel plate and were bounced away. The siege crossbow could not break the defense. The scene looked extremely exaggerated. Fuck, is this a person? Isn't it funny? Who can kill this kind of boss? I'm already worried about Qingqiu. With this boss as the vanguard, this city is not so safe. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the Duke of Shanling, who attracted most of the firepower, roared and charged forward again. That posture was just like the birth of a god of war. And just when the army rushed to within 50 meters of the city wall, a huge black shadow jumped up from the city wall. Bang, the opponent hit the ground hard, and the terrifying impact caused the earth to shake violently. The live broadcast camera gave the opponent at the right time. It was a terrifying monster with hideous barbs growing on its back, a narrow head, and a body height of more than 6 meters. Just a glance at it, I felt as if my soul was about to be devoured by it. What kind of monster is this? Is it the Lion City's defense boss? Anchor of the Flame Guild, say something. Just as the anchor of the Flame Guild was about to speak, the terrifying monster that jumped down from the city wall suddenly charged. Under the other party's head, the body leaned forward, and the ground shook with every step. He created the momentum of 1,000 troops charging with his own strength. At this moment, the arrows on the city wall also stopped suddenly. The Duke of Shanling, who was able to catch his breath, saw this scene and immediately sensed the enemy's strength. The fighting spirit in his heart surged, and his eyes suddenly turned blue-gray. The height of 4 meters rose to 6 meters. Blood talent giantization. The aura on his body soared several times. Kill! After a roar, he charged straight up with a giant sword that was more exaggerated than the door panel. The two sides walked towards each other. In a few breaths, the two behemoths collided fiercely. A terrifying air wave burst out, and the surrounding yellow sand seemed to be blown by a storm, raising dust all over the sky. Looking around, the giant sword of the Grand Duke of Shanling and the battle axe of the terrifying monster crossed each other. At the same time, because the power was too huge, the body pressed the weapon and collided directly with the opponent. The weapon was squeezed like the vegetables in the meat bun. The scene looked weird and strange. The two equally terrifying monsters separated at the touch. They turned around and staggered, and swung their weapons to attack again. Clang, bang, every time they collided, the dissipated energy would burst out waves of impact, causing the surrounding yellow sand to splash. The surrounding armies did not dare to approach the battlefield of both sides. If they stepped into the fighting range, they would only die. No one could withstand the collision of two 19th level combat forces. The two top-level beings of pure power were fighting madly at this moment. Especially the Dark Soul Eater Kratos. This boss felt unprecedentedly comfortable. For a long time, no one dared to fight him head-on. Finally, someone could withstand his head-on burst of power. In excitement, the frequency of swinging weapons skyrocketed, forcing the Grand Duke of Shanling to burst out again, raising his aura. The battlefield, at this moment, strangely changed from a siege to a battlefield where two heroes fought. The audience in the live broadcast room was so excited that they didn't care about war or not, as long as it was exciting. The two heroes fought for less than 3 minutes, and it felt like they had been fighting for 10 years. The pure power confrontation gave people a strong sense of violent beauty. Just when all the players thought that the two were evenly matched and should end up with both sides losing or retreating, Kratos threw down the battle axe in his hand and rushed towards the Duke of Mountain with his bare hands. The Duke of Mountain swung his giant sword without showing any weakness. With a swish, he chopped down directly from the shoulder and cut into the shoulder blade. It seemed that as long as he exerted force, he could cut Kratos in two. But the next second, Kratos, who was close to the Duke of Mountain, did not give him a chance. He grabbed his body with both hands and kneed him. Bang, the terrifying force burst out and hit the opponent's abdomen directly. The huge force made a mark of knee protrude from his back, and his body suddenly bent like a shrimp. The horrible pain from the abdomen made the Duke of Mountain subconsciously let go of the giant sword in his hand. Bang, Kratos quickly retracted his knee and kneed again. Puff, the Duke of Mountain violently spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The Dark Soul Eater's small head, stimulated by the severe pain in his shoulder, let out a crazy roar. Before the Duke of Mountain could come to his senses, he suddenly grabbed the other's head and pressed it back. The huge force made him lose his center of gravity and lie down directly backwards. Bang, the head hit the ground hard, and the rocks condensed by magic exploded. But the opponent's terrifying defense did not cause him much damage. After shaking his body, the Duke of Mountain struggled to get up. Kratos would never give the opponent such a chance. He suddenly raised his foot and stomped on the opponent's head. Bang, 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 the ground shook with every step. After more than 10 steps, the surrounding ground was in a mess. The scene brought an indescribable impact. The body of the Duke of Mountain twitched and struggled wildly. After such an attack, the opponent still wanted to counterattack. Realizing this, the Dark Soul Eater lost his patience and leaned down suddenly to pull the opponent's body out of the ground. After finding the point of force during the opponent's struggle, he threw it into the sky with force. At this moment, the other hand pulled out the sword still embedded in his body. Crack, only a sound of stone breaking was heard, and no blood was seen flowing. After flying more than 10 meters high, the body of the Duke of Mountain lost its strength and fell down violently. The Dark Soul Eater held the giant sword with both hands at the moment when the opponent fell. With a low roar, all the power burst out. He slashed out horizontally. Puff, blood splattered. The two halves of the body fell to the ground with a bang, one on the left and one on the right. The strong smell of blood filled the nose. The scene suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, holding their breath. This exaggerated killing scene made the audience in the live broadcast room feel a huge shock. The 19th level Duke of Mountain Ridge just disappeared like this? That terrifying monster holding a war sword was so powerful, killed a 19th level A-level hero in 3 minutes. The anchor of the Flame Guild was the first to come to his senses, and at this moment, his tone was extremely complicated. The hero who killed the Duke of Mountain Hill was Qingqiu's subordinate. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. The moment he said it, the players who were already shocked immediately felt their heads buzzing. Are you kidding? How could a hero of this level be subdued? Isn't that monster the guardian of Lion City? How can it be a hero of Qingqiu? Impossible. No matter how strong Qingqiu is, it is impossible to take such a hero into its pocket. You must be playing me, right? This scene was so shocking that the words of the host of the Flame Guild made everyone feel absurd and false. The host of the Flame Guild shrugged helplessly, without explaining anything. He also thought it was fake, but what could he do? This was Qingqiu's subordinate. Moreover, this hero was just one of the many subordinates of the other party, and not the strongest. The strongest one was the extraordinary centaur. Thinking of this, seeing that the players in the live broadcast room were still questioning wildly, he couldn't help but reveal some evil thoughts in his heart. This is just a hero, and he is so shocked. What will your expression be when you know that the other party has extraordinary servants? Thinking of this, he immediately gave up the idea of revealing all the details of Qingqiu. He just wanted everyone to be shocked by Qingqiu. In the end, the Flame Guild would overthrow Qingqiu, and the effect would be even more explosive. The Duke of Shanling is the soul of this army. The most powerful leader was slaughtered in a shocking way. The remaining army immediately felt despair. The originally high morale fell to the freezing point at this moment. Kratos, who won the victory, slowly turned to face the Mountain Legion at this moment. One hand held the Duke of Shanling's giant sword, and the other hand held his own battle axe. The body was like a taut bowstring, rushing up fiercely. The 6-meter-tall body was like a heavy truck on the battlefield. Crush everything. With Kratos' actions, this suddenly erupted war came to an end under the gaze of billions of viewers. The Lomoral Mountain Legion collapsed directly in the face of the wanton slaughter of the Overlord-level Dark Soul Eater. They fled madly at a speed several times faster than the charge. The Lion City in the rear also opened the city gate at this moment, and a heavy cavalry came out of it, starting a massacre. The first wave of the attack by the Raging Blood Duke came to an end. The anchor of the Flame Guild cut off the live broadcast when he saw this scene. He was going to escape. Seeing the interruption of the live broadcast, the audience, who were still unsatisfied, immediately expressed their opinions on the forum. This unexpected war contained an astonishing amount of information, and was exciting enough. The most critical topic was whether the hero who killed the Mountain Duke was Qingqiu's subordinate. The two sides of the support and rebuttal argued very fiercely. They even wanted to have a real-life PK, as if it was not Richard who owned the hero, but themselves. Kratos' performance on the battlefield was too shocking. A level 19, A-level hero, with the blood of mountain giants, was killed in 3 minutes. The impact brought by this picture is countless times stronger than words. In addition, the hot topic is the war between the Flame Guild and Qingqiu, who will win. One is the #1 player, a legend among legends, and the other is a top guild with thousands of high-level lord players, a well-deserved major force. The confrontation between the two really attracts attention. Chapter 526. 8 legions, but they couldn't even climb the city wall. In the capital of Air, the members of the Flame Guild who watched the battle live had subtle expressions. Although they knew that with the support of Qingqiu, the defense force of Lion City must be amazing. But they never expected it to be so exaggerated. These are 8 legions, not just any cats and dogs. Not to mention that they have the potential of A-level, and the 19th level hero commander is one step away from the extraordinary. Such a force was defeated, and defeated so cleanly and thoroughly. It's even a bit embarrassing. In a normal war, let alone siege, it was destroyed before the real battle even started. A strong sense of frustration rose in my heart. Although everyone knew that the attack of the Duke of Shanling was just a test, and the real army had not arrived yet. But we can't be so cowardly, right? President, the enthusiasm for this war on the forum has overwhelmed all the topics of plain exploration, and has been completely heated up. Do we need to cool down? This confrontation with Qingqiu was regarded as the top priority of the Flame Guild. If they want to step on this legendary figure to rise to power, they must win this war. But to their surprise, the heated discussion caused by this battle has far exceeded the initial estimate. In this case, if the Flame Guild is at a disadvantage, it will be a heavy blow to them. No one will worship losers. If it was at the beginning, even if Qingqiu had extraordinary subordinates, they would not have thought that they would fail. What kind of existence is the Flame Guild? It has thousands of high-level lords and commands millions of troops. And they also have the support of the Rage Blood Duke, who rules the L plane and has a vast number of top-level soldiers. Will this kind of power lose to an individual player? But in the first battle, Qingqiu slapped them mercilessly with a slap, blowing away all their pride. The mean shown by the other party made them realize once again why the other party was a legend and the king recognized by all players. When things go wrong, other emotions naturally arise in the heart. In his early 40s, the Forum ID Eternal Flame, the president of the Flame Guild, turned his head and looked at his companions beside him. His eyes were cold. It has come to this point, and the Flame Guild still has room for regret? When doing big things, don't be afraid of yourself. When necessary, you must push out the chips that should be put down without hesitation. This is his style of doing things. The fact that the Flame Guild can grow to its current height is most directly related to his means. A coward is not worthy of becoming a strong man. Continue to follow the plan. No matter how powerful Qingqiu is, I don't think our army will lose to the other side. So what if you are the number one player? My Flame Guild has not yet burned an enemy that cannot be killed. Send people to build momentum and make this battle even hotter. In this battle, we must show the edge of the Flame Guild. Several high-level officials hesitated. But if we attack unfavorably, the other side is Qingqiu after all. The result of the first war has already shown that the top player is still ahead of all the players. Can they really win if they put all their chips on it? The name of the Shadow Man of the Tree, the various legends left by that existence, all turned into heavy pressure at this moment. Even if we fail, we must let everyone know the power of the Flame Guild. Eternal Flame had a look of unquestionableness on his face. And the possibility of our failure in this war is zero. We still have that trump card. Everyone's eyes widened when he said this. Are we going to use that card here? President, that is our only connection with the Fire Elemental Plane. Yes, President, there is only one chance to summon the Fire Elemental Lord. Wouldn't it be too much to use it here? Eternal Flame's eyes were firm. As long as we can collect more lava hearts, we will be able to reach a deal with that extraordinary person sooner or later. We are believers of the God of Fire. We are born with a close connection with flames and connect to the Fire Elemental Plane. The difficulty is not as great as you think. The other people fell silent when they heard this. Looking at each other's determined eyes, they sighed lightly, looked at each other, and said no more. After all, the president met the Fire Elemental Lord after completing a series of tasks, and they can't make the decision. Looking at the worried expressions of several people, Eternal Flame said slowly, "Our goal this time is to make the reputation of the Flame Guild resound throughout the world. Only the strong can attract more followers. Although the Fire Elemental Lord is powerful, it is not our foundation. Only when more Lord players join can we become stronger. We must figure out the priorities. With only one summoning opportunity, we can make the Flame Guild stronger. This effort is absolutely worth it." After speaking, he paused for a moment, leaving enough time for everyone to think. After a long time, he continued, "So, this time we have to show our strongest power. One push will decide the outcome." A senior executive couldn't help but say, "President, what if we put in everything and still can't win?" Eternal Flame said slowly, "If we can't win even at this point, it's not because we are too weak, but because Qingqiu is too strong. Isn't it? For us, as long as the power we show is shocking enough, failure won't be a big loss. After all, we lost to Qingqiu. How many people in the entire forum do you think are qualified to play against Qingqiu?" This made others think. Yes, the opponent is Qingqiu, the strongest player among the players. It doesn't seem so shameful to fail. Isn't it normal to lose to the world's number one? The purpose of their live broadcast is just to advertise and attract more people to join the Flame Guild. Defeating Qingqiu is the best way. If failure is inevitable, then showing enough power can achieve the same effect. It's just not that shocking, and the loss will be greater. But in general, if this continues, whether the Flame Guild wins or loses, it seems to be within an acceptable range. The president is far-sighted. After everyone went down to discuss in detail how to show the power of the Flame Guild to the players in this war, the eyes of the Eternal Flame were a little lower. What will happen after failure is just a word to appease the subordinates. How could he stop climbing here? A Qingqiu is not enough to make him bow his head. A bit of cold murderous intent appeared on his face. On the road to the rise of the Flame Guild, no matter who becomes an obstacle, there is only one way to destruction. Turn around and walk out of the house. Come on, prepare the car, go to see the Raging Blood Grand Duke. This time, use the trump card to make the Lord of the Fire Elemental Plane become the barrier of Qingqiu. In Lion City, Richard was in a good mood as he watched the cavalry, who went out to hunt the defeated army, return. He didn't expect that a light desert collapse could bury tens of thousands of troops. If you want to blame, just blame the foolish Grand Duke of Mountain Ridge for daring to put such a dense army on the first attack. It really proves the saying that the ignorant are fearless. No wonder the siege crossbow couldn't penetrate his defense. This guy's brain is all in his muscles, right? After the situation calmed down. Without waiting for the excited Princess Rettel to come forward to express her gratitude, he floated up with a thought and came to the sky above the battlefield. Looking down at the crumbling ground and the messy battlefield, his eyes narrowed slightly. The next second, the endless yellow sand on his body surged. The next moment, the collapsed gravel and the earth seemed to be twisted by a giant hand, and waves of ripples continued to appear. A moment later, the bodies of the soldiers who had just been buried floated to the surface like wooden boards, and gravel surged out. The scene instantly became terrifying. In less than 5 minutes, looking around, the entire surface was piled with corpses. It seemed to have become a purgatory of Shura. Seeing this, Richard quickly floated to the central area, and then the light on his body became more and more vigorous, and the desert below gradually became active. The yellow sand was calling for their master. Under everyone's gaze, the gravel began to move. The quicksand dragged the corpses and quickly poured into the north, into the space crack that exuded a strong bloody smell and was blocked by the mist. The corpses entered in a line under the support of the gravel. After the corpses entered, the soldiers on the city wall felt a deep cold breath spreading out. They vaguely saw tall figures moving in the mist. And those corpses that entered disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene seemed to be full of unspeakable weirdness, giving people a creepy feeling of scalp tingling. No one knew what was hidden behind the bloody mist. Outsiders were terrified, but Richard was in a particularly good mood. Every time a corpse entered the space crack, he could sense that the corrupt swamp became stronger. And after tens of thousands of corpses on the battlefield were transported to the corrupt swamp, they immediately felt a strong sense of satisfaction. It was like a person who had been hungry for a long time finally had a full meal. A big smile appeared on his face. Relieved, the mountain giants gave him a big gift this time. In the past month, after the corruption swamp was upgraded to level 3, and the crown troops nest could be recruited, the level upgrade has been stagnant. It is not that the number of lives lost in the Naga Plain has decreased, but the difficulty of upgrading from level 3 to level 4 has increased greatly. If you want to be promoted, you must first convert all the Shining Moon level troops nests to the crown level. Then you must increase the number of troops nests to the upper limit. All the Shining Moon level troops recruited before must also be upgraded to crown troops. These conditions alone devoured the flesh and soul energy obtained in the past half-month. Then, after the number of arms reaches 1,000, a hero unit will be born. At this moment, the hero unit is still in the making. Judging from the current situation, it may take a lot of blood, flesh and soul energy to be born. In order to speed up the progress of upgrading the level 3 corruption swamp to level 4, the meat grinder of the Naga Plain is not enough, and some extra money must be earned. The angry Blood Duke, the boy who delivers money, has obviously become his target. In this attack on the L Plain, whether it is land, population, or various resources, or even the bodies of the enemy army, they are all precious wealth. As long as he stands on this land, no matter what he does, he can get huge profits. This kind of pleasure of plundering and attacking is difficult for outsiders to understand. In other words, as long as the corruption swamp can be upgraded to level 4 in the battle to attack the L Plain, then this expedition will pay off. The level of the nest of the arms that can be recruited in the level 4 corruption swamp is Brilliant Moon 3 stars. As long as he can upgrade, he will have thousands of 3-star Huiwa soldiers in his hands, which is a rare resource worth hundreds of millions of units. The invasion of the Lord of Decay is imminent, and this force has irreplaceable strategic value for the City of Dusk. After sending all the corpses into the corrupt swamp, Richard returned to the city wall. This time, he was greeted by the burning eyes of all the soldiers. I don't know who shouted "Long live Lord Richard." The army, which was still in excitement, suddenly roared loudly. "Long live Lord Richard! Long live Lord Richard!" At this moment, everyone was shouting to vent their excitement. The deafening roar overturned the city wall, and all the glory was now in his hands. Richard saw the scene that was enough to make people's blood boil, but his face remained the same, and he fell back to the city wall calmly. Seeing this, the soldiers around him, led by Princess Rettel, all bowed with their hands on their chests. On the side, the players who defected to Lion City saw the scene, and their eyes were red with envy. They also wanted thousands of people to shout praises, and they also wanted the princess to bow. Richard had no feelings about this scene. After experiencing countless baptisms of war, he was no longer the little lord who was moved by everything at the beginning. After helping Rettle up, he took the high-level officials of Lion City away from the city wall. This was only the first war, and the real enemy had not yet arrived. He also had to discuss the next arrangement. The yellow sand trap, used once, could not work the second time. Next, it was a real hard battle. Time flew by. On the third day after the first battle of Lion City, early morning of February 3rd, sharp-eyed players discovered that the live broadcast room of Flame Guild vs. Qingqiu was open again. Players who had been waiting for a long time immediately called their friends, and countless players rushed into the live broadcast room. The number of viewers this time was even more exaggerated than last time. In less than half an hour, it reached 4 billion. The second place had 87 million viewers at the moment, not even a fraction of that. The anchor of Flame Guild appeared in front of the camera for the second time, with excitement on his face. Dear friends, welcome to the live broadcast room. Today, we launched the second attack on Lion City. Flame Guild received the combat mission from the King of the L Plane. This time, the army of the Flame Guild will be the main force to attack Lion City. We will fight Qingqiu directly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was immediately excited. How brave! I have to admit that the Flame Guild is so good at courting death. The 19th level Mountain Duke, a Class A hero, led 8 legions, and failed even before they could touch the city wall. Do you still dare to go? Fuck so fast? I thought you would wait until the indigenous forces and Qingqiu were almost done before you came out to pick peaches? Direct collision? I'm looking forward to it. Use all your means to please me, little guys. Most players didn't expect the Flame Guild to be so brave. The scene of Qingqiu's 19th level hero killing the Mountain Duke has been the hottest topic on the forum these days. The fact that 8 legions couldn't even touch the city wall shows how terrifying Qingqiu is. Now, the Flame Guild dared to attack without even testing the strength of Lion City. This is extraordinary courage. The anchor of the Flame Guild laughed in his heart when he saw that the audience was not optimistic about their response. You idiots, you are stupid, you don't understand. How can you see through the layout of our Flame Guild's top management? We are the overlords of the fire element plane. This wave is to let you know how powerful the Flame Guild is. Qingqiu is destined to be our stepping stone. Even if the gods come, they can't stop the Flame Guild, he said. He coughed lightly and continued to build momentum. My friends in the live broadcast room, I have said that Qingqiu is more powerful than you can imagine. This time, you will know the true strength of Qingqiu. Believe me, you will be shocked. The hero who killed the 19th level Duke of Mountain is only a tiny part of his power. Qingqiu is the #1 player, and there is no falsehood. This is certified by my Flame Guild. However, even if Qingqiu is invincible, he can never be the opponent of the Flame Guild. This time, I will show you the true strength of my Flame Guild. Chapter 527. Boss Qingqiu, the Flame Guild has started live streaming again. In the meeting hall of Lion City, Richard, who was discussing military affairs with the senior leaders of Lion City, turned his head and looked at the players who had spoken. He waved his hand to let the people who had stopped to continue the discussion, and he opened the forum. The first thing he clicked on was the live broadcast of the Flame Guild. The live broadcast room is open to everyone. One party can use the live broadcast room to transmit information, and the other party can also use its live broadcast room to understand the enemy situation. This is a fair thing that anyone can use. Looking at the more than 4 billion viewers, Richard's eyelids jumped. If this can charge tickets, a person only needs 1 unit of rare resources to make a fortune. What a pity. Looking intently, the screen in the live broadcast room is a young Flame Guild anchor. Behind the other party is a forest of frost and snow. Just from the screen, it is impossible to tell where the other party is. After watching for a while, Richard was a little surprised. This guy didn't talk about the offensive deployment of the Flame Guild this time, but kept praising Lion City and his strength. Boss Qingqiu, what is the Flame Guild's plan? Is it paralyzing us? Several players looked at this scene and were a little confused. How can you keep praising the enemy? Richard looked at it for a moment and chuckled. Do you think it is better to defeat an enemy who is so powerful that it is almost suffocating, or to defeat an enemy who has no sense of existence and is weak? Several people thought about it. After coming to their senses, the female player was the most indignant. Is the Flame Guild sure to defeat us? Although the other party is a top guild, they can't just ignore them, right? They have the top boss in front of them as their backer. Richard's eyes moved slightly. It seems that they have something to rely on. He turned his head and looked at the little horse on the side. A Murida was standing in front of the French window in the hall at this moment, laughing softly and looking at the clouds in the sky through the glass window. From time to time, she blew a breath to fog the glass, and then drew all kinds of strange patterns on it, and repeated this action after the fog disappeared. This extraordinary boss never knew what sorrow was. The other party probably knows about Amirida's existence. Several players were shocked. Didn't Lion City block the connection with the outside world, so that only people can enter but not leave? Could it be that a player sneaked in? Some time ago, we caught a spy of the angry Blood Duke. Rettel on the side interrupted, with a tone of self-blame. Lion City is the city we took over after all. Although most of the resistance forces have been eliminated, the spies are buried too deep and difficult to find in the first time. Several players heard this, and were very confused. Since the Flame Guild knows the true strength of Lion City, why is it so confident? Richard said slowly. Presumably, they have prepared some means to deal with Amirida. His eyes narrowed slightly. If the other party can capture Lion City and kill Chow Fan under the gaze of all players, the reputation of the Flame Guild will be exaggeratedly improved. If I am the helmsman of a guild and want to expand the guild, I cannot refuse this temptation. So, these guys regard Lion City as a stepping stone? Several players looked unhappy. Now they and Lion City share the same fate. Being ignored by the enemy, it is hard not to be angry. Richard's eyes moved, looking at the empty side. His lips moved slightly. Let's see what the Flame Guild's trump card is. Yes, master. Silently, the surrounding space rippled slightly, but no one paid attention. Boss Qingqiu, should we take some precautions? No, defend according to the plan. The enemy has not even played a card, so now we are taking precautions and fighting wits and courage with the air. Live broadcast room. After the anchor of the Flame Guild boasted about Lion City, his eyes condensed and his face suddenly became serious. Next, let me take you to Lion City and watch how Qingqiu was burned by the Flame Guild. Only flames are eternal. Praise the flames. After the voice fell, he turned around suddenly. The perspective of the live broadcast room also changed direction. The next second, a huge space crack appeared on the screen, and a large number of troops were waiting on the frost-white grass. The anchor of the Flame Guild joined the last row of the team, and then switched to the first-person perspective, immediately bringing everyone into the Flame Guild side. Let's go! With the order, the army marched out in neat steps and passed through the space gate. The audience's vision suddenly widened. Looking up, a large number of troops had gathered in front, and at the end of the sight, a towering city could be seen faintly. Lion City. The second attack began. At this moment, the fixed perspective was raised. The large number of troops around were revealed. Looking around, you can see 7 or 8 equally wide space cracks. Seeing this scene, the players in the live broadcast room were amazed, but they didn't buy it. It seems that there are a lot of people. If it were my territory, one charge would be enough to wipe them out, but I don't think your army is stronger than the one led by the Grand Duke of Mountain. Only this small army? Unless you have some hidden tricks, you will never be able to capture Lion City. Is this all the Flame Guild is? The anchor of the Flame Guild looked at the disdain and suspicion of the barrage, and his heart was full of expectations. His flattery just now made everyone have extremely high expectations for Lion City. Seeing an army that is not much stronger than the last Grand Duke of Mountain, they naturally don't have expectations. But how pessimistic they are now, how shocked they will be later. The trump card of the Flame Guild is the extraordinary level of the Fire Lord. Extraordinary. The eyes are full of heat. The combat power of elemental life is more than one level stronger than normal life. Not to mention the fire element, which is known for its violent temper. If the opponent tears the void and connects the fire element plane with the main plane, the raging flames can instantly destroy the huge city in front of them. This time, there is no reason for them to lose. Lion City will definitely become the place where Qingqiu is destroyed. After calming down his excitement, the anchor of the Flame Guild turned and walked in another direction. Not far away, a middle-aged man wearing the robe of a priest of the God of Fire sect, and with a firm look appeared on the screen. Eternal Flame, president of the Flame Guild, level 16 Flame Priest. The barrage immediately sent out all the information of the opponent. Fuck, a top-level god at level 16. The Flame Priest is a hidden profession of the Flame God sect, so fierce. I wonder if this big guy can fight Qingqiu in a duel. President, what do you say? Eternal Flame nodded, and looked at the translucent live camera. His tone was steady and powerful, and his voice was highly infectious. Qingqiu is a tough enemy. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most powerful opponent that the Flame Guild has faced so far. Qingqiu has more than just the title of the #1 player. His strength is far beyond the scope of ordinary players. Even some indigenous forces cannot match him. Looking at the entire player group, who can compete with Qingqiu? At this point, he raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. You can count them on one hand. The tone was a little heavier. I mean, including all the big guilds. This made the audience discuss it instantly. Although the anchor of the Flame Guild praised Qingqiu before, their identities were different after all. The person in front of him was a top-level boss at level 16. He not only had a hidden profession, but was also the president of a top-level guild. The weight of their words was completely different because of their different identities and status. Has Qingqiu become so powerful that there is no guild force that can compete with it? Fuck, how strong must Qingqiu be? What did the Flame Guild find out? Why are they so afraid of Qingqiu? Billions of viewers were crazy curious at this moment. Why were all the members of the Flame Guild so wary of Qingqiu and gave such a high evaluation? It stands to reason that since they are all opponents, it is the right way to belittle them. This guy does not play by the rules. Eternal Flame did not answer their questions. After a pause, he continued, "You will see the power of Qingqiu with your own eyes later. What I want to say is that today, the Flame Guild will put an end to it all. The first year of the glorious era, led by Qingqiu, will end here. In the future, there will be a clash between big guilds. It will be difficult for a single player to stay out of the rolling tide. Even Qingqiu is no exception. Everyone should feel that the situation has changed since we defeated the natives last time. After the fall of Qingqiu this time, a new era will come. Guilds will become the dominant force among players. In the future, everyone will join the guild and keep each other warm. Only by gathering the collective strength can the influence of players be exerted more." The more he spoke, the higher his tone became, full of incitement. "And the Flame Guild welcomes all people of insight to join us and join us. My goal is to build the Flame Guild into a force that influences the situation in the glorious era. At this moment, as the guild president, I invite everyone to join. Regardless of belief, race, age, or gender, as long as you are a lord and have a territory, the Flame Guild welcomes you." After these words were spoken, the audience immediately became agitated, and the discussion became more intensive than before. Will the guild become the dominant force among players? Many people looked a little subtle. Will it really be like this? After thinking about it for a while, it seemed reasonable. Compared with the guilds that have integrated a large number of players, individual players have no advantages at all. Once targeted by the guild, it is almost impossible to resist. If it were not for the geographical restrictions, perhaps a large guild with hundreds of thousands of people like Blue Star would have been formed. It is human nature to keep warm together. The words of the Eternal Flame affected billions of viewers in the live broadcast room in the most direct way. After many individual players were shocked, they began to think about whether they should join the guild. The anchor of the Flame Guild took over the topic at the right time and let the Eternal Flame leave the site for the time being. After leaving the camera, someone came to report immediately. "President, public opinion has been aroused, and the number of posts about the guild on the forum is increasing rapidly." The Eternal Flame smiled slightly. Individuals are smart, but they become stupid when placed in a group. People have a herd mentality. As long as influential people guide them a little, the situation can easily change dramatically. Guilds, from today, will officially become the most important part among players. And the Flame Guild, which proposed that guilds become the mainstream, will surely eat the most lucrative piece of fat and lead all guilds. But all this has a premise. Today, the Flame Guild can flatten the city in front of it. Let Qingqiu become history. As long as Qingqiu loses in front of everyone, even if he cannot kill the opponent, he will fall from the altar. Let him open the chapter of the new era. The Flame Guild will surely become the leader. All troops listen to the order, move towards the Lion City. With an order, the Flame Guild army of more than 10 legions began to move. Looking around, there was a sea of heads, giving people a great sense of psychological oppression. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately raised their hearts. Without the words of the Eternal Flame, most people would only regard this war as a fight between the Flame Guild and Qingqiu. After those words, this war became a clash between the guild and individual players. If the Flame Guild wins, then there is no doubt that the words of the Eternal Flame are really the direction of future development. Even Qingqiu lost, and there are still individual players who can compete with the guild. If Qingqiu wins, then the words of the Flame Guild will undoubtedly be greatly discounted, and the reputation of the #1 player will soar to an exaggerated height. In the midst of everyone's expectations, tension, and anxiety, the army of the Flame Guild gradually approached the Lion City and stepped on the yellow sand. Before the audience in the live broadcast room could say anything, a whole legion of spellcasters in the back suddenly waved their scepters. The majestic magic power surged out. The sand in front of him turned directly into rock. Petrified earth. A simple legion spell prevented the Duke from repeating the same mistake. After leaving half of the army behind to support, Eternal Flame led the army to approach Lion City 500 meters away. After stopping the army, Eternal Flame looked at the towering city walls, as high as mountains, and his eyes condensed. Boom! The body suddenly ignited as if it was doused with gasoline and ignited. The whole person turned into pure flames. Then, amid the exclamations of the audience in the live broadcast room, he floated into the sky. One person flew alone to 100 meters in front of the city wall. One person faced a city alone. This picture is quite impactful. A brave and fearless character immediately appeared in front of all the audience. Under deliberate creation, Eternal Flame executed the steps of the plan one by one. After a light cough, he said loudly, "Chinchio, I have no intention of being your enemy, but we are in different camps and cannot work together. The victory of this war will only belong to the Flame Guild. I know that you not only have a level 19 hero who can kill the Duke of Shanling, but also have a subordinate centaur of the extraordinary level. But no matter how powerful you are, you can't stop the pace of the Flame Guild today. I will bury your life, and I will continue to write your legend." The audience in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. What did he say? Chinchio has a supernormal subordinate? Did I hear it right? The supernormal is a subordinate, not Chinchio's backer? Am I out of date? Can the supernormal be conquered? They didn't expect that Eternal Flame would break such explosive news. No wonder the other party is so afraid of Chinchio. Having Chaofan as a subordinate is simply amazing. That's Chaofan. Chaofan. Many viewers are going crazy. I haven't even touched the edge of level 15, and you have already conquered Chaofan. Are we playing the same game? Just when many people were wondering if the Eternal Flame was lying. Suddenly, in the Lion City, a figure covered with yellow sand floated up. Standing in front of the city wall, under the gaze of everyone. Face to face with the Eternal Flame that turned into flames. Looking at the familiar figure, all the viewers confirmed its identity at the first time. Chinchio. But before they could send a comment, a majestic aura like a mountain suddenly surged up, and through the live broadcast screen, it was like a huge rock pressing on everyone's heart. At this moment, everyone's soul was trembling. That was the pressure brought by higher life, an aura that could not be exempted. The next second, a centaur with a long-handled battle axe stepped out of the city wall. It came directly to the side of the yellow sand figure, half a step behind the other party. The superior and the inferior were immediately apparent. Fuck, Chinchio really conquered Chaofan? I'm going crazy, why? How could Chaofan be conquered by a player? What level is Chinchio? Why did that Chaofan surrender? I can't figure it out. The comment burst again. When the mainstream player level was still hovering between 10 and 13, Chaofan was like a god pressing on their hearts. They suddenly found a player with the same status as them, who enslaved the ultimate existence that they dared not even breathe after meeting. The strong impact almost made them lose control of their emotions. It was like they thought they got 60 points in the exam, but they didn't expect that their desk mate got 1,000 points, and was recommended to the top university, and also got a sports car as a bonus. The comparison was completely unacceptable. The Lord of God's grace in front of us was just a special phantom. The main body was not dead, and the phantom would not disappear. Moreover, the other party's body was shrouded by a special force. As long as we took the initiative to attack, that force would be triggered. This is a trap. Richard frowned slightly when he heard the words that sounded directly in his mind, staring at the unbridled eternal flame in front of him, and gave up the idea of taking action. Continue to explore and find the other party's support. Yes. The eternal flame, which turned into flames, looked at Richard standing in the sky and had no intention of taking action, and raised his eyebrows. He came out alone to provoke with great fanfare, and the other party's extraordinary did not take action. Too cowardly, no. As his mind turned, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Did the other party see something? Chinchio, you. Before he could say anything, the indifferent voice on the other side interrupted him directly. You talk too much nonsense. Those words, with a bit of carelessness, made the eternal flame feel suffocated in his chest. Chinchio, can you shut up? I said. Shut up. You? Shut up. Fuck your rotten leather shoes. The eternal flame, who wanted to irritate the other party, was irritated instead. I couldn't help it, fuck. The body suddenly burst out with endless light and instantly turned into a scorching fireball. It was like a second sun appeared in the sky. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding space, and the vision below gradually blurred. The transformation of the eternal flame seemed to open Pandora's box. The next second, crack spread out in the void like a spider web, with the eternal flame as the center. From the cracks, you can faintly see streams of fiery red light, and at the same time, it also carries endless heat. Master, the other party is opening the fire element plane. The phantom of the Lord of Divine Grace is the coordinate. We have to destroy the coordinate to prevent the other party from coming. After the word sounded in his mind, Richard looked at the scene that seemed like a world-destroying natural disaster, and he was stunned. After carefully sensing for a moment, his face became quite strange. Master, we must act. Richard shook his head subtly. No, don't stop it. No, don't stop it. The voice was obviously stunned for a moment, and then it fell silent after confirming that he was right. Ha ha ha. Qingqiu, you can't stop me. This space has been anchored by a transcendent being from the fire element plane. You will usher in destruction. The eternal flame, which turned into flames, was full of joy at this moment. The Lord from the fire element plane, what a great life. The other party alone can destroy this city. No one can stop the endless flames from pouring out. This time, the rise of the flame guild is unstoppable. Crack, after reaching a certain limit, the space crack suddenly exploded as if it was crushed by a huge rock. Under the tense gaze of billions of players, rolling flames and magma poured out from the space crack like a waterfall, and the temperature of the whole world soared instantly. Even if they were thousands of meters apart, their hair was curled and burnt in the endless fiery red flames. A terrifying existence with a height of more than 30 meters, double horns on its head, made entirely of flames, and even distorted the space due to the high temperature, making it impossible to see its specific shape. Descending from the endless flames. The moment the other party appeared in front of the Lion City, the whole world fell silent. The heat that could melt steel, the exaggerated size, and the surging flames and magma from the huge mouth at the back made this monster shocking. It was like the god of fire coming to the world, bringing a huge shock to everyone. Billions of players saw this exaggerated picture, and couldn't help but feel dry mouth and shocked. Is this the true power of the Blazing Guild? Who can kill such a life? The flames rolling out from the other side made boil the rivers dry. When they came to their senses, they immediately looked at the centaur beside Qingqiu. Both are extraordinary beings, but the centaur is not as intimidating as the cool fire elemental lord. Can the centaur be stopped? After thinking about it countless times, he finally came to a negative conclusion. He can't be stopped. Centaurs fighting fire elemental lord? How to fight? I'm afraid they can't even get close. A thought grew wildly like weeds. Is Qingqiu really going to fall? Perhaps they are going to witness history. Qingqiu, this is the great existence that will end your life. The Lord from the fire elemental plane, His Majesty close. The emotions of the eternal flame at this moment have reached the extreme. The dream was only one step away from him at this moment. No, he had already touched it. From today on, the Blazing Guild will become the new overlord under his leadership. No one can compare with him. After the eternal flame finished speaking, the scorching heat emanating from the fire elemental lord surged again. Then, this terrifying extraordinary being, under the tense gaze of everyone, slowly turned around and faced Richard in the void. The next second, the four eyes met. The air suddenly solidified. Chapter 528. Billions of people in the live broadcast room were all very nervous when they saw the confrontation between the fire element lord and Richard, because in the next moment, they might witness the fall of a legend. I can't take it anymore. My heart is about to jump out. What should I do? Is Qingqiu really going to fall here? What can Qingqiu do to stop the extraordinary fire element? That centaur is simply no match for the fire element lord. As long as the fire element lord rushes over and walks around Lion City, the city will be burned down, not to mention that there is also the army of the Flame Guild here. How can this war be fought? The barrage was almost unanimous in not being optimistic about Lion City and Qingqiu. Few people would have confidence in Richard when there was no chance of winning. On the contrary, the players of the Flame Guild were about to burst with joy. They seemed to see countless players on the forum discussing the fall of Qingqiu and praising the Flame Guild. How desirable. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. In just a few breaths, it seemed like a century had passed. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the fire elemental lord took action. Under the endless magma and flames, he walked towards the Lion City step by step. The corners of the eternal flame's mouth were raised high, and he looked forward to the fatal attack that the Fire Elemental Lord was about to explode. Qingqiu, everything about you will end here. The Flame Guild is the future, step by step. Every step taken by the 30-meter-tall boss, with terrifying pressure, seemed to step on everyone's heart. Finally, after leaving a fiery burning road on the ground, the other party came to Qingqiu. General versus general. Everyone held their breath at this moment, waiting for the war to break out. At this moment, the extraordinary boss suddenly put his right hand on his chest and saluted the figure in the void. Sir, long time no see, are you the Qingqiu they are talking about? Seeing the other party's actions, the joy in the heart of the Eternal Flame suddenly solidified, and a bad feeling came to his heart. They know each other? The players waiting for the war in the live broadcast room also felt a great surprise at this moment. What is going on? Richard looked at the Fire Elemental Lord in front of him, whose momentum was obviously much stronger, and smiled. This boss has improved a lot during this period, and his level has climbed to level 22. Sir Close, do you have a deal with the Flame Guild? He didn't expect that the world is so small, and the confidence that the Flame Guild is proud of would be the boss he released from the ancient ruins, the Fire Elemental Lord, Close. The other party even broke through the extraordinary because of the lava heart he provided. The relationship between the two sides can be described as close. The Fire Elemental Lord has always been one of his trump cards. What he didn't expect was that the Blazing Guild also played this card. The chance of this coincidence is probably even harder than buying a lottery ticket. I don't know whether to say that he is lucky, or the Blazing Guild is unlucky to encounter such a ridiculous thing. The Fire Elemental Lord nodded. The ancient elemental language resounded through the sky. These gods' grace lords used a lava heart as a sacrifice to connect to the fire elemental plane. I found the breath of the lava heart and rushed over. Then, they thought that I was looking for the lava heart as a bargaining chip and begged me to keep in touch with them. I gave them the task of finding the lava heart. As a reward, I can help them once, he said with a little apology. I didn't expect that the enemy they were talking about would be you. He turned his head and looked at the already confused Eternal Flame and the army in the back who were agitated because they felt something was wrong. In the past 2 months, you haven't handed in half a lava heart. The task I gave you is over now. After saying that, he became a little angry again. You, a group of humble lives, dare to disrespect my friends? The terrifying ancient elemental language became as agitated as a storm. The magic power in the sky immediately rioted with these words. The voice fell. The flames on the Fire Elemental Lord were like gasoline poured on them, and they exploded. In the sky, the space gate that was still pouring magma and flames suddenly exploded. The width widened to hundreds of meters. The irregular cracks were like a stone smashing a big hole in the glass. The next moment, bang, the speed of the flame surged several times. The temperature around began to rise at an exaggerated speed. Looking carefully, you can see countless fire elemental life swimming in the hot flames. These lives, which are completely made of flames, control the magma and flames to rush towards the Flame Guild. The earth made a sizzling sound, and the frost and snow were vaporized in an instant. This scene happened too suddenly. Before the army of the Flame Guild could react too much, the enemy had already rushed to the front and swallowed them directly. The shrill screams became the main theme on the battlefield. The team that was just so majestic immediately became a human tragedy. Ordinary life is naturally restrained when facing elemental life that can burst out high temperature. Even if they are the army of the God of Fire sect, they have strong resistance to flames and high temperatures. But no matter how much resistance they have, they can't compare to the fire element that bathes in magma and bathes in flames. No! Your Majesty Close, please stop attacking. We are not your enemies. Your enemy is Qingqiu. Qingqiu. The eternal flame that turned into flames roared like a roar. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was twisted with pain. How could it become like this? The extraordinary he summoned actually attacked his army. This almost made him unable to breathe. Pain, too painful. The bold words just now, the heroic spirit of contempt for the world, were burned to ashes in this moment. The confidence of the rise of the Flame Guild was crushed into mud by the opponent's foot. What made him feel suffocated was that Qingqiu didn't even make a move during this process. It was completely the trump card he summoned. The fire element leader took the initiative. The other party didn't make any sense, just greeted Qingqiu and then attacked him. Thinking of this, the face of Eternal Flame became distorted. How much power does Qingqiu have? Why can the Lord of Fire Element do this? How can he, a lord in the desert, have a relationship with the extraordinary of the Fire Element plane? How can the other party make the Lord of Fire Element tear his face and bite him back? Countless questions and puzzles in his heart exploded in his chest. Eternal Flame almost went crazy. The billions of viewers in the live broadcast room were also greatly shocked. Everyone was in a state of confusion. What did they see? The extraordinary fire elemental lord summoned by the Flame Guild greeted Qingqiu, and then overturned the Flame Guild. What the hell is going on? Last second, they thought they would see the fall of a legend today, and Qingqiu, the top existence that everyone worshipped in glorious era, would become a thing of the past. They were worried that the extraordinary centaur would be burned to death by the fire elemental lord. But unexpectedly, the next second, it was the Flame Guild that collapsed. The reversal came so quickly, so intensely, and so exaggeratedly. After the extraordinary in the fire element plane saluted Qingqiu, he vented his anger on the person who summoned him without even waiting for Qingqiu to speak, and the excuse was just to provoke Qingqiu. When the audience in the live broadcast room looked at the figure covered by yellow sand in the sky again, they suddenly felt endless mystery. Looking at the extraordinary centaur again, inexplicably, no one was wondering why the other party could subdue the extraordinary. All this seemed to be natural. It was nothing to subdue a transcendent. Qingqiu had established a connection with the Lord of the Fire Elemental Plane. Without even saying a word, the boss turned his gun and aimed at the Flame Guild that summoned him. Is this the style of the number one player? Countless people were amazed. Many people originally thought that with the rapid development of players, especially after the appearance of the first chapter of the Crimson Moon, the Plane Explorer, someone would get closer to Qingqiu, or even surpass him. But this time the other party appeared in sight again, still so invincible and domineering. No one was given the opportunity to fantasize. The legend is still being written, and no one is qualified to replace the writer. Is this the real power of Qingqiu? Two extraordinary people are ready to obey orders at any time. The Flame Guild is probably going to become a joke this time. The boss they summoned was turned against by Qingqiu, with just one sentence. This is too funny. With an extraordinary centaur as a subordinate, and an extraordinary fire elemental lord as an external aid, how much power does he have hidden? Damn, he pretended again. The dense barrage of comments, and the scene of the flames burning the Flame Guild army turned this live broadcast from hunting Qingqiu to a silent meeting for the Flame Guild. Richard's reputation has climbed to a terrifying height that is hard to match after this battle. The glory of the first player shines again. The anchor of the Flame Guild saw that the situation was hopeless and trembled and turned off the live broadcast. At this moment, his whole mind was buzzing. He couldn't figure out why the good situation suddenly collapsed. There was no sign at all. The last collapse could be understood as the Grand Duke of Shanling underestimated the enemy, but this time, all their preparations were still wrong. It was fate. Turning his head to look at the scene where the fire element driving magma and flames was devouring the army of the Flame Guild unscrupulously, he sighed again and turned around and fled decisively. The fire element lord has the power to destroy a city by himself. It was not something they could resist at all. Unexpectedly, the killing move that they wanted to use on Lion City was experienced by themselves. The army of the Flame Guild collapsed in the endless flames. The followers of the God of Fire tasted the taste of fire for the first time. The Eternal Flame felt ironic when he saw the scene. But they were just followers of fire, while the other party was a life born from fire. He turned his head and took a deep look at the Fire Elemental Lord and the figure covered by yellow sand. The whole army retreats. As soon as the voice fell, bang, the whole person swelled up like a balloon and exploded, forming a fierce hot shock wave. This shock wave rolled up large pieces of flames and rushed in all directions, much like exploding fireworks. The army of the Flame Guild completely collapsed. Like a flock of sheep chased by a wolf, they fled backwards madly. The space crack they came from was their final goal. This scene of great escape surged like a tide. After a while, the army evacuated to the vicinity of the space crack. Just when the large army wanted to pass through, click, all the space cracks suddenly shattered. Countless space fragments flew across, dividing the army in front into pieces. The ground was covered with blood. The way out was cut off. The army of the Flame Guild, who was lucky to have escaped death, fell into the abyss again. The fire elements rushing from the rear did not care about the enemy's mood. Burn everything clean. Thick black smoke covered the sky, and a pungent stench was emanating from the air. When the screams in the air calmed down, there was no one standing on the field. Except for a few who slipped through the space gate quickly, the rest of the Flame Guild's army was killed. Richard looked at the earth being burned, as if the world was destroyed, and his expression was quite subtle. No one could have thought that this fierce war filled with the ambitions of the Flame Guild would end like this. When no one survived on the battlefield, the Fire Elemental Lord, the protagonist of this war, looked at Richard again. For Richard, this boss had some complicated emotions. Gratitude mixed with awe. Last time, the Lord of the Dunes and the God of the Kobolds attacked the City of Dusk. He stood on the side of the City of Dusk without reservation and fought with the enemy for hundreds of rounds. He witnessed the scene of the soul of the God of the Kobolds being devoured. Some time ago, the Crimson Moon rose, and the scene of 10 gods being beheaded on the Crimson Moon spread to every plane. The Fire Elemental plane was no exception. He saw it clearly, and the God of the Kobolds was among them. Although Richard did not say it, the Fire Elemental Lord could guess that he had a great connection with the Crimson Moon. Even the gods could be buried, and the other party was no longer the Lord of Divine Grace, who released it from the Obsidian Mage Tower at the beginning. Richard's growth rate is far beyond his expectations. Not to mention, at this moment, his eyes looked deeply into the void. Two extraordinary people. The moment the space crack opened by the Flame Guild was broken, he sensed an evil and dark aura that was even stronger than his. It has only been a short time, and the other party already has two extraordinary people as subordinates. So even if he participates in this war, and chooses to stand on the side of the Flame Guild, there is no possibility of winning. Maybe he can burn the city with the flames of the Fire Elemental plane, but it is absolutely impossible to kill Qingqiu. If he is not careful, he will even be buried. If the other party summons the mysterious helper who kills the god of dog-headed people, then he will die. So the Flame Guild summoned him, and let it attack Richard, which made him so angry. The Blaze Guild not only asked him to attack his friend, who had done him a favor, but also asked him to attack a terrifying strong man, who could kill him. These idiots wanted to kill him. That's why the Fire Elemental Lord got so angry. He wanted to use the blood and souls of these idiots to prove his innocence and his feelings for the City of Dusk. But the Blaze Guild will never know this background. They only saw the Fire Elemental Lord saluting Richard, and then Richard didn't even speak, and the Fire Elemental Lord turned against them. Sir Richard, I heard a lot of news about this plane from those God's Grace Lords. If necessary, I can help you deal with the angry Blood Duke who is in collusion with the Abyss. The ancient elemental language sounded again. Richard looked at this powerful elemental life and chuckled. That's the best. On the Lion City, hearing the conversation between the two sides, the morale of the soldiers defending the city was once again high. One by one, they looked at the figure floating in the sky with scorching eyes. This is what they rely on. The Lord of the Fire Elemental Plane, a powerful existence that can easily destroy a city. After seeing Lord Richard, he still prostrated himself, and even did not hesitate to attack the Lord of Divine Grace, who summoned him. This deterrent power made them tremble. At this moment, the recognition and respect for Richard in their hearts reached its peak. When the Lion City was full of joy and peace, immersed in victory. In the capital of El, the palace, the angry Blood Duke on the gem throne looked at the soldiers reporting in front of him with an unbelievable expression. Are you saying that the ultimate killer move promised by the Flame Guild is to summon the Lord of the Fire Elemental Plane? But that Fire Elemental Lord was influenced by Qingqiu and attacked the Flame Guild instead, destroying its 10 legions? Yes, your majesty. After the soldier answered, the hall was still silent. More than a dozen high-level heroes around looked at the soldier with an expression of what the hell are you talking about? The soldier who reported felt a huge pressure under the gaze of so many top bosses. But there was no way. The intelligence was just like this. What could he do? Who knew that the Blaze Guild would be so stupid? You go down. Yes, your majesty. The soldier was relieved and hurried away. After the soldier left, a female hero in her early 40s stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, those rebels who have unusual movements and have unrealistic fantasies about the remnants of the El royal family have gradually surfaced in the past few days, since the last victory of the remnants of the royal family. We can take action now. Although the Blaze Guild failed, it also explored part of the strength of the Lord of God's Grace. Speaking of this, their expressions were also a little subtle. They did not expect that the Lord of God's Grace named Qingqiu would have such means. Being able to become the king among hundreds of millions of people, he is indeed extraordinary. But that's all. If he wants to fight against them, he is still far away. After calming down, he continued. If I guess correctly, the Fire Element Lord is an important trump card of the other party. Now that this trump card has been exposed, the danger to us has been greatly reduced. The power of the other party is no longer mysterious and unpredictable. His tone was a little lighter. The strength of the Lord of Divine Grace cannot exceed our expectations by too much. Otherwise, the other party would not have been defending the Lion City and dared not attack. The other party is more cautious about us than we are about him. This made the other heroes nod their heads. This is also recognized by everyone. If the Lord of Divine Grace really has the ability to defeat their power on the front battlefield, the other party would not have been huddled in Lion City for so long. After thinking for a moment, the female hero continued. According to the current situation, even if the other party still hides one, no, two extraordinary people, they can't stop our advancement. The tone gradually became louder. Unless the other party has a god to rely on. This made the morale in the palace rise. We are not what those lords of divine grace think. The support of the abyss is the foundation of our foothold. The great lord of greed is watching us. Unless that Qingqiu has the strength to compete with my lord. But is this possible? At this point, everyone's eyes were fanatical. Can the Lord of Divine Grace compete with the Lord from the Abyss? Are you kidding? If it weren't for the purpose of completely eliminating all those restless forces that wanted to support the remnants of the royal family, the Lion City would have been razed to the ground by them long ago. Your Majesty, send out the troops. Everyone looked up at the majestic figure on the gem throne. The bloodthirsty duke slowly stood up at the fanatical gazes of the crowd. He picked up the sword leaning against the throne, held the hilt vertically with both hands, placed the long sword on his chest, and pointed the tip of the sword to the sky. For the Lord of Greed. The other heroes immediately drew out their long swords, and made the same almost praying gesture, with burning eyes. For the Lord of Greed. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was filled with a wave of evil aura that did not belong to humans. From the Abyss. Chapter 529. After this extremely heated war ended in a dramatic scene, the forum was full of posts about both sides. Who could have imagined that the fire elemental lord summoned by the Flame Guild would eventually bite back at itself because of Qingqiu? This strong turn of events was full of drama, and everyone was talking about it. Open the forum, and you can immediately see posts about Richard and the Flame Guild. The story that Qingqiu and the fire elemental lord have to tell. Why did the Flame Guild shoot itself in the foot? How strong is Qingqiu? Who is Qingqiu's opponent? It seems that no one will click in if they don't discuss Qingqiu or ridicule the Flame Guild. A few months later, players once again felt the influence of Qingqiu dominating the forum. This time, it was even more exaggerated than the sensation caused by Richard winning the title of King of the Gladiators. Because this happened after the players had developed for more than half a year, and everyone had become many times stronger than before. There are countless people who have had adventures, changed their jobs to hidden professions, and have powerful troop nests. As they become stronger, they will naturally recall their experiences when they were weak, and Qingqiu, who has been pressing on everyone's head since coming to Glorious Era, is undoubtedly the focus of their attention. Before this war, I don't know how many people were secretly preparing for it, thinking about meeting Richard and giving him a hard lesson. But the tragic defeat of the Flame Guild made everyone sober up. After more than half a year of development, not only they have become stronger, Qingqiu is also developing, and the speed at which the other party becomes stronger is beyond their imagination. The potential A-level, 19th level Duke of the Mountain was killed by his subordinates. There was also a centaur, who had not yet taken action, but whose level had already reached extraordinary. In addition, there was a fire elemental lord, who took the initiative to attack without any orders from him. Just the power of Richard surfacing was enough to make them almost suffocate. And under the water, they could not imagine how terrifying power Richard was hiding. Just thinking about it made them breathe fast, and their heartbeats quicken. Is there really anyone who can match such a person? Some top players, who were highly respected by players before, were eclipsed by Richard's light at this moment. Many players who were eager to fight and hostile to Richard quietly gave up the idea of seeking death. If a person is a little stronger than himself, he will have endless fighting spirit, but if a person is so strong that he can kill himself with a flick of his hand, then he will most likely choose to retreat strategically and open up. Richard didn't have much feeling about the players' reactions. Since the first dungeon, he has been used to being the focus and the center of discussion. After the Fire Elemental Lord returned to the Fire Elemental Plane, Richard looked at the battlefield with thick smoke and pungent stench, and frowned. Although the Fire Elemental Lord had good intentions, it must be said that this guy burned all the bodies, and didn't leave him much. The spoils will be discounted. He looked to his side. Gunter, take your men to clean up the battlefield and throw all the bodies into the space crack in the north. The mummy hero, who was wrapped in blood-colored bandages, and whose level was raised to level 18, because of swallowing the blood pool arranged by the Lion Duke, immediately nodded in response. Turning away, a moment later, 5 squadrons of stone statues of the dead took off and began to collect corpses on the ground. The undead army is particularly sensitive to corpses and souls. They can exert great lethality in battle, and will not miss any corpses when cleaning the battlefield. Every time they collect 7 or 8 corpses, They flap their wings to fly to the gap in the space leading to the corrupt swamp and throw the charred corpses in. In the mist, blurry figures will drag the corpses deeper. The corrupt swamp does not care about whether it is cold or fresh. As long as it is a corpse, it will be collected. The only pity is that more than 60% of them were burned to charcoal. Not much left for Richard. But in the end, a rough count can also gather the corpses of 3.5 legions. But what makes him feel good is that these are free without paying any price. Free stuff makes people feel happy. A large number of corpses were thrown into the corrupt swamp, and Richard immediately felt that this piece of activated land had gained some strength. However, the diameter of the third-level corrupt swamp has reached 30 kilometers. In order to make this special land activated by the dwarf god absorb enough energy to upgrade to level 4, a large number of corpses are needed. According to the current enhancements obtained by swallowing corpses, it is difficult to achieve the goal without millions of corpses. This is still based on the condition that the quality of the corpses is sufficient. If they are all soldiers below level 10, the number required may be more than doubled. Thinking of this, Richard also felt helpless. Every time the corrupt swamp is upgraded to a higher level, the enhancement obtained is extremely exaggerated, but correspondingly, the upgrade requirements are becoming more and more abnormal. After the initial fierce battle, the 20 or so planes connected to the Nada plane have shown some signs of convergence due to excessive casualties in recent times. Only tens of thousands of bodies can be contributed every day. Although this means that tens of thousands of soldiers died in the battlefield, the number is not small, but compared with the bodies he needs, there is a big gap. He took a deep look at the space cracks in the north of Lion City. It seems that we have to find a way to provoke disputes among those planes and increase the intensity of the war. Otherwise, if this goes on, one plane after another will be unwilling to send troops. When will the corrupt swamp be upgraded? The plan of killing people with borrowed knives and sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight cannot be wasted. But the problem is that no one is a fool. When only 1 or 2 planes are hostile to each other, they can send troops out to conquer without scruples. As long as they can capture the opponent's plane, they can get huge benefits. But now there are too many planes. Even if they send troops to capture the target, they may be picked by others. In the end, the gains do not outweigh the losses. After a few lessons, the masters of these planes have learned to be smart. Now they are unwilling to leave their own planes to fight. Nothing more than aversion to risk, and at the same time, they are worried that the gains they get are not enough to cover the losses. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is the nature of intelligent life, except for the funny people in the chaotic evil camp. Since you are unwilling to come out, then I will give you a reason to come out. Richard's thoughts gradually became clear. I remember that the ancient tree of the evil god can condense a kind of fruit that can enhance the potential of life. Before, this boss used this fruit to fish and seduce other life in the death desert to deliver nutrition. Now, because of the bug of the void sandworm that can open the space of the other plane, the ancient tree of the evil god has not fished for a long time. To become stronger is the instinctive desire of all life in the glorious era. No one can resist this temptation. If the controllers of those planes find an opportunity to make themselves stronger, they will definitely invest a huge amount of manpower in this as long as they can eat the bait. In the eyes of most power masters, the transformation of oneself should be above all interests. Thinking of this, Richard's eyes showed some expectation. Once the L plane is captured, let the godly ancient tree go fishing in the corruption swamp. The problem of the difficulty of upgrading the corruption swamp has been solved, which makes him feel better. He has conquered many heroes, and their abilities are different, each with its own strengths. The most outstanding ones are undoubtedly these top bosses. The godly ancient tree is the most unique existence among all people, because this guy is not a human, but a tree. The life of a tree can do things that humans cannot do, such as blooming and bearing fruits, planting seedlings, and cultivating wasps, etc., which are all its unique characteristics. Thinking of this, Richard shook his head, a little regretful. The upgrade of the godly ancient tree is still too slow. If this boss can be upgraded to the extraordinary level, the situation facing the City of Dusk will be very different. It seems that while letting the godly ancient tree fish this time, it is also necessary to include its promotion to the extraordinary level in the plan and allocate resources to it. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the Lion City fell into excitement again. This is the second wave of attack launched by the Rage Blood Duke. It was so powerful twice in a row, but in the end, it didn't even touch the city wall. This exaggerated record even made many people regard Richard as the messenger of the gods, the savior specially sent by the gods to protect them. In the high morale of Lion City, time came to February 5th. In the evening, after Richard had a sumptuous dinner, he was about to go back to the house to take a hot bath. But as soon as he walked out of the restaurant, the hurried Riddle stopped him. "Sir Richard, something happened." Richard looked at the girl's solemn expression, and his tone became low. "Say, just received news that the traitor, the bloodthirsty Duke, launched a massacre in several provinces of the Kingdom of El, targeting the nobles loyal to the royal family of El." At this point, the delicate face of the princess was full of grief and anger, and her 5 fingers were clenched into fists. Hundreds of noble forces, big or small, were uprooted by those rebels, and all family members were slaughtered. More than 1 million people were killed by the traitor, and the blood even dyed the mother river of the Kingdom of El, the Northern River, red. She was still a step late after all, and failed to protect her people and vassals. "That damn traitor, she will hang him on the city wall, she swears." Riddle bit her lips tightly with her teeth, and drops of scarlet appeared from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were like those of a tigress whose cubs had been killed. The raging rage and suppressed hatred made people feel inexplicably frightened. Richard looked at Riddle's expression, and his first reaction was that the angry Blood Duke did not seem to be as simple as it seemed. Killed millions of people? This is not like simply clearing out the forces that did not submit to him. It's more like... A word suddenly emerged in his mind. Sacrifice. Yes, some ancient and evil sacrifices require countless corpses and blood. The angry Blood Duke has taken the absolute initiative in this situation. As long as he flattens the Lion City, he will be the only king of the El Plain. Unless you are mentally retarded, you can't just slaughter your own people at will. But the other party did it anyway. It would be great if the hundreds of core descendants of the nobles could have tens of thousands. These millions of people are unreasonable. Considering that the other party had colluded with the evil god of the abyss before, the other party's actions were obviously closely related to him. After telling the other party what she was thinking, Riddle clenched her fists fiercely, and her eyes were filled with endless flames. There are also speculations in our spy reports, but we are not sure yet. "But now," he said with strong anger, "please go to the main hall. Everyone is waiting for you to make a decision." After 2 wars, Richard's reputation in Lion City has reached its peak. Without his nod, even Riddle, the royal princess, would find it difficult to give orders on such a big event. Richard nodded slightly, and returned to the tall and luxurious Lion Hall with the girl in contemplation. At this moment, more than 30 high-level staff members of Lion City are all here. They are the superiors of this city. They manage everything in this city, and Richard manages them. "Sir Richard, good night." Everyone stood up from their stools in unison, held their chests and bowed, with a humble attitude to the extreme. Richard extended his hand to help everyone stand up, and then walked to the main seat and sat down. Princess Riddle sat on the left. After the 2 sat down, the others sat down. The solemn atmosphere just now was immediately eased a lot because of Richard's arrival. "What does the intelligence say?" Richard didn't waste any words, and went straight to the point. A young hero in his early 20s wearing white armor, and with a childish face, stood up and spoke quickly. "Sir Richard, the spies reported that the Grand Duke of Angry Blood launched a massacre of nobles and civilians in 5 provinces under the pretext of suppressing rebellion and eliminating the royal family, and the number of casualties far exceeded 1 million. We got the news that they transported all the bodies to the High Mountain province. That is the province where the Grand Duke of Mountain is located." As he spoke, he picked up a smooth long stick and pointed at the military map spread out on the table. Richard looked at it intently, and the center of the map was the location of the High Mountain province. And this place is only 200 or 300 kilometers away from the capital of El, and only a few hundred kilometers away from the obelisk. What is the Grand Duke of Angry Blood planning to do? Leaving the Lion City alone and suddenly slaughtering those nobles, if it is a sacrifice, why not eliminate the future troubles and then do it behind closed doors? From now on, the alert level of the Lion City has been raised to the highest level. I will pay special attention to the massacre of civilians by the Grand Duke of Angry Blood," he said, looking around. "The real battlefield is still in Lion City. No matter what the raging Blood Duke is planning, he will eventually attack Lion City. Whether we can win is the key." "Yes, Lord Richard." Hearing these powerful words, everyone's heart slowly calmed down. Although Richard has not taken action since he came to Lion City, it seems that as long as he is there, any number of problems can be easily solved. This is the prestige brought by 2 brilliant victories, and also the influence of extreme personal charm. After the meeting, Richard, with a frown on his face, asked Riddle to stay alone. Looking at Richard's serious expression, the princess immediately knew that he had additional ideas. At that moment, he said in a firm tone, "Sir, no matter what you want to do, you don't have to worry about it. All of us support you unconditionally." At this moment, This heroic young man is her only support. She can only, and is willing to trust him unconditionally. Looking at the girl's serious eyes, Richard nodded slowly. I will go to the mountain province in person. I need to know the purpose of the wrathful Blood Duke to leave Lion City without attacking and suddenly massacre civilians. Lion City will be temporarily under your control. Everything will proceed according to the plan. He took out a fire element core. This is a treasure to summon the fire element lord. As long as you crush him, the other party will come. If Lion City encounters trouble before I come back, you can use it immediately. Rettel reached out to take the fire element core that was emitting heat. Sensing Richard's trust, her heart became hot. The feeling of being trusted unconditionally is particularly wonderful. As long as I'm alive, there won't be any problems in Lion City. Richard reached out and patted the girl's shoulder. Don't tell anyone this news. As he spoke, a special energy surged in his body, and his whole body disappeared from sight as if erased by an eraser. The power of concealment, a special skill obtained in the first copy. But at the moment when Richard disappeared, crack, a crisp sound of glass breaking sounded from the sky. Rettel subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. Through the glass window, a somewhat hazy scene was reflected in his eyes. It was a space with countless cracks, and the cracks of all sizes covered the entire sky like a spider web. These cracks also exuded a creepy evil breath. That was the abyss? Rettel was shocked. What did the rebel, the angry Blood Duke, do? Richard, who had just disappeared, suddenly showed up, looking at the extremely terrifying scene outside with a serious face. He had seen this scene before. In the Tomb of the Gods dungeon, before the Tower Tribe plane was dragged into the abyss by the Spider Queen Rose, the sky was exactly the same as it was. The angry Blood Duke wants to drag the entire L plane into the abyss? Don't these evil god believers have any other tricks? Why do they give the entire plane to the abyss at any time? Richard's face turned very ugly. The angry Blood Duke is now forcibly snatching the L plane from him, a plane that he has already regarded as a trophy. This bastard is courting death. The last time was because in the dungeon, the Spider Queen, a terrifying existence, had laid out for hundreds of thousands of years, and the Tower Tribe plane finally fell into the abyss. But you, the angry Blood Duke, also want to break the rules and overturn the chess game. Who gave you the face? The next second, a crystal clear crystal appeared in his hand. When Rettel turned his head to look at Richard, wanting to ask him how to deal with it, he saw the ordinary crystal in his hand from the corner of his eye. There is a very beautiful one-way flower on it. Chapter 530. President, what did the raging Blood Duke tell you? Outside a desolate mountain range made of frost and snow, more than a dozen high-level members of the Flame Guild looked at their president with doubts. And why does the crack in the sky look so creepy? Is this plane going to collapse? The sound of the sky crack just now was too scary. If the plane collapses, everyone will be finished. After hearing this, the Eternal Flame looked around and breathed a sigh of relief at the inquiring eyes of the crowd. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. His tone was steady. The raging Blood Duke intends to sacrifice the L plane to the abyss in exchange for more powerful power. Everyone was shocked when the words fell. President, what should we do then? If the L plane is gone, wouldn't such a large investment in the early stage be in vain? This is the Flame Guild's chance to turn things around. The Eternal Flame looked at the people who wanted to interrupt, and pressed his hand to silence everyone. This plane will become the bridgehead of the abyss, and its purpose is to invade the main plane. The Duke of Wrath Blood has won the appreciation of the Lord of Greed, the Master of the Abyss. The Lord of Greed, the Master of the 120th layer of the Abyss, controls the power of greed. The tone became hot as he spoke. You should know that the closer you are to the depths of the abyss, the stronger your strength will be. The God of Greed can control a plane, and it is a plane after the 100th layer. What a powerful existence. If the plan succeeds, the Duke of Wrath Blood will change from the ruler of the Kingdom of El to the pioneer of the abyss, and the servant of the Lord of Greed. The other party may even take this opportunity to be promoted to legend. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen high-ranking members of the Flame Guild stared at him in disbelief. Sacrificing the entire plane in exchange for power? What a big move by the raging Blood Duke, but with it came another worry. If this is done, wouldn't the raging Blood Duke become a demon? If the other party becomes alive in the chaotic evil camp, can our interests still be guaranteed? Hearing this, the Eternal Flame showed a look of certainty. The raging Blood Duke will not completely degenerate into a demon, but will only gain some of the power of a high-level demon and become a half-demon life. We have a cooperative relationship with the raging Blood Duke. The stronger the other party is, the more benefits we can get from it. At this point, the voice became excited. The Blood Rage Duke has promised that as long as the Flame Guild keeps cooperating with him, he will give the Flame Guild a piece of land to manage after the L plane is corroded by the abyss. At the same time, we can recruit high-level demon soldiers in the large cities of the L plane. The eyes of the top leaders of the Flame Guild lit up. Can we recruit high-level soldiers on the territory of the Blood Rage Duke? This promise immediately moved them. They didn't care much about that piece of land. The last thing that thousands of Lord players lacked was land. But recruiting soldiers was simply a matter of life and death. The difficulty of obtaining high-level soldiers was obvious to everyone. Until now, the Flame Guild had only 30 crown-level soldier nests. They were a top guild with 5,000 lords. In order to obtain these 30 crown soldier nests, they did countless difficult tasks, and spent a lot of effort. The number of lost troops alone exceeded 10 legions. Now, a large number of high-level troops are placed in front of them, allowing them to recruit. No one can resist this temptation. And once the Grand Duke of Rage Blood is promoted to legend, there will definitely be more high-level troops in the L plane. At that time, the Flame Guild will be able to pull away from other guilds just by virtue of the advantage of recruiting troops from this area. After calming down the fluctuating emotions, I couldn't help but think of another key point. We are believers of the God of Fire. Will this cause dissatisfaction from the God of Fire? Eternal Flame shook his head. That high God has no time to care about our actions. But just in case, I will set up a new department later to recruit players from the evil camp to manage this land and command the demon troops. His tone was a bit hot. Qingqiu would never have thought that our failure last time would gain further recognition and trust from the Raging Blood Duke. And the Lord of Greed behind the Raging Blood Duke is a top evil god who rules the 120th plane of the abyss. This time, I want to see what Qingqiu can do to resist. The last defeat was a great shame for the Blazing Flame Guild. Under the gaze of billions of people, the Fire Elemental Lord he summoned backfired. And this was just because of Qingqiu's words. His ambitions and words of determination before the war were like slaps in his face one after another. How could he accept this when he wanted to lead the Blazing Flame Guild to become the top guild? This final battle was regarded by him as a comeback battle. The Lord of Greed, the controller of the 120th plane of the abyss, has now cast his gaze towards the L plane. This time, no matter how many trump cards Qingqiu has, it is impossible to stir up waves again. Unless the other party also has the power of a god as a backer, and is stronger than the Lord of Greed. But is this possible? After listening to the words of the Eternal Flame, all the high-level people were refreshed. No matter how embarrassing the previous failure was, as long as they can win this time, the Flame Guild will still be one of the top guilds. Do we still need to live broadcast this war? The face of the Eternal Flame immediately became a little ugly. The last live broadcast made the Flame Guild still a joke on the forum. After taking a deep breath, he said firmly, "Live broadcast. There is no possibility of failure this time. I want everyone to see that even if the Flame Guild fails, it will immediately get back on its feet. How great is Qingqiu's reputation, and how high will the reputation we can gain when we step on him? If we don't broadcast live, even if Qingqiu is killed in the end, the Flame Guild will live in shame. This is a war that must be won, and it must be a glorious victory. Mayor, send the 30 prepared legions into the L plane. In this battle, I will wipe out Qingqiu's army. Even if the opponent has the means to resurrect, it can't make any waves without the army." The top leaders of the Flame Guild immediately became more energetic. Is there anything in this world that is more exciting than the feeling of revenge? Nothing. Crack in the sky, the spider web cracks became more and more hideous. It was like being pressed down by huge rocks, and it could collapse at any time. The angry Blood Duke stood in front of a valley, looking at the valley calmly. There were countless corpses piled up inside, and the blood gathered into a lake, making those corpses float up. Looking around, the mountain depression with a diameter of 1 kilometer was already a lake of death composed of corpses and blood. The strong smell of blood hit the nose, giving people a strong visual and olfactory stimulation. "Your Majesty, the army is ready. Should we attack Lion City immediately?" Hearing the report from the rear, the angry Blood Duke clanged, drew the long sword from his waist, and walked to the front of the lake step by step. The tragic scene reflected in the pupil became clearer and clearer. This extraordinary being lowered his head slightly, and slowly inserted the long sword full of gaps into the blood and corpses. The next moment, the blood around seemed to encounter a black hole, and a vortex appeared directly. After a dozen breaths, the raging Blood Duke pulled out the sword again with a sizzle, and pointed the tip of the sword straight ahead. The silver-white long sword with a metallic luster had turned blood red at this moment, and the blood seemed to come alive, and flowed slowly on it. It looked enchanting and terrifying. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. My lord is about to come, so let the rebellion of Lion City become our sacrifice to the great master. He turned around suddenly, and his eyes became cold. Order the army, after the ancient magic circle is carved, go to Lion City immediately. Those fleas have been jumping around for too long. February 6th morning. The players who were wandering around in various live broadcast rooms suddenly found that the live broadcast of the Flame Guild was turned on again. This made the players, who liked to watch the fun, excited. Good guy, the Flame Guild dares to broadcast live. Haven't they lost face last time? I clicked in quickly. The first thing I saw when I entered was that it was still the original anchor. I was immediately happy. Isn't this the Flame Guild? I haven't seen it for a few days. Good guy, you still dare to broadcast live? Isn't it painful enough to get slapped in the face? What are you going to summon today? Ha ha, no matter how strong Chinchio is, it can't stop my Flame Guild. Now you follow me, and you are an old fan looking at the barrages that are more insulting than each other. The anchor of the Flame Guild twitched his mouth. But who made them brag so loudly last time, but ended up with such an ending? Pretending not to see it, he said seriously. We have long expected Chinchio's strength, and have told everyone again and again. As the #1 player, his strength is unfathomable. The defeat of the Flame Guild is unexpected, but also reasonable. After all, that is Chinchio. It is not so easy to defeat the opponent. There must be one person stronger than him among 20 billion players. If it were someone else, the audience would only laugh at him. But it does make sense for Chinchio. After a round of speech, the anchor of the Flame Guild led the topic to this war. After knowing the strength of Chinchio, we immediately launched a new plan. This time, even if Chinchio has more extraordinary people, it will never win. The foundation of the Flame Guild is not as simple as it seems. As a mature and powerful guild, the failure of a war will not bring us down. On the contrary, failure will make them stronger. It must be said that this anchor is really good at broadcasting 3 times in a row. The contagious tone immediately changed the image of the Flame Guild from a pitiful and ridiculous loser. Although the audience was still skeptical, they were no longer so contemptuous and mocking. But no matter how much they boasted, they would have to see the truth on the battlefield. Soon, the anchor of the Flame Guild moved the camera upwards, allowing everyone to see the cracked sky. What the hell, what is this? Did the Flame Guild do this? You cracked the sky to kill Chinchio? Why do I feel an extremely evil breath? Is this the abyss? You, the believers of the god of fire, the guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually rebelled? The scene of the whole sky cracking like a spider web looks too visually impactful. Thinking of the words of the host of the Flame Guild, they immediately regarded this scene as the work of the Flame Guild, and were amazed. This is just the beginning. The host of the Flame Guild spoke in a low voice, looking directly at the camera with a cold look. Chinchio, our president asked me to tell you a message. The real game has just begun. The matter of the Fire Elemental Lord is your ability, but the foundation of the Flame Guild is far beyond your glimpse. Let the killing come. The moment the voice fell, woo, a long and deep horn sounded. The next moment, the camera pulled up. A large number of troops appeared in the picture. These troops were exactly the same as the previous battle, and they were quickly passing through the space cracks and stepping into the battlefield. The anchor of the Flame Guild stopped talking and came to the Lion City again with the camera. Unlike the last game, only the troops of the Flame Guild gathered. This time, looking around, you can see a large number of indigenous troops, and the momentum of those troops can make people panic. Fuck, is it so crazy? To attack a Lion City, the army here must have more than 50 legions, right? How strong is Chinchio that you can use such an exaggerated army? Are you kidding? This army even took down Li Yulong's notebook. The army entrenched outside the Lion City is endless, and the camera can only be pulled up to 100 meters to barely see the approximate edge. Under the coercion of the army like a black tide, the majestic city feels like it may overturn at any time. This exaggerated picture makes all the players tremble. The last battle between the players and the indigenous people was even more exaggerated. But there was no live broadcast after all. At this moment, the battle of hundreds of thousands of people was presented in front of everyone in the form of pictures, and the visual impact it brought was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than words. Just as the audience was discussing it, suddenly everyone felt a palpitation coming. The live camera also switched at the right time. At the end of the sight, one by one, falcons with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and a ferocious aura flapped their wings and flew quickly. In the center of these giant falcons, a blood eagle that seemed to have just been bathed in blood led the way. On the back of the blood eagle, a majestic figure stood steadily. That terrifying aura came from the other party. Extraordinary. Another extraordinary person. The audience in the live broadcast room opened their eyes wide, watching this scene with curiosity. This war is worth the price of admission. Including the Lord of Fire Element, there are 3 extraordinary people who are high and mighty outside. Under the gaze of the crowd, Blood Eagle led the Falcon army to fly into the army. Where the Blood Eagle passed, the army below immediately knelt on one knee and saluted with the most humble attitude, even if the majestic figure on the back of the Blood Eagle could not be seen. When the Blood Eagle crossed the army, there were no soldiers holding their heads high on the ground. This cool scene made billions of viewers envious. This extraordinary person is so domineering. After arriving in front of the army, the Blood Eagle did not stop, but flew directly to the towering walls of Lion City, facing the soldiers and arrows of a city. The angry Blood Duke looked at the Lion City, which was facing a great enemy, with a sneer on his lips. A bunch of lowly rebels want to get their hands on the kingdom of El. The voice resounded through the sky, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. After the voice fell, his eyes looked at the section of the city wall above the city gate. A Merida's figure appeared in his sight. But his eyes quickly moved away and locked onto Richard, who was covered by yellow sand. The first instinct told him that this was the ruler of Lion City. The aura of the leader was too eye-catching. Even if the centaur was extraordinary, he was just a subordinate. Are you the Lord of Divine Grace that the remnants of the royal family rely on? You are really weak and pitiful. A level 16 hero dared to go against him? Just relying on that extraordinary centaur and the Lord of Fire Element? He felt like laughing for some reason. He thought his opponent would be very powerful, and even use the power of the Lord of Greed. But now, he is level 16? If I had known, I would have just started without so much preparation. What a boring war. Richard looked at the unscrupulous Grand Duke of Blood Rage with a calm face. A level 21 Transcendent is qualified to talk to me. He looked at the crack in the sky. Call your master out. Is that evil god of the abyss unable to survive in the abyss? What cats and dogs dare to peek at my spoils of war? After the crack in the abyss appeared in this war, the Grand Duke of Blood Rage became a supporting role. His enemy is the terrifying existence hiding in the bottomless abyss and peeping at the El Plane. The moment these words fell, the players who were paying close attention to the movements on the field instantly felt a surge of blood rushing from their backs to their minds. The whole person was so excited that he was breathing rapidly. This is a superhero. Superhero. Qingqiu is so reckless in his contempt for the other party? How dare this guy? Fuck, am I deaf? Qingqiu talks to superhero like this? Fuck, why do I feel my blood boiling? I can't take it anymore, I have to fight. I thought that superhero was crazy enough, but I didn't expect that the most arrogant one was Qingqiu. My scalp is numb. When can I show off to a superhero? Wait, Qingqiu just said, the evil god of the abyss? As the barrage exploded, the bloodthirsty Duke also fell into a state of shock. Are you talking to me? The response he got was that the 16th level human lord looked at him with an idiotic look. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Duke's inner eyes turned blood red. A terrifying momentum surged like a storm. The ground below cracked, and countless cracks appeared directly. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? You lowly bastard, you are courting death. My god is not something that a lowly being like you can spy on. Chapter 531. The strong feeling of being humiliated made the anger in the heart of the angry Blood Duke burn to the extreme instantly. Before the war began, the godly lord of the Flame Guild had told him that this war would be watched by billions of godly lords. It was because he knew the existence of the live broadcast room, plus the exaggerated number and potential of the godly lords, that he made so many promises to the Flame Guild. The appearance of that cool guy just now was to let all the godly lords know that in addition to the main plane, there is also him, the angry Blood Duke. But now, this damn human lord is trampling on his bottom line. In this war, not only the godly lords, but also the great Lord of Greed is overlooking the El Plane. His every move is exposed to the Lord of Greed. The head of the human lord must be used to warn the blasphemer and everyone. The majesty of God cannot be challenged by anyone. After hearing Richard's words, the Eternal Flame, the president of the Flame Guild, was shocked at first, and then very happy. Although he didn't know how Richard knew about the Lord of Greed, he dared to speak rudely to the Lord of the Abyss. This is courting death. With the previous experience of the Lord of Fire Element, he still had a fear in his heart that he didn't even know about, fearing that Richard was also connected to the Lord of Greed. Then everything he planned would be in vain. Now, Qingqiu, this arrogant and presumptuous guy, is provoking the gods and cutting off his own retreat. No one can tolerate the existence of blasphemers. Ha ha, Qingqiu, I want to see how you die. After suppressing his inner emotions, the Duke of Angry Blood's eyes became cold. If you want to prove yourself, then use the most domineering way. Then, under the watchful eyes of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room, this level 21 extraordinary being drove the bloody falcon and rushed directly towards the Lion City. One person facing a city alone. This movement immediately made the audience in the live broadcast room widen their eyes. This extraordinary being is so fierce. Whoosh, the blood eagle flapped its wings and rolled up a huge air wave. It rushed to the section of the city wall above the city gate like a blood-red lightning. The extraordinary power on his body made the soldiers of the Lion City feel that their souls were rattling, as if they were being grasped by a giant hand and could be crushed at any time. Many archers were shocked and subconsciously loosened the bowstrings in their hands. Sharp arrows tore through the sky. But the blood eagle flew too fast, and when the arrows arrived, it had already pulled away. Amid exclamations, the blood eagle hit the city wall in a domineering manner. Crack, bang, the thick battlements at the front seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer and exploded directly, and dust flew up wildly, mesmerizing everyone's sight. It seemed that a charge could overturn this wall with a height of more than 40 meters. But the next second after the blood eagle hit the wall, bang, in the dust, a terrifying breath surged like a tsunami. Chirp, a shrill bird cry resounded through the sky. Then the fierce blood eagle flew back at a higher speed, like a stone hit by a baseball bat. Feathers fell all over the sky. This behemoth fell like a meteor, hitting the ground 100 meters away, leaving a bloody scratch. After flapping its wings a few times, it lost its breath of life. All this happened so fast that the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room didn't even have time to react. I could only watch the scene of Mars hitting the earth with a dry mouth. That level 19 blood eagle was killed just like that. Who is so powerful? Countless doubts arose in my mind, and I immediately opened my eyes wide and looked at the city wall. The wind blew past, blowing away the dust in the sky. A huge figure that was looming gradually appeared clearly in front of everyone. It was a centaur warrior over 10 meters tall, wearing black full-body armor, holding a long-handled battle axe that was almost the same as his height. If this battle axe was placed on the ground, I'm afraid it would take dozens of people to lift it. Under the helmet that protected his face, a pair of eyes flashing with strong fighting spirit stared ahead. The extraordinary centaur subordinates of Chao Fan Qingqiu took action. All the audience immediately became excited. Standing horizontally on the city wall, Amirda's heavily armored body was as heavy as a mountain. The aura exuded at this moment even forced the angry Blood Duke to suppress him. In the perception of the players, the pressure brought to them by Amirida and the Elemental Lord, who set off the flames, was no different. The angry Blood Duke on the back of the Blood Eagle was floating in the sky at this moment, staring at the centaur with a cold face. His beloved mount was killed by the opponent's axe, and his suppressed anger almost swallowed up his reason. But after the centaur grew bigger, the pressure it brought to him also skyrocketed more than 10 times. He took a deep breath and looked at the target he had just attacked, the figure covered by yellow sand. The Blood Eagle just attacked so fiercely, but the opponent did not move a step away from the spot, as if his attack was not dangerous to the Lord of Divine Grace. Damn bastard, you don't take him seriously? My eyelids twitched wildly. Clang, the sword on his waist suddenly came out of its sheath. The blood-red long sword had large and small gaps, and fierce murderous intent surged out of it. Even veterans who had fought hundreds of battles would feel weak when they sensed the breath of this long sword. No one knew how many lives had to be killed to condense such a terrifying breath. At this moment, in the sky, there were space cracks that were like spider webs, exuding endless evil breath. Snapped, and suddenly expanded. Waves of energy from the abyss poured into the long sword. Then, a blood-colored phantom with a height of more than 8 meters appeared on the body of the angry Blood Duke. The phantom was like a replica of him, also holding a long sword with many gaps. The eyes of the angry Blood Duke gradually turned blood-red, and his eyes stared at the centaur on the city wall. Kill! With a low roar, he rushed up, and the spear was directly aimed at Amirida. With this extraordinary person around, it was unrealistic for him to bypass the opponent and attack the Lord of Divine Grace directly. He also wanted to see if the Lord of Divine Grace could still maintain his damn calmness after he cut off the head of the centaur. Amirida sensed the enemy's murderous intention and tightened her grip on the long-handled battle axe in her hand. Trample, the horse's hooves trampled in the air and flew straight up, running in the void. The two sides collided at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Clang, the 10-meter-long battle axe and the phantom sword crossed. The symphony of golden inscriptions, sparks flying everywhere. Bang, A terrifying energy erupted, directly tearing the surrounding void, causing waves of ripples. Emerita has master-level combat skills, and will not retreat in the face of any enemy. The Raging Blood Duke was obviously not bad either, and his fighting posture was equally fierce. Both sides were top-level fighters, and when they fought, every collision would cause a huge wave of air. The long sword swung, and the battle axe split the air. The earth was cracked in the aftermath of the battle, as if it had been trampled by a giant. The wide land in front of the city wall had become a mess in just 3 or 2 minutes, with the earth cracking, boulders collapsing, and pits everywhere. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the fierce battle, and even forgot to breathe. It was the first time for them to feel the battle between extraordinary people so intuitively. This destructive power is simply abnormal. So strong. Seeing these two people fighting like this, I found a terrifying thing. How did Xingqiu subdue the centaur? If I were to give any of these two people to me, I would dare to sweep across a plain. After the dense barrage of amazement for a while, gradually, everyone's attention shifted from the center of the battlefield to Richard on the city wall. The stronger Emerita was, the more jealous and envious the audience in the live broadcast room became. How did he subdue this level of transcendence? This doubt appeared in their minds again and again as the battle became more intense. Seeing this scene, Eternal Flame, who was full of expectations for the Raging Blood Duke, had his heart pounding. At this moment, he had a suffocating thought. Even if the Fire Elemental Lord did not rebel and really responded to his call to attack Lion City, could he defeat this centaur? After this thought arose, Eternal Flame felt as if he had eaten 100 lemons, and his heart was sour. Why can Xingqiu subdue such a powerful subordinate? He owns a guild with thousands of top lord players, and can mobilize millions of troops. His strength is much stronger than other players. Let alone subdue the extraordinary, he doesn't even have a subordinate who can fight against a level 19, potential A-level hero like Grand Duke Shaling. Even if the opponent is the number 1 player, the gap shouldn't be so big, right? The more he thinks about it, the more unbalanced he becomes. New and old hatreds burst out at this moment. His face becomes a little distorted. Just wait. No matter how powerful your subordinates are, the Lord of Greed is watching you. The harder you jump, the more miserable you will die. Thinking of the scene where the terrifying existence, who controls the 120th floor of the bottomless abyss, descends and kills the opponent at will, Eternal Flame feels a kind of almost perverted pleasure of revenge. At this moment, the Lion City is already a ruin in his eyes, and Richard and Emerita are headless corpses hanging on the city wall. The blazing guild will surely rise in his hands. Xingqiu can't stop it. No one can stop it. Under the gaze of resentment, the battle of the Raging Blood Grand Duke of Emerita gradually reached a fever pitch. The surrounding space became blurred because of the battle between the two sides. The live broadcast room couldn't even show a clear picture. Only terrifying energy could be seen erupting from the center of the battlefield. Then the earth was torn apart, and the void exploded. It was more exaggerated than a science fiction movie. The space of the L-plane was not as tough as the main plane, and the extraordinary power was enough to distort everything. In less than 10 minutes, everyone felt like a century had passed. Billions of viewers were waiting for the final winner to appear. Bang! A terrifying air wave exploded and rushed towards the surroundings. The ground suddenly sunk into a bowl-shaped deep pit, and the soldiers on the city wall retreated violently like flags in the wind, crowded into a group. The army of the angry Blood Duke, hundreds of meters away, was also scratched by the air wave mixed with gravel. The audience was no longer interested in the state of the people around the battlefield, and stared at the center of the battlefield with wide eyes. At this moment, 2 huge figures gradually emerged in the dust and distorted space. The centaur holding a long-handled battle axe had large pieces of heavy armor on his body broken. There was even an exaggerated sword mark on the armor on his head, as if he could cut off the helmet and beheaded with a sword with just half a point of force. His eyes moved and looked at the angry Blood Duke on the other side. The phantom condensed on the body of this level 21 transcendent was dim at this moment. It seemed to be about to go out. Although there were no scars on the angry Blood Duke's body, his breath was extremely unstable at the moment, like a furnace that could explode at any time. As the focus of the battlefield, the angry Blood Duke took a few deep breaths and subconsciously turned his head to look at Richard on the city wall. After discovering that the other party was still standing there, and even did not move his feet, his face became even uglier. He felt like a clown at this moment. He was fighting with the other party's subordinates, while the real master behind the scenes was watching the show slowly on the city wall. His idea of showing off in front of billions of God's grace lords has become a bubble in such a situation. The other party slapped all his ideas to pieces. Bastard, The Bloodwrath Grand Duke could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He raised the long sword in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing to the sky. An obscure and difficult evil riddle resounded. Crack, above his head, a space crack suddenly exploded and widened to a width of more than 30 meters. Looking carefully, the crack formed a large middle and narrow sides. It was more like an eyeball than a crack. It seemed that a certain evil existence was watching this battle. Endless evil aura rushed down the space crack like a waterfall and poured into the body of the Bloodwrath Grand Duke. The momentum of this extraordinary existence was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, when the Eternal Flame, who was watching from behind, opened the attribute panel, he found that the level of the Bloodwrath Grand Duke had soared to level 24, and he was only one step away from the legend. The price of gaining power is evil, endless evil. The 8-meter-high shadow that enveloped the raging Blood Duke had turned scarlet at this moment. The demon's unique flesh wings grew from his back, and the barbed demon tail was constantly swinging. The whole person looked indescribably weird and terrifying. Many players thought of a word: demonization. The terrifying momentum made the audience in the live broadcast room feel great pressure. Even if they saw the other party's transformation from the live broadcast screen, they felt a trembling soul. It was like a blood-stained palm strangling their throats. It was suffocating. The face of the Eternal Flame showed an irrepressible joy. He felt the extremely domineering aura of the Raging Blood Duke. At this moment, the Raging Blood Duke already had the strength to suppress everything, and it might not even require the Lord of Greed to appear. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the Lion City wall. Qingqiu, are you ready to face death? Is it going to explode? Can that centaur stop it? Outside and inside the field, everyone was watching the angry Blood Duke nervously. This extraordinary momentum gradually climbed to the peak. The surrounding space has been distorted, and the earth even slowly sank and cracked. Even the wind in the air has stopped at this moment. The creepy evil breath has become the protagonist of heaven and earth. The real evil demon has climbed out of the abyss. The space cracks in the sky, like the devil's eye, have become more and more hideous as the angry Blood Duke has become stronger. The angry Blood Duke felt unprecedented joy in his heart. This is power. The moment his power climbed to the peak, his heart suddenly relaxed. With this power, it is easy to kill the centaur, but at this moment, he suddenly froze. A danger that could not be cut through the throat by a long sword attacked his soul. He was startled, opened his eyes suddenly, and wanted to react. But just as he moved, a terrible pain came from his back. The pain spread to his chest at the speed of lightning. Puff! A slender hand with blood pierced through the chest and appeared in sight. The rising energy in his heart, like a light bulb, with a circuit cut off, stopped abruptly. What is this? The angry Blood Duke looked at the bloody hand, and his mind was in chaos. When he wanted to move, the hand disappeared quietly. At the same time, it took away all the blood from his wound. From the outside, only flesh and bones could be seen rolling without blood dripping. The bloodthirsty Duke subconsciously looked forward, and when he was sure that the centaur in front of him did not move, a suffocating fear surged into his heart. That damned human lord not only had two extraordinary subordinates, the centaur and the fire elemental lord, but also another extraordinary hidden in the dark, who he could not detect even with full perception. Endless regret and anger surged in his heart. He had already prepared for the extraordinary hidden in the dark, but he was still targeting the enemy, the fire elemental lord. Who would have thought that someone could hide from his perception and appear behind him to attack? All this happened too quickly. In a flash, the bloodthirsty Duke's high momentum was broken. What followed was a terrifying backlash. Because his heart was pierced, and his blood was taken away by the mysterious arm. The bloodthirsty Duke sensed that he had lost control of the evil energy in his body at this moment. Damn bastard! At this moment, he was furious. He would definitely extract the soul of the Lord of Divine Grace and burn it for 10,000 years. Just as he began to adjust the evil energy raging in his body, a blood-colored bat suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the bat suddenly disappeared. The next second, a figure emitting silver light and flapping bat wings appeared in front of him. Vampire? The horror in the heart of the angry Blood Duke reached its peak at this moment. But the raging energy in his body had prevented him from reacting in time. From the corner of his eye, he only saw the spear held by the other party piercing the sky. The next moment, puff, blood scattered all over the sky. A sharp pain came from his neck, and then his thoughts quickly became dull, and his eyes gradually darkened. How could I die here? The last thought of the angry Blood Duke came to mind, and his life flashed back in his mind. Finally, he opened his eyes wide, trying to see the culprit who killed him. But his vision was blurred, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When the headless body of the angry Blood Duke was lying in the sky, a figure with bat wings and silver hair and silver eyes suddenly appeared on the field. The players in the live broadcast room, who were still waiting for the angry Blood Duke to explode and kill the centaur, were stunned. They looked stupidly at the existence, holding a spear and standing in the air. All this happened too suddenly. This extraordinary battle ended in such a way that no one was mentally prepared. When they came to their senses, they immediately opened their eyes wide and stared at the screen. Is this another extraordinary person? Or a vampire? The Grand Duke of the Blood Clan? Why did the other party suddenly appear and kill the Grand Duke of Angry Blood? Wait, did the centaur signal to it? This is also Qingqiu's subordinate? Billions of players saw this scene and were shocked like never before. Everyone was stunned. After standing there for a moment, they finally came back to their senses and immediately turned to look at the figure covered by yellow sand on the city wall. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds. Qingqiu is a pervert. A pervert. This is a superhuman. We can't accept a superhuman centaur as a subordinate, and you have a fire elemental lord behind you? This is not the end. Now it's even more exaggerated. A Blood Clan Duke appears, a superhuman vampire. He even killed the angry Blood Duke with one blow. We are so shocked. What on earth did you do? How can you just take the superhuman as a soldier? Why? Just because you are Qingqiu, you can be so unscrupulous? Billions of viewers are confused at this moment. Looking at the superbly handsome Blood Clan Duke, their hearts are 100 times sourer than eating lemons. Chapter 532. The angry Blood Duke, who was about to climb to the top and kill people everywhere, became a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. If the players were hit by an unprecedented shock, then for the Eternal Flame, it was a shock that shook the world. The figure holding a spear and standing in the sky in his pupils was 10,000 times more ferocious than the devil in his heart at this moment. Every flap of the opponent's bat wings was like a drum beating against his heart. His pupils were dilated to the extreme, and his hands could not stop shaking. Chao Fan, another Chao Fan. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is the third one. He couldn't figure it out. Why Chao Fan, who was so high above, could decide the fate of countless people with a word, and was also the top existence among the indigenous forces, would be conquered by Qingqiu again and again. Chao Fan, is it so easy to surrender? Why haven't I seen any Chao Fan surrender to him? How is he worse than Qingqiu? The jealousy in his heart is growing like wild weeds. Not only him, even the thousands of lords of the entire Flame Guild are not as good as Qingqiu. No, he has never heard of a player who can conquer Chao Fan. It seems that none of the tens of billions of players can compare with Qingqiu. Thinking of this, the jealousy almost devours his reason. Qingqiu, gnashing his teeth, his eyes became more and more twisted. No matter what the price, I will make you history, I swear. President, what should we do now? A trembling voice behind him awakened the Eternal Flame. Turning around, he saw that all the high-level people of the Flame Guild were looking at the battlefield with fear, anxiety, and panic. The dozens of legions of soldiers around them could not bring them any sense of security. Eternal Flame took a deep breath, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. The death of Grand Duke Angry Blood is not a bad thing for this war. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the center of the battlefield, the space crack that looked like the eye of the abyss. The evil energy surging from it became more and more intense. Qingqiu has angered the master of this war. Everyone followed his line of sight and looked at the sky. The spiderweb-like cracks made them feel refreshed. Will the Lord of Greed really come? As believers of the God of Fire, their fear and hostility towards the evil God of the Abyss is greater than other emotions. According to the forecast, the best situation is that Grand Duke Angry Blood leads the army to flatten the city in front of them, and they don't need to deal directly with that evil existence. But now, everything has become a bubble. Who could have thought that the arrogant Grand Duke Angry Blood would fall in such a way? It will definitely happen. Qingqiu killed the raging Blood Duke, which is a slap in the face of the Lord of Greed. Eternal Flame gritted his teeth and said viciously. The death of the raging Blood Duke was completely beyond his expectations. The promise given to him by the other party before, allowing him to recruit soldiers in the L-plane, has now become a castle in the air. The feeling of having his dream shattered is particularly uncomfortable. But the Flame Guild has already made a heavy bet on the L-plane and cannot withdraw. Billions of people are watching. If the Flame Guild retreats at this moment, it will completely become a laughing stock. Even if there is not much loss in the short term, it will definitely widen the gap with other top guilds in the future. He must win this war so that his initial investment can be recovered. And the real master of this war is the master of the 120th floor of the Abyss. Even if the Flame Guild loses the promise of the Raging Blood Grand Duke, it will still be the winner of this war. Thinking of this, he looked at the Blood Clan Grand Duke and the centaur in the sky, and an unspeakable joy surged in his heart. Qingqiu, you have a lot of extraordinary people, right? When the Lord of Greed comes, kill the extraordinary people one by one, and I wonder what you can still be arrogant with. Jump? The harder you jump, the more ridiculous you will be when you fall to the dust. The top leaders of the Flame Guild received a positive response, and were relieved. Qingqiu's endless backup plans have caused them serious psychological trauma, fearing that the other party will have some means. Now the evil god of the abyss is about to come, and no matter how powerful the other party is, it is impossible to cause a storm on the towering walls of Lion City. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city finally came back to their senses from this sudden situation. Their enemy, the rebel who killed the old king, was dead. This situation broke expectations, and made the atmosphere immediately agitated. Everyone looked at Lorena in the sky with burning eyes, the top extraordinary from the Blood Clan. Gretel was so excited that she could not control herself. Her eyes were red and tears kept dripping from her face, leaving striking marks on the breastplate in front of her. Her father was killed, her relatives were killed, her kingdom was usurped, and her people were slaughtered. All this was caused by the betrayal of the angry Blood Duke. All the hatred, with the death of the other party, was poured out at this moment. Turning his head to look at the figure shrouded in yellow sand beside him, he opened his mouth to say something, but closed it quietly. His eyes, shining with crystal light, gradually became firm. Sir Richard, the favor that the kingdom of El and I owe you will never be forgotten. Richard looked at the silent battlefield with a complicated expression. He did not expect that the Raging Blood Duke, who he regarded as an invincible enemy 2 months ago, would die in Lorena's hands in this way. This long-planned war would have such a trend. He looked at the cracks in the sky with a little regret. If the other party did not intend to let the El plane fall into the abyss, perhaps this war would be an opportunity for the Dark Soul Devourer Kratos, the 19th level boss, to be promoted. There are too many uncertainties in the current situation, and the other party still has dozens of legions pressing in. He simply cannot let Kratos be the main output point under this background. In the future, he can only find a way to find extraordinary hunting again. Kratos' promotion plan has been delayed again and again, making him feel the difficulty of cultivating an extraordinary person by himself. Fortunately, Lorena and Amarita passed this level directly, otherwise the City of Dusk would have a long way to go to achieve transcendence. At this moment, Lorena, who became the focus of everyone, waved her hand and returned to the Lion City with the corpse of the angry Blood Duke, landed on the front wall that was shattered by the Blood Eagle, and knelt on one knee in front of the figure covered by yellow sand. Saluted with the most humble attitude. Master, the rebellion has been eliminated, please decide. The voice full of Royal Sister resounded through the world. In the live broadcast room, those players who still had illusions and held a hope that the other party was not Qingqiu's subordinates, their faces changed again and again in front of this master. Master? Hack your uncle's rotten slippers. Qingqiu, that bastard, can find such a big vampire? I'm so jealous. With this appearance, this strength, this race, I can't imagine how carefree Qingqiu's life is. Oh my god, please give me a supernormal, no big, no high appearance, I just want supernormal. Billions of viewers' faces were twisted with jealousy. Qingqiu, this pervert, should be used to light sky lanterns. There should be no such perverts in this world. After the dense barrage of complaints, many players looked at the army that had not yet evacuated and cheered up again. Don't rush to help Qingqiu open champagne. This war is not over yet now. The spectators are focusing on the battlefield again. Although the recklessness of the angry Blood Duke ruined himself, the army he brought was not damaged at all. Even if Qingqiu has 2 extraordinary people, can Lion City withstand the attack of dozens of armies? When everyone was curious about the next step of this bizarre war. Crack, the sound of broken porcelain rang in the ears. In the sky, the space cracks that were like spider webs suddenly expanded at this moment, as if something was about to squeeze out from it. As the cracks expanded, the majestic evil energy gushed out. The whole sky became dim, and an unspeakable breath filled everyone's heart. It was an extremely evil existence from the abyss. In a trance, everyone heard a low wail. It was like the painful screams of countless dying people. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, countless sounds overlapped. The audience in the live broadcast room felt a chill in their backs, as if they were being stared at by a demon crawling out of a pile of corpses, covered in blood and stinking rotten flesh. Fear rolled in their hearts. What is this sound? This live broadcast is too scary. I was scared to death. Did Qingqiu just say that there is an evil god of the abyss behind the angry Blood Duke? Under everyone's nervous gaze, the evil aura surging from the bulging cracks became more and more exaggerated. The space crack that made the angry Blood Duke stronger just now, which was wide in the middle and narrow on both sides, like the eyes of a demon, now glowed. It seemed as if there were dark stars flowing inside. Combined with the evil aura, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Not sure if it was an illusion, many people suddenly noticed the crack and blinked. Before they could confirm whether they were seeing things, the light of the whole world dimmed in an instant. All the cracks in the sky seemed to come alive, turning into tentacles and starting to wriggle in the sky. The scene was terrifying and weird. The energy gushing out of those cracks gradually became majestic, and in the end, it formed a thick gray fog. The audience's sight in the live broadcast room turned gray and black at some point, as if covered by a layer of gauze. As time went by, the evil energy became more and more intense. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, it suddenly rushed to the ground to the army of the angry Blood Duke. Ah! A series of shrill screams rang out. Looking around, the eyes of the soldiers of dozens of legions were bloodshot, and their faces seemed to have countless red lines wriggling in their skin. The blood vessels bulged like little snakes on the face, on the neck, and on the exposed skin. It looked like an overblown balloon that could burst at any time. The moment the players in the live broadcast room had this thought. Puff, bang, in the lower left corner of the screen, a human soldier exploded directly, blood plasma splashed, and turned into a pool of blood mist. The gray screen was dyed red. This tragic explosion opened the prelude to the tragedy of hell on Earth. The live broadcast camera turned, and the army in the rear, bang, 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 like a balloon that could not withstand the inflation, burst one after another. The flower of death was blooming. The strong smell of blood began to fill the sky. In the live broadcast room, many players looked pale, and looked at the horrifying scene in disbelief. Many people with weak psychological endurance had turned their heads away, and dared not look again. What the hell happened? Countless doubts emerged in the minds of the audience. This scene was too sudden, leaving everyone unprepared. After the horrific explosion, the troops of dozens of legions became scarce at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 or 2 minutes, there were less than 10 legions standing on the field, and the sky was already covered by blood-colored mist. Those exploded troops turned into blood mist all over the sky. The live broadcast camera was pulled up to a height of 100 meters, and only the ground could be seen as blood red. The original troops were shadowy in the blood mist, looking like demons. No one knew why such a horrific scene suddenly appeared, and no one knew what would happen next. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the blood mist that was so thick that it condensed into water droplets began to flow to the surviving troops around with painful expressions after the explosion disappeared. The bodies of those soldiers were like sponges, swallowing up all the energy. The sound of bones cracking filled the sky, and the bodies of those soldiers suddenly rose taller, and the muscles on their bodies bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were poured with steel. A pair of miniature demon wings grew out from the back. 2 long demon horns emerged from the forehead, and the demon tail behind began to shake. Is the crack in the sky transforming the army of the angry Blood Duke into demon soldiers? It was not until this moment that the audience understood what was going on. The anchor of the Flame Guild finally felt like he had made it through. Looking at the movement around him, he said with a strong tone of excitement, "Do you know what is on the other side of this sky crack? A master who controls the abyss plane, a god of the chaotic evil camp. The Flame Guild, this time, it's not just the angry Blood Duke behind it. Our real trump card is a god." All the audience were shocked. Damn, no wonder there was such a big commotion, directly transforming dozens of legions into demons. This kind of work, only gods can do it, right? I immediately got excited. As the top and most mysterious existence in Glorious Era, gods are covered with countless mysterious veils in the eyes of players. Even the top players are still a long way from this realm. At this moment, I have the opportunity to see the face of gods, and I feel quite excited. Are you serious? I don't believe that this noise was not caused by the evil god. Oh my god, the enemy that Qingqiu is facing this time is the evil god of the bottomless abyss? Isn't this too big? Have you noticed? The level of these soldiers, who have transformed into demons, has climbed to level 19. Qingqiu is doomed this time. Even if there are no extraordinary people, 10 legions of level 19 soldiers can make Lion City fall with a wave of charge. While billions of viewers were discussing it, Lion City, as the protagonist of the battlefield, did not have time to take action on the field. The speed of demonization was too fast, and it was too late for them to make arrangements. Richard looked at the changes in front of him, his face gradually solemn. After the abyss was brought in, the protagonist of this war was no longer the Rage Blood Duke. What blocked him from conquering the L-plane was the evil gods from the abyss in front of him. But he was a little regretful that from the breath emitted by the cracks in the sky, the other party was not the Spider Queen Rose, nor the Lord of Decay. This made some of his ideas fall through quietly. Lord Richard, those soldiers have been corrupted by the abyss. Gretel, the princess of the L Kingdom, looked pale at the army in front of her that was turning into demons. The 5 fingers holding the long sword in her hand made a creaking sound, because they were too strong. No wonder the traitor Grand Duke of Blood Rage came with so many troops. I thought they were going to capture Lion City. Now it seems that the damned cultist was planning to sacrifice part of the troops, and let the other part fall into the devil from the beginning. This traitor died too easily. Turning his head to look at the corpse of Grand Duke of Blood Rage, he swung the sword again. Puff, the tip of the sword pierced through the chest and pierced into the city wall. Even hanging her up and whipping her corpse was not enough to dispel the anger in her heart. Once corrupted by the abyss, there is no turning back. Those soldiers were trained by the L Kingdom's financial resources, and most of them were recruited from civilians. They also have parents, lovers, and children. If it weren't for the betrayal of Grand Duke of Blood Rage, these troops would still be serving the L Kingdom. Richard did not comfort Gretel. As a princess of the royal family, she enjoyed all the power, and had to bear her own obligations. Pain is one of them. When the demonization of the army in front was coming to an end, he moved slightly, and looked up at the crack in the sky. His tone was subtle. The evil existence from the bottomless abyss has been enraged because of the death of the Grand Duke of Wrath and Blood, and he will personally take the lead. Gretel, who was still angry, was shocked. As a native of the L-plane, she had a deep hatred and fear for the abyss. The bottomless abyss is the end of all evil. The L Kingdom has paid an extremely painful price just to guard a crack in the abyss. She couldn't imagine how powerful the god-level abyss master could be. Could Lion City stop it? Looking at the support beside him, his tone was a bit at a loss. Sir, what should we do? Should we evacuate the L-plane? If it is really an evil god, perhaps this is the only way to go. Richard's mouth curled up slightly, and his tone was a bit careless. What should we do? Of course, let the abyss evil god enter the L-plane. As soon as the voice fell, Gretel suddenly saw the crystal he had seen before in his hand. The phoenix tail flower carved on it was particularly eye-catching. When all the players were immersed in a shocking scene of dozens of legions of the angry Blood Duke exploding and turning into demons. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in their ears. Crawler from the bottomless abyss. No matter who you are, no matter what kind of power you control, and no matter what kind of existence stands behind you. Now, I warn you in the name of the Lord of Dusk City. Get out of the L-plane immediately. The sky was silent after the words fell. Everyone looked over subconsciously. At some point, Richard on the city wall had come to the place where the Rage Blood Duke was killed. Above his head was the space crack that looked like the eye of the abyss. The audience in the live broadcast room was immediately thirsty when they saw this scene. Did I hear it right? Qingqiu is threatening the evil god on the other side of the sky crack? Is there really an evil god from the bottomless abyss? What is Qingqiu going to do? Is this guy too arrogant? When Qingqiu showed disdain for the Rage Blood Duke, the audience in the live broadcast room felt that Qingqiu had had enough. He pointed at Qiaofan and scolded them, which made them tremble with fear. And the fact proved that the other party did have this ability. 2 subordinates of the Qiaofan level were enough to despise the Rage Blood Duke. But now, pointing at the evil god from the bottomless abyss and scolding him is hard for them to understand. You Qingqiu is strong, you have 2 extraordinary people, and even a fire elemental lord as a trump card, but you are provoking the gods, don't you know? That's a god, the evil god of the bottomless abyss. Once it appears in the main plane, it will destroy the city-state and flatten the kingdom at any time. This extremely vicious existence dares to scold him in front of the other party? Does Qingqiu have any fear at all? What does he want to do? Does he have a god as a subordinate? Looking at Richard's actions, billions of players are full of confusion. They can't understand Richard's current behavior at all. Such unscrupulous contempt for the gods. Are they really not afraid of death? Or do they have a trump card that can kill the gods? But is this possible? Want to kill the gods? It's funny, right? How many levels are you now? As everyone looked on in confusion, the eye of the abyss, which was formed by the cracks in the sky, suddenly lit up. A scarlet light flickered in it. At the same time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and everyone's breathing became heavy, as if a millstone was pressing on their chest. Many low-level soldiers only felt a terrifying force pressing on their heads, and their legs softened, and they sat down on the ground. In the blink of an eye, their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat, and even blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They felt, yes, they felt that the most powerful and majestic existence in the world was watching them. God. An evil god from the bottomless abyss was watching the L-plane, staring at the Lion City, and overlooking each of them. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room stopped instantly, and a moment later it exploded with 100 times the density. I was King scared to death. With this momentum, the evil god of the bottomless abyss really appeared. Qingqiu has really pissed off the other party with this wave. The audience in the live broadcast room felt the pressure that penetrated into their souls at this moment, and their bodies were tense, and their breathing was rapid, and they were fidgeting. The strong sense of substitution made them hold their breath. They couldn't imagine how much pressure they would bear if they really faced this kind of divine power on the battlefield. When the pressure reached its peak, a voice exploded. "Ant, who gave you the confidence to provoke me?" The blasphemy of the abyss was like thunder in the sky, shocking the world. The eye of the abyss in the crack of the sky was getting brighter at this moment. That eye became the center of the whole world. Endless divine power, like a mountain, pressed down on this world. The earth could not bear the pressure and began to slowly sink, and the embarrassing traces of the battlefield became more broken. If it was just a possibility that the abyss evil god would appear before, then at this moment, all the players had no doubts in their hearts. A god really appeared. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. But then came the greater doubts. What on earth is Qingqiu doing? Now that the abyss evil god has been brought out, how will it end next? He is really courting death. The moment the eternal flame heard the blasphemy of the abyss, his heart surged, and his face turned red with excitement. "Qingqiu, I will let you be crazy and arrogant. This time, let's see what you can do to deal with the Lord of Greed. This is the master of the bottomless abyss, an existence with supreme power. The inner pleasure of revenge has reached its peak. Not only him, but everyone in the Flame Guild is also full of excitement. They finally saw the hope of rubbing the guy who has become their psychological shadow on the ground. The voice of the anchor sounded at the right time. Qingqiu will be buried today. We are gravediggers. The enemies of the Flame Guild will become history, even if the opponent is Qingqiu with several extraordinary subordinates." At this moment, billions of viewers fell into a rather complicated emotion. Qingqiu will eventually pay the price for his arrogance. This legendary figure may really end here. There was no chance of a comeback this time. After all, the opponent was a god. How could he fight? Even if he had 10 or 20 extraordinary beings, they would be nothing more than food in front of such a being. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at the figure of the one-faced eye of the abyss floating in the sky, and their minds were complicated. Chapter 533. The atmosphere on the battlefield reached a climax after the eye of the abyss glowed red, and the endless divine power surged like a tsunami. Whether it was the billions of players in the live broadcast room or the Lion City, one of the protagonists on the battlefield, everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the space cracks in the sky that were wriggling like tentacles. The name of the abyss evil god was full of taboos and darkness. No one, not even any light-related gods, was willing to deal with these extremely evil beings in the bottomless abyss, because they were the source of chaos and evil in this world. In a state of depression, the eye of the abyss blinked again. The next moment, whether it was the players in the live broadcast room or the soldiers on the city wall, they all inexplicably felt a special feeling. Some kind of emotion was growing in their hearts. Why can Qingqiu become the #1 player, but they can't? The weapons on my companions seem to be better than mine. How can I snatch them away? The neighbor next door has a lot of gems. Why can't they be mine? Qingqiu's extraordinary should not be his, but he can also submit to me. Special emotions grow in my heart, and I want to possess everything around me, and put it in my own pocket. The Eternal Flame's eyes are distorted at this moment, looking at Richard covered by the yellow sand. Jealousy, resentment, and all negative emotions surge in my heart. The #1 player will be him, and only him. Those extraordinary people will submit to him after this war. The Flame Guild will be the representative of all players, the only representative. He wants to possess everything. He wants the whole world to belong to him. Richard also felt strange emotions at this moment, and turned his head to look at the demonized army of the Rage Blood Duke. There was a voice in his heart shouting that this army composed of all 19-level soldiers should belong to the City of Dusk and him. No one can compete with him, not even the abyss evil god above his head. But at the moment when this thought came up, he suddenly felt a sense of horror as if a dagger was pressed against the back of his head. The power of the yellow sand surged out, instantly squeezing out all the energy around. The next moment, his mind suddenly regained clarity. The emotion just now was. He suddenly raised his head, and looked at the eye of the abyss above his head. He turned his head and looked at the city wall again. At this moment, the soldiers stationed in the Lion City have entered a state of restlessness, and everyone's breath has become turbulent. Especially their eyes, which are full of the possessive desire of misers who want to monopolize all the gold after seeing it. A word suddenly emerged in his mind: greed. The power controlled by this evil god of the abyss is greed. Richard let out a long breath, and the information he had collected before emerged in his mind. In the bottomless abyss, there are 7 evil gods, who control the most primitive desires and sins of intelligent life: arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Each evil god has a great reputation. From the movement just now, the evil god in front of him is obviously one of the 7 evil gods, the master who controls the power of greed. The Lord of Greed. This is the master who controls the 120th floor of the bottomless abyss, a middle-level god. After calming down his emotions, his eyes became sharp. For most people, the Lord of Greed is almost invincible, and no one is willing to face such an evil god. But for the City of Dusk, the Lord of Greed is not qualified enough. The Kobold God, who has been defeated several times, is not weaker than the Lord of Greed, and the Lord of Corruption is the ruler of the 333rd floor of the Abyss, a higher god. The Spider Queen Rose is the ultimate boss, who dominates the 500th floor of the Abyss, and has provoked the War of the Gods. In front of Rose, the Lord of Greed may not even have the qualifications to sit and talk. For the players, the terrifying, powerful, and mysterious Abyss evil god with countless titles is not mysterious in his eyes. He has experienced too much, and after life and death, he has accumulated enough rich cards in his hands. The unscrupulous attitude of the Lord of Greed is worthless in front of him. The player's misunderstanding of him is based on their own strength. Most people can't imagine the scene where the dwarf god is sleeping in the statue on his waist, and the god of fraud and lies is observing the battlefield through the space gate. If he wanted, he could even summon the undead lords released from the Broken Rule land. And this is only part of his means. When everyone's mind was floating, Richard's careless voice resounded through the sky. Lord of Greed, is this all you have? It's just some tricks to seduce people. It might be more pleasing to put it in a circus. Among the 7 evil gods, perhaps only you who control the power of greed are the weakest. Not to mention the existence that controls the power of arrogance. Even the Lord of Laziness is far stronger than you. The Lord of Laziness, the weakest of the 7 evil gods, has a deep hatred for the Lord of Greed. This voice was like a morning bell and an evening drum, suddenly waking up countless people. After the audience in the live broadcast room came to their senses, they were sweating all over and their faces became extremely ugly. Fuck, is this the power of the gods? I was just watching a live broadcast, but I actually had a greed for Qingqiu and wanted to snatch his extraordinary subordinates. This greedy god almost killed me. Too scary, I was affected even in the Church of the Sun cult. I was just seduced by the priesthood of that evil god. No wonder I had a greedy desire for the strategic equipment of a hero in the territory. Damn, that equipment was given to him by me. This is too outrageous. This evil god has affected billions of people before he descended. If he really appeared, would anyone be able to resist? Thinking of the thoughts they just had, the players were terrified. Fortunately, this was a live broadcast. If they were facing each other directly, they would have obeyed their desires and attacked the target. Until this moment, they intuitively realized how terrifying the power of the gods was. After Richard's words, the eye of the abyss jumped violently. The evil energy escaping from the cracks in the sky surged exponentially. The pressure felt by everyone increased exponentially. The soldiers on the walls of Lion City turned pale, and their 5 fingers tightly grasped their weapons, as if they wanted to find some confidence for themselves. Worm, you are looking for death. The Lord of Greed originally looked down on the Elf plane with a high attitude. In his eyes, the death of the Rage Blood Grand Duke was just the death of a worm. But the repeated provocations of the human lord below angered him. He also couldn't understand why a human of level 10 dared to look down on him like that. Even in the War of the Gods, none of those powerful light gods were so unscrupulous, and he even compared it to the lowly bastard Lord of Laziness. Can the other party be compared with him? In his rage, the pressure he exuded became more and more surging. The red light of the eye of the abyss gradually turned scarlet, accompanied by a wisp of black air, which looked particularly creepy. Under the powerful pressure, the audience in the live broadcast room felt panic. Looking at the figure standing horizontally in the sky, covered by yellow sand, the doubts and puzzled emotions in his heart almost exploded. At this point, how can Qingqiu still be so sure and confident? Does he really have a backup plan to kill the gods? But is this possible? Obviously unrealistic. But if Qingqiu didn't have a backup plan, Would he be so unscrupulous? This is Qingqiu. It's not some arrogant cat or dog. The other party's previous achievements are enough to prove everything. How many times have those who question the other party not been slapped in the face? But facing such a strong enemy, they can't figure out why the other party is so confident. Crack in the sky. As the pressure rises, the cracks gradually expand. After reaching a certain limit, bang, the eye of the abyss suddenly exploded. The surroundings are densely covered like spider webs, and the slowly creeping cracks exploded at the same time. Crack, bang, the space fragments fell like snowflakes. The infinite pressure, at this moment, roared down like thousands of waterfalls. The world suddenly became silent, and time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Sensing the pressure, everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked up at the sky. There was only one thought in their minds, that evil god from the abyss had descended. Uneasy, terrified, and afraid, their hearts were surrounded by endless panic at this moment. The soldiers of Lion City even held their breath, not daring to make any noise, for fear of being noticed by the being from the abyss. Billions of players in the live broadcast room widened their eyes, and stared at the screen in front of them, fearing to miss any movement. In the spotlight, after the shiny space fragments disappeared, the sky turned dark. Endless darkness swallowed everything. Only at the end of the sight, the sky that had not yet broken was emitting a faint light, so that people could see the surroundings clearly. Everyone felt a creepy sense of horror at this moment. It was like entering a mass grave at this moment, surrounded by pale bones and rotten corpses. What was even more terrifying was that those corpses seemed to be able to sit up from the ground, or stretch out their rotten arms, to grab their feet at any time. The barrier of the plane of L plane was torn open. Although it has not yet completely fallen into the abyss, there is no obstacle to the bottomless abyss. The audience in the live broadcast room only felt dry mouth and tongue, and the panic in their hearts could not be calmed down. Even the barrage became scarce at this moment. After a short silence, the twisted figure of countless dying people screaming together suddenly resounded in everyone's mind. It instantly made people's hair stand on end. The fear in their hearts was magnified more than 10 times. The language of the abyss, the whisper of the will of the abyss, as long as you enter the abyss, you will be haunted by the words of the abyss until you can no longer withstand the erosion of the evil and fall into the abyss. At that time, the words of the abyss will no longer be a torture, but a pleasure. The devil's chaos, rumored to be because the words of the abyss kept whispering day and night, and he fell into madness due to being too obsessed. In the evil whispers that resounded through the mind, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It seemed that even breathing was difficult at this moment. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the endless darkness. The next moment, the dark sky connected to the abyss gradually revealed its true face. It was a giant palace supported by countless golden pillars. You couldn't even see the edge at a glance. The floor was paved with countless precious treasures, gold, gems, mithril, refined gold, etc., countless. The dragon treasury, which was famous for its rich and priceless collections, was only poorer than a beggar in front of the wealth of this palace. Even if you can get 1/10,000th of it, you can become a superior person and live an endless luxurious life. The golden light is dazzling, and even just a glance can make people feel endless greed. In the center of this palace, a throne with a strange shape stands above the sea of treasures. The throne is forged from special items that flash with colorful light. Its width is more than 20 meters. For gem-studded feet support the throne half a meter off the ground. The height of the backrest is more than 50 meters. At this moment, a terrifying figure with a bloated body, like a pig, is half leaning on the throne. That weird existence is more than 5 meters tall, with 2 devil horns on his head, and the pure golden silk robe on his body is bulging, like a 600-pound old woman wearing stockings. Holding a colorful scepter, half leaning against the throne, his blood-red eyes were filled with greed for everything. Even just a glance would make people feel cold in their hearts. The ugly and bloated appearance made the endless power it exuded even more creepy. In front of the throne, a golden lion with a golden body was squatting on the ground, and its blood-red eyes were greedily staring at the treasure in front of it, like a wild dog protecting its food. This picture immediately made the audience in the live broadcast room explode. I just checked the information of the Lord of Greed. This guy is simply a replica of the God of Wealth. I am afraid that this is only a part of his wealth. Fuck, this is the Abyss Evil God? This is too exaggerated, right? If you give me these treasures, I can flatten a country in half a year. What a terrifying aura. What a powerful evil god. Lord of Greed, one of the 7 evil gods, Qingqiu is facing this terrifying evil god at the moment. I want to know how he will end up next. After marveling at the treasures in the palace of the Lord of Greed, the players immediately turned their attention to Richard. Although they wanted to possess those treasures, they could not peek at them. And the protagonist of this war was Qingqiu. Now, this number 1 player was facing the might of the Lord of Greed alone. The players looked at the figure standing in the sky, facing all this without any hesitation. At this moment, even if they were not optimistic about him, they would still have some respect for him. If they were facing the pressure of a god, they would have collapsed long ago. The other party was recognized by all players as the strongest, not just for show. But this war cannot be a test of whether the opponent can remain calm in the face of divine power. Next, how he will end it is the key. Everyone was curious. Qingqiu must not be a fool, and he would not provoke the Lord of Greed without confidence. But what kind of confidence could make him dare to ignore the gods? The Lord of Greed was also curious at this moment. The narrow eyes hidden in the fat face stared at the figure covered by yellow sand below. At this time, he only tore the space barrier of the L plane, but did not descend. Blasphemer, your provocation has brought you eternal pain. I will imprison your soul in the dungeon, and let the abyss maggots gnaw until the end of time. Now use your weak tricks to please me. Let me see where your confidence in blasphemy comes from. Every word of the abyss blasphemy is a soul shock. The weak may even fall into madness, and degenerate into a chaotic evil life of fighting. Although the eternal flame is not easy, the pleasure in the heart is unmatched. At this moment, the smile on the corner of his mouth was almost reaching the back of his head, and he felt a wave of pleasure like an orgasm coming over him. Qingqiu, dead. Ha ha. No matter who comes, it is impossible to save the blasphemer who challenged him from the hands of the gods. No matter how extraordinary you are, no matter how legendary you are, you will die in the end. Moreover, the means of resurrection may not be effective in front of the gods. All your extraordinary people, and all your subordinates will be buried one by one because of your arrogance and arrogance. The shame of the Flame Guild will be washed away with your blood today. The high-level officials of the Flame Guild were also excited and flushed. If they were worried about changes in the middle before, then at this moment, the Lord of Greed tore the space and connected the abyss directly to the L plane, and all this became a foregone conclusion. Even if Qingqiu had the ability to turn the world upside down, it was impossible for him to stir up a storm in front of a god. He was a player, not a demon. In contrast to the excitement of the enemy, the mood of the Lion City soldiers fell to the bottom of the sea. Endless fear surged in their hearts, even though they had almost unconditional trust in Richard. But their enemy was the evil god from the bottomless abyss. That was a god. How could mortals resist the gods? At this moment, Rettel's face was pale, and her eyes were full of pain and helpless hatred. She hated the traitorous Duke of Angry Blood who had an affair with the evil god, and hated that she had no power to help Richard, the one-faced god. But looking at the figure covered by the yellow sand, there was a stubborn emotion. Although Richard did not tell her his backup plan, although she could not imagine what other means he had to fight against the gods. But she was willing to believe him. Believe that everything can be settled if it is handed over to him. There is no reason, no excuse. She just believes. No matter life or death, she will not take a step back. Even if she fails and dies in the end, she won't regret it at all. Reptile, are you scared? Are you terrified? The Lord of Greed looked at the silent Richard with a playful expression, and the contempt in his tone was particularly obvious. It's really boring. In hundreds of thousands of years, you are the first human who angered me. Unfortunately, the worm's resentment is worthless. After the voice fell, he waved his hand, and the golden lion in front of the throne stood up suddenly, as if to retrieve the soul of the blasphemer for his master. At this moment, a careless voice sounded. I thought you still had some hidden tricks, or contacted one of the 7 evil gods. It turns out that you've wasted so much time. After the words fell, the smile on the face of the Lord of Greed immediately subsided, and it was this damn tone again. The anger in his heart was ignited. Reptile, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. My patience has been exhausted by you. Barboza, take back his soul. I want to let this reptile know what the world's most extreme pain is like. At this moment, the yellow sand surrounding Richard slightly dissipated, revealing a pair of deep black eyes. Looking directly into the narrow eyes, the weakest ant among the 7 sins evil gods dares to howl and make a scene in front of me. If all the 7 sins evil gods come, maybe I can see them a few more times. The Lord of Greed was angry and laughed. He stood up from the throne suddenly, pointing the scepter in his hand at the void. Worm, I will let you know what kind of pain you will suffer for blaspheming the gods. Just you? The careless tone ignited the last suppressed anger of the Lord of Greed. He wanted to kill this reptile himself. With a roar, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The golden lion in front sensed the anger of the master and jumped up at the same time, stepping into the void together. In the blink of an eye, the bloated body sitting on the throne appeared in the sky of the L plane. The majestic divine power was like a mountain peak pouring down, and thousands of rivers were rushing. The surrounding void became distorted, unable to withstand the majestic power, and could explode at any time. The evil god from the bottomless abyss has come in person. The space was frozen at this moment. Under the pressure like a mountain and sea, the soldiers on the Lion City wall collapsed to the ground in large numbers, their backs covered with sweat, and they could no longer hold their weapons tightly. Billions of viewers, all members of the Flame Guild, stared at the existence that made people's heart and gallbladder break with expectation, anxiety, or fear. Qingqiu dead? Legend, fallen. Reptile, you succeeded in angering me. The Lord of Greed stared at the figure in front of him, and the smile on his face became distorted. I'm thinking about how to torture your soul. Believe me, I will definitely let you experience all the tortures of the abyss, which is indescribable beauty. Richard sensed the divine power that made the soul tremble, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The prey appeared. He whispered softly. Compared to Rose, it is indeed not as good as Rose. When the Lord of Greed heard this, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Spider Queen Rose? Have you dealt with her? Richard's mouth curled up slightly. You talk too much nonsense. The moment the voice fell, the strange feeling in the Lord of Greed immediately reached its peak. No more nonsense, wait until his soul is extracted, and everything will be known. Endless divine power surged in his body, and he attacked the opponent fiercely. Wherever he passed, the surrounding space was blurred, and even the magic power was wiped out. The golden lion beside him also crossed the void at this moment, opened his huge mouth, ready to bite at any time. But at the moment when the Lord of Greed took action, a cracking sound that outsiders could not hear sounded. The Lord of Greed saw the human lord in front of him crush a gem with a phoenix tail flower pattern in his hand. The next moment, a blood-red moon suddenly appeared in his mind. The extremely familiar scene made the Lord of Greed's anger be extinguished like a basin of cold water at this moment. An uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. Ancient god? This damn bastard is the claw of the ancient god? No, all this is a trap. Run away. The moment this thought arose in his heart, he suddenly found that his divine power could no longer function. In the live broadcast, billions of players saw the Lord of Greed crushing the space with his divine body, rushing straight to Richard with endless power. The next second, he was going to kill the first player on the spot. But at this moment, they saw an extremely terrifying picture. After the Lord of Greed rushed to Qingqiu, he seemed to be pressed into the void by a giant hand, and suddenly stopped. The golden lion beside him also suddenly stopped at this moment. Qingqiu's figure, surrounded by yellow sand, took calm steps in the void, one step at a time. Every step seemed to step on the hearts of everyone. Holding his breath and concentrating, the other party came to the Lord of Greed and stood steadily. The next second, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sword shadow flashed, and the long sword crossed the sky. The sword body vaguely reflected the ugly and bloated face of the Lord of Greed. Puff, a huge head flew up. Puff, dark red blood sprayed the sky. The majestic god that mortals could not even touch was beheaded by a sword. The soul breath that surged like magma also disappeared at this moment. The divine power that was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart disappeared like a breeze. The greedy desires that did not belong to them were all shattered. The golden lion that was stagnant in the void trembled violently and resumed its action after the Lord of Greed was beheaded. But at this moment, outsiders did not notice that a blood moon appeared in the other party's eyes. Roar! The golden lion let out a mournful cry and crawled directly into the void. Kneeling down towards the figure covered by the yellow sand, he expressed his submission to the other party with the most humble attitude. This picture made the scene fall into an unprecedented silence. In the live broadcast room, the barrage suddenly returned to zero. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at this scene with an absurd and extremely unbelievable look. Their minds were full of astonishment and confusion. The Lord of Greed was killed by Qingqiu, the abyss evil god, who was a majestic existence that could even crush the void after his appearance, was killed by Qingqiu with a simple sword. He was beheaded with one sword? Is this a myth? What kind of international joke? Can a god be killed so easily? Or are they hallucinating, and all this is actually fake? No one is willing to believe the reality of the scene in front of them, even if it happened right under their noses. No one is willing to believe that the Lord of Greed will fall so easily, even if the other party's body is placed in front of him, and his soul has dissipated. The impact of billions of players in the live broadcast room at this moment can no longer be described in words. They feel more like they are dreaming, and they must not wake up from the dream now. Eternal Flame, The president of the Flame Guild widened his eyes at this moment, looking at this scene with an incomprehensible look. The mind is buzzing. Am I blind? Qingqiu killed the Lord of Greed? That must be a god, a god. Qingqiu can kill gods? What bullshit, I don't believe it. It's all fake, impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 534. No one can understand why a master of the abyss, who can crush the void, would be beheaded by Qingqiu with an ordinary long sword. His divine body, even the dragon breath can't cause damage, right? And cutting off the head can kill a god? That god is too easy to fall. What's even more weird is why the Lord of Greed suddenly stopped. Let Qingqiu attack? Countless doubts and mixed shocks fermented in everyone's heart. The soldiers on the Lion City wall were dumbfounded at this time. They looked at the figure covered by yellow sand in the sky with a dreamy look. Is this true? The evil god was really killed? The whole world became a little unreal at this moment, as if in a dream. After a long time, these soldiers came back to their senses. At this moment, their despair and fear of the gods disappeared, and their emotions rose from hell to heaven. Sir Richard once again led them to victory. Their enemy, the evil god from the bottomless abyss, was killed. Praise the light, praise Sir Richard. When they looked at Richard again, their eyes became particularly hot, as if they were looking at a god. No, at this time, in the hearts of the Lion City soldiers, Richard was God. Rettel's hands holding the weapon were trembling, and her eyes were red without knowing when. Every breath became rapid, and the heart beat like a drum. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A drop of hot tears slid down from the corner of his eye. Win, they win. Sir Richard really did it, fighting against the gods with his own strength, leading them to win back the L-plane and win the future. The shock of billions of viewers in the live broadcast room, the unwillingness and horror of the Blazing Guild, the excitement of the Lion City, all emotions reached their peak at this moment. And all of this was brought by the figure standing in the sky. His existence made billions of people crazy at this moment. It was unknown how long it took before the bullet screen appeared again in the live broadcast room. The players who recovered from the shock were even more excited. The corpse of the Lord of Greed floated in the void, and above the sky was the palace of the bottomless abyss. Endless wealth was right in front of us. Qingqiu killed the Lord of Greed. Doesn't that mean that all the wealth in the other party's palace belongs to it? Fuck, so much money. Qingqiu made a lot of money this time. It's unfair. Why can Qingqiu get so many resources when it is so powerful? Qingqiu, you bastard, you have won the war, but you still want spoils, aren't you too greedy? The palace full of precious treasures has become ownerless because of the death of its owner. No one can imagine how much wealth there is in the endless treasure. Although the influence of the authority of the god of greed has disappeared, at this moment, the greed in the hearts of all players has become even stronger. These riches are enough for any one of them to expand their territory into a huge city, making them 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than now. All eyes are looking at Richard with envy and jealousy. Now these have become the spoils of this pervert. They can only look at them and fantasize about them. Fuck, why does this guy always get all the good things? Just when everyone was wavering about the wealth of the Lord of Greed. The sharp-eyed players suddenly discovered that the magnificent palace was emitting wisps of light golden energy. What is this? In full of doubts. The escaping energy flew up into the air, gradually becoming denser, and the palace with no visible edge appeared as a sea of light golden energy. And those treasures were evaporating like dry ice, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scepter held by the god of greed was even disappearing. The players were stunned at first, and then laughed wildly. Ha ha, Qingqiu. These treasures are fake. Gone, all gone. So cool, seeing this guy not get these treasures. He is happier than me making money. This is retribution in this life. Perverts will not have a good end. The treasures belonging to the other party turned into ashes, which made the players, who were full of envy and jealousy, feel as comfortable as eating ice watermelon in summer. The Eternal Flame, who was already in despair at the rear, immediately felt much better after seeing this scene. Although you killed the gods, you still got nothing. This forced way of comforting himself dissipated a lot of the frustration and almost suffocating pressure. Moreover, he did not gain nothing in this war. Thinking of this, he looked at the demonized troops beside him with a burning gaze. The troops he brought were also transformed into demons. After the Lord of Greed fell, he found that the command of the army was back in his hands. Although due to the low quality, only one legion was successfully transformed. But this is a level 19 demon. If used well, the Blazing Guild can be taken to the next level. Richard was not aware of the outside world's reaction of hell and heaven. Staring at the palace of the Lord of Greed, the disappearance of endless treasures did not cause him too much emotional fluctuation. After the Lord of Greed fell, he immediately felt that those endless and countless treasures were illusory. All of them were made up by the greedy power of the Lord of Greed. That palace is a special area that can reflect all greedy desires. The so-called treasure is the reflection of everyone's inner greedy desires. Even everyone sees something different. You can find what you want in it. Some people saw endless gems and gold in it. Some people found ways to become gods, and some people saw magic potions that can make them live forever. As long as it is an intelligent life, there will be something to ask for, and the greedy power will magnify the inner desires tenfold or 100-fold. Once a person is swallowed by the inner desires, he will become a complete monster. Under everyone's gaze, the treasures all turned into pale golden energy. But what the gloating players could not see was the golden lion crawling in the sky, whose golden hair became more and more brilliant as the treasure disappeared. The two seemed to have a subtle connection. In just 3 or 5 minutes, the endless treasures in the glorious palace in the sky disappeared, and not a single gem was left, all turned into nothingness. Even the strangely shaped throne just turned into a stream of light. In front of them, there was only an empty palace. The players' emotions rose again at this moment, and everyone looked at Richard with an indescribable joy. They were so happy to see others in trouble. After the treasure transformed by greedy power disappeared, new movements appeared on the ground. Those legions that had just been transformed into demons suddenly covered their heads, their bodies twitched and trembled uncontrollably. Their throats uttered shrill cries of torture, their faces full of fear and pain. It was as if someone was whipping their souls. This horrific scene made the atmosphere on the battlefield extremely strange, until a dozen breaths later. Those demons who were struggling with their heads suddenly collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitched several times, and suddenly stiffened, losing their breath of life. Nearly 10 legions of demons were all turned into corpses in less than a minute. This scene looked terrifying. The Eternal Flame, who had originally felt relieved, was stunned when he saw this scene. The demons of that legion were gone just like that? The luck that had just risen in his heart was ruthlessly punctured at this moment. After coming to his senses, his head felt dizzy, and an indescribable anger was raging in his heart. He was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he looked at the figure covered by the yellow sand with an extremely unwilling look and let out a long sad cry. He said in a hoarse voice and a weak tone, "The Flame Guild, evacuate the L plane immediately." The moment the voice fell, the whole person seemed to have his soul drawn out, his breath was weak, and he seemed to have aged 20 years. Everything he planned was shattered at this moment. His ambitious ambition, the dream of leading the Flame Guild to become the strongest guild, was now ruthlessly crushed in front of Qingqiu's iron fist. The blow in his heart was indescribable at this moment. Damn it, who would have thought that Qingqiu, this pervert, could finally kill the Lord of Greed? Thinking of this, the depression became more and more violent, almost driving him crazy. This pervert, a dead pervert. Pass the order down, the Flame Guild is not allowed to conflict with Qingqiu from now on. We lost. The top leaders of the Flame Guild were speechless at this moment, when they saw the pale face of the Eternal Flame. Who would have thought that their action would end in such a posture? Qingqiu didn't even use his own army, and only relied on a few of his subordinates to settle this war involving hundreds of thousands of people. They really couldn't figure out how many cards that pervert had. How could he kill the gods? But no matter how many questions they had, no one answered them at this moment. After the Eternal Flame tore a scroll, all the members of the Flame Guild disappeared without a trace. Completely retreated from the L plane. This conflict between the guild and individual players ended with the fall of a god. The live broadcast room, at the last moment, showed a majestic figure standing in the void, surrounded by yellow sand. Next to it was a bloated body of a god like a pig. The sky was connected to the bottomless abyss, and the evil aura surging out was still strong and restless. The empty palace of the voice of greed was filled with unspeakable desolation and misery. All of this became the background board of the other party. At this point, the last live broadcast screen disappeared, and the live broadcast room fell into darkness. Billions of players were stunned at this moment, feeling a sense of loss. After regaining his composure, he immediately fell into excitement, and indescribable excitement. There are too many elements in today's war, and it also involves the fall of the gods. In less than 3 minutes, the forum was immediately flooded with posts with the word Qingqiu. All the players were discussing this war like crazy, and there were countless speculations about how the other party Richard killed the gods. Under the enthusiasm of the players, the indigenous forces also learned this explosive news at the first time. Everyone was shocked. A Lord of God's grace killed the god of greed, one of the 7 evil gods, in full view of the public. This is simply a fairy tale, but after countless people corroborated each other, the authenticity of this news became unquestionable. Especially after the furious evil god believers tried to contact the Lord of Greed, they got the information that there was no such person, and the waves of this time immediately multiplied. The entire main plane fell into a strange restlessness. Not counting the 10 gods who were sacrificed, this was the first god to fall after the rise of the crimson moon. And he was killed by a Lord of Divine Grace. This was extremely shocking. Who was Lord of Divine Grace? He had only come to the main plane half a year ago, and in less than a year, he could already kill gods. Although it was certain that it was not the opponent's power, many sensitive major forces still sensed a sense of impending storm. Mortals killing gods, this is more like a scene in some prophecies. And these prophecies are often closely linked to words such as Ragnarok, doom, destruction, and collapse. Combined with the rise of the blood moon, the situation of the whole world seems to be developing towards an unpredictable situation. A great chaos is about to happen. As the key to this battle, Richard, all the information was immediately placed on the desks of the masters of the major forces, and his importance was marked in red by everyone. Richard was not interested in how the situation outside the battlefield developed at this moment. After the treasures in the palace of the Lord of Greed disappeared, his eyes turned to the golden lion in the void that looked like a prehistoric beast. Its shoulder height exceeded 6 meters, and its length exceeded 10 meters. The lion's mane fluttered in the air, with indescribable majesty and domineering. Even if this beast was just crawling in the void, it gave people a frightening sense of oppression. Once the opponent launched an attack, even the most dense heavy infantry formation could be torn open by it. The treasure transformed by the power of greed did not disappear, but was transformed into energy again and attached to the golden lion. Sir Richard, I have taken away the authority of the Lord of Greed. These powers should no longer be controlled by false gods. The golden lion in front of you is called the greedy lion. It is a demigod promoted by the authority of greed. After I take away the authority of greed, the soul of this greedy lion will disintegrate. But the power transformed by those treasures has become extraordinary after countless years of evolution. I will use the remaining divine power to transform it into a new soul for the greedy lion. Although doing so will greatly reduce its power, it can allow it to exist independently of the authority of greed. This is a small gift for you. Recalling the cold voice in his mind, Richard was refreshed. After helping the old man in the Red Dragon grocery store to retrieve the heart of the god, his relationship with Windsor also rose to a new level. That gem was a gift from the other party. This is the top boss, the Crimson Lord, who opened the new expansion and wanted to bury the gods. He is also the protagonist at this stage. This trump card is an absolute king bomb. This top boss, who sacrificed 10 gods at the beginning, is not something that a small lord of greed can resist. Perhaps the Spider Queen who made the abyss and the gods tremble is qualified to fight with him. Richard watched the greedy lion still absorbing that power, and did not disturb this life that was still reconstructing its soul, and waved at the city wall. Lorena immediately flapped her bat wings and flew over. The blood-clad archduke, with mountains undulating on his chest, looked at his master with a scorching gaze. It is the nature of all life to worship the strong, and Richard, who killed the gods, is undoubtedly a trembling existence. No matter what means the other party used, the result was that he killed a god with his own hands, and that was enough. Master. Looking at this extraordinary person whose eyes seemed to be dripping with water, Richard waved his hand. Take the army to clean up the battlefield, and do not allow any fish to slip through the net. As you wish. The extraordinary person immediately gathered his mind, flew back to Lion City, and immediately began to clean up the battlefield with the stone statue of the dead and the skeleton blood dragon. Although it seemed that all the demons on the battlefield were dead, who knew if there were any hidden enemies? Soon after the army started searching. Click, a crisp sound rang out. Richard subconsciously looked up. In the endless void, a striking crack appeared in the empty palace. It seemed like some kind of signal. The golden pillars supporting the palace cracked one after another, and spread rapidly. After a few breaths, the whole palace was like cracked porcelain, which would break at the touch. After the number of cracks exceeded a certain limit. Rumble, the magnificent palace collapsed suddenly. At the same time, I don't know if it was an illusion, Richard sensed that the panel of the L plane also made a wail. And the surrounding space force suddenly weakened a lot. The collapse of the palace seemed to directly affect the entire L plane. When Richard was wondering, he found that the top of his head was broken, and the area connecting the abyss and the palace began to become blurred. The surrounding plane power surged and began to repair. The L plane is not an aging plane. Although the trauma it suffered is very serious, the speed of repairing scars is not slow without other forces hindering it. 3 or 5 minutes later, the passage connecting to the bottomless abyss was cut off, and the cracks disappeared without a trace. The sky once again returned to the appearance of a normal plane. The only difference is that the plane has become weaker. The most obvious is the power of space. Originally, it took extraordinary power to tear the void, but now, Richard felt that he could easily blast a big hole in the space. He shook his head, and didn't think too much. The situation has stabilized. The restoration of the L-plane is just a matter of time. The most important thing now is to receive the spoils. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on his face. This war to the L-plane has been planned for several months since the layout. In the end, it ended with the City of Dusk entering the L-plane, and the fall of the rebel Grand Duke of Wrath and his supporter, one of the 7 evil gods, the Lord of Greed. Looking down at the Lion City, which was already in a state of restlessness and excitement, he gradually became excited. All obstacles have been cleared, and now this plane is his. It completely belongs to the City of Dusk, a complete plane with its own army, administrative agencies, full system business, culture, and technology. What an exaggerated harvest. Many of his ideas that could not be realized in the City of Dusk can be realized with the L-plane. A huge population, countless mineral veins, various high-level talents, and a large number of arms nests and barracks, these are all difficult to count wealth. As long as the L-plane is included in the scope of rule, the City of Dusk will definitely usher in an unprecedented wave of enhancement. All efforts will eventually pay off. And the obelisk that he had always been thinking about, and was highlighted by the system, after this battle, he can also arrange time to attack it. I wonder what level of treasures can exist in the obelisk, which is famous for its strong guarding power. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, he turned his head, and looked at the still transforming greedy lion. This lion who reconstructed his soul, was at least extraordinary. He had another top-level fighter in his hands. A deep smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He retracted his gaze, and looked at the corpse of the Lord of Greed. Although the power of authority had been taken away by Windsor, as a middle-level god, the energy contained in it was as majestic as the sea. More importantly, the divinity contained in its body was not lost at all. Whether it was used to feed the statue of the old god, cultivate the ancient tree of the evil god, or for other purposes, this corpse of the god had immeasurable value. He took a few deep breaths to calm down his excitement. This was only part of the harvest. He looked at the earth again. There were nearly 10 demonized armies, all of which were top-level 19 troops. After the greedy authority was taken away, the souls of these demons transformed by the power of authority had dissipated. They were not as lucky as the greedy lion, who could get Windsor's help to reconstruct their souls. More importantly, these demons were not killed in battle, and their bodies were not damaged at all. His eyes became extremely hot. The voice resounded through the sky again. Gunter, lead the army to immediately put all the corpses on the battlefield into the corruption swamp. The corruption swamp was still brewing hero units, and it was still a long way from being promoted to level 4. With this wave of corpses added in, the promotion of the corruption swamp could be greatly accelerated. When he put the godly ancient tree into the Naga plain for fishing, the harvest would be accelerated. At the end of this month, the corruption swamp could be promoted to level 4. At that time, a large number of troops of the level of Wiwa can be recruited from them. The losers of the war will lose everything, while the winners can win everything. The gains from this war will be enough to make the City of Dusk usher in a wave of explosive development after it is used to counter-subsidize it. In the north of Lion City, in the space crack leading to the corrupt swamp. In the bloody mist, the figure of the god of fraud and lies, Tai Long, is silently watching all this through the mist. The somewhat illusory body appears more and more blurred in the surge of blood mist. Outsiders cannot sense why the Lord of Greed was killed so easily, but he can't hide it from his eyes. There is not much deception that can be hidden from him. The power of the Crimson Moon, the Crimson Master, has just arrived. The eyes are filled with a complex light. The legend is true. But will this guy really be the key to the new era? But if not, why would the Lord of Crimson, who holds supreme power, help him? The words Richard had said before quietly emerged in his mind. The emotions in his heart were a little subtle. Is it a bit embarrassing to submit to a human who has not yet reached the extraordinary level? There was a little confusion on his face. But the other party is the one chosen and recognized by the Lord of Crimson. Forget it, let's observe for a while. Anyway, the situation is not turbulent to the point where it is unacceptable. I still have time. During this period, you can take the initiative to assist the other party. Judging from the potential shown by this guy, whether he is the key or not, it is worth investing. The situation is changing, and no one can see where the road ahead is. It is also good to have a way out. After mumbling, he sighed. I hope I can still be alive when the new era comes. Chapter 535. When Richard returned to the city wall, he immediately felt the light in the soldier's eyes. That was the heat that could ignite everything. Everyone looked at him with the madness of a fanatic. He himself did not experience it deeply enough, but everyone now regarded him as the savior of the kingdom of El, a legendary existence that shocked people. Just now, he killed a god in front of everyone. That was a god, an eternal existence with supreme power. Although no one understood how Richard could kill the Lord of Greed with one sword, it was not important. What was important was that he won. In the face of the threat of the gods, he won the final victory. His victory won the future for Lion City, the kingdom of El, and the entire plain. The surging emotions in the hearts of all the soldiers were extremely surging, and many of them were already full of tears. Lord Richard. Rettel looked at the heroic figure in front of him, and the smile on her face was as bright as fireworks. The promise made by the other party was fulfilled, and it was completed in a way that no one could have expected. The Lord of Greed, the evil god from the abyss, the terrifying demon whose name alone could make countless people tremble, was beheaded by the young man in front of him. Even though she saw all this with her own eyes, she still felt dreamy, and even until this moment, she was still a little dazed. Was the other party really not a god as he said? But it didn't seem like it. Richard felt the heat of the people around him, and his mood was very comfortable. After turning his head and whispering a few words to Lorena beside him, he stepped forward and patted Rettel's shoulder. Under the girl's somewhat puzzled gaze, he took off the silver crown from her head. Then his eyes became serious. The voice resounded throughout the Lion City. Your Highness, the bloodthirsty Duke and the rebels behind him have been eliminated, and the royal family of King El will regain control of the kingdom. The trumpet of victory is echoing in the sky, and hope and light are shining in every corner of the kingdom of El. From today, the El Plain will usher in a new era. Your Highness, you will be the ruler of this new era. His tone became sacred and solemn. In the name of the Lord of the City of Dusk, I crown you as the new queen of the kingdom of El. The moment the voice fell, the silver-white energy of Lorena behind him surged out. The next moment, the shadow of Rettel appeared in the sky. The whole city could see her every move. Rettel was stunned for a moment, and looked at the almost crazy eyes of the soldiers on the city wall with her peripheral vision, and immediately understood the other party's intentions in her heart. Looking at the figure in front of him with excitement, he took a deep breath and bowed to Richard in front of everyone. His tone was respectful and pious. Dear Lord Richard, Rettel accepts your appointment and coronation, which is the honor of me and the kingdom of El. I swear on my soul that I will protect every citizen of the kingdom of El. May the goddess bless your kingdom of El. Richard looked solemnly, and put the silver crown in his hand back on Rettel's head. The temporary coronation ceremony was extremely simple, and the crown was just taken off the other person's head and put on again. But this was a coronation after eliminating rebellion, hunting gods, and winning a glorious victory. This is more meaningful than being crowned in any magnificent palace covered with flowers and gems, exquisite and luxurious. When the crown was put on Rettel again, everyone felt a sacred atmosphere. Not only did she become the first queen of the kingdom of El, but it was also because it was Lord Richard, the great god killer, who personally crowned her. Rettel now had unparalleled legitimacy. In the crowd, those players who had defected to the Lion City had mixed emotions when they saw this scene. Crowning the queen, what a glorious and majestic act. Among the tens of billions of players, no one except Qingqiu can do this, right? While they were still seeking the recognition of the Lion City and wanted to use the power of the indigenous people, the other party had already crowned a queen in their own name. Moreover, this was the first queen in the history of the kingdom of El. At this moment, they once again felt the gap between themselves and Richard. Although they entered the glorious era at the same time, their identities and status were already worlds apart. Even at this time, a look from the other party could determine their fate. After Richard helped Rettel put on the crown, he turned around and looked around. Everyone, salute Queen Rettel. The unquestionable voice resounded throughout the sky. Whether it was the soldiers on the city wall or the residents behind the city wall, they all stood up at this moment, facing the shadow above the Lion City, solemnly touched their chests with their right hands, then knelt on one knee with their heads lowered. Salute in the most pious way. Your Majesty Rettel, the people of the kingdom of El, send you the highest greetings. Praise the Queen. On the city wall that was mostly broken by the Blood Eagle's impact, Rettel turned her head and saw that all the soldiers were kneeling to her. The two extraordinary people, Amirida and Lorena, both leaned slightly to their chests to show respect. Only Richard stood side by side with her. This scene made her emotions fluctuate. She turned her head and looked at Richard. Sir Richard. His eyes were almost melting at this moment, and his tone was indescribably tender. Richard smiled slightly. Your Majesty, you should address your people as a queen. It feels good to cultivate a queen by yourself. Riddle's heart trembled, and after taking a deep breath, she bowed to him solemnly. Then she turned around and looked at the army, that all knelt down to him, and said loudly, People of the Kingdom of El, heroic warriors, please stand up. The army kneeling on one knee stood up slowly at this moment, looking at the shadow in the sky with scorching eyes. Riddle couldn't help the excitement in her heart, and her tone suddenly became high-pitched. We won. We snatched back the Kingdom of El, and hope and light, from the hands of the rebels and the evil gods of the bottomless abyss. This sentence was like igniting a pile of dry wood doused with gasoline. With a bang, the entire Lion City exploded. The cheers and joy almost overturned the world. Everyone was venting their suppressed emotions at the moment with their loudest voice. This victory is about the survival of the Kingdom of El, and the survival of the El Plane. After the appearance of the demon, this war is no longer a battle between the El royal family and the rebels, but a war between the El Plane and the Abyss. This is a fight between lawful good and chaotic evil, facing a mortal enemy, reversing the situation under all kinds of impossibilities, and winning the final victory. This is enough to make anyone intoxicated and crazy, looking at the excited army and residents. Riddle was full of emotion, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. My ancestors established the Kingdom of El on a ruin. For thousands of years, generation after generation of the El royal family has guarded the cracks in the abyss and protected thousands of people. For this, we paid an extremely painful price, but it is all worth it, because my people can live forever. Protecting the people of El is the tradition of the El royal family, the mission of the El royal family, and the responsibility of the El royal family. From today on, I will carry the glory of my ancestors and shoulder the responsibility of protecting all the people of the Kingdom of El. I promise everyone that as long as I am still alive, I will never allow the Kingdom of El to be trampled by the abyss again, and I will never allow my people to be harassed by poverty and hunger again, and be humiliated by injustice and oppression again. The resounding words made the cheers hotter countless times. At this moment, the senior officials of Lion City looked at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. The Kingdom of El has welcomed their first queen. She is a king born from war and blood, and is the master crowned by the great being himself. She will have the supreme authority of the Kingdom of El. After Riddle calmed down, her voice resounded through the sky again. From today on, Lord Richard will become the prince of the Kingdom of El, and have all the power that a king has. I swear on my soul that the Kingdom of El will be Lord Richard's closest and most reliable pillar, both now and in the future, and will never betray. People of the Kingdom of El, please cheer for our prince. After these words were spoken, no one felt that it was wrong, and the atmosphere became even more heated. Long live Lord Richard. Praise Lord Richard. The El Plane can be preserved, and the El Kingdom can return to the rule of the El royal family. All this is thanks to that great existence. Not to mention that the other party just killed a god. Richard's prestige in the hearts of everyone in Lion City directly climbed to the top after the fall of the Lord of Greed. Not to mention a prince. Even if he himself wanted to be king, there would be no obstacles. After Riddle's voice fell, a familiar reminder sounded in Richard's ears. Ding, you have won a brilliant victory in the El Plane, cleared the traitor of the El royal family, the Rage Blood Duke, and killed the evil god from the abyss, the Lord of Greed. You get 2 million experience. Ding, because of your extraordinary performance in front of billions of God's grace lords, and your actions of slaughtering gods, your reputation began to spread in the glorious era. The controllers of major forces all know your reputation. The legendary degree increased by 5 points. The current number is 11 points, General, 16 points, Dungeon Clan. Ding, 11 points of legendary degree activates the feature of fame. When you recruit heroes, the difficulty is greatly reduced. Heroes with potential below B level can be recruited unconditionally. After being defeated, soldiers below level 15 have a high probability of actively joining you. Ding, you become the Prince of the Kingdom of El, and have direct control over the Kingdom of El. Your legendary degree in the Kingdom of El is increased to 30 points, and the feature is activated. Legend of the King. Legend of the King. In the Kingdom of El, every order you give can have a huge impact. You can directly recruit any hero, and any army owned by the Kingdom of El. The morale of any army that is hostile to you will drop to the freezing point, and there is a high probability that they will directly rebel and join you. Ding, you have taken a solid first step in the Plane Explorer, successfully conquered a plane, and triggered the legendary task Plane Conqueror. After conquering 10 planes, the legendary tidal plane Conqueror will be activated. After reading the system prompt several times, Richard smiled. The harvest season always makes people feel happy. The general legendary degree soared to 11 points, activating the reputation feature previously possessed by the Dungeon Clan Famous. The general legendary degree is effective for the entire glorious era. If used well in the future, it will definitely be of great help. And the legendary degree of the L plane is even more exaggerated, directly soaring to 30 points. The feature of the King's Legend is even more exaggerated, and it is not weaker than the authority of the King. This is undoubtedly more handy for him to control the L plane. The warm atmosphere in Lion City continued until the next day, February 6th, and it did not dissipate. The streets and alleys were full of carnival crowds. While the residents were celebrating, the army did not stop. Although the Raging Blood Duke had been killed, most of the areas of the Kingdom of El were still under the control of the remnants of the Raging Blood Duke. Although the Raging Blood Duke brought most of the troops of the Kingdom of El to Lion City, because he wanted to transform the army into demons. But there were still some of those forces left. In the morning, Rettel personally led the army to the north, aiming directly at the capital of El. The power of Lion City is now enough to dominate the entire plain. Sending a Murida to Rettel, and letting the little centaur protect the new queen, Richard stayed in Lion City. The main enemy has been solved. With a Murida, the situation will not change. The El Plain is a kingdom with a vast territory. Even if it wins the final victory, it will be difficult to transform the entire plain into the power needed by the City of Dusk in a short period of time. It will take a long time to digest. What attracts Richard's attention now is the Greedy Lion. After the remaining power of the Greedy Authority was used by Windsor to help it reconstruct its soul, it fell into a deep sleep. Not long after Rettel left, its breath became agitated and was about to wake up. Richard stood on the city wall, silently watching the oppressive beast in the sky. It's a pity that the Greedy Authority was taken away, otherwise this boss would have started as a demigod. It's strong enough to reach the extraordinary now. But this harvest is also rich enough. After all, he didn't expect to be able to subdue the other party. When the thoughts were scattered, a new change suddenly appeared in front of him. The Greedy Lion, crawling in the void, with hair like gold and terrifying might, slowly stood up. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city had their hearts pounding, and their backs felt cold. A sense of deadly danger was like a sharp blade against their throats. The surrounding void began to distort, and waves of pressure surged out like a tide. After the Greedy Lion stood up, the sense of oppression it brought to people increased tenfold. The mane on its body fluttered in the wind, and its fierce momentum was full of impact. Its shoulder height was over 6 meters, and its body length was over 10 meters. Although it was not as exaggerated as the undead dragon Albus, the sense of oppression it gave people was even stronger. Even if it did not make any movements, it could make people feel great fear. The Greedy Lion seemed to have woken up from a long sleep. After blinking several times, his eyes gradually became clear. He turned around and immediately found Richard. He walked forward step by step in the void, and came to the city wall. The soldiers around him held their breath, and their hearts beat wildly after he approached. He tightly grasped his weapon in his hand, trying to find comfort with the sharp blade in his hand. The Greedy Lion came straight to Richard in the eyes of everyone, and then the giant hand knelt on the ground with its front legs bent, and its head lowered. He expressed his submission in his own way. "Master." Richard saw this scene, and his mouth curled up slightly. Extraordinary. After Windsor reconstructed his soul, the Greedy Lion still maintained extraordinary power. Although the Dark Soul Eater Kratos failed to complete the final transformation with the help of the Rage Blood Grand Duke, he also gained an extraordinary. This wave of blood is fucking profitable. After calming down, he stepped forward. The sand around him condensed into a sharp dagger, leaving a bloody mark on his thumb. The next moment, his thumb pressed on the other's lowered head. The blood went directly into the body of the Greedy Lion. After a few breaths, a familiar feeling came to his heart. Soul contract. The other's emotional perception and soul energy were all under his control at this moment. As long as he wanted, a thought could annihilate the other's soul. The Greedy Lion was a gift from Windsor. Only his blood could contract its soul, and no one else could make this Greedy Lion surrender. After doing all this, the eyes of the lion crawling on the ground immediately softened, full of closeness and dependence. She stretched out her hot tongue and licked his trouser legs. The huge body, fierce momentum, and silly behavior made this extraordinary beast look a little silly and cute. Richard smiled and patted the other's head. "Lie down." The Greedy Lion howled a few times and immediately crawled lower. Richard smiled and came to the side, turned over and sat on it. When he sat firmly, the Greedy Lion immediately stood up and his eyes suddenly raised. The soft long hair on the buttocks became a comfortable cushion. When the other party walked, he could feel the muscles squirming under his buttocks, like a massage chair. This feeling is completely different from sitting on the undead dragon Alvis. It's a good mount. Richard was quite satisfied. Turning his head to look around, he felt playful. Riding the greedy lion up and down the city wall, he turned around several times, jumping up and down, causing the surrounding soldiers to be terrified and envious. The players who had defected to the Lion City saw the scene, and their saliva was almost flowing with envy. The golden lion in front of the Lord of Greed, who the hell doesn't want to have it? After the Lord of Greed was killed, although the other party's wealth turned into bubbles, Qingqiu's gains were also very exciting. Those stupid blacks on the forum could only see the apparent losses, but not the real gains of Qingqiu. Fortunately, they held the right thigh, and this harvest was enough for their small guild to usher in a wave of explosion. After Richard satisfied his evil taste in his heart, he restrained his mind and opened the other party's attribute panel with full expectation. Barbossa, Lion of Greed, Hero Unit. Level 24. Potential, Super A level. Skill, Greedy Desire, Super A level, can emit an aura that tempts everyone, magnifying the greedy desires in the hearts of intelligent life by 100 or 1,000 times, until reason is swallowed by greed and desire. Another Super A level hero. Richard's eyes were burning. If the greedy authority was still there, this guy would probably be a boss unit, but this was enough. This is a level 24 extraordinary, not to mention anything else, just this level can explain everything. After seeing the opponent's first skill, he immediately became more interested. Greedy Desire. This skill is good for fighting, and it is more violent for other purposes. Especially, the Corruption Swamp. If the greedy lion cooperates with the godly ancient tree to use the fruit that can enhance the potential of life, how spectacular would it be to fish in the Naga Plain? He didn't believe that the life in those plains could resist the double temptation of the godly ancient tree and the greedy lion. The promotion speed of the Corruption Swamp may be accelerated 10 or 100 times with the addition of 2 top-level beings. The mood in my heart immediately became high. Continue to look down. Chapter 536. After reading the attributes of the greedy lion, Richard was thoughtful. The greedy lion is obviously not a supernatural in the conventional sense, and does not have the skills of Lorena or Amirida, the 2 supernaturals, to rush up and fight the enemy directly. Overall, there are 4 words: greed and desire. All the skills of this level 24 supernatural serve this word. Provoking the enemy's greed, magnifying the inner desire, and devouring its reason are the most powerful points of the greedy lion. If it is a head-on confrontation, this golden lion is definitely not as good as the level 23 Lorena, and even the level 20 Amirida can suppress it. If it is used to assist the greedy lion, the role it can play is not comparable to these 2 combat supernaturals, especially when he is preparing to upgrade the corrupted swamp. The most important thing is that this is a gift from Windsor, which he got for free. He watched the whole battle, and the only thing he did was to provoke the front and lure the Lord of Greed to the L plane. He didn't do anything else. Not even a soldier under his command died. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his lips. He stretched out his hand and rubbed the majestic sideburns of the greedy lion under his seat. Outsiders would never have thought that these sideburns were actually transformed by souls devoured by greedy desires. At critical moments, these souls can be used to attack enemies, but this skill doesn't seem to be so practical. If all of this is used, wouldn't the lion become bald? Special skills for programmers? Looking at the greedy lion under his butt, which was so majestic and looked so good, Richard thought of the other party's bald picture and decided that he would never let this guy use this skill unless it was a critical moment. After riding the greedy lion for a few laps, he was very satisfied with this new mount. Alvis, the undead dragon, is very good for traveling, but with a wingspan of 40 meters, it is too large to be ridden in the city. The greedy lion is 6 meters tall at the shoulder and 10 meters tall. Although it is also a terrifying giant, it is still quite good as a mount in the city. He plans to use a level 24 extraordinary as a mount. If the players know this idea, I am afraid that their faces will be twisted with jealousy. They don't even have a level 15 hero. You fucking use the extraordinary as a mount? Then what should they ride? Wild boar? Richard, who was in an especially good mood, suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Barbossa, do you know where the treasure of the Lord of Greed is hidden? The greedy lion shook his huge head and said in a silly voice, My lord, the treasure of the Lord of Greed has never been told to anyone, and I don't know it either. Even under the control of the other party, the Abyss blasphemy still has a palpitating breath. As a high-level language, The Abyss blasphemy has the common characteristics of all high-level languages. Everyone can understand it. Richard smiled helplessly. Windsor acted too quickly, and he had no chance to dig out more things. But I didn't have any expectations in my heart, but I couldn't say I was disappointed. I didn't dwell on it, turned my head and glanced at the entrance to the corruption swamp in the north, and silently calculated in my heart. Treasure or not, it's secondary. Even if I tell him where it is now, he may not be able to get it. And the benefits brought by the death of the Lord of Greed are what he can get now. The victory of this war marks the official inclusion of the L Plane into his territory of rule. The harvest was explosive. First, the L Plane itself. This is a plane with a large population, and the technology, economy, and resources have not been damaged too much. As long as it can be developed, it will definitely provide huge benefits to the City of Dusk. Even if all other gains are not needed, as long as there is the L Plane, this war can be called a bloody profit. With the underground world first, he is full of expectations for the L Plane. Second, the Greedy Lion. This is a level 24 extraordinary. The level alone is enough to explain everything. When most top players have not yet cultivated a level 15 hero, this level will definitely make countless players envious. Although the Greedy Lion is not a combat hero, if it is used well, its role is even greater than that of a combat hero. Third, the corpse of the Lord of Greed. This is the body of a middle-level god. Although the greedy authority has been taken away, its own divinity still remains in the body. After the new expansion pack, Crimson Moon Rises, the ancient god tree swallowed the blood rain and was promoted to level 18. There are only 2 steps left to the extraordinary. This complete divine body may be the opportunity for the other party to be promoted. Once the ancient god tree breaks through the extraordinary, considering the strength of this boss, the other party's combat power will definitely increase explosively. By then, he will have an exaggerated number of extraordinary people in his hands. This power is absolutely unimaginable among players. Even those powerful indigenous forces dare not underestimate it. Fourth, a huge number of corpses. Whether it is the soldiers who died in the previous attack on Lion City, or the army that became corpses just after being transformed into demons. At this moment, they have all become nutrients for the corruption swamp. The hero units that are still being nurtured in the corruption swamp have accelerated their speed with the help of this huge force. It won't be long before we can see the birth of heroes that are exclusive to the corruption swamp. The last one has reached a legendary level of 11 points. This thing may seem inconspicuous, but it works very well. He has deeply experienced it when he was in the underground world. Next, the talent strategy plan of the City of Dusk can be launched. He needs more heroes to consolidate the foundation. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became brighter. Next, when Rettel regains control of the entire kingdom of L, this plane will be on the right track. He has designed a series of development directions for the L plane in his mind. The future has infinite possibilities. After coming to his senses, Richard waved to the empty position beside him. Lorena. The next moment, a figure with silver hair and silver eyes, a cold and elegant temperament, and a royal sister's aura slowly emerged. Master. Looking at the powerful vampire duke in front of him, Richard said in a light tone. The special area hidden in the middle of the L plane, the obelisk, as mentioned by the Lords of Divine Grace, contains extremely precious treasures. You must gather the army immediately and prepare to go to war. After Lorena responded, she said slowly, What about Her Highness Rettel? Richard waved his hand. The remaining forces in the L plane are no longer a threat. Rettel can handle them. The tone became more serious. The obelisk has an extremely strong guard force, which should not be underestimated. After capturing the obelisk, you can return to the vampire castle first. I don't know when that unknown evil plane will come. Once it connects with the vampire castle, you may not have time to purify your blood. If it weren't for the fact that the extraordinary must be in charge of the attack on the L plane, he would not have dispatched Lorena from the vampire castle. It's rare to be able to increase your strength without consuming any resources. Lorena, who is level 23, is not far from becoming a legend. If the City of Dusk can have a legend, the situation will be completely different. But before that, the obelisk that was highlighted by the system must be taken down. Originally, he planned to use the military power of the L plane after the victory of the war. But he didn't expect so many problems to happen in the middle. The prodigal son, the Grand Duke of Wrath and Blood, has already destroyed most of the troops of the L plane. Now the only army left in the L plane is the army in the hands of Rettel. And the situation has not been settled yet, and the army is needed to recover the lost land and punish the rebellious remnants. It was unknown how long it would take for Rettel to be able to mobilize enough forces. He didn't have much time to waste now. Lorena held her chest respectfully. As you wish. After the words fell, without hesitation, she turned around and left immediately and began to gather the army. The soldiers who were still left in Lion City watched the army of Dusk City gather and prepare to leave, and they were still reluctant to leave. Although the rebellion had been eliminated, the Dusk City army station nearby brought a particularly sufficient sense of security. Richard only let Gaunt stay in Lion City, and took away all the other troops without leaving a single one. With the Void Sandworm, they could provide support in the first time if they encountered any accidents. After the Lord of Greed tore the plane of El, the plane power of the whole world was much weaker, so the time for the Void Sandworm to open the space gate was greatly extended, so there was no need to worry too much. Richard took advantage of the gap when the army gathered, rode the Greedy Lion, and entered the Corruption Swamp from the space crack north of Lion City. Before attacking the obelisk, the plan to nourish the Corruption Swamp must be started first. No one is sure how long it will take to attack the obelisk. If it is delayed for 10 days or half a month, it will be a mistake. The moment I passed through the space gap, a strong smell of blood rushed into my nose, giving me a strong olfactory stimulation. The blood mist covered the swamp with a diameter of more than 30 kilometers. Looking around, it was already hazy dozens of meters away. The ground was like bloody mud, and large pieces of floating bones could be seen on it. This is a horrible place of death, a true portrayal of the abyss purgatory. The Greedy Lion's eye showed a vigilant look, and his tail was already erected high, fearing that fierce monsters would appear around. But at this moment, the blood mist in front began to twist and gradually formed a human figure. In this environment, this picture is frightening. The Greedy Lion's fur instantly stood up, and the muscles on his body were tensed to the extreme, and the extraordinary pressure surged out. The bloody mouth was already open to the maximum. 1 second before this level 24 extraordinary was ready to attack, Richard held it down with one hand. Don't be nervous, this swamp is my territory. The Greedy Lion's tense muscles gradually relaxed, but his eyes were still alert and cold. After the thick fog rolled for a while, a translucent old figure appeared in front of him. Sir Richard, the god of fraud and lies, Tyrone, who lost his body and could only rely on Richard's ancient power to protect himself. At this moment, he looked at the figure riding on the Lion of Greed with a complicated look, and the meaning was difficult for outsiders to understand. Richard sensed that the other party's eyes were a little strange, and asked curiously, Your Majesty Tyrone, have you found anything in the Naga plane? The god of lies regained his mind and chuckled. I have gained a lot in the past few days. I just found a race that is very suitable for spreading faith. Richard looked at the other party meaningfully, but did not ask any more questions. I hope you can recover your strength as soon as possible. If you need any help, I will do my best. After hearing this, the god of lies fell silent abnormally, and spoke slowly after a long time. Sir Richard, if possible, I am willing to take charge of the Corruption Swamp for you. This land has great potential. If used well, it can burst out infinite energy. The attitude of the god of lies? Richard narrowed his eyes, and immediately sensed the subtlety in the other party's tone. The other party was intentionally showing goodwill. Originally, he asked the other party to come to the Corruption Swamp, and the god of lies only agreed to help her cover the space door leading to the underground world and the eternal land, and did not take the initiative to ask for help. Although the other party has been doing it, taking the initiative to ask and passively accepting arrangements are two different concepts. He turned his head thoughtfully and looked at the space crack. The fall of the Lord of Greed, this guy who is notorious in the outside world, must have seen it. In this case, it's the best, he said meaningfully. Your Majesty Tyrone, the future is still long. I hope that the friendship between Twilight City and you will continue. The god of lies looked at him deeply. Sir Richard, I believe it will. Richard sneered, and did not dwell on this aspect, turning the topic to business. The ancient tree of the evil god can produce fruits that enhance the potential of life, which has a strong temptation for any intelligent life. I will let the other party stationed in the corrupt swamp, and use the fruits to lure the armies of other planes to fight each other. He patted the sitting Lion of Greed. Barboza, born of greedy power, has the power to amplify the greed in the hearts of intelligent life. I will leave it here to assist the ancient tree of the evil god. Since your Majesty Tyrone wants to help me manage the corrupt swamp, then these two people will be left to you to arrange, he said meaningfully. The body of the Lord of Greed is in my hands, and I plan to use it to feed the ancient tree of the evil god later. The god of lies smiled lightly. Sir Richard, there is no need to test me too much. Since I have decided to help you, I will not regret it. Besides, we have a contract. Richard was not embarrassed at all when he was pointed out by the other party, and chuckled. That's the best. He didn't say anything more, and drove the greedy lion through the space crack on the other side, and came to the Eternal Land. He then left the space gate of the Eternal Land, and appeared in the Quicksand Land. The oppressive figure of the godly ancient tree was swaying in the endless yellow sand. Richard didn't rush forward. He took the greedy lion back to the City of Dusk first, and anchored the other party's soul in the hero altar. Then he returned to the Land of Quicksand. Looking at the boss he had cultivated, he didn't waste words, and simply described the plan to send the other party to the corrupt swamp, and lure the enemies of the Naga Plain with fruits that can enhance life potential. Finally he said, "Our enemies are still waiting to devour the City of Dusk. The corrupt swamp has extremely high war potential. I need to upgrade its level as quickly as possible to deal with the enemy. Corruption is the best nutrient. I believe you can do it, Treebeard." The ancient tree of the evil god immediately responded in a muffled voice. "Master, your will is the direction of my progress." For Richard's orders, no one has ever disobeyed the ancient tree of the evil god or other subordinates. The soil of the City of Dusk has no chance of giving birth to subordinates who have a rebellious mind. The huge body of the ancient tree of the evil god rose from the ground, and the tangled roots wriggled like octopus tentacles, blowing up dust all over the sky. The entire quicksand began to shake. Even though he had seen similar movements countless times, Richard was still deeply moved. No matter what kind of life, once the size is exaggerated, it can bring a huge sense of oppression to people. This is especially true for the ancient tree of the evil god. Dragging large pieces of roots, this level 18 boss passed through the Eternal Land and stepped into the Naga Plain. In the blood mist, the translucent god of lies looked at the towering ancient tree of the evil god, and his face was a little subtle. After more contact with Richard, he was no longer so unfamiliar with the power he possessed. But if you jump out of the sight of your companions and look at it from the perspective of an observer, then the other party can be described as perverted. Not only does he have several extraordinary people, but he also has a large number of heroes with great potential, who may go further at any time. And the power at his hands has even reached other planes, with unlimited potential. What's more exaggerated is that the other party even has an ancient god as a trump card. This is not a dead ancient god, but an ancient god that can be summoned. A fallen god proves the strength of this trump card. What makes him feel suffocated is that Lord Shinin has only been in the main plane for less than a year. In more than half a year, he has accumulated such a rich fortune. Even if he is a god, a genuine god with a priesthood, he feels a big shock. If he started from scratch, could he accumulate all this in less than a year? Every time he thought of this question, he would fall into silence. To be honest, he, the god of fraud and lies, really has no face in front of this level 16 human lord. The Lord of Greed, a middle-level god, could kill him at will. So what was he? Although it was not the other party who did it, but being able to summon the ancient gods was also a kind of ability. Otherwise, why didn't the ancient gods take the initiative to protect him? Or protect others? Thinking of this, the god of lies bent his straight back subconsciously. Richard didn't know what the god of lies was thinking at the moment, and he brought the godly ancient tree to the center of the corruption swamp. Under the cover of the god of lies, no outsider set foot in this area. Not far away, you can hear the sound of the army fighting each other. Treebeard, stay here. Yes, master. The godly ancient tree stopped immediately after receiving the order, and the next moment, the tangled roots of the blue dragon drilled into the depths of the swamp. Gurgle, bubbles popped up, and the mud made of flesh and blood kept rolling. After the ancient tree took root in the earth, its body gradually descended. After a while, there was no trace of roots on the surface, and it had already taken root safely. Looking down from the sky, in the endless blood mist, a terrifying giant tree was looming and swaying in it. The dry branches were like the twisted palms of a corpse after drying, and blood-colored thin lines slowly flowed in the cracks of the bark. Combined with the hideous and terrifying face on the trunk, the picture became extremely creepy. The ancient tree of the evil god is a perfect match for the bloody and dark place of the corrupt swamp. When Richard saw this picture, he immediately felt that it was a bit of a waste to put the ancient tree in the desert. This is the place where it should stay. After everything calmed down, he thought, and a bloated body that was bulging high and seemed to be about to crack appeared directly in the void. Next to it was a head with eyes wide open, and one could see the shock and disbelief on the expression. The surrounding energy immediately became violent because of the appearance of the corpse. The space began to fluctuate. The ancient tree of the evil god that had just taken root immediately sensed a different breath, and its twisted face looked straight at the sky, with a strong desire in its heart. Hungry. Intuition told it that as long as it devoured the corpse, it would gain huge benefits. The tree trunk turned its head, and looked to the side. "Master." The tone was a bit pitiful, with a strong sense of contrast. Richard couldn't help laughing at this, and waved his hand. The body of the Lord of Greed fell directly in front of the ancient tree of the evil god. "This is the body of the god of the abyss, the food I gave you. Our enemies are watching us, I need you to become stronger." The ancient tree of the evil spirit immediately showed great joy. The muffled voice was filled with rare excitement. "Master, the tree will never let you down." A root surged out of the swamp, directly rolled up the body of the Lord of Greed, and pulled it into the swamp. A moment later, the breath of the ancient tree of the evil spirit began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, more than a dozen small golden fruits began to grow on the dry branches. A special breath immediately floated in the air. Golden fruit. The fruit condensed by the power of the soul of the ancient tree of the evil spirit can enhance the potential of life. It has a strong temptation to any life. In the desert before, the ancient tree of the evil spirit lured countless lives to come and kill with the golden fruit. As its level increased, the city of dust gradually became stronger, and coupled with the responsibility of guarding the quicksand land, this boss has not been used for fishing for a long time. The golden fruit produced by the 18th level divine evil ancient tree is more than 10 times more attractive than when it was just over 10th level. As the golden fruit gradually grows, the breath that makes people's heart beat becomes more and more attractive. In the back, the god of lies saw this scene and did not hesitate. A faint energy flashed on his body. After a moment, the attractive breath began to drift around. The lives still fighting in the blood mist suddenly became energetic. They subconsciously looked in a certain direction, their eyes became hot, and their spirits became extremely high. They smelled the breath that made their souls desire, baby. Chapter 537. For normal life, becoming stronger is a memory engraved in the blood. The golden fruit produced by the ancient tree of the evil god can directly awaken this gene. The ancient tree of the evil god could fish in the desert of death before, relying on the temptation of the golden fruit to life. The soldiers who were fighting each other in the blood mist became agitated immediately after the memory in their blood was awakened. Many soldiers even gave up the battle, retreated tacitly, and then immediately looked for the breath that made their souls long. But the blood mist blocked the sight and blurred the perception. They could only smell the breath, but could not find the golden fruit. This made the life of the other planes gradually anxious. Richard owned the ownership of the corrupt swamp. The blood mist was a restriction to outsiders, but it was an extension of his perception. With the help of the blood mist, he could clearly perceive the movement of the entire corrupt area. Those life of the other planes have begun to run around, and everyone has an excited expression on their faces. Seeing the scene, Richard's mouth curled up slightly. This is just the beginning. He patted the sitting greedy lion. Barboza. With a soft call, the greedy lion immediately let out a deep roar. A light golden force surged out from the hair, attacking the surroundings like a wave of air. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire corrupt swamp. The next moment, the eyes of those soldiers immediately became fierce. A strange look appeared on their faces, like a greedy desire that was unwilling to share with their companions after seeing the dragon's treasure. Looking at everyone around him, he was full of vigilance and hatred. Why did they all want to rob his treasure? These damn bastards. At this moment, these soldiers saw golden fruits hanging on dry branches at the end of their sight through the heavy blood mist. There were about 30 fruits, but only 2 or 3 of them exuded a mature smell. Most of them were obviously green and small. The golden fruits were hidden in the blood mist, making it difficult to see clearly. All the soldiers who saw this scene were instantly shocked, and their faces became as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Found the target. The soul now gave off the feeling of smelling sweet bread after being hungry for more than 10 days, and began to become restless. Those soldiers seemed to be possessed, and rushed towards the golden fruits like crazy. The closer they got, the stronger the smell that made them want so much. This completely ignited the desire in their hearts. A burly minotaur clenched the battle axe in his hand, looked at the lizard man, who was 1 step ahead of him, and chopped down fiercely. The opponent's attention was all attracted by the golden fruit. He was not careful. His body was cut off, and blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Those fruits belonged to the minotaur. The crazy roar woke up the lizardman's companions. Seeing their companions killed, they were immediately furious. These minotaur bastards dared to kill their companions? And they wanted to snatch the treasure? The lizardman regarded the golden fruit as a forbidden fruit, and the killing intent burst out, rushing towards the opponent. The minotaur, who was 2.5 meters tall, looked at the lizardman who was just over 1.7 meters tall. He had the confidence to face the dwarf, and he was not afraid to kill him with a battle axe. In this small area, a bloody battle broke out immediately. And this is just one scene of the corruption swamp. Murlocs, orcs, grey dwarves, harpies, humans, wild boars. Dozens of races, hundreds of arms, tens of thousands of soldiers, all gathered towards the central area at this moment. The inner reason has been devoured by greed, and the whole swamp has fallen into madness when looking at the golden fruit swaying in the blood mist. The gunpowder barrel was ignited. In the corruption swamp, a fight 10 times more fierce than before suddenly broke out. And there is no possibility of calming down in a short time. Time passed quickly. Less than 2 hours after the golden fruit appeared, the lives lost in the fight were more than the previous 2 days combined. The bodies that fell in the corruption swamp were even several times faster than the speed at which the corruption swamp swallowed them. The blood, flesh and mud were all covered by the bodies. As the war gradually entered a white-hot stage, the focus of the fight, the golden fruit, was also known by the masters of various planes. After receiving the news, many superiors immediately sent people to check. And those heroes who explored, without exception, saw the golden fruit looming in the blood mist the moment they stepped out of the space crack. That unique breath made them unable to move their eyes away. After the news of the golden fruit was confirmed, the superiors of each plane began to step into the corrupt swamp in person. When they saw it with their own eyes and felt the breath in person, they also fell into madness. Becoming stronger is the nature of all life. No life can resist this temptation. And these superiors, who control a plane, are often stuck at a certain level for a long time. At this time, they found the golden fruit that can make them stronger, and the long-suppressed desire in their hearts suddenly became restless. Soon, an exaggerated number of armies began to march out from their respective planes and headed towards the direction of the golden fruit. To monopolize the golden fruit is everyone's ambition. Most of the planes connected to the Naga plane have been unified, and those who rule are top bosses who have the final say. At this moment, I found this treasure that can make me stronger, and I may even take this opportunity to take a key step into the extraordinary. The energy that burst out is amazing. Anyone who wants the golden fruit is my enemy. In the blood mist, a bloody and cruel battle suddenly broke out. The number of corpses that fell in the corrupt swamp gradually became exaggerated, and even in the end it was impossible to count them with data. Those superiors, even later, personally led the army to fight. But what made many people feel uneasy was that, until the next day, they did not find the location of the golden fruit in the blood mist. The greedy desire in their hearts quietly dissipated a little in front of the corpses everywhere. The battle gradually began to cool down. Loss aversion is the instinct of all intelligent life. But just as the situation was heading towards a stalemate, among the dozens of golden fruits that vaguely appeared in front of him, the most mature one suddenly grew a circle. It emitted an exceptionally dazzling golden light. This instantly attracted the attention of countless people. It's mature. This thought suddenly emerged in my mind. The battlefield fighting that had cooled down a bit became restless again. The desire of those superiors to possess the golden fruit soared to the extreme. All the masters immediately issued orders. At all costs, the golden fruit must be found. Just when the atmosphere was hot, the ripe golden fruit fell off quietly and fell into the blood mist. This scene made everyone in the corrupt swamp open their eyes wide, and the fighting on the battlefield was stagnant. The inner desire reached its peak at this moment. But this desire suddenly shattered as the golden fruit disappeared in the blood mist. Everyone felt a strong sense of loss. Gone? Where did the fruit fall? Opening his eyes wide, he tried to look at the golden fruits hanging on the bare branches, and inexplicably felt an unreal dream. They didn't even find the trace of the golden fruit, so why did they fight so hard for it? The offensive momentum on the battlefield was paused. Just when everyone had a different idea in mind. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky, passing through the blood mist and illuminating the entire swamp. Everyone subconsciously looked up. I saw a ripe golden fruit falling from the sky. Directly fell into the center of the battlefield. Sensing the breath that made the soul restless, all the depressed emotions on the battlefield were swept away. A strong surprise and possessiveness rose in my heart. The feeling of losing and regaining is too wonderful. It turns out that the golden fruit will not disappear after it matures, but will fall directly into the swamp. Under the roar of the plane masters in the back, the army in the front rushed towards the place where the golden fruit fell like crazy. The scene instantly became extremely bloody. Warriors of countless races such as minotaurs, lizardmen, orcs, eagles, and halflings collided fiercely. Everyone you see is an enemy as long as they are not your own kind. No one was left behind, and the swords in their hands were waving closely, each time bringing a large amount of blood. A battle broke out on the field that was countless times more intense than before. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses covered the swamp. The falling golden fruit was first taken by the Minotaur, but in less than 3 minutes, the group of Minotaur was destroyed by the surrounding harpies. The harpies had no time to be happy after getting it, and the surrounding orcs directly drowned them. In this way, the first golden fruit changed hands several times, and no force could control it for more than 10 minutes. It was like a shark smelling blood on the field, biting madly, and the fierceness of the fight was shocking. It was not until 2 hours later that the golden fruit had its true owner, the Lizardman Lord. A level 18 Lizardman hero led tens of thousands of riders, like lizard cavalry on velociraptors, tearing through all obstacles in front with a domineering attitude. He grabbed the golden fruit by force and swallowed it in one gulp. Under the gaze of countless people, in the center of the tragic battlefield, this 18th level Lizardman Lord broke through to level 19. This scene made the troops who failed to get the golden fruit crazy. Those who were still hesitant and did not dare to invest heavily immediately dispatched their forces to attack the place where the golden fruit fell. At the same time, many flying soldiers took off, trying to find the tree that bore the golden fruit. But these soldiers penetrated the blood mist and did not find where the tree was. As the fighting between the various forces intensified, the immature golden fruits began to mature at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the second one fell down. The well-prepared Minotaur immediately dispatched a large army to slaughter all the enemies around with brutal means, and took the fruit into his pocket. In this attack, at least 30,000 Minotaurs were killed, and the number of deaths in the armies of other planes exceeded 50,000. The Minotaur chieftain, like the Lizardman Lord, swallowed the fruit on the spot after getting it, and his breath soared in front of everyone's gaze. The two personal demonstrations strongly proved the efficacy of the golden fruit, and also made the rulers of other forces, who had not tasted the taste, fall into rage. These were their treasures, these damn bastards. All deserved to die. The third, the fourth, as time went by, every few hours, a golden fruit would mature. In order to compete for the golden fruit, everyone in the corrupt swamp almost beat their brains out. Those forces who tasted the golden fruit did not evacuate, but became more crazy. In the endless greed and desire, sinking. As the golden fruit fell more and more, the rulers of each plane and their think tanks gradually discovered the rules. First, the trees that bear golden fruits do not seem to exist in this plane, and they cannot find their traces no matter how they explore. Second, as the number of dead troops increases, the maturity of the golden fruit will increase significantly. From this, it can be inferred that those golden fruits matured by absorbing the energy of flesh and blood. Perhaps the flesh and blood swamp underfoot is the main body that breeds the golden fruit, and the giant tree devours its energy through some undetectable space cracks. This can also explain why the dead troops on the battlefield were swallowed by the swamp. So many people died before, now think about it, they must have turned into nutrients for the golden fruit. As for the blood mist around, it is likely that the tree that breeds the golden fruit was born for self-protection. With this inference, everything can be explained. When the various real situations were discovered by various planes, those superiors who held power immediately issued cruel and bloody orders to increase the deployment of troops. The corpse can speed up the ripening of the fruit, so why not let the enemies around them, who are competing for it, pay more? In particular, the place where the golden fruit fell has become the focus of the fight. Every time the golden fruit matures, it will only fall in the same place. This gives everyone a clear target to fight for. As the mastermind behind the scenes, the fisherman Richard, who is in charge of the fishing rod, feels that the corrupt swamp is increasing at an unprecedented speed, and the smile on his face is particularly strong. Although he had already speculated that this plan would work, the combination of the ancient tree of the gods, the lion of greed, and the god of fraud and lies can have such an exaggerated effect, which is also beyond his expectations. The effect is simply amazing. Under the distortion of greed, reason is suppressed, and desire dominates the will. All the unreasonableness of the golden fruit was ignored, and everyone had only one thought: to possess the golden fruit. Moreover, under his deliberate control, after several golden fruits fell, they were obtained by some planes that were not very active in participating in the war. Then those planes changed their attitudes and began to participate in the war on a large scale. This made the battlefield more and more intense, so that the corruption swamp felt full. Treebeard, the ripening of golden fruits should be maintained at a frequency of 1 for every 100,000 casualties. In addition, when distributing, pay attention to those planes that do not contribute much. Richard touched the soft fur of the greedy lion, his eyes intriguing. The temptation of only being able to look but not eat will wake up many people in the long run. The essence of fishing is to really let the fish eat the bait. The godly ancient tree has done statistics, and about tens of thousands of people can condense the energy of a golden fruit. Now it takes 100,000 people to produce one, and he can easily harvest 90%. And this move can also let those masters taste the taste of golden fruit. Once their own strength is really enhanced, they will invest troops at all costs. After realizing that the golden fruit can consume life to ripen, the tacit deployment of troops by major forces is the best proof. The superiors in the fantasy world are always more greedy, and at the same time, they will not take the lives of the inferiors seriously. There are a total of 26 planes connected to the Naga plane. There are large and small ones. How many lives exist in these planes? Even the god of fraud and lies who has been in the corrupt swamp dare not determine. Looking at the scene of 100,000 troops frantically fighting for the drop point of the golden fruit, Richard felt more and more comfortable. He stroked the soft fur of the greedy lion and looked at the illusory figure beside him. Your Majesty Tyrone, the situation has stabilized, and everything here is up to you. As long as you keep the rhythm, the masters of those plains will take the initiative to send their soldiers to the corruption swamp to become the nutrients of the golden fruit. Although the words are cruel, they are indisputable facts. He also has no time to stay in the corruption swamp. The army outside is gathered, and the attack on the obelisk must be decided by him. Tyrone was about to speak, his face paused, and he turned his head to look to the side. Sir Richard, the special life bred in the corruption swamp, is about to be born. As soon as the words fell, a special breath surged from the swamp. The corrupt blood ball buried in the blood mud floated up from the scarlet mud water. Richard looked around and saw that the corrupt blood ball at this moment was like a balloon filled with blood, and it was extremely exaggerated. The diameter exceeded 3 meters, and it looked twisted and weird, like an egg laid by some evil life. At the bottom, several blood threads pulled the corrupt blood ball, making it sway in the air. At the same time, it can be sensed that energy is still being continuously supplied to the blood ball. Bang, 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 after the blood ball was lifted into the air, a heartbeat sounded all around, as strong and powerful as a drum. The heartbeat sounded for less than a minute. Sizzle, the whole blood ball suddenly exploded like a blown-up balloon, and blood splashed all over the sky. Puff, a bloody figure fell into the blood mud of the swamp, splashing a large piece of water. Richard looked at it intently. A monster over 4 meters tall appeared in sight. The lower body of the opponent was a blood-red snake body, with twisted symbols lingering on the palm-sized scales. The upper body was a human body, and the strong and powerful body was full of compelling power. A row of hideous barbs grew behind the neck, spreading directly to the tail. The face was human-like, but extremely terrifying, like the face of a dying person who was tortured. After the bloody life stood up, it took a few deep breaths, then bent down and reached into the swamp with its right hand. The next moment, a huge blood-red energy quickly condensed around it. Some broken bones and corpses, and unmelted flesh and blood also flowed over. After a dozen breaths, it suddenly stood up, and a blood-red trident appeared in its hand. This weapon, made of blood, rotten flesh and bones, is full of brutality and ferocity. Combined with the opponent's ferocious appearance, it gives people the feeling of an ancient beast. This appearance is amazing. Richard was very satisfied. It is a bit ugly, but it is definitely a killing machine. With full expectations, he opened the attribute panel. Thor, Spear of Killing, Hero Unit Level, 15 Potential, A-Level Skills, Eternal Killing, A-Level, Brutal Will, A-Level, Swamp Domination, A-Level, Fatal Fury, B-Level, Blood Enhancement, B-Level, Super Combat, B-Level, Blood Aura, Special, Hero Characteristics. 1. Immortality, the corruption swamp is not destroyed, and the body is indestructible. After death, it can use the power of the corruption swamp to revive again. 2. Same body, the level and potential will increase with the strength of the corruption swamp, and will also decrease with the weakness of the corruption swamp. Racial characteristics, Command. When commanding the Blood Slayers, a type of soldier born in the corrupt swamp, the attributes of all Blood Slayers are increased by 50%, and 30% of the power of the Blood Slayers under command can be called upon to belong to oneself. Upper limit, 3,000 people, bonds corrupt swamp. When in the corrupt swamp, any injuries received can be restored by mobilizing the power of the swamp. At the same time, the power in the swamp can be manipulated to temporarily strengthen the Blood Slayers under command, or to heal the injuries of subordinates. Introduction. An evil hero born from blood and corpses, brutal and crazy, his existence has only one meaning: killing. After Richard read the attributes of this new hero, he nodded with satisfaction. Spear of Slaughter, this title is good, it looks very fierce. Although it can't be compared with the extraordinary existence of the greedy lion, its attributes and strength are also first line among the level 15 heroes. The most important thing is that the level and potential of this hero can be improved with the upgrade of the Corruption Swamp. Now the Corruption Swamp is only level 3. After it is upgraded to level 4, the opponent will definitely be promoted to level 17 or above. And after the Corruption Swamp is upgraded to level 5, the opponent's breakthrough to the extraordinary is almost a foregone conclusion. What he is looking forward to more is that the Corruption Swamp is promoted to level 6. At that time, this hero, who is closely related to the Corruption Swamp, has a great chance of being promoted to legend. That's a legend. A legend that can walk sideways in the main plane of Glorious Era. No matter what level of indigenous forces, legends are the big bosses among them. Even gods can't have too many legends as subordinates. Thinking of this, he glanced around. Those alien creatures, who were fighting each other under the temptation of the golden fruit, showed no signs of stopping at this moment. If this level is maintained, the promotion of the Corruption Swamp will come soon. The future is promising. However, what made him hesitate was that among the more than 20 planes connected to the Nada plane, microplanes accounted for the majority, small planes accounted for 1/3, and the number of medium-sized planes was only 5. Every time the Corruption Swamp was promoted to a higher level, the corpses and souls required for the next promotion became extremely exaggerated. If the killing continued at this rate, these planes might not be able to meet its upgrade needs. If the fishing plan goes smoothly, this battlefield can be expanded to let more planes know the news of the golden fruit. Let more people participate in this feast of sharing treasures. To fish, you must first make a nest and sprinkle the bait in one place. When the fish gather, it will be interesting to fish. Richard, holding a fishing rod, became more and more interested. Chapter 538. The ancient tree of the evil god, the lion of greed, the god of fraud and lies, and the fog of the corrupt swamp have made this bloody land a black hole that devours all life. This layout has yielded a huge harvest. Richard felt the cheering emotions from the corrupt swamp, and was particularly happy. Every time a corpse falls, the corrupt swamp will become stronger. This bloody land with a diameter of 30 kilometers is about to usher in a new round of promotion. As long as it reaches level 4, the corrupt swamp can become the killer of the City of Dusk. Consuming flesh and blood can continuously recruit Huiyue level soldiers. Who can resist this? Huiyue level soldiers are the mainstay of any force. This is even more true for the City of Dusk. Not to mention the resources needed to promote the army's nest, the recruitment alone is an exaggerated number. The characteristics of the corrupt swamp, that can consume flesh and blood and soul to recruit soldiers, make the value of this revitalized land immeasurable. After calming down, he turned around and took a deep look at the ancient tree of the evil god that was condensing golden fruits in the blood mist. Letting this top boss devour the body of the Lord of Greed in the corrupt swamp is not just to make bait for him. This time, the other party has a body of his own, and there may be a chance to break through the extraordinary. And the blood and flesh energy all over the ground are all for backup. Once the energy of the body of the god is exhausted, this bloody land can become its reserve food. One arrangement, a few arrangements. Feeling the breath of the ancient tree of the evil god is still rising, Richard didn't say much, and turned his head to look at the god of fraud and lies with a bit of illusion. Your Majesty Tyrone, I leave this to you. Treebeard is likely to take this opportunity to break through to the extraordinary level. This transformation will take a long time. I feel more at ease with you looking after him. The god of lies smiled. The oath had been established. He could not harm Richard's subordinates in any way, so the other party was naturally relieved. Shrugged and said nothing more. Richard smiled at this, and stopped talking nonsense. He flew away from the back of the greedy lion, and turned to leave the corruption swamp. The bait has been spread, and the next step is to wait quietly for the harvest. As for operating the Nada plane into a larger fishing ground, and allowing more planes to participate in it, there is no rush. It's not too late to arrange it after the corruption swamp is promoted to level 4. The current range of 30 kilometers in diameter is still a bit small. Looking at the figure disappearing in the space gate, the god of lies took a deep breath. The olive branch has been handed out, and the other party's feedback is also very positive. Next, he should show his value. Turning around, he stared at the alien creatures in the blood mist who were fighting frantically for the golden fruit, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Let these greedy souls become the cornerstone of his resurgence. This revitalized land has more potential than that. He will surprise Sir Richard. Passing through the space crack, the bloody smell at the tip of his nose immediately dissipated. Richard did not turn around to look at the heavy blood mist behind him, and went straight back to Lion City. The army of Dusk City has been waiting in the central square for a day. However, for the undead life, time has no meaning, and there will be no meaningless emotions such as complaints. The meaning of their existence is given by their masters. Sensing the familiar breath, the soul fire in the pupils of all the dead spirits immediately burned. Their master has arrived. Richard stood in the sky, overlooking the neatly lined army, his eyes full of a sense of accomplishment. This top army, that is absolutely loyal to him, is the sword he forged personally. Master, the army is ready, please give orders. Lorena's plump figure appeared out of thin air beside him. Her silver eyes were hot and respectful. The proud blood clan, who claimed to be a high noble, still had to humbly bow their heads in front of their masters. Richard nodded. Where are those lords of divine grace? They are participating in the reconstruction of Lion City. Our people have put them under strict supervision. Bring them to me. Yes. After the brief conversation, several soldiers around immediately turned around and left. Not long after, the players who defected to the City of Dusk came uneasily. After seeing Richard, his eyes became even more nervous. The man in front of him was a top boss who killed the gods. Even though the other party was also a player, they had established a friendly relationship before. But after the war in which the Lord of Greed fell, the status of both sides immediately opened up a huge gully. They didn't even have much courage to stand up in front of each other. Lord Richard. After several players approached, they immediately bowed with their hands on their chests without any ambiguity. The posture was more standard than that of the natives. Seeing the appearance of several people, Richard glanced at them with a smile, but didn't say anything about it. The difference in status cannot be erased by saying that everyone is a player. He is not interested in playing courteous games with players. I am going to capture the obelisk. Can you show me the way? Is there any problem? After saying this, several people shook their heads. No problem. Since you asked this, do we dare to have any questions? You have killed the gods. We don't think we are more powerful than the gods. Richard nodded, waved his hand without any nonsense. Let's go! As soon as the voice fell, he turned over and sat on the back of the undead dragon burning with crimson energy. Several players were carried up by the skeleton blood dragon. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the guards of the Lion City soldiers, the super A-level hero Alvis, with a wingspan of more than 40 meters, flew into the sky. The army behind immediately followed. The soldiers guarding Lion City watched them go. The flying experience in the L-plane is completely different from the desert. It is only the beginning of February, and the cold brought by winter is far from dissipating. Vegetation frozen by frost can be seen everywhere. It seems that the crystal gauze is reflecting the light of the sky, and the ground is sparkling, which looks like a different charm. Follow the map. The obelisk is in the center of the L-plane, near the capital of L. After the wrathful blood was eliminated, the external threat in this area has disappeared. It is a pity that it will take at least 1 or 2 months for Rettel to integrate the L-plane. Otherwise, if he uses the power of the L-plane to participate in this attack, he will really get it for free. The army flew very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across a large area of land, and the mountains, rivers, plains, and hills were retreating rapidly. But Richard's good mood soon disappeared. When the army flew over some towns, they could sense that they were empty, and there were very few people. Instead, there were black and red bloodstains everywhere on the streets, most of which had dried up, like patches on the ground and walls. The faint bloody smell in the air seemed to tell the misery of this period. The massacre of the residents of the L-plane by the angry Blood Duke was more tragic than he had imagined. After passing through several towns, Richard's face became colder and colder. The population was too small. It could even be described as 1 in 100. In order to determine the situation in other directions, he took out the military map and deliberately flew around some towns. And what he saw was that 9 out of 10 houses were empty. It was far more serious than what Rettel had said before, that the angry Blood Duke had killed millions of people. Some large towns could not even see half a person, empty and miserable, giving people a weird feeling of a lost world. Richard saw the end, and the killing intent on his body almost froze the space. The L-plane had fallen into his hands, and these residents had become his subjects. Such a big damage was definitely not a good thing for the City of Dusk. He turned his head and looked at several directions that had not been explored, and took a deep breath. The loss this time was huge. I hope that the bastard Duke of Wrathblood can leave more fire seeds in other directions, otherwise the benefits of occupying the L-plane will be discounted. After Richard let Alvis fly away from the empty town below, he stopped observing. When Rettel regained control of the L-plane, he would naturally get more accurate and detailed information. Let's take down the obelisk first. After this sudden change, Richard didn't care about anything else and concentrated on his journey. At 12 noon on February 7th, several players flying in front of him sent a message that they had arrived. Richard came back to his senses from his contemplation, and seeing that he overlapped with the mark on the map, he waved his hand suddenly and stopped the army from advancing. Looking ahead. After observing for a while, he could immediately feel that there was something strange in the space ahead. Perhaps because of the previous sky crack and the fading of the power of space, the space where the obelisk was located became conspicuous. Just like the shallow water reveals the fish. Even the naked eye can see that the light in that area is slightly distorted, as if covered with a layer of gauze, which looks a bit blurry. Master, this space is very dangerous. Lorena's silver eyes stared ahead. This is a space collapse point. Such areas often hide some powerful or evil beings because of the chaotic rules. Richard became interested and glanced at the vampire duke. Why do you say that? Lorena said softly. In areas with chaotic rules, it is easy to set up various magic arrays to hide oneself. My castle is also at the space collapse point, but the space collapse point of the main plane is not very obvious. Richard nodded thoughtfully. Space collapse point? It seems that this is also a direction. We can go in this direction when looking for the obelisk in the future. At this time, several players who were leading the way in front came to the side under the load of the skeleton blood dragon. The guild leader, a relatively burly warrior player, said excitedly, Sir Richard, we have arrived at the obelisk. Pointing in another direction. Inside this area is the obelisk, but we can't enter from here, we need to enter from the side entrance. Richard followed the other party's instructions and looked somewhere, frowning slightly. There is an area there, the space fluctuations are quite intense, but compared to the whole area, it is as narrow as a dog hole. It can't even let a winged skeleton blood dragon fly into it. Looking at Richard frowned and said nothing. The warrior player glanced at the surrounding army, seemed to understand something, and said awkwardly, Sir Richard, there is no way, if you want to go in, you can only go from this side otherwise. Before the voice fell, Richard waved his hand to stop him, and then pointed to the strange area in front, saying calmly, Lorena, lift the space cover in front and break the opponent's turtle shell. Let me go in from the side, are they qualified? The warrior player swallowed the word stuck in his throat immediately, and looked at his companions, and saw the complexity in each other's eyes. Fuck, is this how the boss acts? Lorena didn't care at all. She bowed and responded, then took a step and disappeared into the air. Silently, a moon-like light suddenly rose in the sky and earth, dazzling as the bright moon. After condensing for a moment, it shone directly on the slightly blurred area. The next moment, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space in front. Then the cracks spread rapidly, and after a few blinks, the space was shattered as far as the eye could see. After a dozen breaths, the cracks reached the limit of the space. Bang, it exploded directly. The fragments of space floated around like glass. After the fragments melted into the water, like snowflakes, the blurred area became extremely clear. Richard looked at it intently. Under the dim sky, among a group of low hills, a tower-shaped building with a height of more than 50 meters and a mottled and simple appearance stood on the ground. The tower body is square, and the top of the tower is sharpened like a pencil, piercing straight into the clouds. The tower body is engraved with countless magic inscriptions, each of which flashes with powerful magic. Just looking at it can make people feel palpitations. This tower has only one door at the bottom, and the rest of the area is built with special rocks. There are no decorations such as windows or door frames. It seems that people cannot live inside. Obelisk. Chapter 1 of Scarlet Moon Plane Explorer, a building that the system has mentioned. After conquering it, you can get rich rewards, and last month, when a player conquered the obelisk for the first time, it was announced by the system. This is an unprecedented feat. Richard opened the attribute panel with full expectations. But unexpectedly, the attribute panel was blank and nothing was displayed. This made him frown, and he decisively opened the black gold system, and then he saw the information of the obelisk. Obelisk, special building level, small. Introduction. Each obelisk is a relic of the ancient era, and it contains strange treasures. Some special obelisks may hide certain ancient rules. After reading it several times, Richard's heart was pounding, and beating faster. Is it possible to hide some ancient rules? The interest in his heart, which was already very high, immediately rose to a higher level. Good man, there is such a good thing? What is the rule? This is the most powerful power of the gods, the greedy power of the Lord of Greed, the corrupt power of the Lord of Decay, the conspiracy power of the Spider Queen Rose. These are all the power of rules, and the obelisk is very likely to hide this level of power. What does this mean? A word suddenly emerged in my mind. Become a god. If you can find those obelisks with ancient rules and capture them, wouldn't you be able to directly master those ancient rules? Richard's heart jumped, and he immediately felt the horror. If it is really as he guessed, then the obelisk can't mass-produce gods? The main plane of glorious era has been passed down for tens of millions of years, and how many demigods and legends have been born in it? How many people are only one rule away from entering a higher level? And this miracle is now in front of him. The more Richard thought about it, the more frightened he became. What kind of terrifying power will be unleashed by those ultimate beings trapped in legends and demigods after knowing this news? How will the gods, who originally possessed supreme power, respond after knowing this news? Just thinking about it, he felt a sense of shock that a storm is coming. The chapter of the Plane Explorer of the Crimson Moon is indeed not that simple. The obelisk mentioned repeatedly by the system is, as he guessed, the top priority. After Richard calmed down, his eyes narrowed slightly. His thoughts began to run wildly. It can be foreseen that the obelisk will become the source of turmoil in this chapter of the Plane Explorer, but now, this matter has not been made public, which means that the City of Dusk knows this news before everyone else. This is information with great value, an opportunity full of opportunities. Outsiders do not have the black gold system, and cannot know the detailed information of the obelisk. But as the plane exploration deepens, the indigenous forces gradually increase their investment. More and more obelisks will be captured, and this news will definitely not be concealed. At that time, every obelisk will become a flashpoint. There will definitely be wars around obelisks, even wars between gods. Thinking of this, Richard's eyes gradually became sharper. Before this matter was exposed, he had to capture as many obelisks as possible. According to the ancient rules, no one could resist this temptation. Chapter 539. Just as Richard was staring at the obelisk, thinking about the turmoil that was likely to happen in the future. Tap, tap, a dull sound of footsteps resounded through the sky. Richard was suddenly awakened and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. At the bottom of the obelisk, in the open stone door, a large number of hideous figures appeared. Those lives were more than 4 meters tall, with fierce dragon heads, and long mist spurted out of their noses as they walked. Their bodies were protected by palm-wide gray scales, and their muscles were inflated, bulging high, as if to make the scales burst. Holding an exaggeratedly heavy long-handled warhammer, once swung, even a heavy human shield would be easily smashed. Half-dragon. The warrior player next to Richard subconsciously exclaimed, looking at these arms that had left a shadow on them. The fear in his eyes was almost difficult to conceal. He spoke in a hurried tone. Sir Richard, the half-dragons are dragonborn, with extremely strong combat power and super immunity to magic. The level of these soldiers has all reached level 19, and the potential is as high as 3 stars of Huiwe. Moreover, the opponent's strength can be greatly improved when fighting around the obelisk. And the one who leads this army is a super dragonborn. Said this excitedly, turned his head, and when he saw the calm figure, his body suddenly froze, and he swallowed the rest of the words. His face became a little strange. I am also stupid. Why should I be anxious in front of this big guy? The other party even killed the gods. So why would they care about a super? The level 19 demon soldiers of nearly 10 armies have all turned into ashes. So why would they care about the level 19 half-dragons of these legions? Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at his companions, and found that their eyes were looking at him with a bit of weirdness. He was suddenly depressed. Wasn't I just excited for a while? Who would have thought that they would have such a golden thigh in just a few days? Isn't it that they are not used to it yet? After calming down, he still looked at Richard with a stiff face and whispered, Boss, I know your power is enough to sweep everything, but that extraordinary is not simple. You must be careful to deal with it. Richard looked at the sturdy player for a while and smiled. I know it in my mind. As he said that, his eyes became sharper. Are there any other information? The warrior player thought about it, and shook his head decisively. They only had a rough contact last time, and did not go deep into the obelisk. That's all the information they know. Richard seemed to think of something when he saw this, and looked at the few people with interest. According to what you said before, there are at least 3 extraordinary soldier nests in this obelisk. How did you know this information? The warrior player pointed to the female player beside him, and said with a subtle look, Boss Richard, Tingting's profession is a prophet, and there is a certain probability that she can see through the future. He quickly added, Of course, this is nonsense. If we can see through the future, we won't be so bad. The main ability is that we can roughly see some future fragments of things related to ourselves. And it is completely uncontrollable, and depends entirely on passive triggering. that ability happened to take effect on the obelisk. He saw 3 majestic soldier nests, which are almost the same as the extraordinary soldiers we sensed in the NPC city before. Richard couldn't help but look at the female player more after hearing that. A prophet sounds pretty powerful. But looking at the messy equipment they were wearing, and the level of only 11 or 2, it was a little funny. The profession is not weak, but the people are too weak. Without strength, even if you know a quarter of the future, it's useless. Inability to change anything. Retracting his thoughts, his eyes were back on the obelisk. Seeing that the half-dragons had condensed into a formation, he turned his head to look at the fierce figure beside him. Kratos, go and test the strength of those half-dragons. Although the distorted space outside was broken, the extraordinary has not appeared so far. Kratos didn't have the opportunity to complete the level 19 promotion task these few times, which made him a little annoyed. This time he simply brought this Dark Soul Eater directly to his side, and let the other party take the lead. He still didn't believe that there was no suitable extraordinary person to hunt in this world. I will follow your orders. The Dark Soul Eater responded in a muffled voice. As soon as the voice fell, the 19th level boss immediately drove the skeleton blood dragon he was sitting on to fly towards the obelisk. Although there was only one person, his momentum was not inferior at all. As the wings flapped, the skeleton blood dragon approached the range of 1 kilometer. But at this moment, the giant dragon seemed to be restrained and fell down suddenly. Whoosh, the skeleton blood dragon frantically flapped its wings and struggled desperately. But no matter how its dragon wings flapped, it could not remain stable. In the high-speed flight, the huge body fell down and hit the ground hard. Swish, a long scratch was drawn, and the grass and frost flew up all over the sky. At the moment when the skeleton blood dragon fell to the ground, Kratos behind him tensed his muscles, exerted his strength with his legs, and jumped up suddenly. Bang, the huge body fell hard to the ground, and the ground trembled violently. Looking carefully, the soles of his feet had sunk into the mud. No-fly zone? Richard frowned when he saw this scene, but did not interrupt him. Continued to watch the boss's movements. After landing, Kratos' face was a little ugly. His master was watching him from behind. He couldn't stand losing some face at the beginning. A dangerous light flashed in his small eyes. Crack, 5 fingers clenched the war hammer in his hand, staring at the restless half-dragon army in front of the obelisk. The 6-meter-tall body is undoubtedly a giant for ordinary people. The body made of rock is full of powerful power. Every move makes people tremble. Roar, a deep roar came from his throat. The next moment, a dark light surged out from his body. 32 figures, more ferocious than him, gathered around him. Dark servants. The spirits of the Tower clan. Each one was as strong as a giant, more than 8 meters tall, making Kratos, the beast-like boss, look shorter. Raising the warhammer in his hand, Kratos' eyes became fierce. For the master. I am the vanguard. The roar resounded through the sky, and the next second, the beast suddenly exploded like a spring stretched to the extreme. The figure left several afterimages and rushed towards the obelisk at a terrifying speed. 32 dark servants automatically formed a triangular charge formation behind him. Bang, 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 every step Kratos took, the ground seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, making a dull sound. Thousands of level 19 half-dragons guarding the obelisk alone. The momentum is not inferior. Seeing the Dark Soul Eater charging, several players' eyes widened and their hearts surged. Although they had witnessed the scene of this top hero beating the level 19 Mountain Duke before, seeing the other party's posture at this moment still made them feel shaken. Perhaps, this is the real hero unit, this is the subordinate that players should conquer. In comparison, the hero who surrendered to them is simply garbage, and compared with this subordinate of Boss Richard, it is even worse than garbage. Several people were excited and ashamed. The corner of their eyes unconsciously looked at the figure covered by yellow sand beside them. Although they are both players, the other party can always make them feel how big the gap between people is. Fortunately, the two sides are not enemies. The distance of 1,000 meters was swept by Kratos in just a moment. A row of deep footprints was left on the ground behind. After accelerating over such a long distance, the momentum of this level 19 boss has reached its peak. Every step he takes, the world will tremble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two sides collided fiercely. Kill! Kratos, with a ferocious face, roared, like a heavy truck crashing into the half-dragon army. The half-dragon at the front was fearless. The dragon blood gave him great power. No enemy could break through his defense. He swung the hammer in his hand, trying to fight the enemy rushing in front. Bang, clang, the sound of metal clashing exploded. The half-dragon felt as if he was hit by an ancient beast. The hard warhammer in his hand broke directly. Then his eyes blurred, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The next moment, he felt that he was flying high, and the world was spinning. In a trance, he saw large pieces of broken limbs flying in the sky. The arm that had been holding the warhammer tightly was knocked dozens of meters high. Is that his body? The moment this thought came up, he lost consciousness. After forcibly smashing the first 19th level half-dragon, Kratos entered a violent posture. He swung the warhammer in his hand again. The body made of rocks on his body provided him with the power to shake the mountains, and the characteristic of constantly recovering power when standing on the ground made him fearless of any siege. Combined with the 32 dark servants behind him, it was like a flaming sword cutting through condensed grease. The fire boiled the oil. All obstacles were broken under the bombardment of the warhammer, reaping the souls of the half-dragons wantonly. The players who were nervously watching this scene couldn't help but feel dry mouths and pounding hearts. Compared with Richard's feat of easily hunting down the Lord of Greed, the domineering behavior of Kratos, a level 19 boss, is more in line with most people's perception of the strong. With his own strength, he rushed into a military formation, and it was like entering an empty place. No one can stop the beast. The level 19 half-dragons, these 3-star Huiwa soldiers, are almost invincible terrorist legions in their eyes. At this moment, they can't stop the other side at all. Although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't imagine that the first collision would be like this. The opponent's hero, relying on his own strength, is about to kill through the half-dragon army. My scalp is numb. That's a level 19 Huiwa 3-star soldier. Damn, this hero is just as perverted as his master. My eyes subconsciously looked at the dazzling figure beside him. During the battle to defend the Lion City, for various reasons, the opponent did not use his own army. I really don't know what level of lethality would be unleashed if Boss Richard went all out. For a while, several players were in a state of ups and downs. Kratos led 32 dark servants, and killed directly to the center of the half-dragon army. Where he passed, there was only blood and limbs left, and at least 3 squadrons of soldiers were smashed by him. The scene was crazy. And at this moment, those level 19 half-dragons finally reacted. After Kratos' charge momentum gradually slowed down, he began to besiege layer by layer, using the human wave tactics to cover. The unstoppable momentum of the charge, that scares away thousands of troops, is the biggest killer against the army. Once trapped in a positional battle, the lethality it causes will be reduced exponentially. However, at this moment, Kratos stepped on the ground with both feet, and his offensive posture was not suppressed by the half-dragons, but became more fierce. When the hammer in his hand, which was heavy enough to crush a warhorse, was swung, it was like a giant siege weapon attacking the city wall. If the half-dragons in front dared to resist, they would either be smashed or knocked away. The half-dragons, who have always been famous for their tyrannical strength, felt the feeling of being crushed for the first time. Although the gap between the arms and the hero units is very obvious, at the same level, 3 or 2 squadrons can surround and kill the heroes. Moreover, the higher the potential of the troops, the easier it will be to deal with heroes. But this situation will change as the potential of heroes increases. When reaching the level, at the same level, the troops of 3 or 2 squadrons can no longer do anything to hero units. When reaching a level, it is a step further, and the number of troops required to deal with it is doubled. Once reaching Super A level, hero units will undoubtedly become the overlords, who are rampant. At the same level, a battalion of troops may not be enough for them to kill, not to mention, at this moment, Kratos is a boss template that is stronger than the hero template, and his potential has also reached Super A level. This level of monster can no longer be inferred by simple common sense. The boss is a unit that requires 5 or 10 times the power of the hero to be defeated. At this moment, these half-dragons are fighting against the 19th level boss of Dark Soul Eater. And there is no hero unit command. So Richard was not surprised by the almost crushing battle on the field. But a few players didn't know the secret. They only saw Kratos smashing the 19th level half-dragons that they regarded as small bosses. This scene made them envious. This hero is too powerful, right? Why don't we have one? And is Richard willing to let the other party take risks? If the extraordinary suddenly appeared and attacked, killing the other party, the loss would be unbearable. If it was given to them, they would never use it like this, and they would even worship the other party as an ancestor, and would never let him take action until the critical moment. Unfortunately, God is unfair. This hero is not theirs. Under the gaze of great grief and envy, they saw Richard waved his hand lightly. He said casually, "Kratos, don't waste time. Kill into the obelisk and force that extraordinary out." Force the extraordinary out? Let a level 19 hero go. When several players heard this order, they felt their hearts bleeding. Kratos, such a good hero, how can you use him like this? It's too much to treat the opponent as a vanguard. Boss Richard, if you don't want this hero, you can give it to us, we don't mind. The warrior player's face was particularly sad and angry. It felt like his goddess was being played by others, and he could only watch bitterly from the side, fearing that the goddess was being played hard by others, and he wanted to ask the other party to be gentler. After receiving the order, Kratos did not hesitate at all, and directly led the dark servants to kill. He forced his way into the obelisk against the half-dragon army. The scene was so exaggerated that several players felt as if they had eaten a lemon. The opponent could use a hero who could fight against thousands of enemies alone to explore the way, and they didn't even care about their life or death. And what about them? They didn't even have the qualifications to worship the opponent. It's unfair. Just when the player's breathing became chaotic, a roar with endless anger resounded through the sky. The majestic and terrifying breath oppressed the world, and thousands of rivers and streams rushed down. Bang! Kratos, who had just entered the obelisk, flew out of the stone door at the bottom of the obelisk like a ball hit by a baseball bat. All the half-dragons on the road were knocked over. After flying more than 10 meters, the boss swung his weapon hard. Bang! The warhammer in his hand hit the ground hard, sizzling. The huge inertia made the warhammer leave a mark several meters long. Until this moment, the opponent's tendency to fly backward stopped. Bang! Landing on the ground, the strong legs could not help but bend slightly. After standing up, this rampant 19th level boss stared at the open stone door of the obelisk. Creak! The 5 fingers holding the warhammer suddenly exerted force. The muscles on the body bulged high, the breath on the body condensed to the extreme. The tense body was like a longbow, like a lion about to launch an attack. Tap! Tap! A sound of footsteps resounded throughout the earth. The surrounding space seemed to condense and vibrated with the footsteps. The surging momentum was like the collapse of a high mountain reservoir, and the waves rushed down 9,000 feet. The moment the footsteps of the fearless half-dragon sounded, they all knelt on one knee humbly, and bowed their heads towards the stone gate in the most humble way. Welcome their master to come. Richard narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene. Under his gaze, a half-dragon over 5 meters tall walked out of the stone gate of the obelisk. This half-dragon had a fiery red dragon head and a pair of miniature dragon wings on his back. There were no weapons in his hands, but the claws reflecting the metallic luster were enough to explain everything. The other party stood at the stone gate, and the space around him began to distort, as if the plastic sheet was pressed by heavy stones and could not bear the weight. Everyone's breathing became rapid, and their hearts beat faster unnaturally. Extraordinary, the extraordinary dragon wings guarding the obelisk. The warrior player thought of the previous experience, and his legs couldn't help but weaken. If it weren't for the big golden legs beside him, I'm afraid he would have been wet in the first time. Subconsciously turning his head, he was about to say something when he heard the calm voice of the heroic figure beside him. Kratos, this extraordinary dragonborn is now in your hands. No one else will take action in this war, and I am no exception. He is your prey. The warrior player suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at Richard with an incredible look. He didn't hear it wrong? Richard Boss is not going to take action. Instead, he wants this 19th level hero to deal with the extraordinary dragonborn alone? His heart was instantly confused. Boss, although I know that you have a lot of heroes, you can't be so careless. This is a top hero who can fight 1,000 alone. Although other attributes can't be seen except the level, as long as you are not blind, you can know that the opponent is extraordinary. Now, you let this kind of hero fight a superhero alone? Do you still have any humanity? The warrior player was filled with grief and indignation. Kratos, I feel bad for you, Boss Richard. You have such a cruel heart. Chapter 540. Several players did not know the secret that Kratos had to hunt extraordinary people to advance. They only knew that at this moment, Richard ordered Kratos, who was at level 19, to confront the extraordinary dragonborn guarding the obelisk. That was a level 20 extraordinary. Level 20. In the past year of glorious era, they were no longer the rookie lords, who were isolated from the news. From level 4 to level 5, from level 9 to level 10, from level 14 to level 15, these key levels can be obtained once every time they are promoted. But all the gaps before were not as big as from level 19 to level 20. Extraordinary, this is a level of transformation. Level 19 and level 20 seem to be only one level apart, but the combat effectiveness is a world of difference. The most intuitive reaction is that a level 19 hero can only be called the backbone of a force, while a level 20 extraordinary can be called a big boss. It is almost impossible to fight against a level 20 supernatural being at level 19. The difference in rank is enough to crush any luck. This is the most difficult thing for several people to understand. They don't understand why Richard gave such an order. But judging from the previous record, this unreasonable order is in line with his style. This is the attitude that Qingqiu should have. Could it be that Richard's subordinates are as perverted as him, and can kill supernatural beings at level 19? When the warrior player thought of this, his face became quite subtle. It was not that this was impossible, but that after this thought came up, he actually believed it unconditionally. There was not even any doubt in his heart. If it were someone else, he would not believe that a level 19 could fight against a supernatural being even if he was told to do it. Moreover, the other side also has a large number of top-level troops with level 19 and potential 3-star Huiwa. However, the one who issued this order was Richard, Qingqiu, the strongest player, the God Slayer who just cut off the head of the god in front of billions of viewers, and the top boss, who has been worshipped by everyone since he appeared. The words in his mouth, no matter how impossible, gave him a feeling that they could definitely be realized. Reason? No need. Just because these words were said by Qingqiu, that's enough. No player who has experienced the Battle of Lion City can remain rational in front of Richard. Several players with fluctuating emotions did not affect the battlefield. Kratos looked at the extraordinary dragon in front of him, creaked, and quietly clenched the warhammer in his hand. The momentum on his body became vigorous and fierce, and his eyes flashed with infinite light. The back was straight. He has waited for this day for too long. In the tower plain, when facing the extraordinary wax-melting monster, with the threat of Rose, he could not fight with all his strength, and it was difficult to achieve success. He had no time to go to the extraordinary in the Naga plain, and he had already fallen. The Rage Blood Duke died under his nose. Now, he finally got a chance to face the extraordinary. He had longed for this opportunity for too long. His soul was born because of the master. Only by breaking through the extraordinary can he become the sharpest sword in the master's hand. Kratos roared. A dark and violent energy suddenly burst out from his body. Bang! The energy rioted in all directions. Broken stones and gravel were rolled up, the air became turbid, and the light suddenly dimmed. After the violent gray energy exploded, it quickly condensed into crows with a corrupt and cold aura in the air. Ah! Shrill screams echoed in the sky. In the blink of an eye, crows emerged from the dust rolled up by the air waves. The dark life condensed by energy flapped its wings and flew in the sky in a circle. From the outside, it looked like a tornado. When the number of crows exceeded 3,000, these evil beings flapped their wings and dived down. On the ground, the 19th level half-dragon, who was kneeling in worship of the extraordinary dragon, was suddenly awakened. The half-dragon in the front immediately stood up, and violently swung the war hammer at the crows in front. The heavy weapons tore the sky, even the heavy shield of the warriors would be shattered. But the war hammer went straight through the body of the crow, at the moment it hit the crow. Physical attacks are ineffective. The half-dragon's face changed, and just as he was about to respond, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the crow he attacked had disappeared in front of him. It flew straight to his body. Seeing this scene, the half-dragon was relieved. Their bodies are protected by dragon scales, and the dragon blood flowing in their bodies also makes them highly resistant to magic. A mere crow wants to hurt them, it's simply done. As soon as this thought arose, a chill passed through his body, and then he felt that his mind was torn apart by a giant hand. The terrible pain made his face extremely distorted. Ah! His throat roared hysterically, as if he had endured the most brutal torture in the world. At this moment, the second, third, and more black crows rushed into his body. The half-dragon's body twitched uncontrollably, and then he felt the severe pain in his mind swallowing everything. His thoughts gradually became dull, and his eyes fell into darkness. This level 19 soldier only had time to swing his weapon once, before he fell to the ground and lost his breath. Instant kill. The next second, more than a dozen crows emerged from his body with a shrill cry. At this moment, the hair on his body became shiny, and the cold breath he exuded almost froze the air. After leaving the half-dragon's body, he immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the next target. Soul-devouring storm, Super A level, summoned soul-devouring crows to form a death storm, causing huge damage to the enemy's soul. After the soul-devouring crows devour the enemy's soul, they can continue to exist and grow. This level 19 boss's most powerful group attack skill, the death of the first half-dragon, marked a change in this situation. 3,000 soul-devouring crows directly blew up a death storm. Most of the fierce 19th level half-dragon soldiers were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. It was late, but it happened in just a few breaths. The extraordinary dragonborn who had just stepped out of the stone door of the obelisk, The arrogant expression on his face that was similar to that of the elves disappeared instantly, and his eyes became gloomy. He stared at the protagonist, who created this storm, with a cold tone. Reptile, a trivial trick, dares to spy on the holy land I protect. Higher language, dragon language. The moment the voice fell, everyone's heart was beating wildly, as if an ancient giant beast opened its eyes. The pressure between heaven and earth made the air as thick as mercury. The next moment, a light red energy with a bit of flame surged out of the other party's body. Like ink dripping into clear water, the crimson energy covered the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The soul-eating crows that were devouring the souls of the half-dragons recklessly seemed to have fallen into the water. No matter how they flapped their wings, they could not leave the spot. The extraordinary dragonborn raised his head, and the giant dragon head was particularly hideous against the light red energy. His eyes were a little contemptuous. He stretched out his right hand. The sharp claws rubbed against each other, snapped, and snapped his fingers. Crack, those crazy soul-eating crows shattered directly like glass, transformed into pure energy. This scene made the players behind him feel frantic. I thought that after the level 19 hero raised the crow storm, there would be a comeback. I didn't expect that such a powerful killing move was easily destroyed by the half-dragon. Is this the power of the extraordinary? The leader of the players, the warrior player, felt a tightness in his heart. How should the level 19 hero deal with the extraordinary next? The palm clenched subconsciously, and the veins on the back of the hand popped up. The nervous emotion was several times stronger than that of the protagonist Kratos on the battlefield and Richard, the controller behind the scenes. Kratos felt the contempt of the extraordinary dragonborn, and his eyes narrowed into a line. The murderous intent gathered around him caused waves of ripples in the space. Without holding back, energy surged out of the body, and a phantom condensed outside the body's surface. The appearance was exactly the same as it, and the breath it exuded made people immediately sense the origin of the phantom soul. Several players were shocked when they saw this scene, and they didn't understand why Kratos suddenly let his soul appear on the surface of his body. Just when they were puzzled, the soul on the surface of this level 19 boss was like dry firewood poured with gasoline. Boom, it was ignited. The gray soul burned with a blue flame. You could even see the black smoke coming out of the flame tail. That hero was burning his own soul. Several players stared at this scene with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Burning the soul? Doesn't it mean that you are dead? The soul is the most important thing in a living body, nothing else. Once it is damaged, it is almost the most serious trauma. Now, he actually took the initiative to ignite his own soul. Why? Why do you do this? The warrior player turned his head and looked to the side, unable to help but said, Boss Richard, why don't we stop your hero? This is too unprofitable. Richard didn't even turn his head, staring at the battlefield calmly, and said calmly, My orders are never taken back. Wait until the war is over. Kratos will come back to see me with that extraordinary head. Hearing this, all the words of the warrior player were suppressed, and his face was quite subtle. Finally, he sighed, and didn't want to go into it anymore. He was so tired. The gap between the two sides was too big. He personally participated in the battle, but he had no idea what the other party was thinking. Due to his limited vision, he could no longer understand the intention. After taking a deep breath, he decided not to speak again. The outsiders were excited, and so were the people on the battlefield. When Kratos' soul began to burn, the breath of this level 19 boss surged to an exaggerated degree. In a few breaths, the surrounding space was distorted in a large area, and the pressure it emitted was no less than that of the extraordinary dragon in front of him. Boss characteristics: Fight with burning soul, can burn soul power, burst out 10 times the power. During the burning of soul, soul power can be transformed into dark power. Soul power is exhausted, and it will die directly. Kratos' trump card, the boss's most powerful card. Even as several players understand, once the soul burns, there is no life or death, and there is no turning back. But this fatal skill can be exchanged for power, infinite power. The body built of rock is now bulging high, and the gray blood vessels on it are wriggling like little snakes. The surrounding space has been blurred by the power, and outsiders can't even see its appearance clearly. Feeling the power in his body like magma eruption, Kratos creaked and clenched his hammer with 5 fingers. Looking directly at the extraordinary dragonborn in front of him. Mixed blood bastard, let your soul become the ladder for me to step into a higher level. As soon as the voice fell, he took a step forward. Bang, the ground exploded, and the spider-web-like gap spread out dozens of meters. An elliptical air wave rose around, directly producing a violent sonic boom. It was even difficult to see what happened with the naked eye. The next second. Bang, The location where the extraordinary Dragonborn was located exploded directly, and a terrifying air wave swept in all directions, and the dust covered the sky. Then bang, 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 bursts of sound exploded in the sky. The location mentioned by the extraordinary Dragonborn in front of the obelisk became the center of the storm. Waves of air burst out one after another. Because the power of the plane has become thinner, the power of the extraordinary level can already tear the void. The collision space between the two people collapsed, and everything around them became undetectable. From the outside, you could only see the terrifying shock wave exploding, the earth is breaking and the sky is wailing. Kratos, with a burning soul, is confronting the extraordinary Dragonborn in a violent manner, because of the no-fly restrictions around the obelisk. The extraordinary Dragonborn could not take off, and could only fight with Kratos on the ground. This allowed Kratos to maximize his melee combat. Seeing that their vision was blocked, several players were very anxious, but they did not dare to ask Richard, so they could only talk about the battle situation in a low voice. Richard ignored them, and felt the fierce collision on the battlefield, his eyes narrowed slightly. The next second, the soft voice of the plump 23rd level vampire Grand Duke Lorena beside him sounded in his mind. Lorena, you sneak into the void and secretly assist Kratos. Remember, even if Kratos dies in battle, do not kill the extraordinary Dragonborn. Use your breath to create the illusion that you will attack at any time. This breath is inadvertently detected by the other party, and it must not be revealed actively. Then block or interfere with the other party's perception to create an advantage for Kratos. If Kratos wants to be promoted, he must kill a superhuman, and contribute more than 70% in the Battle of the Gods. If Lorena takes action personally, with the brutal combat power of this top superhuman, the extraordinary Dragonborn will definitely not be able to resist. But it will definitely greatly reduce Kratos' contribution. And a superhuman who does not take action, although he cannot give Kratos positive help, but the impact on the battle situation is absolutely fatal. No one can dare to ignore a hunter who can kill himself and hide in the dark. The words that just let Kratos fight alone, as a means of attacking the heart, will definitely make the extraordinary Dragonborn more fearful after Lorena's breath is revealed. The opponent is very likely to think that he is using Kratos as bait to create opportunities for the extraordinary in the dark. And what he wants is the idea that the other party thinks that he is using Kratos as bait. After Lorena's figure disappeared beside Richard, the extraordinary Dragonborn who was fighting fiercely suddenly sensed a slight breath. It was very faint. If he hadn't sensed the extraordinary, he wouldn't even be able to detect it. It was that subtle breath that made him feel an unspeakable sense of danger. There is a well-hidden enemy, spying on him. The opponent's strength can cause fatal danger to him. His eyes were shocked and angry. This damn reptile in front of him was just a bait released by the opponent? He felt a strong fear in his heart, and the power in his hand inevitably withdrew a little, ready to defend against the enemy who might attack at any time. Chapter 541. The gap between level 19 and extraordinary is difficult to make up even for the boss template. But at this moment, the situation has changed subtly. The extraordinary Dragonborn became hesitant because of a breath, and did not dare to use all his strength. As the opponent, Kratos burned his soul. Sacrificing souls to gain power is not an uncommon move for Dark Life. And Kratos, who was born based on the Abyss high-level Demon Soul Devourer, is the purest Dark Life. Burning souls allowed him to gain power beyond the limit of level 19. As one rises and the other falls, the pressure on the extraordinary Dragonborn suddenly surged. It felt that every time Kratos swung the heavy hammer, it contained a force that was almost like a landslide. His face became solemn. But what worried him most was the breath he had just sensed. Although it had disappeared without a trace, and could not be detected. But he clearly knew that the hidden enemy could pose a fatal threat to him. The unknown is the most terrifying. Under the threat of the opponent's attack at any time, he did not dare to use his full strength, for fear that the extraordinary would suddenly rush out from behind at a certain moment. With some fear in his heart, the pressure on Kratos became weaker and weaker. On the other hand, Kratos, this boss, let go of everything. When the soul burns out, he will die. There is only one chance to hunt. Every time he swings the warhammer, he uses up all his strength and keeps attacking with the belief that there is death but no life. The earth is cracked inch by inch at this moment, covering a kilometer range like a spider web. The aftermath of the battle between the two is as terrifying as a natural disaster. The remaining 19th level half-dragons were hit hard, and didn't dare to approach the center of the battlefield. This made the heartbeats of several players accelerate. Especially when the two protagonists occasionally broke away from the center of the battlefield and showed traces of the battlefield, they were even more excited. Too fierce, They expected the extraordinary strength, but they didn't expect that the 19th level hero could be so powerful. Too fucking fierce. That's extraordinary. The opponent has fought against him alone until now, and the scene is evenly matched. When the battle became more and more intense, the sharp-eyed female player suddenly pointed at the stone door at the bottom of the obelisk and whispered, "Did you see it? A large number of troops have poured out from inside, and the number of half-dragons outside is almost a legion." Several people turned their heads and looked at it immediately after hearing this, and their faces changed slightly. The half-dragons that had been cleared out of the field were almost fully replenished at some point, and the dead half-dragon bodies on the ground have all disappeared without a trace. These half-dragon soldiers guarding the obelisk have the ability to resurrect? This gave several people a bad idea. Can they really deal with that extraordinary dragonborn? Richard also noticed the movements of the half-dragon soldiers. After pondering for a moment, he was relieved. With the extraordinary here, the force guarding the obelisk is obviously not weak, but because of the possibility of exploding the ancient rules, it seems quite shabby to him. But if they can be resurrected continuously, the guarding force of the obelisk will be enough. The worries in his heart about whether there are other forces hidden in the tower have dissipated a lot. The resurrection feature can be called a bug, which is enough to give most forces a headache. However, the resurrected half-dragons did not dare to intervene in the battle between Kratos and the extraordinary dragonborn at this time. The collision of two top existences was too terrifying. At this moment, the extraordinary dragonborn could not, and did not dare to burst out all his strength to kill Kratos, because he could not judge where the hidden enemy was. He could not kill Kratos, who was exploding in front of him, without leaving any flaws. This great enemy with a burning soul also made him feel threatened by his life. Looking at the burning soul on his body, another idea quietly arose in his mind to drag it down. Now, although the extraordinary is in the dark, he has not lost the initiative in his hands. As long as this ant with a burning soul cannot achieve results before the soul is burned out, the opponent will definitely jump out on his own initiative. Without the restraint of the reptile in front of him, the extraordinary hidden in the dark will definitely not be his opponent. Otherwise, the opponent would not dare to show up. When the reptile in front of him dies, it will be his time to counterattack. No one can act as a hunter in front of him. With a plan in mind, the offensive slowed down again, becoming more stable, and starting to focus on defense. The initiative on the battlefield that was given up began to be controlled by Kratos. This dark beast over 6 meters tall will not tolerate anyone. When the opponent retracted his attack, he immediately pressed forward. The warhammer in his hand swung frequently, and the violent energy disturbed the world. The fierce posture made the extraordinary dragonborn feel a little overwhelmed, and began to use the speed advantage to roam around, trying to avoid hard fights, and at the same time be alert to the surroundings. But once the initiative was given up, how could the situation still be as he wished? The ferocious Kratos attacked more and more violently. Every attack could cause the void to collapse, and the space to blur. Once hit, the damage was no less than that of the extraordinary attack. The pressure on the extraordinary dragonborn skyrocketed. He originally wanted to drain Kratos' soul power, and let him die. But 5 minutes later, he looked at the soul that had not yet burned to 1/5. He was shocked and angry, and his eyes were full of disbelief. The opponent burst out extraordinary power at the level of 19, and was fighting him. With such a large consumption, it has been 5 minutes, and it has not yet consumed 1/5 of the soul power? This damn monster, how strong is his soul power? Even if it is his soul, the power contained may not be comparable to this bastard. How could this be the soul of a level 19 hero? In the eyes of the natives, the template and detailed attributes of the opponent cannot be seen, and only the level is the easiest to judge. So the extraordinary dragonborn didn't know what kind of monster this level 19 enemy in front of him was. Eternal body, super A grade, all attributes increased by 300%. Standing on the ground, all attributes increased by 600%. All damage received can be recovered by swallowing rocks. Immune to poison, curse, instant death skills, immune to magic. A strong body is the foundation of Kratos, and the confidence of melee. But what makes it have unlimited potential is an ordinary skill Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer, super A grade, can devour the enemy's soul to strengthen its own soul and increase the upper limit of dark power storage. The current increase is 150,000. Devouring the enemy's soul power to strengthen its own soul, this skill makes Kratos from an ordinary combat unit have unlimited potential. After coming out of the Tower Tribe plane, Kratos had been preparing for this battle for promotion for more than 2 months. During the time that Richard sent him to guard the Naga plane, this boss was a tyrant in the blood mist. The number of lives slaughtered was incalculable. A few days ago, when Richard checked Kratos' attributes after growth, He was shocked to see the panel that was strengthened to 150,000 points of dark power. When Kratos was born, his dark power at level 19 was 8,000 points, and now the total is 158,000 points. It has increased by nearly 20 times. In other words, the opponent's soul strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. The degree of condensation of his soul is not inferior to that of Lorena, the 23rd level vampire duke. This is the reason why he let this Dark Soul Eater face the extraordinary Dragonborn alone. This level 19 boss has this ability. More than 20 planes fought in the corrupt swamp, and the number of troops killed was almost incalculable. The reason why the activated land has not been promoted to level 4 is that it needs a lot of flesh and soul energy, and that Kratos swallowed some of the souls. In Richard's eyes, this boss looks like the character Doghead in a game on Blue Star. Every time a soldier is killed with a Q skill, his skill damage will increase by several points permanently. If he is given enough time to develop, he will be a well-deserved top hero. Kratos has the same characteristics. As long as he is given soul swallowing, he can grow to a level that makes everyone tremble. Coupled with the opponent's unique bond, Soul Devourer, when swallowing the soul, there is a certain probability of obtaining the opponent's memory and skills. The growth template of this Dark Soul Eater is already very clear. These skills are enough to explain why the opponent is a boss unit. Unlimited growth potential. At this moment, Kratos, who devoured the soul power for this promotion, showed a strength that made the extraordinary Dragonborn tremble. No scruples. The burning soul is like a long-lasting lamp that never goes out. After the battle lasted for 10 minutes, cracks appeared on the body of the extraordinary Dragonborn. The palm-sized dragon scales were cracked several times by the hammer, and it was difficult to repair in a short time. And Kratos was even more miserable. Even in the extraordinary defense state, his body had cracked in large pieces, like porcelain falling on the ground. But Kratos stepped on the ground with his feet, and continuously devoured the rocks on the ground into his own power to repair all losses. Let his fighting power always maintain the highest posture. Feeling the chaos of his own aura, the Super Dragonborn looked at the soul phantom floating on Kratos' surface, which had only burned 1/3 at this moment, and suddenly a strong jealousy rose. Why? How can this hero's soul power be so strong? Why is the opponent's soul stronger than his? Why? The anger in his heart gradually rose. Feeling the energy in his body begin to become chaotic, he gritted his teeth fiercely. This can't go on. If this goes on, maybe he won't wait for the opponent's soul to burn out, wait for the super to appear, wait for him to fight back, and he will be beaten to death by this level 19 reptile. Thinking of that scene, an unknown anger surged in his heart. Kill the super with a level 19 body. If he told others about this, the other party would definitely become a hero, and he would become a clown that others laughed at. His inner pride made him furious when he thought of that picture. He couldn't stand it, absolutely couldn't stand it. The gray dragon scales on his body suddenly turned red, and runes condensed on him. It looked full of a heart-shaking aura of destruction. Reptile. Even if he was in danger of being killed by the secret extraordinary, he would crush this bastard who dared to challenge his majesty. He rushed forward violently, and the claws in his hands grew a lot, reflecting the dazzling metallic luster, which was indescribably sharp and terrifying. When he swung, the space was directly shattered, revealing endless void and dark chaos. But just when he was about to kill the reptile that provoked him at all costs, a subtle breath flashed. The furious extraordinary dragon descendant trembled in his heart, and his head seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water. That hidden enemy has made a move. His heart was pounding, and his body subconsciously paused. The killing intent of the desperate man disappeared by 7 points, and he subconsciously left a little strength to prepare for the unknown extraordinary. At this moment, his perception suddenly became a little blurred, and most of the auras around him disappeared. Then, there was a click, and the void on the flank exploded, and a figure with silver hair and silver eyes quietly emerged in the space fragments. It was that aura, the vampire. At this moment, all attention was attracted by the figure that suddenly appeared. At the same time, in front of the unscrupulous killing intent of the extraordinary Dragonborn, Kratos felt an unprecedented breath of death. It seemed that his soul was about to be annihilated. Under tremendous pressure, this level 19 boss suddenly entered a special state. Looking around, the whole world seemed to be responding to his call, and the surrounding magic energy became particularly gentle. His heart moved. He looked at the 32 dark servants, who could not participate in the battle. An inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. These dark servants should not be used in this way, they are originally one. The next moment, the 32 dark servants roared in their throats. The whole body turned into a stream of light, and cut through the sky, and merged into Credo's body in an instant. At the same time, the burning soul phantom seemed to be poured with gasoline, and the flame soared 10 times higher. The burning speed also increased 10 times. All the power was concentrated in one body. Boom! At this moment, the space around Credos cracked, unable to withstand the energy he emitted, and collapsed directly. The ground under his feet was shaking, and huge cracks continued to explode like an abyss. The scene seemed like the end of the world. The boss's momentum was soaring at an exaggerated level. After reaching a certain limit, his eyes burst out with golden light. Bang! He stepped on the ground, and endless power exploded, the ground collapsed, and the recoil force made his body shoot out like lightning. Credos, take the lead. After seeing the figure with silver hair and silver eyes, the extraordinary Dragonborn couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. The opponent's power made him feel a sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. In just a short moment, the extraordinary Dragonborn was suddenly startled, and a sense of fatal danger made his scalp numb. He turned around subconsciously, and the energy rioted, dispersing everything around him. The feeling of being blurred disappeared. At the same time, a figure holding a war hammer and crushing the void was reflected in his sight. He was shocked. Is this the 19th level reptile? How could the opponent be so powerful? A bit of horror flashed in his eyes. Can't fight hard, the opponent's burst will never last long. This thought flashed through his mind, and the next moment he burst out with tremendous energy, trying to forcibly leave this area. But the next second, the surrounding space suddenly solidified, and he seemed to fall into a quagmire and couldn't get out. That extraordinary, the moment the thought arose. The extraordinary Dragonborn was shocked and angry, but there was no time to react. At this moment, the monster's war hammer had already smashed down. Forced to fight, the anger in the heart of the extraordinary Dragonborn almost exploded. The two arms crossed violently, the claws were side by side, and they were forced to hit hard. This defensive action had just been completed, and the war hammer had already smashed down. The extraordinary Dragonborn only felt a force that made the mountains collapse and the world collapse. The extremely strong claws were shattered with a crack, and the opponent's war hammer could not withstand the force and exploded, leaving only half of it. But the monster did not lose any strength, and swung half of the war hammer and hit him hard in the chest. Crack! The dragon scales that were strong enough to withstand the siege crossbow were directly shattered and splashed all over the sky. Puff! The sharp edge of the war hammer that appeared after the shattering directly pierced into his chest, and blood, bones, and muscles exploded at the same time. The smell of blood was extremely strong at this moment. The extraordinary Dragonborn felt the pain from his chest, and the anger almost burned his soul. Damn reptile, lowly bastard, dared to hurt him. The extraordinary power erupted again. The space collapsed directly, and the breath of the endless void around it poured in violently. Even if the heart was broken, the extraordinary could still hold on and continue to fight. The furious extraordinary Dragonborn had fallen into madness, completely forgetting the threat of the vampire beside him. There was only one thought in his mind: kill this reptile. Kill him. Being hurt so much by a level 19 enemy is simply a great shame. A shame. Just before he was about to take action, a slender hand pressed on his back. All the power was instantly sealed. Turning his head, the figure with silver hair and silver eyes was reflected in his eyes. The face instantly became extremely ugly. He was still fooled. At this moment, Credos raised the broken war hammer in his hand, and the soul energy behind him instantly burned all. Endless power slammed hard on the giant dragon head of the extraordinary Dragonborn. Bang! It was like a baseball bat hitting a watermelon, smashing it directly, splashing blood all over the sky. At the same time, an arm grabbed the other's body, and special energy surged up. The next moment, a twisted half-dragon soul appeared, as if it was swallowed by a black hole and swallowed into Credo's body. Lorena knew it was only then that she withdrew her arm, and her eyes calmly watched the bloody scene. The splattered flesh and bones were isolated by the energy around her, and the breath of blood made the power in her body become restless. Lorena looked deeply at Credos, whose soul fire was extinguished, and her figure disappeared directly, and appeared silently beside Richard in the blink of an eye. Until this moment, the dust in the center of the battlefield gradually dissipated. When the screen was clear again, a heart-pounding scene appeared on the field. Credos held a broken long-handled warhammer in his right hand, and a headless corpse in his left hand. Several players saw this scene, their eyes widened, and their breathing froze. That is the corpse of the extraordinary Dragonborn. Richard's hero really killed the extraordinary. What a joke! A level 19 hero can kill the extraordinary? Are they dreaming? Even though they had seen the legendary scene of Richard killing gods as a player in Lion City, they were prepared in their hearts, but at this moment, they still felt a strong shock. That was the extraordinary, the fucking extraordinary. In Lion City, it was okay for the extraordinary Blood Clan Prince to kill the angry Blood Prince. After all, it was extraordinary against extraordinary. But now, that hero is only level 19, don't talk about burning souls. Use the ultimate move. Don't superhumans have any skills or ultimate moves? But in the end, it was Kratos who won the final victory. Turning his head to look at the figure covered by yellow sand beside him, he felt endless mystery rushing towards him. Is this the foundation of the #1 player? Is this the overlord-level figure who despises the world? The warrior player took a few deep breaths and his hands were still shaking, and he was roaring hysterically in his heart. Pervert, dead pervert, the pervert who can kill gods in less than a year in Glorious Era, and his heroes are also perverts. In a one-on-one situation, he killed half of the dragon army with his own strength, and killed the superhuman dragonborn. Fuck, why did the other side take all the good things? Oh heaven and earth, this is so unfair. He also wants this kind of hero, he also wants it. When the player fell into chaos, Kratos, whose soul fire had burned to the end, held the broken body of the superhuman dragonborn and held a war hammer that was mostly broken. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped across the ruined ground and walked to Richard, kneeling on one knee respectfully and humbly. Master, Kratos, I have lived up to your trust. Kill this extraordinary. He raised the headless body in his hand high. After doing this, the flame still burning on the illusory soul on the surface of the body slowly extinguished. The 6-meter-tall body remained in a kneeling posture, standing like a tower, but there was no trace of life. The field suddenly fell into silence. Everyone felt a strong shock when they saw Kratos' unyielding figure. Chapter 542. When the extraordinary dragonborn died, the 19th level half-dragons in the back twitched violently, like melted candles. Swish, in a few breaths, they turned into a pool of mucus, and no one stood up. But at this moment, no one paid attention to the half-dragon soldiers. All eyes were on the sturdy figure, who knelt on one knee in front of Richard, and had already silently disappeared. Is it worth it? Several players looked at the hero, who died in the most proud posture with the extraordinary dragonborn in one hand, and the crushing hammer in the other hand, and their hearts were trembling. The warrior player subconsciously looked at the figure covered by the yellow sand beside him, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Is it really worth forcing a hero of this level to fight the extraordinary at the cost of his life? A word inexplicably emerged in his mind. Iron-blooded king. His will is everything for his subordinates. Even if he sacrifices everything, it must be completed. The warrior player took a deep breath, his eyes full of complexity. But Xingqiu is a player. How can a top hero give up just because he says so? He can't understand the thoughts of the top player in front of him. In the end, all the complicated emotions turned into a long sigh. No matter what happens, he has no reason and no right to intervene. At this moment, several players, who were still in shock, found that the entire army began to land and impose martial law. Their vision suddenly lowered, and they could no longer see the specific situation near the obelisk. At the same time, the surrounding crowds vaguely protected them in the center. Seeing this, several people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Otherwise, how could Xingqiu become a top player? Even at this point, he still maintained sufficient vigilance against them. If they were Xingqiu, I'm afraid they wouldn't even want to pay attention to them. After the army of the City of Dusk strictly controlled the obelisk, Richard heard a familiar prompt. Ding, Dark Soul Eater Kratos, hunted down the extraordinary dragonborn, level 20, guarding the obelisk. The output accounted for more than 70%, and the promotion task has been completed. After reading the prompt twice, his eyes lit up immediately. Lorena's final decision made him quite worried, but fortunately, Kratos finally reached the 70% output accounted for by the system. After more than 2 months of planning, several things went against one's wishes, and finally, Kratos completed the promotion in the L plane. The sweet fruit obtained after great efforts made him feel particularly comfortable. His eyes swept across the lifeless Kratos and looked at the obelisk. Now, it's finally time to harvest. How many good things are hidden in the building guarded by the extraordinary and the 19th level soldiers who can be resurrected? It's really exciting. After calming down, he returned his sight to the ground and let Alvis land on the ground. He turned over and walked to the kneeling Kratos, who was no longer breathing. He stared at the majestic figure with scars all over his body, which turned into a rock but still stood firm. The other party held the extraordinary dragonborn with a shattered head in one hand, and blood flowed down from his body, leaving traces on Kratos' thick wrist. The other hand tightly grasped the broken warhammer, pressed it against the ground, and became the fulcrum of the body. Kratos did not let him down. The powerful growth potential of this boss unit allowed it to accumulate power far beyond level 19 in just 2 months. Although the final killing of the extraordinary Dragonborn was due to the fact that Lorena had restrained the opponent. But if he was not strong enough, he would not have achieved such a brilliant record. After Richard's eyes stayed on the headless corpse for a moment, his mind moved, and a stone box appeared out of thin air in his hand. The stone box seemed to be carved from ordinary stones, the size of a palm, and there was nothing unusual. He bent down and placed the stone box in front of Kratos, then took 2 steps back. The next moment, the rectangular stone box suddenly clicked, and cracks appeared. The evil and dark light bloomed in the cracks, and the breath directly poured into Kratos' body. Racial talent construct life. No fatal weaknesses. As long as the soul is immortal and the body is not dead, it can use rocks to reconstruct the body at any time, can make soul stone boxes, store soul power, and after the main soul is destroyed, it can use the stone box to rebirth. There is a reason why the boss is called the boss. In addition to the exaggerated combat power, various strange and powerful skills are its hallmarks. The ancient godly tree can be reborn using the tree seeds it sowed, the dark treeman, while Kratos can revive by making a stone box similar to the Lich's life box. This talent, combined with the boss characteristic, the soul-burning battle, makes Kratos a powerful trump card when dealing with the deadly explosion of the extraordinary Dragonborn. The energy of the stone box surged out, and after a few breaths, the cracks had expanded to the entire surface. At the moment of reaching a certain limit, it cracked and shattered into powder. At this moment, Kratos, who had no breath of life, was like a candle that had just been lit, burning with a weak flame. The broken body was filled with life again. At the same time, the surrounding magic energy surged rapidly, and Kratos' body seemed to have turned into a black hole, devouring everything recklessly. His feet standing on the ground made the surrounding land ripple like waves. He devoured even more powerful energy. The aura of this boss began to surge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Transformation. A transformation from level 19 to extraordinary. Richard's eyes were full of joy. Lorena, Amarita, Greedy Lion, and now Kratos. The number of extraordinary people he could fight in his hands had reached a shocking 4. If this were to be told, it would be enough to make all players envious and jealous to the point of red eyes. When the extraordinary was still a top boss that most players could only watch from afar and worship. He already has 4 absolutely submissive and loyal extraordinary servants. What does this mean? Even if he doesn't lead the army, he can defeat any top player with just these 4 extraordinary players. There are still some top players who can withstand the attack of extraordinary players in the hundreds of billions, but players who can withstand the attack of 4 extraordinary players can only dream of it. If the powerful army of Dusk City is added, those top guilds can only wail. The edge of Dusk City has gradually become brighter. This city he forged is stepping onto a height that no one can imagine. Feeling that it will take some time for Kratos to complete the transformation, Richard calmed down his excitement and looked at the obelisk that was no longer guarded. Lorena, go and have a look. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. As the master of the City of Dusk, he naturally does not need to take action in this kind of exploration. After Luolina responded, her figure disappeared in the air and reappeared 3 or 2 minutes later. Master, I did not sense any danger in the obelisk. The moment the voice fell, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you commanded the army to wipe out the guard corps of the obelisk, won a brilliant victory, and killed the guarding hero extraordinary Dragonborn. You gained 1 million experience points. You got a special reward, Wonder, Dragon Blood Tower. After the prompt disappeared, Richard immediately felt that there was something more in the system space. He immediately became alert. Capturing the obelisk can give wonders. This is clearly stated by the system when the chapter of Plane Explorer is opened. Wonders are very special strategic treasures in Glorious Era. This kind of treasure has no level, and the attributes are not necessarily strong or weak, and often have very special characteristics. Richard took out the Dragon Blood Tower from the system space. He held it in his hand, and it was a mini tower covered with large patches of mottled blood. But the aura it gave him was not weak, but full of oppression. Dragon Power. Richard narrowed his eyes, and opened the attribute panel. Dragon Blood Tower. After placing it in the city-state, a 50-meter high tower can be immediately generated. Features. 1. After placing it, the output of dragon soldiers' nests will increase by 2 every week. 2. It has a special attraction for dragons, and can attract a dragon to come every week. 3. It has a strong deterrent effect on non-dragon enemies. Introduction. A very rare treasure with extremely special abilities. Good guy, this treasure is quite interesting. Richard's interest increased greatly. If this is obtained by a lord with a large number of dragon nests, it will definitely be a divine weapon. The output of a single soldier nest has never been high. The maximum output of the soldier nests in Twilight City is 10 per week. The increase of 2 may not seem like much, but if there are 20 or 30 soldier nests, it is equivalent to an additional 5 or 6 soldier nests. Over the years, it is not a small amount. Moreover, the output of dragon soldier nests is less than that of other races, which makes this treasure more precious. Then it was a pity. There is no dragon soldier nest in Twilight City. Skeleton demons are directly recruited from dragon corpses, and this strange item is not useful at all. But even if it cannot increase the output of dragon soldier nests, it is a good thing to attract a dragon to come and join every week. Finally, it deterred the enemy, and had a good effect. After playing with it for a while, he reluctantly put it away, and placed it in the City of Dusk. After getting the strange object, Richard's smile became more intense. He looked at the obelisk in front of him, and walked with Lorena. Although the extraordinary Dragonborn had died, the no-fly feature still existed, so they could only walk there. He walked through the battlefield that seemed to be shattered after being trampled by a giant beast, and came to the obelisk. He looked up. The mysterious building over 50 meters high gave him a strange feeling, and his perception was blurred at this moment. He could only see the tower with his eyes, but could not sense its breath. This is the building that the system repeatedly reminded, and the black gold system even explicitly stated that it might reveal the ancient rules. It's really exciting. In high spirits, Richard stepped through the tall stone gate. The scene inside the obelisk appeared in front of him. Unlike the imagined picture, the interior of the obelisk is hollow, like a cylinder. The rock-built walls give people a sense of indestructibility and heaviness. Starting from the bottom, the wall was carved out of a circular staircase, rising one ring after another to the top. His eyes turned and were attracted by the strangeness in the central area. A broken magic circle is now emitting energy. Looking closely, you can find a large area of thumb-sized half-dragon statues scattered around the magic circle. Considering the characteristics of those soldiers who can revive, its effectiveness is self-evident. After observing for a while, Richard frowned slightly. In addition to this magic circle, he did not see anything else in the hall, and even the extraordinary soldier nest mentioned by several players was nowhere to be seen. While pondering, he walked to the front of the broken magic circle. With a wave of his hand, the sand around him picked up several miniature half-dragon statues on the ground. But he carefully sensed and found that the magic power on them had disappeared, and they had all become ordinary objects. Looking at the magic circle that was so broken that it was almost impossible to see the whole picture, Richard couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If this kind of magic circle can be controlled, it would be amazing. It can be resurrected continuously, which is the power of natural disasters. After exploring the surroundings for a long time and making sure that there was nothing good to find, Richard didn't stay for long. Taking Lorena with him, he walked up along the circular staircase carved on the wall. The obelisk is over 50 meters high, and the circular staircase is quite long. It took a long time to reach the top. When I reached the top, I looked down and saw that the broken magic circle at the bottom of the obelisk had become the size of a thumb. I retracted my gaze and stepped onto the last step. There was a semicircular arch above, and after passing through it, the view was instantly widened. This is a spacious square space. The magic lamp illuminated the surroundings, and the light was sufficient, not dim. Turning his head, he saw a treasure chest flashing with colorful light in the east that attracted his attention. Colorful treasure chest. He was in a good mood, because this was a top treasure chest that could possibly open a legendary treasure. On the side of the treasure chest, 3 giant statues over 8 meters high stood. These statues had dragon heads, sharp limbs, and bulging muscles all over their bodies, full of power. A pair of dragon wings grew behind them, as if they were about to spread their wings and fly. Holding a strange long-handled weapon in his hand, he exudes brutality and madness. Even just a glance at it makes people feel uncomfortable. Extraordinary soldier nest. Richard laughed. Finally found you. And as those players said, there are 3 of them. These are fucking extraordinary level soldier nests. Truly priceless. Extraordinary soldiers are well-deserved trump cards even for top-level indigenous forces. Now, he got 3 of this level of soldier nests at once. Even if there is nothing in the capture of the obelisk this time, these 3 extraordinary soldier nests alone are a bloody profit. Taking a few deep breaths can't suppress the excitement in my heart. After calming down for a moment, I can't bear to look away. At this moment, in front of the statue, a broken magic circle with a similar aura to the bottom of the obelisk came into view. Richard frowned slightly, and could not help but sense it carefully, and immediately found a familiar aura, the extraordinary Dragonborn. This magic circle, does that extraordinary Dragonborn also have the ability to resurrect? He was a little surprised and doubtful. Then why didn't the other party resurrect? The moment this thought came up, he immediately thought of Kratos's last move. After smashing the head of the extraordinary Dragonborn, the boss directly devoured the other party's soul. The Dark Soul Eater, a boss born with the Abyss high-level Demon Soul Eater as the core, is not a good person. It's really fate. Richard's expression was quite subtle. If someone else comes, the extraordinary Dragonborn will definitely be reborn. Although I don't know how many times he can be resurrected, even if he is resurrected once, he can still cause great losses to the attacker. Unless he has the power to directly crush the obelisk. No wonder players on the forum complained about the difficulty of conquering the obelisk. This kind of guarding force is not something that players can deal with at this stage. It is very reasonable that the first player to conquer the obelisk was broadcast to the whole system. Retracting scattered thoughts, he happily stepped forward. First look at the 3 ferocious statues. Dragon Wing Statue Level, Extraordinary 1-star Recruitable Troops, Dragon Wing, Extraordinary 1-star, Number of Recruits, 20 Weekly Output, 10 Recruitment Conditions, 20,000 units of gems, 20,000 units of sulfur introduction. You can recruit the Extraordinary Troops Dragon Wing, which have the power of 5 colored dragons and are the spokespersons of destruction and death. Extraordinary 1-star, Wings of the Evil Dragon. Richard's heart was trembling after he read the attributes. It's not that he doesn't have extraordinary soldiers. The Evil Spreader, this soldier snatched from the Tower Clan plane under Rose's nose, also has terrifying power. But the problem is that the Evil Spreader is suitable for preaching, not a combat soldier, and has huge restrictions. Only one can be recruited at a time, and the second one cannot be recruited before the first Evil Spreader is killed. Now, there are 3 nests of extraordinary soldiers in front of him. This is an extraordinary soldier, even if it is only extraordinary 1-star, but it has extraordinary as a prefix, which is enough to explain everything, and more importantly, the strange item Dragon Blood Tower that he just got can be used soon. This reward is definitely a matching set. Ha ha, cool. But when he saw the column of resources required for recruitment, the smile on his face froze again. Recruitment requires 20,000 gems and 20,000 sulfur. Recruiting 1 wing of the dragon requires a total of 40,000 units of rare resources. Now the 3 arms nests have a combined output of 60 wings of the dragon, and recruiting all of them will produce 2.4 million units. This is the first recruitment, and in the future, 30 will be produced per week, 120 per month, which is 4.8 million units of rare resources. And this does not include the weekly output of each arm plus 2 provided by the Dragon Blood Tower. Thinking of this, Richard looked at the 3 statues in front of him with joy and pain. These are not extraordinary arms, but 3 gold-eating monsters. With these 3 arms nests, the rare resources spent by the City of Dusk every month have already reached tens of millions. Thinking of this exaggerated expenditure, my liver hurts. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "We must increase our income. Otherwise, if we continue like this, we won't have to upgrade anymore. The current output of troops alone can overwhelm the City of Dusk. The resources required for high-level troops are simply abnormal. No wonder top forces like Solon City rarely see extraordinary troops. It hurts everyone who comes." Shaking his head, and no longer thinking about such bad things, Richard looked at the colorful treasure chest next to him. He was not unfamiliar with this treasure chest. He got one in the Death Arena during the second large-scale copy. He stepped forward, bent down and gently opened it. Creaky, a special sound sounded, and the colorful light gradually shone as the treasure chest was opened. The surrounding vision was blurred. After a few breaths, the colorful light gradually disappeared. Richard looked at the treasure chest intently. A mini long-handled warhammer was placed flat at the bottom of the treasure chest. The warhammer is only the length of a palm, but it gives people a feeling of being as heavy as a mountain. He reached out to take out the mini warhammer, but as soon as he left the treasure chest, Richard felt a sense of heaviness in his hand, and that heaviness was increasing rapidly. His mind moved. He threw the warhammer out. Clang, it hit the ground in flight, pulling out a series of sparks. The warhammer grew in the wind, and after a few blinks, it fell to the ground fiercely, and the whole ground trembled for a moment. At this moment, the mini warhammer disappeared without a trace, and a warhammer with a length of more than 6 meters appeared in front of him. The warhammer consists of a long bronze handle, and a head with spikes on one end, and a flat head on the other. On the side of its head, There is a fist-sized pit, which seems to be used to inlay something, but there is nothing inlaid on it. The whole hammer has no extra carvings, and the whole body reflects the bronze luster. It gives people a sense of oppression as heavy as Mount Tai. Tieda hammer. Level, 5 stars. Skills, weight of the mountain, A level, indestructible, A level, heavy armor breaking, A level, sweeping all directions, A level, collapsing mountains and shattering the earth, A level. Features, holding the Tieda hammer, it can consume double physical strength and increase its own strength by 50%, and consume 10 times physical strength and increase its strength by 300%. Introduction. A 5-star weapon forged by the legendary blacksmith of the Tieda tribe, with great power. As long as you can find a suitable gem to inlay on the hammer, you can be promoted to a legendary weapon. 5-star treasure. Richard's eyes lit up. Although it has not reached the legendary level, this attribute is also top-notch. And this hammer is a perfect match for Krios. Could it be that someone who kills the extraordinary guarding the obelisk will explode? Is it possible to find equipment that the other party needs? Richard seemed to be thinking about something. However, he was too lazy to think about it, so he would just study the next obelisk. Looking at the exaggerated warhammer, he felt more relaxed. Krios' weapon was broken, and with this 5-star warhammer, his combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly improved. After getting another top treasure, Richard seemed to think of something, and turned his head to sense it carefully. But there was nothing else in this space except the dragon wing statue and the treasure chest. He felt a little disappointed. The ancient rules that he was most looking forward to were obviously not in this obelisk. Sure enough, this kind of thing is not so easy to get. I'm afraid it will only be possible to explode in the obelisks in large plains, or even giant plains. After Richard calmed down, he didn't think much about it. The harvest this time was already exaggerated enough. His eyes were on the dragon wing statue. He had strong expectations for this extraordinary soldier. He opened its attribute panel and looked at the recruitment column. Ding! Do you want to consume 800,000 units of resources to recruit dragon wings, *20? Richard didn't hesitate and confirmed it 3 times in a row. The rare resources on the panel immediately disappeared by 2.4 million units and dropped to just over 500,000 units. After spending such a huge amount of resources, the statue in front of him immediately moved. Click, there was a crisp cracking sound behind the dragon wing statue, and the next second, a ferocious figure broke out of the shell. Sizzle, the dark red dragon wings flapped violently, rolling up the wind, and the figure quickly rose. After passing the statue, its appearance appeared in Richard's eyes. This is a life with a ferocious giant dragon head. It is strong and over 5 meters tall, and exudes a brutal and evil aura. It has dragon wings on its back, which are covered with wrinkled scales. Its defense can be felt by just looking at it with the naked eye. The barbs in front of the dragon are sharper than spears. Once it dives and attacks, it will definitely become a killing weapon. This monster holds a strange long-handled weapon in its hand. The head is like a triangle, hollow, similar to the hollow triangle ruler used in school, but it looks particularly fierce in the opponent's hand. Even if you just look at it from a distance, your back will numb. The wings of the evil dragon, an extraordinary soldier. Each one costs 40,000 units of rare resources to recruit the ultimate soldier. The price is so expensive that it is shocking. Even for the indigenous forces, this level of soldiers is their trump card. After the first wing of the dragon was born, it could not fly for a long time due to the no-fly restrictions. It flapped its wings several times and landed on the ground. Standing firm, looking around, he immediately found Richard's voice. He immediately stepped in front of Richard. This extraordinary soldier knelt down with the most humble attitude. My lord, your loyal servant sends you the highest greetings. May the darkness protect you. Richard laughed with satisfaction. The wing of the dragon is not a non-combat soldier like the evil spreader, but the most ferocious killing machine. This is of great significance in the turbulent situation. 1, 2, 3. These extraordinary soldiers who give people a strong sense of oppression continue to break out of the shell behind the statue. The scene is like a summer cicada shedding its shell. When all the wings of the dragon were born, the wide space around them had become narrow. Richard looked at the oppressive scene in front of him, and was extremely satisfied. From today on, he has another trump card in his hand. The 6 teams of dragon wings, if commanded by a top hero, will definitely explode with great destructive power. He opened the other party's attribute panel with full expectations. But just when he wanted to take a closer look, suddenly, a pressure like a 1,000-foot mountain collapsing and thousands of rivers gushing filled the sky. The space seemed to be frozen at this moment. His heart was pounding. Richard turned his head and looked behind him. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Kratos has completed his transformation? He didn't bother to look at the attributes of the dragon wings anymore. He immediately waved his hand and took everyone downstairs and left the obelisk. Stepping out of the towering stone gate, he looked around and immediately saw the figure of Kratos. At this time, the scars on the boss's body had all recovered. The other party stood on the ground, as majestic as a mountain, and the whole world seemed to be turning under his feet. Between raising his hands and feet, it seemed that the other party could shatter the world and destroy everything at any time. As Kratos' eyes gradually regained clarity, the surrounding collapsed space slowly regained stability. Then, this top boss, who had completed the transformation, stepped forward step by step and came to Richard, kneeling on one knee neatly. The tone was full of endless enthusiasm. "My lord, thank you for your gift. I have entered the extraordinary and have a stronger power. From today on, I will be the sharpest sword in your hand, cutting through all thorns for you." Richard saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After all, let this boss take the last step. From today, there will be 4 extraordinary people standing in the city of dusk. If we count the ancient tree that is devouring the bodies of gods in the corrupt swamp in order to ascend. The power in his hands has reached an astonishing level. After waving his hand to let this extraordinary boss stand up, Richard opened the attribute panel of Kratos with strong expectations. Kratos, Dark Soul Eater, Boss Unit. Level 20, Extraordinary, all attributes increased by 500%, Extraordinary characteristics, Devouring Darkness. Chapter 543. After seeing the attributes of Kratos after his promotion, Richard smiled brightly. Although the skills of this boss have not changed much in general, they are basically some attribute improvements. But these skills are already powerful, and another wave of improvement will make its combat power soar. And the biggest change is the extraordinary characteristic that has just been activated, Devouring Darkness. The body is constantly devouring the surrounding dark power to strengthen itself, and at the same time, it can consume the dark power to amplify the devouring power 100 times, turning itself into a black hole-like devouring source, forcibly devouring all power. Although I haven't experienced the power of this skill, I can sense its horror from its description. This characteristic further strengthens Kratos' extraordinary devouring ability. What is the concept of constantly devouring the surrounding dark energy to strengthen itself? In the past, it was necessary to devour souls, but now it is so excessive that you can become stronger just by lying down. Although it is definitely not as fast as devouring souls, it is free. Is there anything happier than free? What makes him even happier is that the soul-devouring skill, which gives Kratos extremely high growth potential, has been upgraded from Super A level to Legendary. Soul-devouring, Legendary, can devour the enemy's soul to strengthen its own soul and increase the upper limit of dark power storage. The current increase is 160,000. Every increase of 1 million dark power can activate a new feature. This new attribute makes Kratos' growth rate soar again. If it continues like this, give this boss 3 to 5 years of development time. It will definitely become the king of the same level. Kratos' growth potential is unique, and other bosses in Twilight City do not have it. Richard smiled happily. Kratos' promotion to Extraordinary is a relief for him. Next, he just needs to wait for the godly evil ancient tree to devour the body of the Lord of Greed. I just don't know if the other party will also have a promotion task. Compared with Kratos, who has not developed for a long time, Richard is more confident in the godly evil ancient tree. This boss was born from the corpse of the godly evil. Not only did it activate part of the godly evil's power, but it also obtained a ray of authority from the Lord of Decay. It can be said that at the same level, the godly evil ancient tree is definitely the leader of Twilight City. When the other party was at level 17, he had a head-on collision with the Lord of Dunes who invaded Twilight City. The starting point is so high that even the Dark Soul Eater, a boss born after many divine powers, can hardly match it. After regaining his concentration, he looked away from Kratos and looked at the extraordinary soldier beside him, the wings of the dragon. He opened the attribute panel and carefully checked the attributes of this extraordinary soldier. After reading it several times, the smile on his mouth became more and more intense. He had an accurate positioning of the wings of the dragon in his heart, a melee soldier. Although it has wings, the wings of the dragon has no long-range attack means, and a series of skills are related to melee combat. It has to be said that this extraordinary soldier is strong enough, and its extraordinary characteristic, the evil dragon scale, has abnormal attributes. The dragon scales on the body have extremely high defense, reducing physical damage by 70% and magic damage by 80%. This damage reduction is simply amazing. In addition, the only super A-level skill of this soldier, the dragon body, is also extremely fierce. In normal state, all attributes are increased by 300%, blood can be activated, and the dragon state is activated. The body size increases to 8 meters, the strength increases by 500%, the whole body burns with flames, causing high temperature damage to enemies within 20 meters, the skin is metallized, the defense is increased by 800%, immune to control, immune to instant death skills, immune to poison, curse, duration, physical exhaustion. This feature is better than the ace of the City of Dusk, the Colossus of the Dead, and the most domineering thing is that there is no time limit after it is activated. As long as there is physical strength, it can be activated all the time. It is no exaggeration to say that this skill alone is enough to make the wings of the dragon firmly occupy the top position in the City of Dusk. In addition, there are 4 A-level skills: Brutal, Rage, Evil Thoughts, and Melee Master. These skills are combined with extraordinary characteristics and super A-level skills. The close combat ability of the wings of the dragon is absolutely terrifying. This is not the end. The racial talent of the dragon soul is also domineering. When on the verge of death, you can consume soul power to instantly restore to full status, cooling time, 12 hours. This talent is equivalent to giving the dragon wings 2 lives. This soldier is already extremely tough after having extraordinary characteristics, and now there is another life as a backup. Richard felt sad for the enemies of the dragon wings in the future just thinking about it. After finally cutting the dragon wings to the last breath, the opponent suddenly revived in full status. This can definitely break people's mentality. And this time, 3 dragon wings troop nests were obtained, and with a rare item Dragon Blood Tower, 36 dragon wings can be produced every week. It seems not much, but this level of soldiers, even if it is just one more squad, people dare not underestimate it. After calming down his high emotions, he looked to the side. Lorena, go get the dragon wings troop nest back. I was in such a hurry just now that I hadn't taken the troop nest away yet. Although the field troop nests were left in place and could be recruited later, it would be a pain if someone took advantage of the opportunity to get there first. Lorena nodded and immediately returned to the obelisk. Not long after, she returned with 3 mini dragon wing statues. Richard just reached out to take it. Rumble, the ground suddenly began to shake, as if a mountain was collapsing. He turned his head subconsciously to look. In his sight, the towering obelisk was sinking rapidly at this moment. The strong impact caused large cracks to appear on the ground. The giant stones used to build the obelisk began to break rapidly, as if the bottom support was pulled out when building blocks. But within a minute, the towering tower had become a ruin. The rising smoke almost covered the sky, and the dust was choking. This made Richard, who wanted to send people to search again, frown. Is the army nest the core of the obelisk? Or is the army nest connected to some magic circle, and once the army nest is taken away, the obelisk will collapse? In order to be on the safe side, he waved his hand and asked the army to explore the collapsed obelisk again. In the end, it was proved that there was nothing inside. After confirming that it was correct, Richard did not hesitate again. The army nest and the colorful treasure chests were already rich enough. He turned his head and looked around, as if he thought of something, and waved his hand to let people bring the players who were under guard over. When several players arrived, they were obviously uneasy. It was hard to be at ease in front of the top boss, who could decide their fate with a word. But after they arrived, the first person they saw was not Richard, but the tall and burly Kratos who gave people a strong sense of oppression. After seeing clearly, several people immediately looked at each other, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Wasn't this hero killed? How did he revive? And the opponent's aura was extraordinary. The momentum that just crushed the void was from this hero? The faces of several players became quite interesting. No wonder Qingqiu let this hero fight the extraordinary alone. It turned out that the opponent had the means to revive. The warrior player swallowed his saliva with mixed feelings. They should have thought of it earlier. Who would be willing to let a hero of Kratos' level die? It was also his fault that he was shallow-sighted. He had only seen a few treasures that could revive a few times. He was shocked for a while, and didn't think about it. Now, the other party is resurrected, and all this is reasonable. But what is reasonable? Why did the other party become a superhuman? The warrior player felt a little upset. Was he reborn after risking his life? Or was it because he killed the superhuman dragonborn? In this way, Qingqiu has 3 superhumans. The vampire superhuman who killed the Duke of Blood Rage in seconds, the fierce centaur, and this evil hero who killed the superhuman with a level 19 body. 3 superhumans in total. No, more than that, The mount of the Lion Lord of Greed also surrendered to the other party. 4. The warrior player felt dry mouth and tongue, as if he was in a dream. This is Chao Fan. In his eyes, Chao Fan is the ultimate fighting force. In the indigenous forces, he is a big boss with huge say. But now, the other party has 4 of them. Fuck your uncle's iron bucket. We all came together to play Glorious Era. Why can Qingqiu be so powerful? Is there any place for good people? Thinking of this, he thought again, let alone Chao Fan. Even the existence of the Abyss Master level, such as the Lord of Greed, was beheaded by the other party. He was speechless in his heart. In the end, he could only suppress the surging emotions, grit his teeth secretly, and swear never to compare himself with Qingqiu again. This is pure masochism. They are not qualified to compare with this kind of pervert, let alone stand behind and watch. Boss Richard. Looking at several players, who are very respectful, Richard, who is in a good mood, smiles. The information about the obelisk you provided is very important to me. What reward do you want? Several people immediately became excited, and looked at the warrior player of the guild leader. The warrior player shook his head firmly. Boss Richard, it is our honor to work for you. We absolutely cannot accept your gift. After pausing for a moment, he added, our guild is on the shore of the Sea of Misty Ocean. If possible, we hope to trade in the L Plane. Your territory has corresponding specialties, and we can help you sell them on behalf of you. The seashore has specialties that the desert does not have. We are willing to supply you at cost price. A smart choice. Richard looked up to the warrior player. The benefits gained from conquering a plane are only a very small part of the occupied plane. The big part comes later. What does a plane with a large population and a complete administrative system mean? Labor market, production base, raw material production area, dumping market, etc. In addition, what he values more is that the L plane can connect to other areas. As the other party said, they are on the seashore, and they can directly develop trade to the desert through the L plane. What does this represent? Business opportunities, unlimited business opportunities. Thoughts diverge. If a large number of planes are occupied, can it be easy to open up a trade network connecting all corners of the main plane? And this trade network does not need to pay a high tax of 30% of the value of the goods to the system. This is an irresistible temptation for any force that wants to grow. Even if those indigenous forces do not know that there are ancient rules in the obelisk, they will invest a lot of resources for this alone. You are a smart person. I like to deal with smart people, Richard said in a relaxed tone. You can continue to stay in the L plane. I will let Rettle reserve a base for your guild. Next, you can use the information advantage of players to assist Rettle in rebuilding the L plane. You should know how much benefit you can earn from this. This is a reward for you. If you do well, I can take you to participate in the development of more planes in the future. After the voice fell, he looked at them meaningfully. I don't have an organized player force in my hands. The words were not finished, giving people unlimited room for association. The eyes of several people became hot. Who is this person in front of them? Qingqiu, who has 4 extraordinary people and killed gods with his own hands, is the undisputed #1 player. His influence is not even comparable to that of the president of the top guild among players. And at this moment, such a big man is extending an olive branch to them. The warrior player responded loudly. Boss Richard, we will do our best, and will never let you down. With such a big golden leg for them to hold, if he can't hold it this time, he will beat himself to death when he goes back. Richard nodded, without comment. Although the power displayed by the City of Dusk is strong enough. But only he knows how big the real size of the City of Dusk is. Now the population in the entire territory has not exceeded 10,000. The administrative system is even more crude. It is nonsense to want to directly manage a plane. It took half a year for the underground world to gradually digest. For now, the L plane still needs the system controlled by Rettle to stand up and govern. He didn't need to manage it himself. Just let the other party move forward according to his own ideas. When the power of Twilight City grows again, the L plane will naturally submit to Twilight City like the underground world. Without thinking too much, Richard continued to have in-depth exchanges with several players. The topic ranged from the future development of the L plane to the special products of the seaside, where their territory was located, and cross-plane trade. More than an hour later, Richard, who had gained a lot, took the initiative to end the conversation. It was not until this moment that he remembered to ask about the affiliations of these players. The warrior players smiled bitterly, and responded one by one. Boss Richard, our guild is located in the Far Mountain Range next to the Sea of Misty Sea, and the guild is also named Far Mountain Guild. The number of people is just over 100, and lord players account for 1/3. Richard nodded thoughtfully. For players, his attitude has always been neutral and impartial. As long as it can bring enough benefits, he does not exclude cooperation. Obviously, a guild on the seashore cannot threaten the City of Dusk in any way. It is beneficial to cooperate. Let's get in touch for a while first. If it is convenient to use in the future, we can do other operations. He is not interested in establishing a player guild. Players without the ability to resurrect are not necessarily much stronger than the natives. But if a guild can be turned into an extracurricular force, it is not impossible to use it to do dirty work. After getting the information he wanted, Richard stopped talking nonsense. He sent a few skeleton blood dragons to send these players back to Lion City, and he summoned the void sandworm to open the space gate directly. When he stepped on the quicksand again, and felt the hot breath coming, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. The desert is his foundation. Looking at the army returning through the space gate, Richard became particularly happy. From January 25th to February 7th, it took only 10 days. This campaign was much faster than he expected. The enemies of the L Plane, the Grand Duke of Wrath, and the Lord of Greed, all died in this war. The army he led was also cleared because it was transformed into a demon, and the Lord of Greed was killed. Next, we only need to wait for Rettle to sort out the L Kingdom from beginning to end and eliminate those rebellious forces, and the L Plane will be completely controlled. After more than 2 months of planning, the L Plane was finally incorporated into the ruling territory of the City of Dusk. This expedition was very fruitful. Thinking about this, Richard began to summarize what he had gained from this campaign. First, there is no doubt that the L Plane has a large population. This is a complete plane. Although it will take some time to pacify it, its value is immeasurable. With the subsequent gradual development, the City of Dusk will gain a greater help than the underground world. Population, talents, resources, troops, markets, productivity, etc. can all be obtained from it. The L Plane was taken into the pocket, and the set goal was perfectly completed. Second, the Lord of Greed was hunted down. The Lord of the Abyss, who was in charge of the 120th layer of the Abyss, and the biggest supporter of the Grand Duke of Wrath and Blood, fell in this war. Although he failed to obtain the treasures left by the other party, his complete body became his trophy, and the demonized corpse on the battlefield was used by him to feed the corrupt swamp. Moreover, the opponent's mount, the greedy lion, this extraordinary existence, also surrendered to him. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of the Lord of Greed made the victory of the L Plane extremely brilliant. The legendary degree obtained after killing the gods, and the lofty reputation established among the players are both wealth that cannot be ignored. Third, capture the obelisk. The capture of the obelisk promoted Kratos to the extraordinary level, making the extraordinary power in his hand reach an exaggerated 4. In addition, a long-handled war hammer that perfectly fits Kratos was obtained from the colorful treasure chest. And this weapon can be promoted from 5 stars to legendary treasures, as long as the right gems are inlaid. And the heavy news of the ancient rules that may be revealed in the obelisk is also a huge fortune. If used well, it can completely see greater benefits in the future. Finally, the 3 extraordinary arms nests, the wings of the dragon, were captured. This is the first batch of combat extraordinary arms in the City of Dusk. With extraordinary characteristics, their fighting power is so fierce that it can be called abnormal. In addition to these major benefits, there are some minor details that he did not care about. These 3 major blocks can be divided into more than 10 benefits, and any one of them can make players jealous. At this moment, all of this belongs to him. And when the L Plane is completely pacified by Rettle, it will continue to create income for the City of Dusk. Extraordinary heroes, extraordinary soldiers, a large population, a large area of land, and rich resources. After this battle, the foundation of the City of Dusk has been further increased. No one knows what the future will be like, but Richard now has enough confidence to deal with the unknown. Thinking of this, he subconsciously turned his head and looked at the space crack in the sky that was temporarily sealed by the dwarf god. From a very far distance, you can sense the rotten smell of swamp mud in the air. There is a subtle light in his eyes, and he whispers softly, "Lord of Decay." Chapter 544. February 10th, the 3rd day after leaving the L Plane. After an exciting expedition, Richard took a rare few days to relax, and was not in a hurry to do anything. Everything in the City of Dusk was developing steadily within the established framework, without any additional circumstances. After waking up late and finishing his lunch leisurely, he was sitting in the hall, sipping the hot tea made by the maid when footsteps approached quickly. Richard turned his head and saw Kalu, who had pale hair and wrinkles on his face, but had particularly bright eyes. After standing still and saluting, he said slowly, "My lord, there is new news from Wire. Richard put down the teacup in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the matter? Kalu calmed down his rapid breathing and said in a concentrated voice. We're said that the noble forces in Solon City have been discussing your identity as the Lord of Divine Grace. What they are talking about most is the hunting of the Lord of Greed in the L Plane. At this point, his eyes became hot. He had never thought that the battle in the L Plane would have such a big impact, and that such a legendary event as killing gods would happen. That was the Lord of Greed. An evil god of this level died in the hands of his master, and was witnessed by countless lords of divine grace. What a dazzling record! After hearing the news, he was stunned for a long time, and he confirmed again and again that he had heard it correctly before he dared to believe it. The evil god who holds the power of greed has a great reputation in the main plane. The 7 evil gods, because of their original sins, have almost become fixed villains used by the light sect to intimidate believers. It is conceivable that the impact of such a level of existence falling in the hands of their own master is so strong. No wonder Wire used so much words to describe this news in her letter. After taking a deep breath, he continued. The ruler of Solon City, the legendary monk, sent a message for the second time yesterday, wanting to meet you. And this news was brought by Her Highness Chris in person. Richard's face did not change. Because of the live broadcast, billions of viewers witnessed the battle, and it was impossible to hide what happened in the L Plane. He was mentally prepared for the turmoil this incident would cause. Did the Grand Duke Solon say anything? Kalu said in a deep voice. The Lord said he wanted to talk to you about the development of the plane. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Has it really started? After conquering the L Plane, he immediately sensed the business opportunities in it. As long as he controlled enough planes, he could open up trade routes to various areas of the main plane. This is a temptation that no force can refuse. I just don't know if Grand Duke Solon, a legendary monk, has discovered the obelisk. This is what he values most. Ancient rules. For any ultimate existence above legend, that is an opportunity to become a god. Reply to Ware, I will go to Solon City at the end of the month, and then I will meet Grand Duke Solon. Yes. Kalu nodded immediately. The Violet Chamber of Commerce is still in Solon City, and it is impossible to avoid the ruler of that city. After Richard finished his explanation, he seemed to have thought of something, and his tone was a little happy. Has the research and development of the magic sound box made significant progress? Kalu's slightly solemn expression immediately relaxed, and he said with a smile, That's right, sir. After the group of god-blood dwarfs you sent entered the Crucible City, the research and development of the magic music box was greatly accelerated. Now, it has officially entered the mass production stage. The Crucible City can currently produce 100 units a day. A few months ago, the output of the magic music box could only produce 2 or 3 units a month. In comparison, it has made a leap forward. Richard was very interested. Yes, the progress is very fast, but these quantities are far from enough. We need more. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. No matter how many, the market can digest it. This is another important commodity for us to earn resources besides the black condensed ice cream. We must increase the output at all costs. Richard has high expectations for this fantasy version of MP3. For the glorious era where life is scarce, the magic music box that can play music is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. And he asked the Crucible City to change the research direction to MP3 mode, or recorder mode, from the beginning. The current magic music box is just a simple player, and the carrier of music is another item. Magic music tape, a fantasy version of tape. The advantage of this design is simple. After selling the magic music box, you can continue to sell tapes. With the player, the income from tapes will also become the highlight. What Richard values more is that as long as the magic music box can be expanded, it can also extend to more industries in the future, such as star creation, cultural promotion, advertising, etc. Once the magic music box reaches a certain scale, the explosive industry will definitely make anyone tremble. There are many smart people in this world, and there may be players working in this direction, but the Forge City has taken over the complete scientific research system of the Grey Dwarves, and now there are hundreds of god-blood dwarves who have activated the knowledge of the gods. In terms of developing the magic music box, he is definitely ahead of everyone. As long as he is fast enough, he can eat the most lucrative piece of fat before everyone reacts. Even if the players know this, they can't do anything. Without sufficient talent reserves, everything is just wishful thinking. Kalu was also quite excited. After contacting the magic music box, he knew how much potential this alchemical item has. During this period, he took a few to test the product, but after using it, he felt itchy in his heart and couldn't help listening to it every day. Now what he must do every day is to listen to both magic music tapes before going to bed. The singer in the magic music box is a rare dark elf in the underground world. The beautiful singing is simply soul-stirring. If he saw the magic music box outside, he would buy one even if he had to dig out the bottom of the box. After Richard finished his instructions, he continued, "Regarding the anti-theft problem of the magic music box, how has the god blood dwarf developed it? Although the design of the magic music box is ingenious, it is not impossible to manufacture it with the background of those great nobles. Glorious Era has no copyright protection. What can you do if others have the ability to manufacture it? And the forces that can manufacture magic items are generally not weak." Kalu's tone was full of admiration. The god blood dwarf is worthy of the blood of the gods, and the knowledge reserve is amazing. They have come up with several special methods. First, use a special energy source to provide energy for the magic music box. After a special magic array, the elemental energy is compressed into the crystal. Our magic music box can only be activated with this special energy source. If the energy source is wrong, the magic music box will be damaged. Second, the more complicated magic array. The magic array in the magic music box is the knowledge passed down by the gods. Only the dwarves can understand it, and it is extremely difficult for outsiders to crack it. Third, the fixed upgrade magic array. The dwarves specially set up several imperfect magic arrays. After the launch, they can be upgraded for free every 6 months or a year. This can cultivate customer habits and loyalty. Fourth, the separated magic music tape you mentioned before. Only the magic music tape we make can activate the playback function of the magic music box. Richard smiled when he heard it. What if someone bypasses our magic music box and develops their own magic music box? They don't need the rules and regulations we set. Karu said immediately without hesitation. Our think tank has discussed this in detail and finally concluded that this method is inevitable and difficult to eliminate. So the best way is to occupy the market as soon as possible and make our magic sound box a must-have item for everyone. In this way, even if other magic sound boxes are produced, buyers will not easily abandon us due to cost issues. In addition, we can also do homework on the content of the magic sound box. For example, launch higher quality magic sound tapes to allow more races to participate in sound recording. If a person has hundreds of magic sound tapes, will the other party be willing to give up our magic sound box? Richard was basically satisfied with this answer. Obviously, Kalu has studied this matter carefully. Although there are still many imperfections and some assumptions, it is almost right. And his perspective is very broad, which is not in vain. He has been instilled with various modern ideas during this period. What is the cost of producing the magic music box? Kalu smiled bitterly. Because the functional design is very different from the original version, the production cost of each magic music box now requires 500 units of rare resources. And the magic music tape requires 100 units of rare resources. So, a set of magic music boxes that can play requires 600 units of rare resources? Richard thought. Where are the energy crystals that power the magic box? The energy crystals are transformed and suppressed by the alchemical magic circle of the god blood dwarfs. The manufacturing cost only requires 10 units of crystals, and the production speed is also very fast. Each energy crystal can support the magic box to play continuously for a week. Have you discussed the price with Wire? The magic box comes with a magic tape, a set of 1,000 units of rare resources. If purchased separately, the magic box is 500, and the magic tape is 300 rare resources per piece. Energy crystal, 30 units per piece. Richard nodded. The price is reasonable. This thing is different from black condensed ice cream. It is impossible to sell it so cheaply. The production capacity is limited, and it is not a consumable. For such durable goods, it is too wasteful to use the method of small profits, but quick turnover in the early stage. And selling it too expensive is not conducive to promotion and popularization. His subsequent plans will be useless if there is no large number of users as a basis. We should try to increase the production capacity and reduce the cost as much as possible. As long as the magic music box causes a sensation, we will have many competitors in the future. Richard was very calm. So, before the daily production reaches 1,000 units, we will suspend sales. In addition, let the god blood dwarf start researching the next version of the magic music box. We need to consider new products. In addition, I told you last time that the magic music box that can display images should also be developed. These are not things that can be successfully developed in 1 or 2 months. They require long-term investment. The sooner you start, the sooner you can see the results. Above MP3, of course, is MP4 that can watch videos. This thing is several levels more difficult than simply playing sound. But if it can be developed, the profits earned will definitely be huge. At worst, let a few hot races shoot some interracial love. I believe there will be many decent gentlemen who will buy it. Watching movies is the basic need of the people. Having just acquired 3 extraordinary soldier nests, Richard's desire for resources has reached a new level. High-level soldiers consume too much resources. If the financial resources are not expanded as soon as possible, the city of Dusk will be sucked dry by the soldier nests in his hands. Being in the depths of the desert, he cannot rely on the rich resource points around him to develop like other forces. The underground world and the L-plane each have their own situations. If you want to grow quickly, the best way is to develop highly competitive products. Black condensed ice cream, whitetail brew, magic sound box, and even resource products desert crown honey, flame dragon rabbit fur, are all his main means of earning resources. After tasting the sweetness, I don't mind further exploration in this area. After chatting for a long time, discussing the future development of the magic sound box in depth, and repeatedly reminding that the Crucible City must put the magic sound box in the first research sequence, Richard did not stop and continued to the next topic. How is the expansion of the planting of raw materials for the black condensed ice cream going? The black condensed ice cream is the fantasy world version of Coca-Cola that he wants to create, and the black condensed ice cream with perfect taste, powerful functions, and low cost has this potential. Especially in the desert, this kind of food that can bring absolute coolness is simply a killer. The planting bases in the underground world have expanded to 30, 15 of which use the alchemical harvesters produced by the Crucible City. Because the Eternal Land is still expanding rapidly, there are still many uncertain factors, and the Eternal City needs to be built. We have only temporarily determined the agricultural area, and have not started sowing yet. Richard nodded. The agricultural area in the Eternal Land can be put on hold until it stabilizes before it can be reclaimed. The L-plane still has a lot of land. You can send people to find suitable planting sites later. Land and population are all resources. The L-plane obviously has the potential to develop a large planting industry. After Kalu responded, he immediately added another sentence. How efficient is the alchemy harvester? Is it as useful as planned? Kalu looked happy. It can be compared to the work efficiency of 50 or 60 people. If it is further improved, it will be even better. He swore that if he hadn't seen with his own eyes how the huge machines used in war could sow and harvest lightly, he would never dream of using alchemy in such a place. The emergence of large-scale machinery has made harvesting and sowing extremely convenient, saving a lot of labor. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an unprecedented leap. Richard nodded and felt much better. After several months, the investment of a large amount of resources has finally paid off. It feels good. Seeing that he did not ask any more questions, Kalu took the initiative to speak. My lord, in addition to reporting the news about Wire, I have another good news. With the help of the God-Blood Dwarf, the white-tailed cat tribe has successfully developed a new 4-star wine, the Rime of Dusk. Richard's eyes lit up. The white-tailed cat tribe's white-tailed absolute brew can generate hundreds of thousands of rare resource income for the Dusk City every month. It's a pity that the output is too small, and the white-tailed cat tribe needs to brew it themselves, and it can't be produced on a large scale like the black condensed ice cream. Now there is one more wine, which is undoubtedly another source of income. This is definitely a major benefit for him, who is tight on money. How does it taste? It's hot and scorching, like a lava eruption, very stimulating. We let the residents taste it, and it's very popular with the strong men, but women and the elderly can't accept it. They still prefer the whitetail absolute brew. Richard nodded. No wonder it's called the charm of the desert. What about the output? Can it catch up with the whitetail absolute brew? Karu smiled. No more, no less. The first batch will be produced at the end of this month. Richard nodded happily. The magic sound box was successfully developed. The production base of the black condensation ice cream began to expand, and the white-tailed cat tribe had a new product. This feeling of watching your own layout bear fruit step by step is very fulfilling. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, we need to speed up the secondary research and development of black condensed ice cream. Although solid black condensed ice cream has no problem selling, it may not be liked by everyone. You can try to turn the solid into liquid to give it the same effect. And you can follow the idea of black condensed ice cream and look for magical plants that can drive away the cold. If you can produce a product that can keep you warm for a long time after drinking it, I think its sales will not be worse than black condensed ice cream. Chapter 545. From the sales data in Solon City, the potential of black condensed ice cream has been fully revealed. As long as it is produced, it has never been unsaleable for a day. If more flavors, and even more types of black condensed ice cream can be developed, then it is natural to expand the market and sell it to more places. Due to various problems such as transportation, manufacturing costs, own research and development, and market environment, the trade in Glorious era is far less developed than that of Blue Star. The number of goods is also incomparable. But it stands to reason that with 20 billion players entering, there will always be some smart people who can bring in modern things from Blue Star. But the reality is that the indigenous forces have already occupied the absolute market, and the extreme exclusion of vested interests has left weak players with no room to play. Even if you make something good, it is difficult to develop it in a city of the indigenous people. Only a very small number of trendsetters can be successful, but in the vast main plain, they become inconspicuous again. Looking around, the black condensed ice cream that Richard had high hopes for did not pose any threat to competitors. Kalu sighed. Lord Richard, the food workshop has already started research and development in this area. With the participation of the God Blood Dwarf, the progress is rapid. According to the current research and development speed, at most 1 week, we will definitely see the results of the new product that we have been developing for 2 months. After hundreds of dwarfs, with activated God Blood joined the Dusk City, they injected a strong and fresh vitality into all walks of life. Undoubtedly, it played a huge role in promoting the development of the Dusk City. At this time, he would be curious, is his lord really not the incarnation of a powerful god? Otherwise, how could we get so many good things? Richard nodded, somewhat pleased. After the blood of the god-blooded dwarfs was activated by the god of the dwarfs, they all transformed into hero units. Everyone has the knowledge inheritance of the dwarfs, which is more comprehensive than the abilities of ordinary heroes. These are all the gains after conquering the underground world. After discussing this matter, he did not dwell on it too much and changed the subject. School, church and tavern, these 3 special buildings will be built tomorrow. There are still too few buildings in the city. These 3 special construction drawings were obtained from the treasure house of Lion City by Gaunt and the Little Centaur after they occupied Lion City and killed the Grand Duke of Lion City. Each building has a different effect. Richard thought about it and felt helpless. It seemed that the buildings in the city had not changed for a long time. During this period, at most a few food workshops were added, and the number of new buildings was pitiful. Yes, sir, I will arrange the task later. Richard nodded and continued. How is the effect of the God-Blood dwarfs assisting in the research of attack technology in the blacksmith shop? With the assistance of the dwarfs, the progress is very rapid. It is expected that the 3 special technologies you requested will be successfully developed in 2 weeks. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Twilight City is still a level 3 middle city, and it has not yet reached the 3 special technologies required to upgrade to a large city. It feels so uncomfortable to be stuck in technology. Obviously, all other conditions have been met, but it just can't be upgraded. Twilight City, a middle city, is still too small and can no longer meet the growing scale. And with the expansion of the food workshop and the construction of new residential buildings, the originally rich open space has become stretched. If it is not upgraded as soon as possible, there will be a dilemma of no open space in the city to build new buildings. It can be predicted that with the L plane falling into the hands, the development of the underground world is on the right track, and the City of Dusk will surely usher in a wave of explosions. If you want to develop, land is a necessary resource. Suppress the emotions in your heart and continue to ask questions. Is there any news from the L plane? Karu was a little more energetic. My lord, His Highness Redel arrived at the capital of El this morning, and is trying to persuade the enemies in the city to surrender. He has not launched an attack yet. With Miss Amirida here, we will definitely be able to recapture the capital today and regain control of the kingdom of El. Richard's eyes lit up. He was quite interested in the capital of El. This is the central city of a plain and the capital of a kingdom. Even after the plunder of the angry duke, there must be a lot of resources and treasures. Karu kept talking, and his eyes became more serious. But the news from Lord Gaunt also said that wherever His Highness Redel's army passed, almost 9 out of 10 houses were empty. A large number of towns were massacred by the raging Blood Duke. It is roughly estimated that the population of the Kingdom of El has been reduced by at least 70%. Richard frowned. 70%? There was a bit of coldness on his face. When he was looking for the obelisk, he had seen the situation of the town. Although he was mentally prepared, he was not too surprised. But the behavior of the bastard raging Blood Duke still made him regret letting him die so easily. Millions of people were sacrificed to the evil god by the other party. He really deserves to be whipped. Population is an extremely precious resource. Without so many people, the value of the L plane is undoubtedly much less. This reduced his gains this time. You ask Rettel to do the statistics. I need to know more accurate data. As you wish. Having talked to this point, Richard lost interest in talking and waved his hand, letting Kalu leave first. When the room was quiet, he still had murderous intent on his face. In the future, he must be more decisive. This time, in order to prevent any eventuality, the angry Blood Duke gained precious time and made sufficient preparations. Although the final outcome was good, his gains were much smaller. After calming down, he no longer thought about it. In the case that the enemy might have the Abyss Evil God, who can be sure that they will be safe and sound, it is definitely not wrong to be careful, but some of the methods can be improved, and lessons can be learned in the future. Putting this matter aside, he stood up and walked out of the hall. Subconsciously, he looked at the soldiers lined up in the corner of the front yard. Especially the 3 dragon-wing statues, which made his mouth curl up. After leaving the L plane 3 days ago, the statue was placed in the courtyard. The ferocious statue became the focus of attention. He took a few steps forward and rubbed the cold statue like a treasure. It felt like a child getting a favorite toy. This is the nest of extraordinary soldiers. Wow, it's comfortable to get the spoils for free. Sir Richard. When Richard was getting excited, a crisp voice interrupted his action of admiring his spoils. Turning his head, he saw a tall and beautiful figure appear in front of him. The other party was wearing a black work suit specially designed by the tailor's shop for the blacksmith shop, which was fitted and slim. A pair of yellow riding boots on his feet made his legs look particularly slender. The long-handled copper hammer on her back, which was taller than her, changed her temperament from a girl next door to a heroic female warrior. Andal, the treasure of the City of Dusk, who had been with his special blacksmith from the beginning. Richard sneered as he watched the girl approach. Why, are you willing to leave the blacksmith shop? As a research maniac, Andal rarely saw him outside a few times, and he wished he could stay in his studio for 24 hours a day. Andal blushed and said coquettishly, My lord. Her voice became soft, like a spring breeze blowing on her face. The heroic girl would only show such a little girl in front of him. Outside, she was a rational and fanatical researcher, the founder of the Bloodhoof City Blacksmith Association, and the strict president who taught the blacksmiths of the evil camp in the underground world of forging skills. Andal saw that Richard's smile was a little deeper, and she became more shy. She coughed a few times to suppress the fluctuating emotions. With a flushed face, he pretended to be serious. My lord, I need to go to the Forge City. Richard shrugged. You have been in the underground world recently. If you want to go, go. There are god-blood dwarfs researching in the blacksmith shop, which will not delay the progress. For this girl, he has always adopted a free-range approach, allowing her to grow freely. The early technology of Dusk City was basically supported by the other party alone. Now he is not only responsible for the Forging Association of Bloodhoof City, but also has to command all matters related to technology research and weapon forging in Dusk City. Although he did not say it explicitly, he saw the other party's contributions and efforts. In addition, after the girl said half a month ago that she had touched the threshold of a master blacksmith, he had even less to say. The growth mode of life professions is completely different from that of ordinary professions. Hearing this trusting words as always, the girl's eyes immediately curved into crescents. This time, I want to take the Extraordinary Hunter with me. The Extraordinary Hunter is a super-level mechanical puppet that Richard got in the first large-scale copy of Glorious Era. It is just seriously damaged and far from being able to exert the combat power of the extraordinary level. In the early development process, this puppet played a significant role. However, as his power increased, this mechanical puppet that was seriously damaged and required a huge amount of mithril to repair became a bit useless. Richard later simply put this mechanical puppet in the blacksmith shop and let Andal study it. The Extraordinary Hunter has been handed over to you for disposal, even if you dismantle it tomorrow. Richard chuckled. Now that he has 4 extraordinary people in his hands, he can be said to be truly wealthy. A severely damaged mechanical puppet is worth 1,000 gold to the players, but in his eyes it is just that. The dog-rich man speaks with confidence. Andal's eyes became softer, and waves appeared in her eyes, as if water could drip out. Sir, do you believe me? Richard looked at the girl with a subtle emotion, and was a little speechless. He took 2 steps forward, approached the other party, looked at the delicate face, smiled gently, and rubbed the other party's head. In the entire Twilight City, no one can be more trustworthy than you. If one day, Everyone betrays, only 2 people will follow me to the end. I firmly believe that one of them must be you. Andel's eyes suddenly became bright, as if there were stars twinkling in them. She said word by word, "My lord, I will definitely not let you down." She said this with a very solemn expression, holding her chest and bowing, like a fanatic worshipping her own god. After the ceremony, the girl turned around and walked out without any hesitation. The copper hammer behind her was particularly conspicuous at this moment. Richard felt inexplicably that the other party seemed to have made up her mind, as if she was going to do something big. He did not delve too deeply into it. His trust in Andel, as he said, was not discounted at all. "I hope that next time we meet, you can give me more surprises, my treasure." Richard smiled softly and retracted his gaze. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Ding, the corruption swamp has devoured enough flesh and soul energy, and the current level has been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Ding, the corruption swamp has expanded by 10 kilometers, and the current range is 40 kilometers in diameter. The number of automatically produced troop nests per week is 3, and the upper limit of the number of self-produced troop nests is increased by 10. The current number of troop nests is 40, and the upper limit is 50, and the number of troop nests, 3,000, glorious 3 stars. The level of self-produced troop nests is upgraded from Crown 3 stars to Brilliant Moon 3 stars. The produced troop nests and recruited troop nests can be upgraded to Brilliant Moon 3 stars after consuming flesh and soul energy. Ding, the level of the Corruption Swamp Hero Thor, Spear of Slaughter, is upgraded to level 18, the potential is upgraded to Super A level, and all skills are upgraded by 1 level. The moment the system prompt sounded, Richard was filled with great joy. The Corruption Swamp was finally upgraded. Level 4 Corruption Swamp, 40 kilometers in diameter, 50 troop nests, 3-star troop level. 2 months of planning, the participation of the Lion of Greed, the Ancient Tree of Divine Evil, and the God of Fraud and Lies. Finally, this piece of revitalized land was upgraded to a new level. Just as the joy filled his heart, the prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding, the Corruption Swamp devoured a part of the flesh and blood of the gods, and gained a part of the divinity. It can continue to devour the divinity to activate special attributes. Note, devouring the flesh and blood of the gods can increase the potential of the Corruption Swamp. The more flesh and blood of the gods devoured, the greater the potential. And Richard was surprised and happy. He immediately thought of the body of the Lord of Greed that was rolled up under the roots of the Ancient Tree of Divine Evil. The Corruption Swamp could also devour the gods to strengthen itself. Unable to suppress the joy in his heart, he immediately stepped out of the Lord's mansion, and his mind moved. Whoosh, the huge figure of Alvis flew over, the broken dragonfly flapped continuously, and slowly landed on the open space in front. Richard did not hesitate, turned over and sat on the back of the undead dragon, and quickly flew to the City of Dusk. In a moment, he arrived at the Land of Quicksand, shuttled through the open space gate, entered the Eternal Land, and then entered the Naga plane through the space crack. The moment Alvis passed through the crack, the strong smell of blood immediately hit his nose. In the sight, there was a bloody color. The thick scarlet mist enveloped everything. As the master of the corrupt swamp, Richard's perception immediately spread along the blood mist. At the first time, he sensed that the corrupt swamp had a lot of energy, and the blood mist had become extremely wide. At the same time, there was an army marching towards the central area of the corrupt swamp. More than 20 planes and hundreds of races are now crowded in this land of death. In the center of the corrupt swamp, dozens of golden fruits emitting attractive energy were hung on the dry branches of the ancient tree. That breath stimulated the soul of intelligent life all the time. And the greedy desire caused by the golden fruit made people's reason blurred. Chapter 546. Richard sensed everything around him, and his eyes became particularly bright. For the army fighting on this land, this is a place of death, a desperate place to bury souls. For him, it is a wonderful place of harvest. The life of a fisherman is always so relaxed and leisurely. After calming down his fluctuating emotions, he turned his head and looked at an area that had not been set foot by the army of the other plane. It was covered by a special energy, and outsiders could not spy on it. Concentrating his mind and sensing, a hideous statue stood here. There were as many as 40 statues. These were all his personal wealth. The crown-level troop nests could directly recruit the top troop of level 15 and crown 3 stars. After the corruption swamp was promoted to level 4, these troop nests could also devour flesh and blood and follow the promotion. And the next stage is Hui with 3 stars. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up high. With one upgrade, he can get dozens of Huiwei troop nests. Who else can do this? Moreover, he doesn't need to pay anything, just send a few bosses to fish. His eyes continued to turn. On the side of the troop nest, an army shrouded in blood mist stood safely in the mud formed by melting flesh and blood. Snake tail, human body, holding a trident, scarlet eyes, and bulging muscles. The motionless appearance looks like a stone statue, and also like a hunter ready to attack the enemy at any time according to the master's order. This army has 300 teams. Blood Killer, a powerful troop born in the corrupt swamp. All members are level 15, crowned 3 stars, and after the promotion in the corrupt swamp, they can also be upgraded to Huiwa 3 stars. When this army is promoted, it will surely become the new pillar of Twilight City. What makes him even more happy is that the upper limit of the army nests has been increased from 40 to 50 after the corruption swamp is upgraded. Once these army nests are condensed, with a huge supply of blood and flesh energy, 50 teams of blood killers can be produced every week. This is a 3-star level army of Huiwa. Even if it is placed in the indigenous forces, it is the elite among the elites, and even slightly weaker forces can be called trump cards. More importantly, these soldiers are recruited through blood and soul energy, and they are free, without him having to pay for resources. This is very critical. If Twilight City still has to bear the recruitment resources, then he can't afford these 50 army nests at all. The amount of resources required for high-level soldiers is too exaggerated. Richard couldn't help but sigh at this point. I'm still poor. No matter how I earn resources, I feel that I haven't lived a rich life for a day. Even if he had 3 or 5 million rare resources, he would not dare to spend them carelessly, as they would be gone easily. There are ways to survive when you are poor. He had made plans some time ago, and he would not promote all the troops in the future. After the army of the City of Dusk is upgraded to the crown level, the promotion of troops such as the Sand Archers, Scorpion Warriors, Mummy Guardians, and Mummy Guards can be postponed. The crown level, among the powerful indigenous forces, is already the main combat force, which is enough to defend the city. Resources should be reserved for more powerful trump cards. The stone statue of the dead, the king of the Imperial Guards, the wings of the evil dragon, and the controller of the sandstorm are worth continuing to upgrade. If all the troop nests are upgraded, the resources needed for weekly recruitment will make him cry. After Richard calmed down, his eyes became hot. The scarcer the resources, the more he cherished the characteristic of the corruption swamp that it could get troops for free. It is no wonder that the undead can become the overlord of Glorious Era. It is really wonderful to get troops for free. That's not all. As long as the corruption swamp can be promoted to level 5, it can get extraordinary troops for free. It's really a desirable fishing life. After possessing the powerful troop of the wings of the evil dragon, Richard looked forward to the scene where the corruption swamp could recruit hundreds of extraordinary troops every week. That would be very shocking. At this moment, the blood-colored mist in front of him suddenly condensed quickly, and a translucent old figure appeared in sight. "Good day, Your Excellency Richard." Richard's face was calm, and he nodded slightly. "Your Majesty Tyrone, you have worked hard." He pointed to the battlefield shrouded in blood mist, and could not be seen with the naked eye. "During the hunting period, has there been any problem in the corruption swamp?" Talon, the god of fraud and lies who took the initiative to ask for the corruption swamp, shook his head slowly. "Everything is under control," he said with a complicated tone. "There are golden fruits that can enhance the potential of blood. There are greedy lions that can arouse the greed in my heart. There is me who can deceive everyone, and there is the revitalized land that can confuse everyone. I can't think of anyone under the gods who can break this situation." If he hadn't witnessed the formation of the corruption swamp fishing ground with his own eyes, he couldn't understand how the other party, who had only been in the main plane for less than a year, could get so many good things together. But when he thought of the scene of the Lord of Grieved's fall, he fell silent again. If the other party is really the key to a new era, it seems that this is not surprising. Richard didn't know what the infamous god was thinking at the moment. After a moment of silence, he asked curiously, "At the current speed, how long will it take for the corruption swamp to upgrade again? The extraordinary troops and the brilliant moon troops are not at the same level. Being able to get the extraordinary for free is the ultimate dream." The god of lies laughed. "Sir Richard, this piece of land is not that simple to revitalize. This promotion will usher in a transformation, so the flesh and blood required may be 10 times more than you think." Richard's mouth twitched. 10 times more than he thought? That's too much. The god of lies continued. "The prerequisite for the promotion of this activated land is that all arms and arms nests need to be upgraded to the same level as it. Now, not only do 3,000 crown arms and 40 arms nests need to be promoted to Huiwa, The number of arms nests also needs to be increased to 50, and enough energy must be reserved every week to recruit new arms. These consumptions alone are already an exaggerated amount of energy. It is already quite difficult to meet these conditions, and it is even more difficult to accumulate energy to break through to level 5. Moreover, this is an ideal situation where a large number of lives are killed in the corruption swamp every day. If the number of deaths is reduced, it will take longer. At this point, the tone of the God of Lies became a little unhappy. Although these more than 20 planes have a large number of life groups, with the promotion of the corruption swamp, a large number of Huiwa arms need to be cultivated, and the flesh and blood energy they provide can no longer meet the demand. Moreover, the golden fruit is constantly stimulating the rulers of those planes. As ambition grows, greed gradually devours reason, and the number of dead troops is also increasing day by day. The corruption swamp is now a grinding wheel of blood and flesh. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of lives fall every day. Considering the war potential of these planes, they cannot withstand too long of consumption. Richard was speechless when he heard this. The lives of more than 20 planes cannot meet the growth needs of the corruption swamp. This piece of activated land is simply abnormal. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, "The plan to expand the fishing ground should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. This time, the diameter of the corruption swamp has been increased from 30 kilometers to 40 kilometers. Don't look at this short 10 kilometers. The coverage area is already exaggerated. In addition, the blood-colored mist can blur perception and vision, and hundreds of thousands of troops fighting in it will not be crowded. And the bait is ready-made, plus the God of Fraud and Lies is the operator, which is enough to control the situation." The God of Lies nodded in agreement. No one can resist the temptation of golden fruit. What he likes most about this fishing ground is that the ancient tree of the evil god can really bear fruit. False things can deceive for a while, but they can never deceive forever. The bait is tempting because it is possible to eat it. Sir Richard, the void sandworm in your hand can play a significant role if used well. Richard smiled. He raised this void life with the intention of letting it find other planes and conduct plane trade. Now it is used on the blade. I will send the void sandworm to the corruption swamp to obey orders. Your Majesty Tyrone, please continue to help me control the situation here. No one is more suitable to operate this fishing ground than this old man whose priesthood is fraud and lies. My duty. The God of Lies smiled and nodded. Seeing the situation stabilize, Richard suddenly thought of something and whispered, Your Majesty Tyrone, did you find the obelisk I mentioned to you before in these plains? The God of Lies noticed the subtlety in his tone and became interested. Sir Richard, you seem to have gained something in the L plane. Can you tell me what is in the obelisk? Richard looked directly into the other's eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking about the pros and cons, he was about to speak after a moment of silence, but the God of Lies suddenly sneered. I'm suddenly not curious anymore, Your Excellency, you don't need to tell me anymore. Shrugged. I really didn't realize that these planes connected to the Nanda plane are all planes with some of the power of the old days. Their rules are full of holes, and are not perfect planes. I have never even seen a supernatural one. The obelisk you mentioned would not have escaped my detection if it was not hidden near the plane stone. As a god, and the God of Fraud and Lies, Tyrone is still confident enough in this aspect. Only he can deceive others, and no one can deceive him. Richard looked at the other party deeply. There is a certain probability that there are treasures closely related to the gods in the obelisk, but the obelisk I captured did not have it, so I can't be sure what it is, and what it looks like. If His Majesty Tyrone finds the obelisk, please tell me as soon as possible. The God of Lies looked at him thoughtfully, and did not dwell on this topic too much. Both sides are smart people. Richard has given him enough face by saying this. If he asks further, it will be his offense. Richard didn't want to hide too much from the other party. The existence of ancient rules in the obelisk will be exposed sooner or later. But before getting it, it is not a good thing to let too many people know. Just as the two were talking, a sound of flapping wings approached quickly from behind. Richard turned around subconsciously, and saw a stone statue of the dead flying quickly. After coming to the side, he said quickly with a somewhat empty voice, Master, Lord Kalu sent an urgent message. There is news about Miss Sina and Lady Dark Valkyrie. Richard's eyes widened and his spirits were lifted. Sina and Fui are back? These two pillar-level combat forces took the initiative to leave after returning from Solon City last time, and went to the Krina tribe's resident to train and upgrade. Unexpectedly, he was gone for several months, and he did not return even when the Lord of Dunes and the Gnolls announced to attack the City of Dusk. During this period, he only sent back one message, telling him that the two of them met the Gnoll god, who was supposed to be dead at the Krina tribe's residence. Then the two disappeared without a trace, and they could not contact each other. After several months, there was finally news about them again. Master, Lord Kalu told me that the two masters did not return, but asked us for help. The time of the letter was a week ago. Richard frowned. A bad feeling arose in his heart. A week ago? He did not want to stay any longer. After telling the god of lies a few words, he immediately drove Alvis, who was sitting on him, to fly away from the corrupt swamp, return from the eternal land to the quicksand land, and return to the city of dusk at the fastest speed. Alvis's huge body glided down from the sky and landed skillfully in front of the Lord's mansion. Richard turned over and walked into the house quickly. In the hall, Kalu was pacing back and forth with a serious face. When he saw him, he didn't have time to salute and said in a hurry, Master, Miss Sina and Lady Fui sent news that the Krina tribe's base was besieged by the god of dogs and the Zerg. The enemy's army of hundreds of thousands was approaching the city. Lady Fui was resisting the god of dogs alone. Richard frowned. Zerg and the god of dogs, this is really haunting. He couldn't figure it out. Windsor, the Lord of Crimson, took action personally, and the other party could still survive. What's the specific situation? The letter was dated a week ago, and there are only a few words. Kalu said, taking out a thumb-sized note from his arms and handing it over. There is a riddle we created on it, confirmed to be left by Miss Sina. Richard took it and took a look. The information on it was indeed very little, and it was exactly what Kalu said. But the mark at the bottom made his eyes light up. It was a sloppy and towering obelisk. The Krina tribe settlement had the building he had been looking for, ancient rules. Thinking of the hint of the black gold system, his heart immediately warmed up. But it was a bit of a headache. The Krina tribe settlement was engulfed by the space turbulence, and the void sandworms could not explore it. How can we get there? Can the other party leave any token to serve as the space coordinates? Kalu smiled bitterly and shook his head. The other party can pass this note, so they must have tried everything, unless we can ask them in person. Before the voice fell, Richard suddenly seemed to think of something and was shocked. Ask? His talent is to ask the will of the desert. The Krina tribe settlement is also in the desert. Even if it is engulfed by the space turbulence, it is impossible to disappear without a trace. There must be traces left. After taking a deep breath, he said decisively, Gather the troops immediately and prepare to support the Krina tribe. Call back Amirita, the Lion of Greed. This time, the god of dogs must catch this old dog and tie him up in the square of the city of dusk. Chapter 547. After the dark clouds covered the sky, they swallowed up the light, making everything dim, and the atmosphere was oppressive and solemn. Looking from a high place, you can see countless giant insects on the ground forming a black tide, rushing quickly towards a towering city on the ground. The hard shell, the hideous giant claws, the sharp-tailed stinger, the deformed body, and all the organs that do not conform to normal aesthetics are exposed. The giant insects that are thousands of times larger than the insects that ordinary people can crush to death with their feet, even if there is only one, are enough to scare people. At this moment, these terrifying monsters gathered together like ants. Wave after wave attacked the city on the ground. The city in the frenzy is already covered with scars. The solid city walls are in danger, and large pieces of collapse have appeared in many places. It seems that it may collapse in the storm at any time. Kill! Xena, the main force on the battlefield, clenched her 5-star weapon, the Dragon Slayer's sword, and watched the giant insects rushing like a tide under the city wall, with murderous intent. Whenever a giant insect climbed up the city wall, her figure was always the first to appear in front of the other party. The blood burst out of her body, and the long sword ignited endless energy. Those giant insects that were 3 to 5 meters, or even 7 to 8 meters high were torn apart like tofu. The figure was like lightning, watering in the most intense part of the battlefield. But warrior heroes can hardly play a decisive role in large-scale battles. Even if she swung her long sword desperately, the soldiers fighting side by side with her on the city wall fell one after another under the impact of the giant insects. The figures beside her became fewer and fewer. She didn't even have time to be sad, so she could only hold the long sword tightly and swing more sharp. As the number of casualties in the army increased, the gaps in the defense line became wider, and the long city walls gradually fell. It was unknown how long it had been, when Xena was forced to defend only a few areas and the city walls were about to fall. Suddenly, a touch of scarlet quietly appeared in the thick dark clouds in the sky. Then, the scarlet spread rapidly like red ink dripping into clear water, covering the sky and the earth. The giant insect that was still attacking fiercely suddenly stiffened after being illuminated by the scarlet light, and then became restless. After a moment, it retreated like a tide. In the blink of an eye, those vicious figures disappeared without a trace, leaving only a body with an exaggerated shape in front of the city wall. Seeing this scene, Xena, who was soaked in blood, looked up. A bright crimson moon was reflected in her pupils. The clouds covering the sky and the earth seemed to have a hole in them at this moment. The blood moon appeared brightly from the dark clouds, and the surrounding clouds had been forced away. Seeing this extremely familiar scene, her tense heart slowly relaxed. She knew that the Krina tribe had survived another disaster, because similar things have happened countless times in this month. Xena, are you okay? A tired voice behind her interrupted Xena's thoughts. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged female warrior covered in blood leaning against the city wall. The other party supported the sword with one hand and tried to keep herself steady, but her trembling arm made people worry that she might let go of the fight and fall to the ground in the next moment. Chief Karen, I'm fine. Xena saw the other party's face clearly and forced a smile. But the weakness in his tone could not be concealed. Chief Karen was silent for a moment, then sighed. It's good that you're fine. He looked outside the city with a very complicated expression. Those hideous monsters had disappeared at this moment, but in her heart, this was even more terrifying. Every time the crimson moon rises, these giant insects will temporarily suspend their attack. When the crimson moon fades, the other party will come back. And they will become stronger. The voice was particularly hoarse. Chief Karen felt suffocated when he said this. At first, she thought that the giant insects hid because they were afraid of the crimson moon. Until she saw with her own eyes that a bug she had injured had its level increased from level 10 to level 15 after the crimson moon rose several times. She felt something was wrong. After multiple confirmations, it was finally confirmed that the bugs suddenly stopped attacking because they were absorbing the power of the crimson moon. They can become stronger through this. Thinking of this, his eyes became dim. Xena, we seem to have no hope. After being dragged into this twisted space that could not contact the outside world, she spent every day in war. There were less than 2 battalions of tribesmen left around her. The power accumulated by the Krina tribe for countless years was consumed. Xena's heart trembled, and she clenched the long sword in her hand. She said in a firm tone, Chief Karen, we haven't lost yet. The Lord gave me a message last night, and he will definitely arrive today. As soon as the voice fell, before Chief Karen spoke, a voice with strong dissatisfaction sounded from the side. Shut up. Still thinking about your master? Message? You must be hallucinating after fighting. This space cannot be connected to the outside world at all. The treasure that we can use to transmit messages to the outside world has been invalidated a week ago. The chaotic space power has blocked everything. No one can pass through before the energy turbulence subsides. Xena, stop dreaming and accept the reality. The Krina tribe has no one to rely on. We can only rely on ourselves. Hearing this aggressive voice, Chief Karen sighed lightly, and did not refute anything. Xena turned her head, and saw a female warrior whose leather armor was mostly broken and large wounds on her body were still bleeding, but her eyes were still firm. Raised her head, looked directly into the other person's eyes, and said word by word. Jasmine, that was the message I heard with my own ears. My lord, I will come, no matter what, I will definitely come. The female warrior's inner anger suddenly surged, and she said angrily, Will come. You only know to say that, but where are the people? Don't you know how powerful this twisted space is? Even the extraordinary can't leave. Even if that Lord of Divine Grace has great ability, can he still tear this space apart? Is he extraordinary or legendary? After roaring, he suddenly fell silent again. He turned his head and looked in another direction. His tone was filled with despair and unspeakable sadness. Even if that Lord of Divine Grace comes, what can he do? The god of the kobolds is secretly watching us. Even the powerful Dark Valkyrie was pulled into the void space by the other party. There are only more than 1,000 of us left in our army. Even if there are reinforcements now, it's too late. When the crimson moon falls again, those giant insects that have become stronger may be able to destroy the city of Krina with a wave of charge. He looked at her sadly. Xena, wake up. Our enemies are not only those disgusting giant insects, but also the god of the dog-headed people hidden in the dark. That is a real god. Although I don't know why the opponent's level has dropped so much, and now only has extraordinary power, but gods are gods after all, and we can't stand it. When she said the last word, the female warrior, who was still covered with dozens of bloody scars, but couldn't make her cry, suddenly had red eyes. Tears flowed down, leaving a crystal tear mark. It looked inexplicably sad. What kind of desperate situation could make a female warrior, who is not afraid of life and death, show such a weak side, watching her own race being exterminated, and without the slightest hope of escape, and finding no way out? It is impossible to imagine how desperate the feeling is without personal experience. Seeing the scene, Chief Karen also slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps the history of the Krina tribe ends here. After muttering, he opened his eyes again. With a solemn face, he turned his head and looked around, looking at the sparse Krina warriors on the city wall, and said loudly, "My people, we still have one night. Tomorrow, when the crimson moon falls, it will be the enemy's last attack. This time, we can't stop it." At this point, looking at the warriors whose morale was not low, his eyes became particularly complicated. What a good warrior, how fearless. It's a pity that there is no chance to continue fighting. The voice suddenly became high-pitched. Since there is no choice, let us die together. The Krina tribe can be destroyed, but the will of the Krina tribe will never surrender. Wait for the enemy to attack tomorrow, I will lead the charge. Let the enemy's blood accompany us to sleep forever. After the voice fell, even though they were exhausted and wounded, the warriors on the city wall still burst into a fanatical roar. In the desperate situation, no one retreated. This is the soul of the Krina tribe, and death cannot erase it. Xena looked at this scene, and the veins on the back of her hand that clenched the long sword were exposed. She is also not afraid of death. As long as there is a need, she will protect her people with her life. In the fanatical atmosphere around her, she took a deep breath and regained some calmness. Now is not the time to die. Her mission has not been completed yet, and the order given to her by the Master is to wait for him to arrive. Her people hadn't seen the army of Twilight City trample those giant insects, hadn't seen the god of the kobolds fall, hadn't seen the Dark Valkyrie. How could Sister Foy fall here after being found? Chief Karen, you must hold on. The promise of the Lord is more valuable than Mithril, and will never be violated. The Lord's message is for us to hold on, and wait for him to arrive. As long as the army of Twilight City appears on this land, everything will end. Our hope has not been shattered. Before she finished speaking, Jasmine turned around and approached Hina angrily. They approached until their noses touched each other, staring at this bastard who is still obsessed with it. Xena, didn't I make it clear just now? Until you die, until your soul is devoured by those bugs, you still want to be obsessed with that god lord? Even if the other party comes, what? Can he beat the god of the kobolds? And there are two extraordinary people around that damn god. Dark Valkyrie, you said that it is one of the most powerful forces around the Lord of God's grace. The other party has been exiled into nothingness. What can the Lord of God's grace rely on? Not to mention other things, just two extraordinary people are enough to make your poor master tremble. What can he do to deal with it? I know you want to say that your master has a glorious past, but that is only the past after all. The present and the future are everything. You and the Dark Valkyrie have only been away from each other's territory for 3 or 2 months. Do you think that in these few months, the other party can have the power to deal with extraordinary people, and 2 extraordinary people plus a god of dog-headed people? Who is that guy? Is he a god? If not, how can he have such a level of power? Are you awake now? Molly wanted to pry open the head of her former best friend, to see if the brain was eaten by brain-eating worms. Why would she be obsessed with a Lord of Divine Grace to such an extent? Let's not talk about the authenticity of the message. Even if it is true, we should pin all our hopes on the other party. Does the other party have that strength? This made her extremely annoyed with the Lord of Divine Grace whom she had never met. Why and what charm could the other party have that could make the genius of the Krina tribe worship him blindly to the point of falling into despair, and still hold on to unrealistic fantasies? Why? She really couldn't figure it out. As one of the most talented warriors in the Krina tribe, Jasmine was extremely proud. From childhood to adulthood, not many people could catch her eye. Only Hina, whose talent was a little better than hers, had been recognized by her, and regarded as her best partner. But she didn't expect that her only and best partner would change after going out once. It became difficult for her to understand. It was fine to serve a God's grace Lord, which could be said to be a way to repay the other party's kindness in helping them to lift the curse. But she willingly surrendered without a trace of hesitation. This made it difficult for her, who regarded the other party as a close friend, to accept this matter. How could Hina, such a genius, surrender to a God's grace Lord? And Hina's worship of the God's grace Lord, which was almost like worshipping a god, made her even more incomprehensible. Although the other party often told her about the glorious deeds of the City of Dusk, in her opinion, those so-called achievements were nothing more than the boasting or deception of the Lord of Divine Grace. Because there were some things that Xena had not experienced personally, but only heard from people around her. It was ridiculous to believe it just by hearing it from others. She had a deep understanding of the cunning of the Lord of Divine Grace. Those shameless people who had no credibility were full of lies, and even talked about killing gods and enslaving dragons had left her with a very negative impact. Even if the other party was really capable, she didn't think that he could make Cena willingly surrender by his own ability. Most of them were just tricks. What made her even more angry was that looking at Cena's appearance, she would not wake up in a short time. If she had the chance, she would definitely question the Lord of Divine Grace. She wanted to see what exactly the other party relied on to make Xena admire him to such an extent. In this plane that outsiders could not explore, the Krina clan silently licked their wounds, stared at the crimson moon in the sky, and waited for the enemy to launch the final attack when the moon set. At the same time, they were also waiting for the arrival of the Lord of the City of Dusk in faith and doubt. Chapter 548. The blood moon in the thick clouds illuminates the whole world. The world is silent, and there is only Scarlet in sight. As time goes by, the light of the blood moon begins to dim, and the thick clouds around it gradually approach. The scarlet between heaven and earth begins to thin. The severely broken walls of Klina City are covered with stones, but no one is repairing them at this moment. The only remaining Klina warriors are looking at the sky with mixed feelings at this moment. Everyone knows that when the scarlet moon falls, and the sky returns to silence, those terrifying giant insects will attack again. There has been no exception in the past month. On the wall, besides the sound of breathing, there is only the sound of wild wind blowing on the ground. No one speaks. They are waiting for the afterglow of the blood moon to disappear. When that moment comes, they will usher in the last battle of their lives. But they are fearless. The highest honor for a warrior is to fall on the way of charging, to fall into eternal sleep while trampling the corpses of the enemy. The only regret for them is that after today, the Krina tribe will become history. Their heritage will be broken. From now on, there will no longer be a race called the Krina tribe in this world. Sad and depressed emotions surged in their hearts, and the veins on their palms holding the weapons were exposed. This time, they will give everything, for the last glory of the Krina tribe. Their eyes were fixed on the ground in front of the city wall, which was covered with giant insect corpses. In the most desolate state of mind, they waited for the arrival of the enemy, who would bury their own race. The light of the crimson moon dissipated bit by bit. The blood light on the ground became increasingly dim. A low roar came from the horizon. Although separated by a long distance, the brutality and madness in that voice were still clearly detectable. Those terrible giant insects were agitated. Jasmine watched the crimson in the sky gradually fade away, turned her head, and looked at her best friend beside her, her voice filled with a bit of regret. The crimson moon is about to fall, Hina, are you awake now? We have no reinforcements. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to respond, her expression became complicated and her tone was low. Hina, this may be the last time we fight side by side. I really miss the past. At that time, we only needed to work hard to practice martial arts and learn combat skills, and we didn't need to worry about anything. Chief Karen beat and scolded other people every day, but he only praised us. Hina looked at the pair of eyes full of nostalgia. Her expression was startled, and her emotions began to roll in her heart. Jasmine did not stop talking. Although my talent is not as good as yours, I work harder than you. At this point, the sight that lingered on her face gradually softened. I just want you to know that it is my honor to be your partner. You are the most talented warrior of the Krina tribe, and the inheritor of the Krina tribe's will. If possible, we are even willing to sacrifice everything to send you out. Unfortunately, all our attempts have failed. After saying this, the tone became extremely complicated. If there is an afterlife, I hope to know you again, and become your partner again. He raised his head, his determined eyes full of fighting spirit. I won't lose to you again in my next life. Jasmine Krina is the strongest. Xena's heart was slightly shaken, and her eyes were inexplicably red. Finally, she took a deep breath, raised her head, and stared into the other's eyes. No, Jasmine, this life is still long. You have to wait for decades to defeat me in the next life. Jasmine raised her eyebrows, and was about to say angrily, but she looked at the faint crimson light with her peripheral vision, sighed in vain, and had no idea of arguing. Although I don't know why you have almost blind trust in the Lord of Divine Grace. But this war will not be transferred according to the will of the other party. Xena, don't you understand this? How long have you left the other party's territory? Even if his power has increased tenfold, it is impossible to help us out. Xena was unshakable. The power of Twilight City is beyond everyone's imagination. Your growth rate is definitely beyond your comprehension. She witnessed the process of Twilight City, from weak to strong, and participated in it personally. She knew how exaggerated the potential of her master was. No one could shake Richard's position in her heart. Not far away, Chief Karen, who heard the conversation between the two, took a deep breath. For the continuation of the race, after being dragged into this twisted space, she tried much more than everyone imagined. If all the attempts were not useless, how could she fall into despair and take the initiative to say those cruel words to her people? Support maybe the Lord of God's grace, who is full of personal charm and can make Xena almost a believer, is really on the way to support. However, given the opponent's strength, what can they do even if they come? Xena had told her how strong the City of Dusk was, and she knew it. The giant worm was only the enemy in the open, and the god of dogs and his minions hidden in the dark were the biggest obstacles. She couldn't imagine what kind of power was needed to deal with a god and two extraordinary people, not to mention the army led by the opponent. She once had extraordinary power, and it was not until she was injured that she fell from the level of extraordinary, so she knew better than anyone what kind of power was needed to face the extraordinary. Not to mention the god of dogs, that was beyond her reach. Just as Jasmine and Xena were arguing, the last ray of crimson light on the earth disappeared. In the sky, the blood moon was submerged by clouds again. Roar, as the crimson disappeared, one after another of the shrill roars resounded through the world. The brutality and madness of the roars made everyone's heart tremble. The final decisive battle has arrived. Chief Karen's eyes suddenly became sharp. Since the ending is already determined, the last dance of the Krina tribe will bloom brilliantly. Turning around, looking at the warriors around, the voice resounded through the sky. My tribe, the final battle is about to begin. We will die together again. Are you ready? Are you ready to fall on the road of charge? Ready to trample the enemy's corpse? Ready to sleep with me? The sonorous words made all the warriors raise their heads. Looking at the scarred but unshakable figure, the only ray of love for life and fear of death in his eyes disappeared without a trace. It is an honor for the warriors of the Krina tribe to die on the battlefield. Today, they will carry this honor that belongs to them. All troops, listen to the order, abandon the city wall, open the city gate, and everyone gather behind the city gate. After the voice fell, Chief Karen walked away from the city wall that he had been defending without any hesitation. The surrounding troops also followed the steps of their chief and headed for the city gate. No one spoke in the air, and the sound of combat boots stepping on the ground was the only melody at the moment. Jasmine took a deep look at Hina. This is the last time we fight side by side. After saying that, she hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice a little. The chief left a secret room in the back, which contains all our young children. Hina, I hope you can leave those children to survive. You already belong to the City of Dusk, you still have a future, and we need a strong leader to survive with the hope of the Krina tribe. He patted her shoulder, and without waiting for Hina to respond, he turned around and joined the crowd. Xena looked at her companions who were walking steadily, and her emotions were extremely complicated at this moment. She wanted to stop her people, and wanted them to continue to retreat and wait for reinforcements. But she knew that this was the will of the Krina people, an unyielding will. No Krina people would retreat on the battlefield, even if they were greeted by death and destruction. After a moment of silence, when the last tribesman left the city, Xena followed. She was a subordinate of the City of Dusk, but she was also a Krina people. My lord, I am sorry to disappoint you. I did not persuade everyone, and I will fight against the enemy together with them. Death will not be a problem for the Krina tribe. It's just a pity that I can't continue to serve you. Behind the city wall, a large piece of rubble was cleared away, leaving a space. At this moment, the city gate, which was full of cracks and blocked countless attacks by the enemy, was open. The corpses piled up in front of the city wall had been cleared after the war, leaving a fairly spacious space. The soldiers who came down from the city wall returned to the team quietly. No one ordered or directed, and a triangular formation with a charge was formed. Chief Karen, a warrior with scars on his face, held the sword in his hand tightly, and stood silently at the front of the triangular formation. Jasmine was on the right. The air fell into silence. Tap! Suddenly a sound of footsteps came from the side, and all the soldiers who had already stood in position turned their heads subconsciously to look. Under the gaze of everyone, Xena walked forward and came to the side of Chief Karen. She looked at the warrior who occupied the position on the left side of Chief Karen. Mess, this is my position. The warrior stared at Hina in a daze, and finally smiled and took a step back. Hina said nothing more, stepped forward and stood silently. Jasmine's eyes softened suddenly. Hina. Although her best friend had surrendered to her cunning and inferior lord of divine grace, she had not changed. The Krina tribe will never live in humiliation. Hina said nothing, silently clenched the war dragon sword in her hand. This was given to her by Lord Richard, and perhaps it would also be something that would sleep with her forever. At this moment, boom boom, the earth shook, as if thousands of horses were galloping on the grassland. Everyone standing on the ground could clearly feel the tremors. The enemy is coming. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and looked forward through the huge city gate, looking at the last enemy they had to fight. The shaking of the earth became more and more intense, and even the small stones on the ground could be seen jumping up. In just a moment, the first giant worm appeared on the horizon. The thumb-sized figure grew rapidly as the opponent approached. Behind the giant worm, a black line gradually appeared. It was like a rising tide, drowning everything in an unstoppable manner. Closer, closer. The enemy approached little by little, and the psychological pressure on everyone was also skyrocketing. But without the desire to survive, the pressure quickly disappeared, and the eyes became colder. The counterattack of the beast before dying was the most vicious and violent. Everyone get ready. Chief Karen held the slender sword with a few arcs in both hands, and held it upright in front of his chest. Eyes as sharp as an eagle. No fear of life or death. When she gives the order again, the Krina tribe will meet its end. The giant insects soon arrived 100 meters away. Looking around, those hideous monsters looked like small mountains. With a huge body of 3, 5, 7, or 8 meters, coupled with a terrifying appearance, just standing still would cause a great sense of oppression. And without exception, they were all tinged with blood red, as if they were entangled by red lines. No one could imagine how terrible the pressure was when facing such a monster. But at this moment, the formation formed by the Krina warriors was not at all scattered. Chief Karen clenched his sword, his body tense to the extreme, watching the enemy getting closer and closer, and the next moment he would issue a charge order. But just a second before the sound was heard, a terrifying breath surged. It was like a mountain smashing the earth, an endless storm sweeping the sky, and thousands of rivers flowing backwards. The sky and the earth were dim. Those giant insects seemed to have been paused, suddenly stopped dozens of meters away, and crawled on the ground trembling. Seeing this scene, Chief Karen's heart skipped a beat, full of confusion. While he was wondering, a giant insect with a single horn on its head and flapping its wings suddenly appeared in his sight. The body was 5 or 6 meters long. The other party was the source of that breath. Extraordinary? The leader of the giant insects, Chief Karen's pupils shrank suddenly. While he was in doubt, a figure wearing black armor flew out from the back of the giant insect. There was a striking dog head on its neck. The red eyes revealed viciousness, cruelty, and unspeakable madness. After that figure appeared, the giant worms on the ground trembled even more violently. A name suddenly appeared in Chief Karen's mind. The god of dog-headed man. That damned false god actually showed up in person at the last moment. His eyes were fixed on the dog-headed man. The anger in his heart almost devoured his reason. The culprit for the sealed bloodline of the Krina tribe, the manipulator behind these giant worms, new hatreds and old grudges, all erupted together. Chief Karen was furious, and took a step forward, wanting to ask. But before she could speak, the voice of the god of dog-headed man in the void with endless resentment sounded. Where is that damned lord of divine grace, the lowly bastard? Hasn't he come yet? I've been using you as bait to fish for so long, why hasn't that bastard appeared yet? Why? The voice became twisted and crazy, and his eyes stared at Xena fiercely. You and the reptile I exiled both have the breath of that bastard. You all deserve to die, all deserve to die. That human lord wants to kill me. Dream on. The great god of dog-headed people, how can that bastard imagine the power? Even if he destroys my body, even if he devours my soul, I am eternal and immortal. I will definitely let that bastard know that my anger of revenge will burn everything. This space is distorted, and cannot accommodate the power above the extraordinary. The bastard cannot use the power of the past here. As long as he appears, he will be able to complete his revenge. There is not much logic, and the voice of pure venting of emotions resounded through the sky, making everyone's head buzz. Chief Karen was startled at first, and after sorting out the meaning of the words, he turned his head suddenly, and looked at Xena beside him with shock. What is the god of dogs saying? Has that lord of divine grace destroyed his body and devoured his soul? And now, the reason why the other party did not directly flatten Krina City is to lure him here, so as to complete revenge. A god, taking revenge on a lord of divine grace, who has only been in the main plane for less than a year? Absurd and unbelievable emotions rolled in her heart. If she hadn't heard the angry roar of the god of dogs face to face, she would never have believed it. The impact on Jasmine beside her was countless times stronger than Karen's at this moment. Her mind seemed to be twisted by a giant hand. Her thoughts fell into extreme confusion. She stared at the furious god of dogs in the sky. The information content in the words of the god of dogs made it almost impossible for her to think. Has that Lord of Divine Grace attacked the god of dogs? And he successfully destroyed the body and soul of the other party? How is this possible? How is it possible? Chapter 549. No one can kill the great God. Everyone will be burned to ashes in the flames of my revenge. I am the real God. God. The almost crazy Knoll God is still roaring, giving people a strong sense of confusion. This God who has fallen to the extraordinary is crazy. All the Krina warriors behind the city gate had this thought in their minds. And it seems to be true. Then they felt a little absurd. What did the Lord of Divine Grace do to him to make a god fall to the extraordinary and crazy? They really couldn't imagine how mortals could make the high and mighty gods become like this. Especially Jasmine, because of Sina's loyalty, she didn't have a good impression of the City of Dusk, and even thought that everything Sina talked about the City of Dusk was just boasting. But at this moment, she seemed so ignorant. Recalling everything Sina said to her, there was the example of the Knoll God. The previous record that sounded like bragging has left her no room for doubt. Even God has become like this. Is there anything that is impossible? Thinking of this, Jasmine subconsciously looked at Sina. Her expression became extremely complicated. I don't know what kind of emotion to face this close friend. After recovering from the shock, Chief Karen let out a long breath. No matter what the Lord of Divine Grace has done, it is not important at this moment. Because the other party is not here. The fate of the Krina tribe will not change because of this. Moreover, the god of the dogs is the mastermind behind the blood curse on them, and the hatred between the two sides cannot be resolved. Even without the Lord of Divine Grace, the other side would definitely attack Krina City, and would not even let them live until now. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, straightening his chest, looking straight ahead, his tone was sonorous and powerful. Everyone listens. This is the final decisive battle. We will get the glory given by death and sleep forever. Until death. Krina tribe, follow me to charge. Kill! The roar with unyielding fighting spirit awakened everyone, and the eyes of these fearless warriors became crazy again. What about God? A Lord of Divine Grace can kill the other side, so how can the Krina tribe be worse than outsiders? Kill! Led by Chief Karen, the triangle formation bravely passed through the tall city gate and rushed out of the broken Krina city with a crushing attitude. The corpses of the giant insects that were cleared out were piled not far away, and their charge seemed to be carried out in the valley of flesh and blood. At the end of the road, the tall giant insects were the only enemy. Even though those monsters were crawling on the ground, they still had a terrifying sense of oppression that made people tremble. The mad god of the dog-headed man saw this scene and stopped going crazy immediately, staring at them fiercely. He waved his hands violently. I want them to die. Die! The extraordinary giant insect leader hovering in the air behind him sensed the anger of his master, and immediately raised his head and let out a sharp and piercing roar. The next moment, the giant insect crawling on the ground immediately stood up. Roar! The shrill roars were deafening. The earth began to shake, and the giant insect charged again. Looking down from the sky, two black waves collided directly in the valley of flesh and blood. Bloody explosion. Limbs flew everywhere. The charging Karen tribe leader burst into a tremendous energy, and the sword in his hand glowed. After reaching the extreme, he swung it down fiercely. The sharp blade light stretched out dozens of meters away. Crack, puff, a rhinoceros worm, like a heavily loaded tank, was cut off vertically. Green mucus splashed dozens of meters high. The fall of the first giant worm ignited the harvest. After the Krina warriors protected their bodies with energy, they stabbed out like a sharp blade. Although the giant worm in front was huge, it was torn like a piece of paper in front of these warriors. Krina battle formation, more than 1,000 people, can gather all the power into a whole. At this moment, the giant worm has to face not a single warrior, but the power of all soldiers. It can hold on for such a long time in the endless attack of the giant worm. The Krina tribe is definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered. They are powerful warriors and fearless people who face death. The battle became brutal after the close combat. A mountain of giant insects came densely, but they were all strangled by the triangular formation. The strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of various internal organs fermented in the air, making the battlefield environment even worse. The god of dog-headed people floating in the sky had a distorted face when he saw the scene. Damn reptiles, all deserve to die, all deserve to die. The body was filled with terrifying energy fluctuations, and the powerful pressure suddenly righted. Chief Karen only felt a 1,000-pound boulder pressing on his chest, and his breathing became heavy. Every time he swung his sword, his physical strength was 10 or 20 times more than before. The military formation that was running smoothly began to sluggish. At the same time, two tall and burly figures appeared beside the Knoll god, with the same iconic dog head on their heads. These two figures looked down at the ground more fiercely. As long as the Knoll god gave the order, they would attack without mercy. Extraordinary. Two Knoll extraordinary. Together with a giant insect extraordinary, the opponent had a total of 3 extraordinary powers. Seeing this scene, Chief Karen's breath trembled. After all, it didn't work out. The last bit of fantasy in his heart was quietly shattered at this moment. Even if the Lord of Divine Grace came, it would be useless. Since the Knoll god wanted to use them to lure the other party, he must have enough trump cards. No one could save the Krina tribe in this situation. Kill! Thousands of words in his heart finally turned into a roar. The army in the rear once again raised their spirits and followed their chief to charge forward. Under the extraordinary gaze, under the endless pressure brought by the divine power, these warriors did not show any fear. Their fierce fighting posture made people look sideways. Such fighting will, no matter what force they were in, was absolutely elite. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. After being strengthened by the Crimson Moon, the level of the giant insects had reached level 15. Coupled with the strength advantage brought by their size, even if the Krina army could gather everyone's strength, they also became shaky under the brutal impact of the giant insects. Kill them! Kill them! But the crazy dog-headed god did not have so much patience. Seeing that the giant insects could not take down the enemy, his eyes turned blood red. The aura on his body also began to riot, like a roaring wave, wanting to destroy everything. The two dog-headed extraordinaries beside him felt the anger of their master, and without any hesitation, they immediately swooped down. The terrifying extraordinary aura almost distorted the space. Bang! The two fell like meteors, slammed into the army formation of the Krina tribe. Crack! The earth exploded, and spiderweb-like cracks stretched out densely. The lives within 10 meters were directly smashed into stumps. The blasting air wave blew the surrounding warriors into pieces. This unusual attack caused the tight army formation to collapse directly. After standing firm, a dog-headed extraordinary looked at the figure closest to him. Jasmine. A bit of greed flashed in his eyes. Such a fresh soul. He took a few steps and rushed to the other party like lightning. Jasmine had been prepared. She roared and fearlessly moved forward with her knife. She swung her knife and chopped it down. Clang, sparks exploded. Jasmine only felt a strong force coming, and her long sword could no longer move forward. At this moment, she saw. Her long sword that could cut through boulders was held in the hand of the dog-headed man Chaofan. It was as light as nothing. A chill rose in her heart. Chaofan's power was more terrifying than she expected. Just as she was about to draw her knife, she saw from the corner of her eye that the other party had already punched her in the abdomen. In a flash, Jasmine drew her knife fiercely, twisted her body, and avoided the violent blow. But although the dog-headed man Chaofan's fist did not attack her, Chaofan's power exploded in her body. Puff, as if she was hit by a giant hammer, the whole person flew back more than 10 meters away, blood spurting out of her mouth. Finally, it hit the ground hard, leaving a bloody trail of several meters. Jasmine, who was only level 16, had not yet released the blood seal in her body, and her combat power was too far behind that of the extraordinary. The dog-headed extraordinary took advantage of the situation and smiled grimly. His figure instantly appeared in front of him, and his long claws tore down. The opponent's speed was too fast, and it was too late for Jasmine to respond. At the moment when the claws were about to tear her body apart, clang, a cold long sword was in front of her, and collided with the claws. Sparks burst. Before Jasmine could see clearly, a blurry figure with blood gushing out rushed towards the dog-headed extraordinary like lightning. As the long sword in his hand was swung, the void continued to shatter. The powerful and fierce power plus the exquisite and excellent combat skills made the extraordinary dog-headed man become flustered without noticing for a moment. After being forced to retreat more than 10 meters, the dog-headed man Chaofan finally caught his breath. When he saw clearly that his opponent was only a level 18 hero, he was immediately furious. The sharp claws of the other hand popped out like a dagger, and the majestic power wrapped around it. Both hands attacked at the same time, and began to collide with the long sword with the strongest posture. Sparks flashed, and metal rang. Xena! Jasmine didn't see the figure until this moment. Xena held the sword and confronted Chaofan without fear. And in a short period of time, she didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. This exaggerated picture made Jasmine's heart tremble. The opponent's growth rate was much faster than hers. Ah! At this moment, screams came from behind, and Jasmine subconsciously turned her head to look. I saw another extraordinary dog-headed man had already rushed into the crowd, and no one could stop him when his claws were waving. Blood and body parts flew everywhere. The scene looked miserable and terrifying. Jasmine's anger was instantly ignited, and she suddenly turned over and stood up, holding the sword tightly and killing. There was no fear of the extraordinary. When the fearless died, no warrior should be underestimated. Follow me to kill the enemy. Chief Karen also rushed over at this moment, bringing the fearless warriors of the Krina tribe, and forcibly blocked the extraordinary dog-headed man. While dealing with the extraordinary internally, the surrounding giant insects did not give up the attack, and even became more crazy because of the blood. These monsters with exaggerated bodies became the spokespersons of the god of death after the army was disbanded. Faced with such a situation, the warriors of the Krina tribe were still brave and fearless, and did not retreat at all. But the gap in strength was too large. Under the impact of the enemy, that was dozens of times larger than their own, the casualties became extremely tragic. A large number of bodies fell every minute. The situation could no longer be maintained. Destruction became a foregone conclusion. Jasmine looked at the extraordinary dog-headed man, who slaughtered his people recklessly in despair. Even though she already knew the ending, she couldn't help but feel sad. But at this moment, she had no power to stop it from happening. She had never hated her weakness so much, at this moment. Puff, a figure suddenly fell in front of her. Jasmine looked subconsciously, and the scarred figure of Xena was reflected in her pupils. Xena. Before the voice fell, the figure on the ground suddenly turned over and rushed towards the extraordinary at a faster speed. He was ready to die. But he charged again, and fell again and again. That tenacious attitude made her eyes red. Although Xena's fighting power is strong, she is only a Super A-level hero. She has the boss template of Dark Soul Eater credos. When killing Dragonborn Supernormal, she needs Supernormal to protect her and exchange her life for his. At this moment, without the support of external aid, Xena is facing Supernormal with her own strength. This scene made Jasmine, who lost most of her fighting power after being hit by Supernormal, tremble in her heart. But no matter how hard Xena tries, she seems so powerless in front of absolute power. Supernormal is like a mountain pressing on her head. It makes people silent. The situation gradually became unsuspenseful. Under the attack of the army led by Supernormal, the power of the Krina tribe was quickly wiped out. The dog-headed god, who was high above and overlooking the occupation, saw this scene and showed a bit of satisfaction in his eyes. These reptiles all deserve to die. After a while, there were less than 300 people left in the Krina tribe, who were exhausted and soaked in blood. After being hit again by the extraordinary dog-headed man who slaughtered his people, Chief Karen spit out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, collapsed to the ground, and was unable to stand up even with all his strength. Feeling that his body was almost collapsed, he looked at his people who were still being slaughtered with sad eyes. She tried to hold the sword in her hand tightly, but found that the torn wound made her unable to even raise her arm. Because of excessive blood loss, her thoughts gradually became dull, and her eyes became blurred. Bang! Puff! At this moment, a figure, who was also covered in blood, was hit by the giant insect and flew to the side of Chief Karen. Jasmine. Chief Karen felt a pain in his heart after seeing the other person clearly. "Chief, I'm fine," Jasmine said as she struggled to get up, but she couldn't do it after trying several times. Looking at the girl who still wanted to continue fighting until this moment, Chief Karen's eyes had turned red. "I wanted to say something, but I couldn't say anything. At this moment, I saw the extraordinary dog-headed man walking towards them from the corner of my eye." Chief Karen, whose thoughts had become dull, slowly closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to see Jasmine fall in front of her. But she couldn't lift the sword to protect her companions. She sighed in her heart. It's time to welcome the glory that belongs to them. But after all, there are some regrets. I couldn't continue to lead the tribe. As the footsteps got closer and closer, Chief Karen inexplicably regained his calm. Perhaps after knowing the ending, he didn't worry so much. "Ah!" Just as she was waiting for death to come, a cry of shock and joy rang out. Was that Jasmine's voice? But why didn't the other party feel any pain? When she was confused again, a cold voice came to her ears. "God of the Kobolds? You are really not dead yet. But a dog with a broken spine dares to provoke the City of Dusk again and again? Who gave you the confidence and courage?" This is? She subconsciously opened her eyes, and saw a scene she would never forget. A huge space crack appeared in the sky. Countless gargoyle armies covered by sandstorms were swarming in. A large number of dragonborn lives flapping their dragon wings and holding long-handled heavy weapons were mixed in. In front of the army, a golden lion stood in the center of the sky, emitting a majestic pressure. Behind the golden lion, a figure covered by yellow sand was looking at the god of dog-headed people indifferently. The other party had stopped talking at this moment, but the outstanding temperament made people confirm that the other party was the leader of this army at the first glance. On the flank of the golden lion, a vampire flapping bat wings stood calmly. On the other side, a centaur holding a long-handled battle axe looked around with interest. The most eye-catching one under the golden lion was a monster with a height of more than 6 meters, surrounded by dozens of translucent and hideous souls. What made her even more trembling was that these terrifying existences were all extraordinary without exception. Chief Karen felt her head buzzing, and her slow thoughts almost stopped turning. She subconsciously looked at the figure behind the golden lion sitting in the center surrounded by stars. He is the ruler of the city of dusk that Cena mentioned, the strongest among the tens of billions of God's grace lords, the human lord who once killed the god of dog-headed people? But why does he have such a strong power? Didn't Cena say that when they left the city of dusk, the other party didn't have any extraordinary existence? But now there are 4 extraordinary people in front of her. 4. Chapter 550. The army with fierce momentum rushed out from the space crack, surrounding the majestic figure riding on the golden lion. At this moment, the other party is the center of the world, the focus of everyone's attention. Even the god of the dog-headed people cannot compare with it. Chief Karen felt that her breath was almost frozen. Because she didn't have any expectations. When Richard appeared in front of her in a posture she couldn't imagine. The surprise in her heart almost broke out like a tsunami. When Xena left the city of dusk, the other party didn't have a single extraordinary person. How long has it been since the other party has such a powerful force? What Xena said is true. The Lord of Divine Grace she is loyal to is really beyond ordinary people, and has amazing potential. That Lord of Divine Grace can really create a legend. After sensing the enemy's breath, the 2 dog-headed extraordinary people immediately gave up slaughtering the Krina tribe. Decisively flew off the ground, returned to the side of the dog-headed man, and stared at these uninvited guests fiercely. They felt a strong sense of life danger from these suddenly appearing enemies. Their intuition told them that if they dared to attack again, they would die miserably. After the dog-headed man Chao Fan, who was fighting with her left, Xena, whose armor was mostly broken and stained with blood, turned around and looked at the sky. Sensing the familiar breath, her eyes turned red, like a wrong child seeing his parents. Lord Richard. She felt a sense of reliance in her heart. She knew that the Lord would not let her down, never, ever. Jasmine stared blankly at the scene of the divine soldiers descending from the sky, and her emotions rolled like a tsunami. That Lord of Divine Grace was actually so powerful. How is it possible? All words were not enough to express her inner shock at this moment. After coming to her senses, a complex emotion rose again. Were they saved? Turning around, under the threat of the terrible reinforcements, the giant insects around were gradually retreating, as if they had felt some great terror. And at this moment, there were less than 100 tribesmen who could still stand. The mood of the Krina tribe rose from hell to heaven, and the god of the dog-headed man was now in a frenzy. The blood-red eyes stared at Richard, roaring angrily. Lowly bastard, you dare to appear in front of me. The power of the old days cannot penetrate this space distortion. You are dead, dead. I cannot be killed. I am God, the eternal God. All of you will die. I will kill you. The confused and crazy words made Richard raise his eyebrows. This guy, why does he feel wrong? He opened the black gold system with some doubts. God of dog-headed man. Level, 22. Status, remnant soul, polluted by unknown power, distorted personality, reduced sanity. Only very simple attributes are shown. Skills, and the like are blank. Remnant soul? No wonder. Richard was a little emotional. Being killed in front of everyone by Windsor, the Crimson Lord, the protagonist of this expansion pack, and still having a trace of remnant soul revived, this is definitely an amazing achievement. Although I don't know how this guy did it, it doesn't matter now. The cold light flashed in his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, a weak voice suddenly echoed in the sky. Sir Richard, be careful of the god of the dog-headed men. They use the Krina tribe as bait to lure you here. Bait? Richard turned his head subconsciously and looked at the ground. A weak figure collapsed on the ground, unable to get up, but still tightly grasping the sword in his hand came into view. He opened the attribute panel and took a look, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was seriously injured and fell from the extraordinary to level 19. This person is a high-level member of the Krina tribe, right? Sensing that the other party's life breath was still stable, he nodded slightly and said nothing. He saw the girl on the other side, with blood all over her body, still holding her head high. Sheena. Seeing the familiar figure, Richard's eyes softened a little. He took a look at its attributes. Except for the state of being seriously injured, there were no major problems. What made him happy was that the other party's level reached 18. It was more than one level stronger than the 14th level when he left. Obviously, this period of time was not in vain. However, he looked around but did not find the figure of the Dark Valkyrie. He frowned slightly. Since Xena was there was no reason for the Dark Valkyrie to be in trouble. If there was any trouble, the hero altar should have taken effect long ago. Richard's posture of looking around broke the defense of the Kobold God. This damn reptile dared to ignore him. Lowly bastard, I will let you know what regret is. He roared loudly. The surrounding space suddenly shattered. With him as the center, countless blood-colored threads entangled with each other appeared within 100 meters around him, like the blood vessels of some kind of life. After those blood vessels were exposed in the air, an indescribable pressure surged out, like a mountain pressing on everyone's heart. The entire space became stagnant, and the magic power even stopped flowing. At this moment, bang, bang, the sound of a heartbeat resounded throughout the world. Every time it sounded, the people on the ground felt that their souls were hit by a heavy hammer. The whole chest was stuffy, and the heart was hairy. It was like being stared at by a terrifying life from the deepest part of the bottomless abyss. It seemed that the next moment, the opponent would crawl out of the void and devour their souls. My flame of revenge will destroy everything in the world. The evil gods from chaos will reappear in the world. I will control the ultimate power. Ha ha! The crazy laughter accompanied the heartbeat, and was transmitted over a very long distance. On the battlefield, whether it was the Krina warriors or those hideous giant insects, they all felt extremely uneasy. Fear spread in the air. Danger was surging. Madman, this madman. When Richard was concentrating on observing the blood vessels spreading in the void, he suddenly heard a voice of exasperation and unspeakable fear. He turned his head and looked at the empty side. Your Majesty Tyrone, what do you know? The bastard god of kobolds is violating taboos. The translucent god of fraud and lies revealed his figure, with a strong tone of uneasiness. The chaos god, that is the life that existed in this void before the world was created. Those monsters exist forever. Even the god of creation cannot kill them. They can only be sealed in the deepest part of the main plane. The blood vessels around this bastard are the body of the chaos god. He wants to revive that monster. Bastard. He's crazy. Chaos god? The name alone made Richard feel a little uneasy. Moreover, it was something that even the god of creation could not kill. No wonder the god of dogs was not killed by Windsor. This guy probably saved himself by entrusting part of his soul to the body of the chaos god. No wonder the black gold system prompted that the other party's soul had been polluted, his rationality had declined, and his personality had become distorted. This kind of chaos evil thing, how could it be easily touched? Sir Richard, you must act as soon as possible. When that part of the body revives, you don't know what will happen. I said this space is so strange. It turns out to be the seal that suppresses the chaos god's body. That bastard is courting his own death. The tone of the god of lies became extremely anxious. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Lorena, try it. The silver-haired and silver-eyed blood clan archduke beside him nodded immediately, and the next second, his body burst into brilliant light. His right hand slowly stretched out, and then the front part disappeared into the void. The dog-headed god, who was surrounded by countless scarlet blood vessels, suddenly had his chest pierced. Looking down, he saw an arm passing through his chest. Before he could see the other party make any move, the scarlet blood vessels around him suddenly vibrated, and the arm was cut by a meat grinder and turned into mincemeat in an instant. The body of the dog-headed god instantly returned to its original state without any damage. Lorena's face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a step back in the void. When she left the place, she could see that her right hand had disappeared, and her flesh and blood were blurred. She took a deep breath, and the energy in her body surged, and the arm cut by the scarlet blood vessels grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. It returned to normal in a moment. Although her appearance was intact, only Lorena herself knew that there was an evil and terrifying energy wrapped around her arm at this moment. It was even constantly corroding her power. Although the power had no source, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for her to completely eliminate it. During this process, her right hand was even weaker than that of ordinary humans, and she could no longer use this hand to use the legendary skill of Pale Hand. Lorena's temptation completely ignited the already crazy god of the dog-headed man. Vicious curses kept roaring up, and at the same time, he didn't see anything, but the scarlet blood vessels were spreading rapidly. The surrounding void collapsed bit by bit. The terrifying heartbeat became stronger and stronger. The warriors of the Krina tribe below couldn't even hold their weapons at this moment, and covered their ears with both hands tightly, trying to block the heartbeat that was like a heavy hammer hitting their souls. But no matter how hard they tried, it was useless, and the blood flowing from the corners of their mouths gradually became thicker. The giant insects were even more afraid of crawling on the ground. Some weak giant insects had already fallen to the ground, and their breath of life became vague, and they could die at any time. The great terror was reviving. The god of lies could no longer bear it when he saw this scene. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next second, a terrifying shock wave erupted in the void. The space was flattened like a sand painting, and everything became blurred. Twisted traces appeared in the void, reaching the scarlet blood vessels. But after the powerful energy that could easily destroy the city walls and collapse the mountains hit the evil area, it was like wind blowing the earth, and it was directly annihilated. There was no ripple. The first wave of attack by the god of lies did not achieve any results. But the god, who was far from recovering, did not stop, but launched an increasingly violent attack. During this period of time, the divine power that was finally gathered was consumed like crazy. Wave after wave of energy obliterated the space. But even so, it still failed to shake and destroy the bloody area. The expansion speed of the scarlet blood vessels became faster and faster. The strong and powerful heartbeat had even reached a point that even the army of the City of Dusk could not bear. The injured Karen, whose mind was becoming increasingly dull, looked at the sky with worry. After seeing the scene of scarlet blood vessels covering the sky, her heart sank. The excitement of the arrival of the reinforcements turned into worry that the god of the dog-headed man must have been prepared to lure the other party with the Krina tribe. She guessed right, but how to deal with the god's backup plan? She was worried after she saw the Lord of Divine Grace's hidden power, which was stronger than the extraordinary, trying to destroy those scarlet blood vessels but failed. Her heart couldn't stop sinking. No harm. Was the hope that had just risen going to be shattered again? She raised her head and stared at the figure sitting behind the golden lion in a daze, and her mood became more complicated than ever before. At this moment, the anxious voice of the god of lies sounded hurriedly. "Sir Richard, please help me attack. We must not let the god of dogs succeed, otherwise we will not survive, and it will be useless even if we leave this space. The Chaos God controls the power of fate." Richard's eyes narrowed. The power of fate? Is the opponent's background really that terrifying? But he still did not order the extraordinary beside him to cooperate in the attack. Instead, he touched the long hair of the greedy lion under his buttocks. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. "Barboza, let your power devour everything. Release the devil in the heart of the dog-headed god. He should obey his heart and give more." The sitting golden lion roared. The golden hair burst into sparkling waves. An invisible wave spread instantly. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the battlefield felt a strange emotion rising in their hearts. The warriors of the Krina tribe were the first to be affected. How could they be so miserable? If they had treasures and powerful power, they would never fall to such a level. The inexplicable greed in their hearts was growing wildly. Seeing the weapons and equipment of their companions, they even had a strong desire to possess them. When he looked up at the sky, he had a crazy idea. That god, that lowly dog-headed man, was not worthy of being a god. They should take his place. The power of the gods was what they should enjoy. At the same time, the dog-headed god, who was in a frenzy, felt the increasingly powerful power around him, and suddenly had a thought that made his heart beat faster. This power should belong to him. He should also master it. Yes, he should master this power, not be a slave to this damn chaos god. At this moment, he felt that his thoughts were clearer than ever before. The suppressed desire in his heart began to expand endlessly, and his limited rationality further faded. He is the master, his own master, the master of all gods. The chaos god is a servant, his servant. As long as he masters this power, he will be countless times stronger than his peak period. The bastards who once hurt him, the enemies who despised him, the gods who looked down on him, all have to crawl at his feet. The polluted soul, at this moment, has endless greed. He turned around and looked in a certain direction covered by scarlet blood vessels. His face was full of madness. Afterwards, he did not stay in the same place, but walked towards that direction step by step. After the god of dogs left the place, the horrible heartbeat sound suddenly slowed down a few points. And as he moved away, it tended to gradually weaken.